Chapter 1. What is this perspective of transmigration? On a certain day, at a certain hour, in a certain minute, and at a certain second, the world below remained as ever, with clear skies, no wind, and sparse clouds. Gawain quietly gazed down from an absolutely elevated perspective, contemplating the intricacies of life, for he found himself unable to engage in any other pursuits. He could no longer recall how many years he had maintained this state, nor could he ascertain his current form, although he could vaguely gauge the passage of time through the alternation of day and night. The truth was that after countless cycles, he had grown weary of counting. Had he transcended to another realm? To be candid, Gawain held a rather open-minded view towards the notion of transmigration. It was not that he possessed an extraordinary enlightenment that allowed him to regard life and death with indifference. Rather, it was during the fateful moment when he plummeted from an airplane that he came to understand the capriciousness of fate and the sovereignty of death. After all, in a situation where demise seemed inevitable, the prospect of transmigrating was undoubtedly preferable to a certain fate. What troubled him was how he ended up suspended in the heavens for an inconceivable span of time. Gawain was oblivious to his current condition. He could not shift his perspective or sense his corporeal form, but in fact, aside from his visual perception, he had entirely lost the ability to perceive the external environment. Thus, he could not determine whether he existed as a fleeting soul or a drifting specter in the void of space. Yet one thing was certain: was not floating there in a manner befitting a normal human being. He was certain that no ordinary person's mental constitution could endure drifting alone in the sky for countless years while retaining clarity of thought and vivid memories, let alone pondering the essence of existence. Ordinary individuals would have succumbed to madness by now. Yet, he had not only retained his sanity, but also possessed an exceptional memory. Every event was as clear as if it had transpired just yesterday. After that deafening crash, when he reopened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself hovering above an unfamiliar planet. From the moment he regained consciousness, he recognized that what lay beneath him was not the familiar lands and seas of Earth. Thus, he spent a brief period coming to terms with the reality of his arrival in an alternate world, and then devoted a longer duration to investigating how to cease this floating existence. Regrettably, the latter endeavor proved unsuccessful. He discovered that he was fixed in place, or more accurately, his current form seemed devoid of any mobility. He had become a fixed perspective, gazing down upon the earth. Firmly anchored to his position, he could observe the land below, but could do little else. Even his gaze was confined to a limited area, fragmented continent, surrounded by a circlet of ocean. His vision could not extend beyond this restricted scope. He was unable to turn his gaze left or right, and thus remained uncertain whether there lay additional land beyond the sea. For the same reasons, he had yet to glimpse the stars of this world's night sky. He was uncertain whether other celestial bodies existed in this world, perhaps by merely shifting his perspective. He might behold a venerable deity with a white beard, illuminating all creation with a spotlight. How he longed to float on his back, even if all he could see was that bearded elder wielding a spotlight. It would suffice. Yet, this yearning remained a mere fantasy, for the perspective that surveyed the earth was immutable. However, after considerable effort, Gawain discovered a modicum of maneuverability within this perspective. Although he could not shift his viewpoint laterally, he could magnify or reduce his field of vision, drawing it closer or pushing it farther away. Upon realizing this, he rejoiced for a prolonged period, experimenting with various degrees of zoom. Though even at its most distant, this view could not reveal what lay beyond the encircling seas. At least he could choose to draw in closer to examine the land and its wonders. The landscape was lush and vibrant, clearly teeming with life. It would be delightful to observe the daily lives of the denizens of this other world, though he remained adrift in this lofty vantage point. Watching the customs and cultures of these beings could alleviate his ennui, could it not? Thus he drew his vision in as near as possible until he could clearly discern every blade of grass and tree. On that day, he despaired to find that none of the mammals upon the earth had yet learned to walk upright. Yet, Gawain possessed great patience. Perhaps in his former life, as a human, his patience had been limited, but in this transcendent state, he discovered an abundance of it. He steadfastly awaited the day when those monkeys would learn to stand. Years passed, and he bore witness to the moment when the first spark of human ingenuity was born of fire ignited from flint. Change began to manifest after that spark emerged. He observed those humanoid races swiftly constructing primitive tribes, which evolved into early city-states. He beheld their mastery of astonishing capabilities, employing techniques akin to magic to expand their territories. But before he could fully comprehend the unfolding events on the Earth, those nascent kingdoms crumbled into ruins, only to be supplanted by new humanoid beings emerging from the debris. Humans and a myriad of other races commenced their struggle for existence upon the continent, establishing diverse kingdoms and myriad beliefs, invoking the names of various deities in their conflicts, only to dissipate just as swiftly. The pace of progress quickened. Gawain gradually found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information before him. He witnessed colossal, dragon-like creatures suddenly enter his field of view, yet he could not discern whether these dragons had evolved on the continent or hailed from beyond the seas. He saw warfare erupt, flames of conflict nearly consuming the land. Yet, in the blink of an eye, new civilizations arose. Much time passed before he realized it was not the pace of terrestrial events that had accelerated, but rather that he had skipped through a vast expanse of information. His observations were becoming increasingly intermittent, transforming from continuous scrutiny into sporadic moments recorded every few years or even decades. It was only when these vast temporal spans were pieced together that he experienced the illusion of an accelerated progression. He had been oblivious to this phenomenon because, during those interrupted observation periods, his own thoughts were also in a state of suspension. When the observational perspective resumed, it seemed as though his consciousness seamlessly continued its flow. Thus, he remained unaware of the predicament that had befallen him. A sense of impending doom flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Though this fleeting notion might have consumed centuries, as he vividly perceived the Earth's transformation, he simultaneously witnessed a kingdom's decline from prosperity to ruin. From the incessantly flickering images, measured in years, he realized that his cognitive faculties were on the verge of extinction in a century. The cumulative time he could engage in thought scarcely amounted to a single second. Moreover, his cognitive interruption was continually extending. He recognized that the leaps in the world around him had reached an unfathomable magnitude. Those fleeting slides, like ephemeral shadows, were nearing a point of utter incomprehensibility that if this persisted, perhaps at some moment, the consciousness known as Gawain would utterly vanish in this bewildering realm, leaving him to eternally slumber in that instant, devoid of any chance for revival. For the first time in countless millennia, a sense of urgency surged within Gawain when he fervently endeavored to stimulate his thoughts, striving to extricate himself from this dire situation. He felt his mind racing if he still possessed such an organ, an eruption of countless ideas flooding forth. Yet, as he gazed at the ever-shifting slides of the Earth below, he realized that his thoughts had decelerated to the pace of a millennium per frame. Of course, this assertion was somewhat exaggerated, but the reality was scarcely better. Extracting himself from this predicament, escaping this predicament, Gawain sensed his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic, his awareness gradually blurring. The once seamless continuity of his cognition appeared to falter, and he furiously strained to think. However, as a fixed perspective, no amount of furious contemplation could alter the present circumstances. Just as he felt his thoughts might completely dissipate or come to a standstill, a voice suddenly resonated from an unknown source. Energy failure. Mainframe reboot unsuccessful. Escape protocol initiated. In the next instant, the fixed perspective vanished, plunging Gawain into darkness. Yet his thoughts did not cease. For the first time in countless years, he maintained his cognition even while closing his eyes, but he was unaware of how long he had lingered in this darkness, feeling as though he were plummeting into a frigid and confined space. Various unfamiliar sensations surged from his limbs, causing his mind to spiral into confusion. Amidst this turmoil, he vaguely heard the voice of a young woman, her tone tinged with panic. "Please, don't kill me just yet. Compared to this, your ancestor's coffin lid will be unable to contain it." Chapter 2. What on earth is it like to crawl out of a coffin after the transmigration? As the heavy stone door gradually closed under the influence of ancient spells, the magical energy coursed through the grooves on the walls and floor, forming a sealed cycle of energy The nightmarish world outside seemed to be completely cut off from them. The furious shouts of the captain and the anguished cries of the wounded were silenced, as were the terrifying roars and growls of the monstrous creatures. All sounds were obstructed by the weighty stone and steel. Everyone was aware that this barrier was merely temporary. Yet in this fleeting moment of tranquility, Rebecca could not help but exhale deeply, wishing fervently that the hell outside was merely a nightmare. However, in the next instant, she vigorously shook her head, casting aside the weak thoughts that surfaced in her mind. The heavy stone and steel could not provide true, lasting safety. Rather, they might weaken her resolve, lulling her into a false sense of security. With this thought, the young heiress of the Cecile family tightened her grip on the now-dimmed staff, hoping that this weapon would bestow upon her greater courage. The voice of the family knight, Byron Kirk, reached her from behind. "My lord, the passage is sealed. Those monsters should not be able to enter for the time being. Were it not for the favor of fortune, this knight, who had pledged his loyalty to the family for 20 years, might have already become a lifeless corpse." Of course, Rebecca was uncertain if this was due to her Aunt Hetty's renowned trait of magic never hitting its mark. "Thank you for your efforts, Knight Byron," she replied, lowering her eyelids to conceal her weariness. "At least we can catch our breath now." Including herself and Knight Byron, the 7 individuals present were likely the last survivors. Those left on the surface could not possibly have survived. After confirming everyone's condition, Rebecca could not help but survey the stone hall they were in. It was an ancient place. The rectangular stone hall was filled with cobwebs and thick dust, with some decayed artifacts piled at one end. Despite their dilapidated state, the remnants of their past elegance and grandeur were still discernible. Surrounding the stone hall, intact murals and reliefs adorned the walls. Though the murals had faded and the reliefs showed signs of wear, they remained viewable. Hetty Cecile scrutinized those murals and reliefs for quite some time, in stark contrast to the ostentatious and superficial style that has emerged from the northern realms. In recent times, the decor within this stone hall exudes a sense of solemnity and simplicity, unmistakably imbued with the essence of the First Dynasty. The murals depict heroic figures and local customs, while the reliefs illustrate scenes steeped in myth and abstract divine symbols. As an erudite spellcaster, Hetty possesses a remarkable ability to extract valuable insights from these ancient illustrations. Gazing at the contents of the murals and reliefs, Hetty instinctively placed her left hand upon her chest and murmured, "May our ancestors grant forgiveness." "Aunt Hetty." Rebecca approached Hetty with her staff in hand, a hint of anxiety etched on the young maiden's face. It was only at this moment that she seemed to fully grasp the gravity of the place she had entered, her unease palpable. This is the resting ground of the ancestors of the Cecile family," Hetty stated with utmost seriousness. "Do not commit any act of disrespect." Rebecca swallowed hard, surveying her surroundings. "It appears that no one has entered here for a considerable time. Since the Marquis of Grumman unilaterally removed sacred relics from the ancestral tomb a century ago and partook in a rebellion that nearly led to the family's ruin, this place has been completely sealed off. Every descendant of the Cecile family is aware of how to access it. However, due to family edicts, no one dares to enter without dire necessity." Hetty cast a profound glance at Rebecca. "For 100 years, we are the first to step foot here. Indeed, it has come to that critical juncture." Rebecca inhaled deeply. "Surely our ancestors will forgive us?" Without much effort, she located the peculiar stone pillar. Pressing her hand against its apex, she applied a gentle but firm pressure. The stone door leading to the deeper burial chamber immediately emitted a slight tremor. Subsequently, the entire slab began to rise slowly, accompanied by the sound of friction. Yet at the very moment the door began to ascend, Rebecca heard an unusual noise emanating from behind it, a clatter of objects falling, swiftly followed by a suppressed exclamation that someone inside. Hetty reacted instantly, whispering, "Byron." As they rushed into the tomb, Rebecca witnessed Sir Byron, who had dashed in before them, swinging his sword at a nimble, petite figure. The diminutive figure darted around Sir Byron like a gust of wind, evading his strikes with agility. Occasionally, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke, retreating into the shadows that enveloped the tomb. The mastery of shadow manipulation and her swift footwork left Rebecca in awe. Rarely did one encounter a rogue capable of entangling with Sir Byron for such an extended duration. However, as the remaining 3 soldiers completed their encirclement, and Hetty, with flames swirling around her hands, blocked the tomb's entrance, the agile figure found herself devoid of escape routes and fell to the ground in a state of disarray. It was only when she ceased her movements that Rebecca could discern the intruder's featureless girl who appeared to be of a similar age to herself. She stood slightly shorter than herself, clad in worn leather armor, with a bob of ear-length hair framing her strikingly beautiful face. Despite the smudges that marred her features, her allure remained evident, revealing her potential as a true beauty. Most striking were her ears, pointed yet not as elongated as those of an elf, indicating her mixed heritage, a half-elf. However, the nature of her other lineage remained a mystery. The potent blood of elves often rendered the features of their mixed descendants similar, regardless of whether their other parent was human or ORC. Soon as the half-elf girl touched the ground, Knight Byron stepped forward, placing the blade of his sword against her throat, while the remaining 3 soldiers swiftly surrounded her, swords drawn, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. "Who are you, daring to trespass in the ancestral tomb of the Cecils?" Hetty exclaimed, her voice laced with uncontainable fury. For someone of her noble lineage, the desecration of the ancestral tomb by grave robbers was enough to ignite her wrath if word of this incident spread. The already fragile reputation of the Cecil family would be irreparably tarnished. Rebecca, wide-eyed, regarded the half-elf, still somewhat dazed by the sudden turn of events. The mere presence of an outsider in the sacred ancestral tomb was enough to stir her anger. With the sword pressing against her, and under the fierce gazes of Hetty and Rebecca, the half-elf girl trembled and stammered. "Wait. I haven't stolen anything yet." Byron pushed the sword down with greater intensity. "You have quite a nerve." As his words echoed, a series of unsettling noises suddenly erupted from the black steel coffin at the center of the tomb, silencing everyone, including Rebecca, who fell into a hushed stillness. Moments later, Rebecca was the first to regain her composure, her staff conjuring a fireball the size of a fist, aimed at the half-kneeling half-elf. "What have you done to our ancestors?" The half-elf girl, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Please don't kill me. More importantly, your ancestor's coffin is about to break open." As her voice quivered with desperation, the sound from the black steel coffin intensified, the lid visibly trembling. "Oh, ancestors." Hetty turned pale, a rare display of disarray from a woman known for her grace and composure in noble circles. "Rest in peace. Those who disturb you shall face punishment." The half-elf girl shouted in panic. "What good is that now?" "Quickly, secure your ancestor's coffin." The 3 soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Even Byron appeared bewildered. Yet, it was Rebecca who sprang into action, dashing towards the platform where the coffin was situated. Meanwhile, the coffin lid was fully pushed open, and a hand emerged from the crevice. Seeing this, Rebecca wasted no time. She swung her staff with all her might, exclaiming, "Rest in peace, dear ancestor." Rebecca stared in astonishment as she noticed her family. Knight, her aunt, and 3 warriors gazing at her in sheer disbelief. She glanced down at the staff in her hands, feeling tears welling in her eyes. "Aunt, have I perhaps shown a modicum of disrespect towards our ancestors?" However, Hetty suddenly shrieked, "Rebecca, get away from that." Taken aback, Rebecca responded, "Aunt, this could potentially be the reanimation of the undead." Hetty's face turned ashen. "Perhaps those creatures from the surface have corrupted the sacred remains of our ancestors." The chilling possibility sent a wave of cold sweat down Rebecca's spine. Just as she prepared to leap off the platform and hide behind the soldiers, the heavy lid of the black steel coffin was forcefully pushed aside, and this time, the occupant inside summoned all their strength, causing the lid to be hurled away. Then, a man with short, light brown hair, a commanding and dignified visage, clad in ancient noble attire, emerged from within the coffin, sitting upright. The half-kneeling elven girl turned to witness this scene and could not help but let out a long sigh. "Behold, it seems your ancestors have truly risen from the grave this time." Chapter 3. At last, I can move. Emerging from a suspicious black metal box, Gawain found himself engulfed in a profound state of bewilderment. In fact, even the act of sitting up was performed unconsciously. An unprecedented sense of chaos and dizziness assailed his mind. An incessant buzzing echoed in his ears, while an array of frantic and indistinguishable sensations coursed through his body, rendering everything around him a blur of at least 4 overlapping images, 2 of which were in stark black and white. Yet amidst this turmoil, his cognitive faculties had not entirely abandoned him. Perhaps he ought to express gratitude to the unknown individual who had delivered a blow to the back of his hand. That momentary jolt had bestowed upon him a fleeting clarity, just as he teetered on the brink of being consumed by confusion. But that strike had indeed stung. This was a tangible, sentient, and mobile corporeal form. A body. After traversing who knows how many eons, and nearly believing himself to be eternally confined to a third-person perspective, Gawain had acquired a body. The turmoil in his mind was comprehensible, as was the cacophony of sensations flooding his being. He had long been devoid of any sensory perception beyond sight, even though his faculties remained intact for reasons unknown. Adapting to this newfound ability to feel warmth, cold, pain, and itchiness proved to be a formidable challenge. His gaze first settled upon 4 burly armed men not far ahead. One of them was a middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in formidable steel armor, muscles bulging to the point of nearly reaching his forehead, wielding a silvery gray longsword. The armor and weapons of the other 3 were markedly simpler, yet bore clear signs of standardization. A petite girl was being forced to kneel on the ground, pressed down by the swords of these formidable men. Due to her hair obscuring her face and the angle of view, her features remained hidden, but a pair of pointed ears could be seen peeking through her locks. Further away stood a woman in a flowing red gown. Her elegant and mature demeanor, coupled with her alluring figure, compelled Gawain to cast a lingering glance. He quickly noted the unmistakable tension and fear reflected in the eyes of this poised matron. However, the commotion beside him swiftly captured Gawain's attention. He turned his head just in time to see a girl, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, hurriedly leaping down from the stone platform he occupied. She clutched a metallic rod that looked quite capable of inflicting pain. Recalling the position she had previously occupied, Gawain's expression turned peculiar. "Just now, was it you who struck me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. He realized that he had not spoken in Mandarin, but rather in a language he had never encountered before. Yet this unfamiliar tongue felt strangely innate, as if he had known it all along. Rebecca remained oblivious to the myriad chaotic thoughts swirling within the mind of her ancestor. The noble maiden, who had recently inherited the title of Viscountess and was now confronting a monumental upheaval, was on the verge of tears. "Ancestor, I am so sorry." Gawain, despite having observed this world from above for countless years, remained utterly perplexed by the events unfolding before him. However, experiencing it from a first-person perspective was entirely novel. His bewilderment was on par, if not greater, than that of anyone present. The striking lady in the crimson gown appeared to be the most composed among them. As Gawain propped himself up and initiated conversation, her visible fear and tension significantly diminished. She stepped forward, still radiating wariness, yet spoke with remarkable calmness. "Do you know who you are?" "I?" Gawain hesitated momentarily. Just as he was about to instinctively utter his name, a sudden realization struck him. He should identify with another persona. Observing the peculiar box beneath him, he discerned that it was undeniably a coffin. The spacious surroundings, albeit grander than his previous abode, bore an uncanny resemblance to a tomb. Coupled with the expressions of those around him, Gawain comprehended a startling truth. He had risen from the dead. He understood that uttering any name that did not align with the body he now inhabited would likely result in being perceived as a malevolent specter. Hadn't he, the young girl beside him, referred to him as ancestor? Thus, he boldly speculated that he had taken possession of the form of her forebear. Setting aside the considerations of what sustenance had permitted this ancestor to remain intact after so many years, the pressing matter was that he, as an external soul, had usurped the body of another, resting upon the ancestor's grave, and had just unceremoniously displaced the coffin lid. The potential embarrassment of such a revelation was beyond description. Contemplating this, Gawain lowered his gaze, feigning a pensive demeanor while rapidly seeking an excuse, perhaps claiming a prolonged slumber that had muddled his memories. Yet, just as he focused his thoughts, a wave of intense dizziness swept over him. As he prepared to unleash a fireball upon the face of his ancestor, a deep voice emerged from his lips, interrupting her movements. "I am Gawain Cecil, the pioneer of the kingdom of Ansu. What year is it now?" As he spoke, he slightly lifted his head, his gaze steady and profound, as deep as the ocean. In his mind, tumultuous waves surged. The memories belonging to Gawain Cecil surged forth, rapidly catalogued and recorded, akin to data being archived within a computer. In that fleeting moment of dizziness, he accessed the most rudimentary aspects of this knowledge, grasping his current identity. His greatest astonishment lay in the realization that this body bore the same name, Gawain. However, unlike the Gawain he knew, this one bore the surname Cecil. Was this merely a coincidence? Even though a portion of the more powerful entities could swiftly attain cognitive abilities, they would utterly forget the events of their former lives. Moreover, the phenomenon of the soul's fiery backlash was undeniably conspicuous. Thus, she relaxed, yet remained engulfed in profound confusion. If the venerable ancestor before her had not been resurrected from the dead, then the current situation was even more inexplicable. How could the ancestor rise so suddenly from death? Regardless of her bewilderment, she understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. Consequently, Hetty stepped forward, bowing with a mixture of trepidation and reverence. Esteemed ancestor of the Cecil lineage, I am your descendant, Hetty Cecil. This beside me is also your descendant, Rebecca Cecil. Please, in consideration of her youth and naivety, do not hold her earlier impetuousness against her, and we humbly ask for your forgiveness for disturbing your eternal slumber. The figure before her was a great-great-great-granddaughter, and the one beside her seemed to be as well. The overwhelming influx of memories seemed to have finally subsided, and Gawain could no longer afford the luxury of meticulously sifting through the neatly arranged information in his mind. Instead, he aimed to comprehend his surroundings as swiftly as possible, leaning against his coffin in an attempt to rise. Simultaneously, he muttered, it's fine. I have no idea how I awoke. Could someone lend me a hand? He soon realized he had overestimated his adaptability to this new body, as he struggled to sit up, feeling somewhat awkward. Rebecca, who had been anxiously clutching her staff, recognized that it was finally her moment to shine. She eagerly bounded to the stone platform, assisting Gawain as she exclaimed, I'll help you out of the coffin. The phrase struck an odd note. 700 years Gawain was stiffly assisted out of the coffin by the young girl, and as he glanced down at his attire, he pondered the material, which puzzled Rebecca. What fabric is this? It seems like it's woven from elven moonshadow cloth, she ventured uncertainly. Truly remarkable technology, Rebecca remarked. Oh? The ancestor speaks in such profound terms. With Rebecca's support, Gawain finally descended from the stone platform and stood firmly on the ground. He sensed his control over this body improving rapidly, as if his soul were swiftly installing the necessary drivers, harmonizing his consciousness and physique at an astonishing pace. He released Rebecca's hand and attempted to take a small step forward. In the next moment, he was nearly moved to tears. If a microphone had been at hand, he felt he could express boundless gratitude to everyone he knew and every television station he had encountered. After all these years, the traversers in novels could nearly slay gods and unify the cosmos. While he had just accomplished the first challenge of being human, walking upright, it was only after achieving this milestone that he recalled the little girl, nearly forgotten, who was surrounded by 4 burly men. Chapter 4. Awakening amidst chaos. The half-elf maiden had been diligently striving to diminish her presence, hoping that the members of the Cecil family would forget about the desecration of their ancestral tombs amidst the overwhelming shock of meeting their forebear. However, before she could seize an opportunity to escape, Gawain's gaze fell upon her. Consequently, the unfortunate thief could only shrink her neck and adopt a pitiable demeanor, murmuring, I merely sought refuge. Is it necessary to burrow into the deepest recesses of the tomb for that? Hetty interjected sharply, glaring at Gawain. Esteemed ancestor, it is this wretched grave robber who has defiled your resting place and disturbed your slumber. Gawain paused momentarily, his expression shifting as he regarded the half-elf maiden. So, you were the one who roused me? If not for the constraints of human anatomy, the thief would have wished to retract her head entirely. Her voice trembled as she protested, I truly did nothing. I only sought a safe haven and inadvertently succumbed to my professional instincts once I entered, leading me to the tomb. Yet, upon my arrival, I did nothing. After pondering for a moment, Gawain responded earnestly, in any case, thank you. The thief was taken aback. Huh. Everyone present, including Rebecca and Hetty, echoed, huh? Ahem, let her go. It does not befit 4 robust men to restrain a young lady in such a manner. Gawain realized the incongruity of his words after expressing his gratitude but felt compelled to persist. Adhering to the code of chivalry, Hetty's face flickered with hesitation. But ancestor, she is I wish to thank her for awakening me from my slumber. Gawain waved his hand dismissively. Release her. I have no objections, so what more is there to say? The half-elf maiden glanced around to ensure this situation was not a jest and cautiously rose to her feet, confirming with Gawain, you are the elder. And your word is binding. You want to go back on it, will you? Hetty's eye twitched, and she suppressed the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to the grave robber, a restraint cultivated over many years of noble upbringing. Curiously observing the maiden, Gawain, drawing from the memories he had recently inherited, deduced her hybrid lineage as that of an elf. What is your name? The half-elf maiden blinked. Amber. Gawain stroked his chin. Amber? Quite reminiscent of the forest elves at that moment. Hetty interjected, interrupting the exchange between Gawain and the half-elf who identified herself as Amber. Esteemed ancestor, I must interrupt. This is not the time for idle chatter. We are not safe. Gawain endeavored to immerse himself in his new identity, gazing solemnly at Hetty. What is transpiring outside? Monsters! Rebecca exclaimed loudly, who had remained silent until now. Monsters are surging from the Selin entrance in the direction of the mines. The armies and the law enforcement on the territory are no match for those monstrous beings. It is likely that the outside has been completely overrun by those creatures. We have organized a resistance to the best of our abilities, and before the situation deteriorated entirely, Sir Philip led a portion of the soldiers to escort the civilians to safety. However, before the second group of refugees could depart, those monsters destroyed the drawbridge. Hetty added, neither Rebecca nor I have brought shame upon the Cecil family's name, nor have these brave warriors. We fought valiantly in the castle until the very last moment, retreating only when the gates of the inner courtyard were breached. Subsequently, Gawain inquired about several details, finally piecing together the outline of the situation. This is the ancestral territory of the Cecil family, passed down from their first ancestor, the young lady Rebecca, who appears almost like a high school girl wielding an iron staff, is indeed the current lord of this land. When the monsters attacked, this young lord did her utmost to organize a defense. Yet, it was evident that the effort failed. The monsters ultimately dismantled all defenses and slaughtered every human in their path. After the first batch of survivors was evacuated, Rebecca, adhering to her lordly duties, was trapped within the castle alongside the remaining soldiers, enduring a protracted battle. Ultimately, the castle was breached, forcing them to retreat into the ancestral tomb beneath. It was then that they encountered a resurrection of sorts. Oh, possession. The beautiful noblewoman named Hetty is, in fact, Rebecca's aunt. However, such familial ties hold little significance for Gawain, as they are all merely distant descendants. Whether one is a great-great-granddaughter or not makes little difference. As for the half-elf named Amber, she is indeed a thief. Yet this time, she was genuinely seeking refuge. However, her skills as a thief were remarkably adept, allowing her to infiltrate the deepest chamber of the Cecil family's ancestral tomb. Awakening amidst this chaotic predicament, Gawain rubbed his forehead, pondering how to resolve the current crisis while sifting through the memories in his mind that might offer assistance. Thus, it seems those monsters have completely occupied the upper levels, and venturing outside would lead to certain doom. Speaking of those monsters, what exactly are they? I suspect they are a subspecies of some sort of demon, Hetty remarked. Yet demons have not manifested in the material world for many years, let alone in such large numbers. I cannot be certain. Rebecca, clutching her staff, gazed at Gawain with hopeful eyes. Lord Ancestor, is there truly nothing you can do to vanquish the monsters outside? Gawain was momentarily taken aback. Me? Indeed. Legend has it that you are the mightiest knight in the kingdom of Ansu, and indeed, across the entire northern continent. Rebecca's eyes began to sparkle with excitement, as it is said that you once slew the barbarian General Gurg with a single stroke. Gawain hurriedly searched his memories, only to be astonished. Gawain Cecil is indeed a figure of legendary prowess. He is the most illustrious hero of the expansion era in the kingdom of Ansu, renowned as one of the earliest pioneers of the second expansion period. His life, though remarkably brief, was filled with splendor. Embarking on his journey at the tender age of 15, he became the youngest knight of exploration of his time. Following the establishment of the Ansu kingdom, he ascended to the ranks of the 7 generals, defending the southern frontier and successfully repelling numerous incursions from the Dark Tide, remaining undefeated. However, such a resplendent life burned like an excessively bright candle. This legendary figure ultimately lived to the age of 35, perishing in his final confrontation with the Dark Tide, having exhausted himself in battle. The memories he inherited cease here. This encapsulates the life of this formidable man. Gawain felt a throbbing at his temples. He had taken possession of an extraordinary individual. There was no sense of self-satisfaction nor trepidation. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, His predominant reaction was a lack of certainty. Rebecca gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, and Amber mirrored the same expression. Even the seemingly most mature and composed Lady Hetty looked upon him with eyes full of expectation and trust. Yet, they were looking at Gawain Cecil. Not Gawain himself. Gawain glanced at his hands, those of a warrior, broad and robust, calloused from years of toil. However, he was uncertain of the extent of power he could wield while controlling this body. Yet, this uncertainty did not linger for long. As Gawain's own memories began to awaken, spanning tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years, though the substantive content of these memories may be scant, they were sufficient to swiftly stabilize his mindset and imbue him with confidence. He acknowledged that he was somewhat taken aback by the legendary life of Gawain Cecil. But in the current situation, what he needed was not astonishment or hesitation, but rather a firm resolve. The source of this newfound confidence was simple. Long before the sentient beings of this continent could walk upright, he had been observing this world. He understood that these memories would not provide tangible assistance. Yet at this moment, he merely needed to bolster his own spirit and, fueled by that vigor, devise a means to survive. Once he calmed himself, solutions would naturally present themselves. He quickly unearthed valuable insights from the memories belonging to Gawain Cecil. Charging through was impractical. Gawain mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I have slumbered for far too long and may not be able to unleash significant strength. Moreover, we cannot ascertain the true extent of the monsters outside. Thus, the optimal course of action is to seek a path that circumvents those creatures and leads us to safety. Rebecca interjected, but the drawbridge has been destroyed, and the other routes are blocked. Gawain replied, there exists a secret tunnel system, blessed by the earth element. It will not collapse even after a millennium, and the entrance to this hidden passage lies beneath the castle. Such a thing exists. Rebecca's face lit up with surprise. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find the tunnel. Ancestor, please lead the way. However, a concern arose. I only know the route from the castle, but I am uncertain of the path from the tomb, Gawain admitted, spreading his hands in confusion. Rebecca's expression was one of astonishment. Have you lived here for so long, and yet remain unaware of the way? Gawain responded with a silent pause. The knights and soldiers, led by Byron, shared a look of disbelief. Hetty's complexion turned pale, fearing that their esteemed ancestor might very well be driven to exasperation by this unworthy descendant. Chapter 5. The role of the young thief. Gawain was uncertain whether the young girl named Rebecca had been dazed by a blow to the head during her recent encounter with the monsters. Nevertheless, he patiently remarked, though I have resided here for many years, I was already deceased at that time. After one has passed, can they truly comprehend the appearance of their own grave? Rebecca pondered for a moment, wishing to remind her ancestor that the royal tomb of the founder of the Anzu kingdom had been constructed while the monarch was still alive, with the king himself even participating in its design. The upper structure had undergone several renovations, yet the foundation remained untouched. Hetty quickly interjected, the entrance you mentioned should still be in its original location. Is that so? Then it shall be manageable, Gawain replied, extending his hand towards a nearby soldier, requesting to borrow his sword. Upon receiving the long sword handed to him by the soldier, Gawain began sketching in the dirt, first outlining a bird's-eye view of the castle's silhouette. He then drew a side view, roughly divided into 3 layers. Although hastily drawn, the general divisions were quite clear. The entrance is located here, 2 levels underground, adjacent to what used to be the wine cellar and granary. There are 2 passages leading inside, but both require access from the surface, which is likely impractical. Curiously observing Gawain's spontaneous sketch, Rebecca remarked, that area is still a wine cellar and granary, though I had no idea there was a 3rd chamber hidden between them. It is not a chamber, but rather a mezzanine, cleverly concealed between the walls and support beams, Gawain responded with a smile. In those tumultuous times, this land was anything but peaceful. The frontier was plagued by monsters emerging from the wastelands of the Gondor Empire and deranged old imperial soldiers, who would invade every 10 days or so. The original Cecil territory was nearly constructed as a military stronghold. In such a context, secret passages and concealed walls were indispensable, serving both as emergency exits and supply routes during sieges. Knight Byron examined the rudimentary map before him with great seriousness. He then drew his own long sword to outline the entrance to the 2nd level of the castle. Thus, we must proceed to the entrance on the 2nd floor, avoiding any above-ground passages, including the courtyard. We are currently situated here, and the ancestral tomb is located to the southeast of the castle. constructed as an underground structure that overlaps roughly 1/3 with the castle's foundation. There should be a passage within this overlapping area. Gawain interjected. The tomb was built 700 years ago, during which the craftsmen were still those who constructed military fortifications. These edifices were created according to the standards and regulations of that era, and alternative passages must undoubtedly exist. At that moment, he cast a curious glance at Rebecca, asking, "Are you truly unaware of all this?" This knowledge should have been passed down through the generations of the Cecil family. Rebecca lowered her head, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Ancestors, we have failed to uphold the glory you once fought for our family." Hetty bit her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The Cecil family has endured much over these 7 centuries. "Well, I understand," Gawain interjected with a wave of his hand, indicating that this was not the moment for storytelling. "Once we leave this place, I will seek you out to learn about the events of these past 700 years. For now, our immediate priority is to locate the path from the tomb to the secret passage." Rebecca, Hetty, and Byron crouched before the rudimentary maps, studying them intently. Although they were familiar with the Cecil family's castle, the intricate layout of the tomb, a structure steeped in 700 years of history, remained a mystery. This was no mere tourist attraction with a modest entry fee, even a century ago, when the tomb was still accessible. Family heirs had only a handful of opportunities to enter its depths, and they were strictly forbidden from approaching the resting place of their ancestors. Who knew where the secret passage might be? In light of this dilemma, even Gawain's memories proved futile. After all, when he had perished, he could hardly have anticipated that one day he would have to rise again to contemplate an escape. Just as despair began to settle among them, Amber, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly spoke up. I might know the way." Instantly, all eyes in the tomb turned towards the half-elf thief. Amber instinctively shrank back. Hetty furrowed her brow, questioning, "How could you possibly know?" Amber hesitated, fear creeping in, but upon noticing Gawain's encouraging gaze, her courage surged. "I crawled in from that direction. It should be approximately that way. I believe that is the secret passage." Gawain nodded approvingly. "Excellent, lead on." Amber patted her chest, saying, "As long as you don't hold my previous trespass into your family grave against me." Hetty shot a disapproving glance at the indiscreet half-elf, then turned and strode toward the tomb's entrance with her staff in hand. Gawain, however, paused before stepping forward. "Ancestors." Rebecca looked at him with curiosity. "I need to arm myself," Gawain stated, acknowledging that although he was no longer the legendary duke who expanded territories 7 centuries ago, the wisdom of seeking a weapon for self-defense remained. His gaze swept across the tomb, and a soldier voluntarily unsheathed a sword, offering it to Gawain, who graciously declined the soldier's act of kindness with a wave of his hand. Guided by memory, he approached the black steel coffin, peering inside. Within the coffin lay a heavy longsword, entirely black, with a faint crimson hue emanating near the guard. The moment he grasped the sword, a wave of familiarity washed over him, as if every intricate design on the blade perfectly mirrored the contours of his own hand. Instinctively, he swung the longsword a few times, each motion feeling as though it had been honed through countless trials. He understood that this weapon's essence resonated with the memories of his current form. Even though his soul had transformed, every muscle still remembered how to wield it. This can certainly be regarded as a surprise, yet it is not entirely unexpected. Beyond the remnants of physical memory, the mind harbors all the martial knowledge of Gawain Cecil from his lifetime. This encompasses not only the fundamental skills of swordsmanship and horsemanship, but also those supernatural powers that, to Gawain, seemed almost magical. Undoubtedly, this aspect is enticing. However, now is not the time for experimentation or learning. First, one must extricate oneself from the current dire predicament. Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the black longsword, her voice trembling slightly as she exclaimed, "Is this the legendary sword of Ansu, the pioneer? Now it is merely a relatively sharp blade." Gawain sighed. 7 centuries have passed. Even weapons blessed by elves, impervious to wear and decay, have seen their magic dissipate entirely, and it remains uncertain how long it will take to recharge them. As he spoke, Gawain turned his gaze toward the front of the coffin, where a small stone platform lay. However, it was utterly devoid of any object, prompting Gawain to furrow his brow. "Wait, I should still have a shield that never leaves my side, correct? Was it not interred with me? How could such a substantial shield have vanished?" Hetty's expression darkened immediately. "Ancestor, your descendant has once again failed to honor your legacy. The shield of the guardian of the Ansu kingdom was extracted from the tomb by your descendant, Gawain Cecil, a century ago and subsequently lost on the battlefield." Hetty's words were hesitant, indicating that there were numerous matters she dared not voice. Perhaps fearing that the revelation of such a significant event from a century prior might provoke an apoplectic reaction from the venerable ancestor. Especially with the coffin nearby for a hasty reburial. Gawain sensed Hetty's hesitation but chose not to press the issue. Instead, he scowled and muttered, "Wretched fool." Fortunately, the sword was placed in the coffin, that Grumman has not descended into madness to pry open the ancestor's coffin to assemble a set. Hetty and Rebecca could only lower their heads, drenched in cold sweat, listening intently. The prospect of the ancestor erupting from the coffin to chastise their great-grandfather was a scenario that had far surpassed the realms of fantasy. And the pressure on the younger generation was immense. Luckily, Gawain's irritation stemmed merely from the absence of a potentially useful piece of equipment. After his outburst, he refrained from further commentary and led everyone from the crypt. Upon exiting into the stone hall, Rebecca surveyed her surroundings and then beckoned towards a corner. "Betty, come out. It's safe." Gawain glanced curiously in that direction, witnessing a small, slender girl, seemingly even younger than Rebecca, timidly emerging from the shadows of the corner. Dressed in a coarse fabric dress, her face bore a few freckles typical of adolescence, her flaxen hair cascading down her back. And she clutched a frying pan tightly in her hands. Upon seeing Gawain, the young girl known as Betty displayed evident hesitation and anxiety upon her countenance. With her rather limited intellect, she could hardly fathom from whence this sudden stranger had emerged. She was a maid from the castle, and we remained oblivious to how she had been left behind by the first group of escapees. Nonetheless, she had followed them in a rather bewildered manner. Rebecca was in the midst of introducing the young girl when a faint tremor emanating from above the tomb interrupted her words. "Not while we are speaking." Gawain raised his long sword and turned to Amber. "Now, lead the way." Chapter 6. What is this thing? Miss Amber, a master of stealth, a connoisseur of shadowy arts, and an aficionado of grave robbing, possesses a profound adage. The path lies before us. The door is merely an ethereal ornament. Once one casts aside psychological barriers, even the entrance to the royal treasury could be breached with nothing more than a stalk of celery. Alas, this world may lack celery, yet for Amber, prying open the grand door of an ancient tomb requires no such triviality. With but a mere flick of shadowy magic, coupled with a modicum of knowledge regarding ancient wards and a sprinkle of fortuitous luck, this half-elf rogue effortlessly dismantled the enchantments guarding the ancestral tomb of Cecil, revealing a passage that even Hetty and Rebecca were oblivious to. As all followed Amber into this newfound corridor, they discovered that the tomb's passage, constructed from stone and soul brick, was far more spacious than anticipated. Even towering knights like Gawain and Byron, standing nearly 2 meters tall, felt no sense of confinement within its breadth. The enchanted sconces embedded in the walls had long since extinguished, yet after Hetty performed a few elementary spells, these ancient fixtures, dating back 7 centuries, illuminated one by one, illuminating the path ahead. "I'm merely a humble thief, just trying to earn a living," Amber modestly proclaimed as she led the procession. "As a descendant of forest elves, I hold great respect for the departed souls. How could I engage in such grave robbing?" Gawain, unimpressed by her claims, retorted, with such expertise, "You still dare to justify your actions?" Perhaps reassured by the preservation of her own life, the half-elf displayed a boldness akin to the tomb door she had just unlatched. "Lockpicking and disarming wards are standard skills in our profession. Is it a fault to possess a solid foundation?" Amber furrowed her brow in contemplation. "I have resided here for several years, yet I never applied to become a formal citizen. However, according to the regulations of your Cecil domain, those who have lived here for over 3 years and pay taxes are considered citizens, so do you think I qualify?" Rebecca shook her head. "Without an application, it does not count." "Oh." Amber elongated her tone. "Then why ask me this?" "I am the Lord of Cecil," Rebecca stated solemnly. "Therefore, if you were my subject, I would be obligated to protect you." Amber exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" "Can I change my mind now?" Rebecca's expression remained serious. "It is too late for that." Despite awakening in such a disarray, the sensation of being human once more was far preferable to the ghastly state he had previously endured. He gazed at Hetty, who, unbeknownst to him, was a distant descendant. She had furtively cast glances his way more than once, and he had been patiently awaiting her to break the silence. However, seeing that she remained tight-lipped, he took the initiative to inquire, "If you have questions, feel free to ask." Hetty was taken aback for a moment, but soon took a deep breath to calm herself. She gazed at Gawain's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the family portrait, and chose her words with caution. "Ancestor, I still find it hard to believe that you truly are. Indeed, you are Gawain Cecil, the pioneer from 7 centuries ago. I could recount my 30-plus years of life experiences to you, or perhaps share tales from the era of the second expansion. However, to be frank, these alone might not serve as proof. A distinguished historian may be more credible than my narration, given my lack of eloquence. Gawain shrugged. You merely wish to verify my authenticity, do you not? I have heard that some paladins and Silvermoon elves can feign death for years or even decades, preserving their souls and vitality through the powers of holy light and elven sorcery. Yet, I have never heard of human knights achieving such feats, especially considering you have been deceased for 700 years. Hetty, his great-granddaughter, found no theoretical basis for this within her own knowledge or Gawain Cecil's memories. Thus, she candidly admitted her inability to explain everything. Perhaps this was related to the experiences I had in life. You see, I once received the blessing of the elements while leading our ancestors into the wilderness, which likely altered my constitution. Is that so? Hetty replied noncommittally, then suddenly lifted her gaze towards the path ahead. There is a flow of air, she murmured, and a distinct magical reaction. We must be nearing the end of the tomb area. Gawain nodded, tightening his grip on the pioneer's sword. An inexplicable sense of foreboding suggesting that what lay ahead might not be safe. Stay vigilant. Sir Byron, who walked at the forefront alongside Amber, seemed to sense something as well. He drew his steel broadsword, casually brushing his hand over the blade, which immediately shimmered with a faint silver light. You three, ensure the safety of the rear. A clatter of metal echoed as the 3 soldiers prepared for battle, despite their basic combat training. Nevertheless, having survived to the end of their encounters with monsters, they were elite warriors meticulously trained by the Cecil family. The fearless and composed expressions on their faces quickly reassured the somewhat anxious Amber and the petite maid, Bedian, who was shielded in the middle of the formation. The passage of the tomb, though deep and lengthy, had to come to an end eventually. The soul-guarding stone bricks embedded in the walls every 10 meters marked the boundary of the tomb area. As these bricks faded from sight, a space reminiscent of a crossroads, slightly more open, emerged ahead. This marked the junction between the tomb area and the castle's underground region, serving as a transit hub to the ancient secret passages. Amber pointed towards one of the branches of the crossroads. I came in from that way. It leads to a dry well outside the castle. However, it is surely infested with monsters now. Gawain turned to Hetty. Which direction is west? Hetty extended her hand to trace a simple magical rune in the air, which transformed into a glowing ribbon, swaying gently as it pointed in a particular direction. It's over there, Gawain declared, but as the words left his lips, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. There was no time for contemplation. His well-trained body instinctively raised the pioneer's sword to block. Just as a hammer-like impact reverberated through the blade, he staggered slightly but quickly steadied himself. At that moment, the assailants revealed themselves, accompanied by a muffled, almost whispering sound. 3 towering, swaying figures emerged from one of the darkened corridors at the crossroads. They bore no resemblance to any creature of the natural world, instead resembling abominable monstrosities conjured from the malevolent creativity of necromancers and demon sorcerers. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, they appeared as emaciated, distorted giants. Their forms composed of a viscous, amorphous substance that rippled like sludge across their surfaces. Occasionally, massive voids gaped open, revealing blood-red skeletal remains within. Rebecca gasped upon sighting the 3 monstrosities, while Betty quickly bit her lip, on the verge of tears from fright. Hetty slammed her staff down heavily on the ground, casting a weak dispelling spell that alleviated the terror the creatures instilled in everyone. Swiftly, she turned to Gawain and exclaimed, Ancestors, these are the monsters. By this time, Gawain had recovered from the shock of encountering such inhuman entities, memories corresponding to them flooding his mind. Could it truly be these beings? At that moment, the 3 creatures launched their assault once more, their voices a murmur reminiscent of delirium. 2 of them charged towards Gawain and his companions, while the remaining creature raised its arm, conjuring a dark energy arrow that coalesced before it, aimed directly at Amber. Wow! Amber gasped in surprise, shrinking instantly into the shadow behind Knight Byron. In the next moment, she reappeared in another shadow 10 meters away. Knight Byron, brandishing his sword aglow with silvery light, let out a fierce roar and charged at one of the advancing monsters. Hetty, Rebecca, deal with the one that can shoot shadow arrows. Avoid using arcane magic. It's nearly ineffective against these creatures. Amber, protect the spellcasters with the warriors. Gawain shouted. Then, with a decisive swing of his sword, he propelled himself into the fray. He had never fought with a blade against another being, nor had he encountered any non-human monstrosities before, despite having undergone a rebirth. Today marked the first time he stood on foreign soil with his own legs. Thus, he was entirely unaware of what his residual combat instincts and fragmented memories of battles that were not his own, coupled with an ancient sword stripped of its magical essence, could truly accomplish in this perilous moment. Yet, oftentimes, fate does not grant you the luxury of choice. You find yourself standing here, while the monster looms there, surrounded by an impenetrable sky and a barren earth, with naught but an ancient sword, steeped in 7 centuries of history, in your grasp. There was once a shield to accompany it, but that shield was squandered by a wastrel a century ago. In such a dire predicament, what recourse remains? Charge forth. Damn it, is it not merely a grotesque aberration? 700 years ago, the illustrious Gawain Cecil could vanquish 100 of them single-handedly. And today, with only 3 before us, we cannot resolve the matter? Chapter 7. The ancient matters as Gawain charged towards the grotesque and sinister creature with his sword firmly grasped. He felt neither tension, hesitation, nor fear. If one were to describe his emotions, it would perhaps be a fleeting sense of disorientation and unreality. He vividly recalled the moment of the plane crash and the countless years suspended high above in this world. He had yet to fully acclimatize to his identity as Gawain Cecil, a being seemingly descended from the heavens. Yet, in that very moment, he tightened his grip on the ancient family sword and lunged at the enigmatic beast, uncertain whether it was a demon or a specter. A tremendous impact surged through the blade, and all distracting thoughts dissipated instantly. With almost instinctual reflexes, he evaded the creature's sweeping claws, twisting his upper body in a swift motion. The sword sliced through the air, leaving a shimmering trail as it struck fiercely at the creature's shoulder. In tandem with the downward arc of the blade, he endeavored to channel the latent power within his body, directing it towards the sword in his hand. The faint red glow at the base of the blade burst forth into a resplendent light, akin to flames, rapidly spreading along the edge of the sword. The intense heat distorted the very air surrounding them. The 3-meter-tall monster sensed the threat emanating from the heated blade and, with an agility uncharacteristic of its massive form, suddenly recoiled. Consequently, Gawain's strike narrowly missed its target. Memories of skills and knowledge belonging to Gawain Cecil proved to be accessible, and his body had not yet deteriorated to the point of being unable to exert power. Though uncertain of the extent of his capabilities, he found an abundance of confidence swelling within him. He immersed himself in the battle, striving to transform the combat experiences that were not his own into usable strength. Meanwhile, Byron was embroiled in a fierce struggle. This mid-tier knight was one of the foremost experts in the Cecil territory, and his prior combat career, loyal to the Cecil family, had endowed him with extraordinary experience. However, he had already expended excessive energy during the earlier assault on the castle. Coupled with the insidious magic of the creature gnawing at him, the internal injuries he sustained further diminished his combat efficacy, reducing his full strength to a mere 40 or 50%. Rebecca gathered her magical energy, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head that shot forth from the tip of her staff, colliding violently with a shadowy arrow cast by a distant spellcasting creature, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. After catching her breath, she immediately perceived the perilous situation on Byron's side and shouted to the soldiers nearby, "You 3, go assist Byron." One soldier hesitated, but, "My lord." As she concentrated on conjuring another fireball, Rebecca declared, "We are safe for the moment, but if Byron falls, it will be catastrophic. I command you as your lord to go." The 3 soldiers could only comply, joining Knight Byron in the battle against the fearsome creature. Gawain gradually became immersed in the battle, as memories and experiences that did not belong to him swiftly transformed into his own. This process enhanced his mastery over his new body, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. When he momentarily emerged from this immersive state, he discovered that he had the monstrous foe beneath him, subdued. The grotesque form, swirling with filth, was not impervious to blades. It too could be wounded and, if struck enough times, could succumb to death. Despite their immense strength and physical advantages, the human body could vanquish them if one mastered the right methods. This wisdom had been passed down from 7 centuries ago. As the creature's claws swept over his head, Gawain ducked, swiftly driving his long sword into the monster's thigh. It emitted a guttural roar, its body uncontrollably lurching to the side. Seizing this opportunity, Gawain called out to Byron, "Aim for their abdomen and lower limbs. Do not strike their chests, for these creatures lack hearts." With his adversary losing balance, Gawain pivoted to the monster's side, raising his sword to stab at its lower back. Apart from the abdominal cavity, their other weakness lies at the rear. Encouraged by the ancestral guidance from the Cecil lineage, Byron felt invigorated. With the cooperation of 3 soldiers, he swiftly restrained the creature's movements. At the cost of his shoulder guard being pierced by a claw, he darted beneath the monster's legs, pivoting to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Byron dispatched the enemy, he fell forward. Upon vanquishing the foe, Gawain lifted his gaze towards the distant creature, engaged in a fierce exchange of shadow arrows with Rebecca's fireballs. Just as he prepared to charge forward, the monster emitted a chilling scream before spasming and collapsing. Amber appeared behind the creature, each hand twirling a poisoned steel dagger, stabbing the rear, my specialty. Rebecca set down her staff, her cheeks slightly flushed from casting spells consecutively. Taking a moment to steady her breath, she corrected her companion with a serious tone, what our ancestors referred to as the lower back, not the rear. Amber swiftly twirled her daggers before concealing them, striding past the creature's corpse while rolling her eyes. TSK, lacking in humor. Once the monsters perished, they rapidly began to disintegrate. The viscous substance that continuously flowed from them ceased its movement, gradually drying up and hardening, forming numerous fine cracks. As the corrupted flesh rotted away, it transformed at an alarming rate into a massive, twisted, blood-red skeleton. Standing beside the monster he had slain, Gawain observed this transformation, almost speaking to himself. So these were the beings that attacked Cecil territory. Hetty looked at him curiously. Ancestor, do you know the origins of these monsters? Gawain had previously exhibited profound knowledge regarding these creatures during the battle, even imparting guidance to Byron on how to combat them. It was evident that this matter could not be concealed. He himself had no intention of hiding it. Remaining here might result in further encounters with these entities. So we shall proceed through the secret passage, where there exists a means to suppress those monsters, ensuring they do not easily venture within. As Gawain advanced, he remarked that he would elaborate on the details during our journey. You are likely familiar with the collapse of the Gondor Empire and the history of the Second Expansion, correct? Of course, Rebecca nodded promptly, for such histories were essential studies for one of noble birth. Over 7 centuries ago, the continent of Lorien was home to but a singular human realm, the Gondor Empire, situated at the heart of the land. Historical accounts describe it as the mightiest empire of that era, one that even the elven kingdom of Silver in the southern territories dared not challenge lightly. However, turmoil erupted in the ether sea surrounding this world, giving rise to a cataclysm known as the Dark Tide, which struck the very heart of the Gondor Empire almost overnight. The capital and a third of its territory were consumed by the tide, disintegrated by the surging elemental forces. Yet, it was not truly overnight, in fact. This process spanned nearly a month, during which the court mages of Gondor did not remain idle in the face of the tide. Gawain interjected briefly, gesturing for her to continue, though the outcome was indeed akin to that of a single night. Please, proceed. Oh. Rebecca flushed slightly, becoming more cautious as if under parental scrutiny, and continued, thereafter, the dark tide continued to spread from the heart of Gondor, ultimately obliterating the entire nation. This marked the demise of the Gondor Empire. Following this devastation, as the ether sea gradually calmed, the potency of the tide began to wane, allowing the surviving remnants of Gondor to embark on the reconstruction of civilization. As the central region of the continent lay in ruins, unfit for human habitation, they departed from the now desolate empire under the guidance of a group of pioneers, venturing in all directions. This event is recorded as the Second Expansion. My esteemed ancestor, you were one of the most renowned knights of that era. Indeed, your grasp of history is commendable, Gawain casually praised. And you must have heard that despite the cessation of the Dark Tide, the ruins of Gondor were still infested with numerous monsters birthed from the tide, which posed one of the gravest threats faced by humanity during the Second Expansion. Hetty's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that? Precisely. Those were the very beings we battled back then, Gawain sighed. They emerged from the tide, possessing a semblance to humanity, yet they were certainly not of human origin. Following the collapse of the Gondor Empire, a multitude of such monsters surged forth from the heart of the shattered empire, relentlessly spreading in all directions, pursuing the survivors of that time. Even after we extricated ourselves from the desolation of the empire and established a new kingdom on the fringes of the continent, those monstrous beings did not cease their relentless advance. They continued to surge forth from the remnants of the imperial wasteland, persistently assaulting the defenses of the civilized world. During the first decade following the founding of Ansu, I found myself engaging with them nearly every day. Rebecca's eyes widened, seemingly captivated by these ancient and legendary tales. Oh. Did those monsters cease to appear a decade after the establishment of Ansu? Gawain chuckled softly, reaching out to gently stroke the girl's hair, wearing a bemused smile. Oh, dear child, that was when your ancestors met their demise. Rebecca. Chapter 8. A new dawn. Though his time with this nominal great-great-great-granddaughter lasted less than a day, Gawain was profoundly impressed by Rebecca. He found himself questioning more than once whether the child had suffered some injury to her head during her formative years. Logically, that seemed unlikely. Even disregarding the elite education mandated for noble offspring, her identity as a spellcaster should suffice to indicate her intelligence. After all, the ability to conjure a fireball at will is not a skill possessed by the average individual. Conversely, the others present were not inclined to delve into Rebecca's seemingly thoughtless remarks. Even Hetty, who was typically stern with Rebecca, now wore an expression of deep concern. Are you suggesting that the monsters from 700 years ago have resurfaced in the Cecil territory? Gawain sighed. Given your unfamiliarity with those creatures, it seems they have not been seen for several centuries. The wars against the magical beasts, which followed the age of exploration, are now but a distant memory. Hetty gently shook her head. Although historical records exist, the most recent accounts date back at least 600 years. From what I have studied, the monsters that emerged from the ruins of the ancient empire did indeed plague Ansu for an extended period. However, since the elves aided humanity in constructing the Sentinel Towers, those beasts have become mere legend. Gawain furrowed his brow. The Sentinel Towers. Surely, the creations of the elves would not fail so easily. Moreover, with the devastating losses suffered by the Cecil territory from this unforeseen calamity, we must seek assistance from the royal family. Reflecting on his past accomplishments, Gawain smiled confidently. Rest assured, with the Cecil family's standing in Ansu and the influence I left behind, St. Sunir City will undoubtedly spare no effort in aiding your efforts to restore your territory. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, both Hetty and Rebecca did not exhibit relief. Instead, their expressions turned peculiarly awkward. Could it be that after 7 centuries, the legendary name of Duke Gawain Cecil had faded from memory in this kingdom? Ancestral. Hetty's countenance darkened. She bit her lip several times, as if summoning the resolve to speak. I had intended to share certain matters with you in the tomb, but it was difficult to articulate. Gawain had a vague inkling of what she was about to reveal, but nodded nonetheless. Please, go on. I am listening. The glory of the Cecil family has long since diminished. Though you are still regarded as the legendary founding duke by the kingdom, the truth is. Hetty glanced at Rebecca with a hint of discomfort. However, the current heir to the family title, Rebecca, holds merely the rank of viscount, and this Cecil territory is the last remnant of the family's lands. Gawain was left speechless. What? I distinctly recall that when I died, I held the title of duke, and it was meant to be hereditary. The territory stretched all the way to the Holy Spirit Plains. What on earth have the later descendants of the Cecil family been up to? Have they assassinated a king or revolted against the crown? Hetty lowered her head in shame. 7 centuries can witness a multitude of transformations, both within families and nations alike. Present-day Ansu is no longer the first dynasty, but rather the second dynasty, and the Cecil family has ceased to be the esteemed vassals upholding the monarchy, now bearing the weight of infamy as exiles of the royal court. Beside her, Rebecca continued Hetty's narrative. A century ago, the last king of the first dynasty, Dalian III, succumbed to a sudden illness, leaving no heirs behind, with the royal family already riddled with internal strife. Even the legitimacy of King Dalian III's own succession was a matter of dispute. Following the king's demise, the queen and the regent failed to promptly stabilize the situation, which precipitated the turmoil of the Misty Month. Members of the royal family with collateral claims to the throne engaged in fierce rivalries over the crown during the Misty Month of 635 in Ansu. And in the 3rd week following its conclusion, court intrigue escalated into civil war, as various royal members and the powerful nobles who supported them began to engage in direct military confrontations, with the Cecil family becoming embroiled in the conflict. The root of the calamity lay with Marquis Grumman. At that time, the Duke of Cecil was advanced in years, yet still in robust health. However, the relationship with his eldest son, Grumman Cecil, was notably strained. Perhaps Grumman sensed an impending crisis, and thus secretly conspired, participating in the civil war of that year. Lacking the authority of inheritance and sufficient charisma, Marquis Grumman turned his ambitions toward the legendary ancestors. Gawain rubbed his forehead. I recall now. It was he who took my shield, wasn't it? Hetty nodded and continued Rebecca's tale. Marquis Grumman initially placed the Duke of Cecil under house arrest. Subsequently, he retrieved your sacred relic. the shield of the guardian of the kingdom of Ansu, from the ancestral tomb, and then proclaimed support for Prince Torsh in the name of the heir of the Cecil family. In March of that year, Prince Torsh was assassinated. Shortly thereafter, Marquis Grumman swiftly declared support for Prince Fiddick, who met his end in April, taking his own life after a military defeat. Gawain. But that was not the end. Hetty had more to recount. Following this, Marquis Grumman approached an uncle of Dalian III and, using his extraordinary eloquence, brokered an alliance. Yet, in the subsequent month, the Northern Duke, Woluan Wild, unexpectedly thrust a youth into the limelight, claiming him to be the illegitimate son of the former king. The Northern Duke then leveraged this as a bargaining chip in the Civil War, which concluded in the misty month of 636 in Ansu, just before the war's end. Marquis Grumman attempted to employ the same tactic by professing loyalty to the new king. However, before he could issue his declaration, he was simultaneously attacked by foes from both sides on the battlefield, perishing beneath the chaos of clashing swords. Thus began the Second Dynasty of Ansu. Naturally, the term Second Dynasty remains a sensitive topic today, given that the final monarch to ascend the throne was an illegitimate child. This war is privately referred to as the War of the Bastards, Hetty remarked, noting the extensive involvement of numerous noble families in the civil strife, resulting in a significant number of families being implicated. Nonetheless, this remains an integral part of the aristocratic rules. Coupled with the extreme chaos that ensued at the inception of the Second Dynasty, the new monarch was in dire need of restoring order. This required the support of the old nobility. Thus, most families were not entirely eradicated, save for a few. After that, the Cecil family fell into a state of disarray. Hetty lowered her head, contemplating that the fate of her lineage could have been far worse. Had it not been for your esteemed reputation and the efforts of that venerable duke from years past, which ultimately preserved the family's bloodline and the last vestiges of its foundation. Yet, since then, the name Cecil could never again ascend to the center of the kingdom. As you can see, Gawain followed Hetty's gaze, casting his eyes upon the unfortunate Miss Rebecca Cecil, whose mind seemed ensnared. Noticing Gawain's scrutiny, Rebecca turned her head, addressing him, "Ancestor?" The misfortune that befell her family weighed heavily upon him. Gawain placed a hand upon his forehead. Though he was not the true ancestor of the Cecil family, the illustrious exploits of that Marquis Grumman, filled with extraordinary tales, had reached a level of renown that left listeners in awe and witnesses in tears. Even a mere mention stirred profound emotions within him. Not to mention that the wastrel had also lost his shield. Hetty and Rebecca exchanged glances, the former thinking, "Our forebear, chastising great-grandfather once more." It seems wise for the younger generation to remain silent. Fortunately, Gawain was not the principal actor in this affair. He quickly recalibrated his mindset. To Hetty, this shift appeared as a testament to his remarkable magnanimity. Subsequently, he shook his head slightly, concluding that pursuing the matters of the past would yield no benefit for the present circumstance. Regardless of the declining status of the Cecil family, the re-emergent monsters posed a grave threat to the human realm. The king of St. Center City might overlook the once great Cecil family, but he could not afford to disregard these creatures, and thus he must acknowledge us, the survivors of this calamity. Hetty nodded vigorously, affirming his words. After this exchange, Gawain found little inclination to converse further as the dim, constricted underground passage dulled the desire for dialogue. What remained was merely the urgency to hasten onward. Under the blessing of the earth element, the ancient tunnel's steps showed no sign of collapse, and it was fortuitous that the exit was not entirely obstructed by earth and stone. After clearing away some roots, vines, and loose soil blocking the way, fresh air finally caressed everyone's faces once more. Emerging into the light, Sir Byron led his soldiers out first, and once they signaled safety, the others followed suit. As Rebecca ascended to the surface, she inhaled deeply and joyfully exclaimed, "We're out." Gawain followed closely behind her, his excitement matching, if not surpassing, hers. The vast expanse of the world greeted him. His first instinct was to raise his gaze towards the sky. Unfortunately, the world outside was cloaked in darkness. Yet, one could be grateful for the night, as it allowed him to behold the alien starry sky for the first time. A faint glimmer of white light began to appear on the horizon, and the approach of dawn rendered the starlight sparse and dim. Those scattered stars seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, ethereal and distant. They were utterly unfamiliar constellations. The white light on the horizon grows ever brighter. The night has passed, and dawn is approaching. Each individual emerging from the subterranean tunnel is now immersed in the joy of survival after calamity. Among them, Gavin strides towards the direction of the rising sun, his heart brimming with an unusual delight and excitement. He opens his arms wide, as if to embrace the sun of this new world. Then, he beholds an unprecedented, colossal luminous arc, emanating a gentle mist of light, gradually ascending above the horizon, casting its brilliance across the realm. That was not the sun. Chapter 9. The incineration. Gawain gazed longingly towards the horizon, initially overwhelmed by a profound cognitive dissonance that rendered him incapable of discerning the nature of what he beheld. Whatever it was undoubtedly distant from the sun he knew. Soon, however, he caught sight of a small segment of its arc, which indeed radiated light, adorned with hazy hues and indistinct, cloud-like structures. The illumination and warmth of this world must surely stem from this entity. Yet, its brilliance was not blinding like that of the sun. On the contrary, Gawain found he could gaze at this arc without discomfort, even perceiving subtle patterns upon its surface. After estimating the curvature of this celestial body, Gawain realized it possessed a visual diameter several dozen, if not 100 times that of the sun. Of course, its actual size was likely smaller than that of a typical star, but its proximity to Earth was staggering. At such a distance, should it rise, it might obscure about 1/5 of the sky. This was merely a rough estimation, as the magnitude of his emotional response rendered intuitive judgments prone to significant error. The oppressive sensation of witnessing a colossal celestial entity ascend before him was indescribable. Quickly, Gawain rifled through the memories of Gawain Cecil. Indeed, within those recollections lay countless instances of equally magnificent sunrises. The object in the sky was no aberration, but rather one of the most commonplace sights in this world. But what could explain it? Drawing upon his knowledge, Gawain formulated several interpretations. Perhaps the physical laws of this realm differed fundamentally from those of his homeland's cosmos. Consequently, the efficiency of stellar light and heat was considerably diminished, while this planet was situated perilously close to its star. Thus, he could behold such a vast sun without the Earth being scorched. It was also possible that this was not the sun at all, but a radiant void emitting heat and light, or something entirely unscientific yet magical in nature. However, it was more plausible that this planet did not orbit the sun, but rather revolved around a gaseous giant, rendering it a mere satellite of the latter's parent body. In that moment, the sensation of being in a foreign land surged within Gawain more intensely than ever before. "Ancestor, dear ancestor," Hetty's voice broke through, rousing Gawain from his stupor and contemplation. "Ah, what?" He blinked, somewhat bewildered, at his great-great-granddaughter beside him. The beautiful noblewoman had emerged from the dim, constricted, and perilous underground tunnel. Having regained a semblance of her former grace, she slightly inclined her body towards Gawain. "Ancestor, you seem lost in thought. But we must leave this place at once." Gawain stammered a few vague responses, then noticed that the exit of the tunnel led to an open hillside. Standing idly in such an uncertain situation was indeed unwise. He nodded, suggesting they first ascend to a higher vantage point to ascertain the surrounding situation. "What I know pertains to the terrain from 7 centuries past, which may no longer be applicable today." Thus, under Gawain's guidance, the group advanced towards a nearby hillside. Along the way, Gawain couldn't help but glance several times at the enormous sun above. "Ancestor, have you been gazing at the sun?" Rebecca, walking behind him, inquired with a hint of concern. "Is there a problem?" Amber casually remarked, "Your ancestors have been deprived of sunlight for 700 years. It's only natural they would want to gaze a bit longer at the sun now." Ignoring Amber, Gawain cast a sidelong glance at his great-great-granddaughter, gently shaking his head. In his heart, he confirmed that the local inhabitants of this world indeed referred to that celestial body as the sun, regardless of how the word was pronounced. In the minds of the people here, it unequivocally designated the sun, nothing more, nothing less. Gawain delved once again into the memories of the original owner of this body. After several attempts with various keywords and vague recollections, he finally felt a stirring within and raised his gaze towards the dimly lit sky on the other side. Amidst the twilight, still adorned with numerous stars, he discerned a singular star, roughly the size of a grain of rice, shining more brightly than all the others. The inhabitants of this world referred to that exceptional star as Ao, attributing it with significant religious and magical symbolism. The previous 2 conjectures could perhaps be dismissed, leaving the third as the most plausible. Ao was indeed the star of this solar system, remote to an astonishing degree, its radiance cascading down onto the earth beneath Gawain's feet, nearly as frigid as the other celestial lights. As the cool morning breeze enveloped him, Gawain ascended to the summit of the hillside. A landscape ravaged by war emerged in the distance, presenting a grotesque and decayed visage. It resembled flesh marred by acid. The earth in a state of rot, with vast expanses of rock and soil transformed into a grim, ashen hue. Cracks spread across the terrain, the vegetation long since obliterated, leaving behind gnarled trunks that twisted into forms reminiscent of demonic claws. Further afield, collapsed walls and charred houses could be seen, all shrouded in a veil of dust that obscured the ancient castle of the Cecil family. Monstrous aberrations, akin to giants, roamed the desolate wasteland. Fields and crops had long been consumed by the magical tide unleashed by these creatures, rendering them unrecognizable. The family territory. Rebecca lay on the hillside, gritting her teeth, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, whether from anger or sorrow, it was unclear. This young girl, who had recently inherited her family legacy and had yet to acclimate to her role as a lord, now seemed to have lost everything. Such was the fate of land corrupted by the magical tide. Gavin sighed, recalling how the Gondor Empire had succumbed to a similar decay from within. I suspect that to this day, remnants of that corruption linger in the ruins of the old empire, while new decay emerges within the realms of civilization. Amber was drenched in cold sweat, murmuring to the deity of shadows above. Have we truly been surrounded by these entities all along? Hetty pondered the possibility of her family's revival. Is there still hope? It seems there is none. Gawain shook his head, stating that they had failed to repel the aberrant creature's onslaught. They had already established a collective resonance, and the elemental corruption triggered by the ensuing magical tide was irreversible. Even if all the monsters were exterminated, the pollution plaguing this land would linger for a considerable duration. How long will it last? Hetty appeared somewhat unconvinced. Has human civilization returned to the lands of Gondor? Gawain posed what seemed an irrelevant question. That place remains a forbidden zone for life. The lands on the other side of the Grand Barrier are not to be traversed by any soul. Gawain shrugged, remarking that it appeared the corruption in the Cecil domain would endure for at least 700 years. Rebecca and Hetty gazed at their ancestor with astonishment, struggling to comprehend how this illustrious figure, the founder of the Cecil family, could maintain such calmness in the face of their family's last territory being ravaged by monsters. He exhibited neither anger nor sorrow, appearing as if it were an affair detached from his own being, a demeanor that instilled a sense of dread in them. However, Gawain soon noticed their expressions and inquired, "Is there something troubling you, ancestor? Do you not feel anger?" Rebecca asked cautiously. This is the last territory of the Cecil family. Gawain paused, instantly realizing that he had not fully immersed himself in his role, revealing a crack in his facade. He quickly composed his face, channeling all his acting prowess. Indulging in such emotions is futile. Gawain Cecil is a pioneer. Every inch of land and wealth belonging to this family has been built from the ground up by me. If we have lost our territory, then so be it. We can simply seek new lands to cultivate. Why dwell on it? Hetty and Rebecca nodded vigorously, their admiration for their ancestor reaching new heights. They thought to themselves that he truly was a legendary figure. His vision and magnanimity were indeed unparalleled. Yet, they wondered where he intended to cultivate new lands in an era where all territories had been divided among the existing noble system, and unclaimed land essentially belonged to the forbidden zones. There is nothing more to behold here. We must plan our next steps. First, we need to locate a town. Then we must find a way to reunite with those who broke through initially. Seizing the moment while his bravado still lingered, Gawain swiftly shifted the topic. I recall a knight named Philip led a group to break through, correct? Have you discussed a rendezvous point? Gawain nodded, intending to depart, when an unusual sensation abruptly halted his steps. After a moment's pause, he and the nearby knight Byron simultaneously shouted, "Get down! Hide!" Though bewildered, Rebecca and Hetty promptly followed knight Byron, taking shelter beneath a nearby boulder. Meanwhile, Amber had already vanished into the shadows the moment Gawain spoke. Gawain stealthily followed Rebecca, only to suddenly spot the seemingly dazed little maid, Betty, standing bewildered with a frying pan in hand, beneath the gradually rising brilliance of the sun. An elegant yet colossal creature glided through the sky. It was a dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length. In a moment of instinctive terror, Hetty conjured a third-tier spell, the cloaking field, rendering everyone invisible. Yet, she could not ascertain whether such a rudimentary spell could truly evade the gaze of a legendary being. However, the dragon appeared oblivious to the presence of those below, perhaps considering them unworthy of its attention. It merely flapped its wings gracefully and majestically soared through the sky, its enormous eyes reflecting the ravaged lands of the Cecil territory, devastated by the magical tide. Moments later, it unleashed a breath of salt water. A torrent of destruction engulfed the area. Chapter 10. Returning to the real issues, these magnificent creatures have long since vanished from the realm of mortals. In truth, for the vast majority of intelligent races on the continent of Lorraine, dragons exist in a liminal space between myth and reality. They are acutely aware of the existence of these formidable beings, yet it is exceedingly rare for any individual to encounter a true dragon within their lifetime. The exception lies with the southern elves, who, with their extraordinary longevity, are particularly qualified to consider themselves witnesses to history. Throughout the lengthy annals of the Elven Empire, there are but a few records of encounters with dragons. One such creature, adorned with deep blue scales and magnificent wings, soared through the sky, unleashing a devastating breath. The searing plume of fire, glowing white-hot, harbored ancient draconic magic, its potency far exceeding that of mere flames. Wherever the inferno swept through, the earth ignited into a ferocious blaze, burning fiercely and spreading uncontrollably without the need for fuel. After merely a few breaths, the entire territory of Cecile was engulfed in flames. Following this destruction, the dragon circled for a brief moment, seemingly assessing the efficacy of its work, before finally ascending into the sky, disappearing into the ever-brightening clouds. Gawain heard several deep breaths emanating from his companions, including Herdy, each daring to inhale deeply only now. Had the dragon lingered a moment longer, he wondered who among them might have fainted from the pressure. Dragons, dragons. Rebecca clutched her staff tightly, murmuring to herself, "Ancestors, I have seen a dragon." Gawain cleared his throat. "Ahem, I too have seen it." Rebecca jolted back to reality, somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Gawain, then turned her gaze, laden with complex emotions, towards the Cecile territory. After being ravaged by magical tides and then scorched by dragon fire, this land was utterly beyond salvation. As for the monsters, although they posed a considerable challenge to the inept guards of Cecile, they were ultimately mere aberrations of the lowest order. Under the relentless onslaught of dragon fire, nearly all had been reduced to ash. Even those few that survived would likely succumb to self-dissolution in light of the drastic changes in their environment. Only a matter of time remained. I had thought dragons existed solely in legends. The reticent Sir Byron could not restrain himself from speaking. The three soldiers beside him were still struggling to regain their composure, and even this typically stern knight refrained from chastising them, instead furrowing his brow. "My lord, have you ever encountered a dragon?" "Never." Gawain shook his head. Dragons are enigmatic beings. Even during the upheaval that shook half of Lorraine 7 centuries ago, they did not intervene in the affairs of mortals. Despite his words, Gawain felt little astonishment at the presence of such colossal creatures, for he had witnessed dragons soaring across the skies during different times, having seen these beings manifest upon the continent more than once. Dragons are indeed enigmatic creatures. Despite Gawain having lingered in the heavens for countless millennia, his encounters with these majestic beings have been rather limited. Coupled with the disjointed and fragmented images that have etched themselves into his memory, he has been unable to discern many distinctive traits or habits of dragons. At that moment, a shadow beside Gawain suddenly flickered. He turned to see Amber standing behind him, her half-elf visage reflecting a semblance of disarray. "I saw a dragon," Amber exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. "My mother would never believe I encountered one. It was enormous." All right. Everyone here has witnessed it," Gawain replied, casting a disapproving glare at the timid yet boisterous thief. "Where did you run off to just now?" "I was hiding in the crevice of a nearby rock." Amber puffed out her chest proudly. "I excel at escaping," Gawain sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Your affinity for shadows must be at least master level. Yet your prowess in direct combat is only marginally superior to that of a goose, and you seem rather proud of it." He then shook his head. "This place is not safe for lingering. We should depart swiftly." He began descending the hillside. Although the dragon had left, one could never be certain what other peculiar entities might emerge. Thus, hastening their departure was the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, Hetty cast a complex glance back at her ancestral territory. "Our forebear, that dragon incinerated our lands. It burned our ruins. Strictly speaking, it scorched those monsters." Gawain interjected, having observed the dragon's breath carefully during its release. Its fiery exhalations had primarily targeted the densest clusters of creatures. Though there were instances where it had veered off course, its tendencies were unmistakable. The Cecile territory had ceased to exist long before the dragon's arrival. Nevertheless, Hetty found herself at a loss for rebuttal and merely nodded. Yes, Gawain understood Hetty's sentiment well. Cecile was her homeland, where she had grown and thrived. Despite its obliteration, the emotional barrier she faced was not easily surmountable. Even knowing that the dragon's flames were likely aimed at the monsters amidst the ruins, she felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, it felt akin to desecrating the remains of her past. Yet, while understanding her feelings, Gawain found it challenging to fully empathize. Given that he had only recently emerged from his own coffin and was not yet the ancestral figure of the Cecile lineage, with a myriad of tangled emotions. The group departed the area, only to be met by an expanse of dense forest. Gawain gazed at the shimmering runes in Hetty's grasp with curiosity and envy, albeit he made a concerted effort to mask it. Magic truly is a most convenient tool. Forbear? Hetty asked, slightly bewildered, her expression shifting to one of concern. Did my skills displease you? Gawain paused, surprised. Huh? Why would I be displeased? The Cecil family has long established its standing through the prowess of knights, with martial skills and horsemanship being the family's true lineage. Individuals like myself and Rebecca, who have ventured onto the path of magic. If this were over a century ago, the question of inheritance would have been moot, as merely securing a position within the family would have posed a significant challenge. Hetty explained nervously, adding that ever since the events of a century prior, the family's status has plummeted, and the lineage has gradually dwindled. Thus, those who can wield extraordinary powers are scarce. Consequently, paths outside of knighthood have begun to gain recognition. Nevertheless, this contravenes the family's traditions. Gawain remarked casually. Who established such a foolish rule? He had always harbored a deep disdain for such archaic family customs. Yet, to his surprise, the moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Sir Byron immediately lowered his head, pretending to tie his shoelaces despite wearing iron boots, while Hetty stood frozen in place. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Rebecca timidly pointed at Gawain himself. Gawain recalled a memory from years past. Indeed, there was such an incident. The young and impetuous hero Gawain Cecil, after a triumphant return, had shared a celebratory drink with Charles I, the founding monarch of the Ansu kingdom. The two friends, inebriated, boasted about their current successes, reminiscing about the days when they led their kin to safety in the north, now transformed into pioneers and foundational figures. It was evident that in the near future, they would witness the emergence of a wave of first-generation nobility. Furthermore, as long as they survived, these nobility, lacking any profound heritage, would eventually give rise to ancient families with deep-rooted legacies. Thus, the intoxicated sovereigns pondered whether it would be prudent to establish some form of regulations, to draft family rules and teachings to ensure that their descendants would not forget the spirit of their ancestors. As the foremost pioneers and founders, Gawain Cecil and Charles I undoubtedly felt obligated to lead by example. Thus, 7 centuries ago, Gawain Cecil downed nearly half a cup of strong liquor, glanced at the knightly sword at his waist, and boldly inscribed on the table, "Knights surpass mages." Charles I, upon seeing this, felt a wave of satisfaction and subsequently wrote, "Gawain is indeed correct. The wise ministers and the sober monarch would certainly not incorporate such drunken revelry into the foundational policies of the kingdom." However, Gawain Cecil, with utmost seriousness, included his heartfelt thoughts in the family rules. Returning to the present, Gawain exchanged an awkward glance with Hetty and Rebecca. He sighed. "You may as well disregard that rule from the drunken days of yore." Hetty and Rebecca. At that moment, a gurgling sound emanated from Amber's stomach, providing Gawain with a much-needed reprieve. Though I recognize that mentioning this amidst your familial revelries may be somewhat inappropriate. The half-elf girl shyly rubbed her belly, but I find myself rather hungry, as Amber's hunger resonated like a heralding signal. Her words were soon followed by the unmistakable sounds of digestive turmoil emanating from the bellies of everyone present. Even Gavin was not exempt from this shared experience. It was only at that moment that he realized, since departing from the dimly lit crypt, all individuals gathered had not partaken in sustenance for an extended period. His own fast had notably surpassed that of anyone else. For the last time, he savored the gratifying act of chewing. The monkeys on the continent of Lorraine had yet to even rise to an upright posture. Chapter 11. The long road ahead venturing into another realm is not a romantic endeavor. Amidst the exhilarating ruins, magic, colossal beasts, and tales of heroes, one must confront the harsh realities of existence, such as enduring the elements in the wild and the pressing need to satiate one's hunger. The journey of escape is fraught with haste, particularly when the castle has been besieged, and in the desperate last stand alongside a few loyal guards. There is little time to prepare a satchel brimming with provisions. Furthermore, the final departure point is the ancestral tomb, a place that hardly resembles a storeroom for food. Thus, when hunger pangs struck Amber, the imminent reality dawned upon everyone. Surrounding them lay barren land, devoid of even the smallest blade of grass. And across the slope stood the charred ruins of the Cecil territory. However, a bit farther down the hill, there was a dense forest. In this magical medieval setting, the woods beyond the town are synonymous with danger, shrouded in darkness where civilization's light fails to penetrate. Here, one might encounter ferocious beasts, bandits, or monsters. Yet, the forest also signifies another possibility, an abundance of food. Moreover, to reach the northern town of Transcendent, crossing this forest is an unavoidable necessity. The group found a flat, open space at the edge of the woods to rest momentarily and began to assign responsibilities for procuring food. Highborn first cast a glance at the dim-witted little maid, a girl named Betty who truly lacked presence. Yet, her audacity was commendable. When the dragon had descended, she did not succumb to tears, though it could be said she was merely rendered speechless. At that moment, the young girl clutched her frying pan tightly, standing nervously in place, and upon noticing Highborn's gaze, she slightly recoiled. Betty, Hetty, Rebecca, you three remain here. Byron, you stay as a guard, Highborn declared. The rest of you come with me to hunt. Including you, Amber. Betty possessed no combat prowess. Although Hetty and Rebecca were mages, they were ill-suited for pursuing wild beasts in the woods. Moreover, they had expended considerable energy, having had no chance to meditate and recover since the previous battle in the castle, which posed a grave issue for spellcasters needing a sound mental state to wield their power effectively. The three loyal family warriors had no objections to these arrangements. But Amber's eyes widened in protest. Why must I go? I am exhausted too. Highborn shot her a stern look. Feel your ears. You possess at least a trace of elven blood. How can you claim to be of tree-dwelling ancestry if you do not accompany me into the woods for a hunt? Amber pouted, brimming with resentment. This is racial bias. Who told you elves must hunt in the forest? My training is in stealth, not forest patrol. You are digging my grave. Very well. Highborn then led 3 soldiers and a half-elf, who claimed she was unfit for hunting, into the woods, leaving the loyal knight Byron and the 3 ladies to guard their temporary camp. After piling the branches on the ground, Rebecca stepped back a couple of paces, raised her wand, and uttered the most rudimentary fire incantation, resulting in an unstable fireball coalescing in the air. Hetty intervened before the fireball could explode. Allow me to handle this. With a more conventional spell, she ignited the bonfire, and the chill that had accumulated in the underground tunnel and the early morning breeze was gradually expelled. Hetty sighed in relief and glanced at Rebecca with a hint of exasperation. When will you learn magic beyond just fireballs? Rebecca lowered her head in shame, murmuring, I'm sorry, Aunt. Do not so easily display signs of inadequacy. Even while apologizing, do not bow your head so low. Hetty rubbed her forehead in further exasperation. You are already the heir to the title, you know? To be honest, given your performance today, I fear our ancestor would be quite disappointed, though he did not show it. Rebecca tensed at this. What? What should we do? Hetty paused, sighed. What else can be done? Looking at the state of our family now, it seems there is not a single descendant of the Cecils who could bring satisfaction to our forebear. Our current state is so unworthy of the family's former glory. Rebecca pressed her lips together firmly. For someone who had grown up adhering to the conventional path of a noble, the recent series of events had greatly surpassed her understanding. No teacher had ever instructed her on how to confront such matters, whether it be the onslaught of the magical tide and monsters, or the unsettling reality of their ancestor rising from the grave. This left the young Viscountess utterly at a loss. After a moment of silence, Rebecca finally summoned her courage. Aunt, do you think our ancestor has truly come back to life? Hetty gazed into Rebecca's eyes, easily discerning her niece's thoughts. Are you doubting our ancestor, or the notion of his resurrection? I know I shouldn't have doubts, but this matter is indeed hard to believe. Likewise. Yet the evidence stands before us. Hetty shook her head. Do you recall the first lesson every apprentice must learn? It is not about theoretical knowledge or magical formulas, but a saying. Reality may often contradict common sense, yet reality remains reality. This principle holds true even beyond the realm of magic. Noticing Rebecca lost in contemplation, Hetty quietly added, regardless of the reasons behind our ancestors' awakening, the resurrection of the Cecil's forebear must be an undeniable fact. Betty glanced at the 2 mistresses, finding their conversation utterly incomprehensible. She then lowered her head, continuing to clutch her beloved frying pan in a daze. Observing Amber deftly and skillfully handling the carcass of their prey, Gawain scoffed. You claim you cannot hunt. Yet your skills are so refined they rival those of the gray elves in the mossy woods. The Tewood Forest lies along the border between the Kingdom of Ansu and the Oglor tribal nation to the west. Within this vast expanse of woodland dwells a subspecies of gray elves, renowned as the finest hunters in the world, surpassing even the forest elves in their prowess at pursuing prey through dense thickets. Upon realizing the pressing need to acquire knowledge of this world, Gawain often delved into the repository of memories within his mind, recently unearthing relevant insights, which he eagerly applied in practice. He endeavored to feign the demeanor of a staunch local. Did you know that the Grey Elves have shifted their focus to the import and export of medicinal herbs, abandoning hunting altogether? Gawain. Amber's hands moved deftly, skillfully skewering the prepared game on a long stick, which she propped beside the campfire. Glancing at Gawain, she remarked, I must confess, I am truly inept at hunting, despite my half-elven lineage. Since my earliest memories, I have lived among humans, raised by a seasoned thief who sustained me. And your skills? Gawain inquired. While hunting is not my forte, I certainly excel at pilfering chickens. Amber replied, her smile reminiscent of a child who, after unearthing a grave, can still jest with the deceased's kin. Such skills were honed during that period. Gawain. Nearby, Hetty furrowed her brow upon hearing Amber's words. How exceedingly vulgar. Amber waved her finger dismissively. Indeed, I am quite uncouth, for I am but a thief, occasionally swiping a few coppers from the pockets of passers-by, far inferior to you nobles who can brazenly extract funds from the pockets of your subjects. Before Amber could finish, Sir Byron drew his sword with a resonant sound, resting its blade against her throat. The half-elf immediately broke into a cold sweat. Gawain gestured for Byron to sheath his sword, then turned to Amber with curiosity. I am intrigued, aside from your sharp tongue. How have you managed to avoid being struck down until today? Before the half-elf could respond, Gawain mimicked her tone and shook his head, adding, Your talent for evasion is unparalleled, I presume? Amber, enough of the class conflict for now. We are all in the same boat. Gawain exhaled, casually picking a fruit from nearby to restore his strength. Let us regain our vitality. The spellcasters should meditate to restore their magic. We must set off before noon. We have already spent one night underground, and we cannot squander the entirety of the coming day. Betty, kindly set that aside for now. Rebecca glanced at her petite maid, offering a kind reminder that it was unnecessary at this moment. Betty looked between her mistress and the frying pan in her hands, seemingly caught in hesitation. Gawain, curious, asked, Why do you persist in holding that pan? Betty, appearing somewhat intimidated by Gawain, recoiled slightly and clutched the handle of the pan tightly. Mrs. Hanson instructed me that I shall be responsible for frying sausages and toasting bread. With this frying pan, Mrs. Hanson is in charge of managing the kitchen within the castle, Hetty whispered to Gawain, but she has already passed away. Gawain sighed and gazed at the freckled young girl. This pot belongs to you. It shall be yours from now on, he stated. For the time being. You may set it aside and come to dine. Chapter 12 Shadows in the nameless depths of the forest, far removed from the centers of civilization. Such uncharted territories are prevalent. Though every piece of land is under the dominion of a lord, not all can be cultivated. The journey from Cecil's domain to the northern town of Tanzania does not follow a singular path. However, traversing the woodland to reach the official road is the most direct route. Choosing an alternative would either necessitate a lengthy detour around the entire region or a perilous passage through treacherous lands, neither of which would be deemed wise. The deeper one ventures into the forest, the dimmer the daylight becomes, and the thick layer of decaying leaves underfoot grows increasingly bothersome. While this place cannot yet be classified as a grand forest, the untamed woods, untouched by human interference, certainly broadened Gawain's perspective. In his previous life, he had dwelled within a concrete jungle, and for many years after his crossing into this world, he could only observe it from a distant vantage point. It was only now, as he set foot within this realm, that he realized how superficial his understanding of the natural environment had been. Fortunately, he was gradually acclimating to this new body, which possessed formidable physical prowess and overall resilience, enabling him to face the challenges of wilderness survival with relative ease. His companions, Sir Byron and Amber, were not lacking in experience when it came to traversing mountains and forests, making this journey less arduous. However, Hetty was bound to face some hardships. Although the Cecil family had fallen from grace, it remained an ancient noble house, loyal directly to the king. Hetty, born into this lineage, was a true lady of noble birth, seasoned and resilient within the aristocratic circles. Yet, in the face of nature's challenges, she indeed required further experience. Moreover, as a sorceress, her physical strength could not be expected to be formidable. At that time, I had yet to exhibit any magical talent. My father believed I might be trained as a knight, only to be met with profound disappointment. Nevertheless, Although the path of knighthood was no longer open to me, I remained diligent in my physical training. After all, our ancestral teachings emphasized that to be a lord capable of protecting one's subjects, one must first possess a robust physique. Gawain nodded silently. This N1 level granddaughter, despite occasionally seeming as if her head had been caught in a door, was indeed quite earnest and upright, a rarity in noble circles. The nearby N-level granddaughter, who was nearly out of breath, ought to take a lesson from her. Deep within this forest, there may exist some magical creatures, though they are unlikely to be formidable. Sir Byron lifted a dark mass from the ground with his sword, watching as it gradually became transparent and dissipated into the air. The concentration of shadow elements suggested the presence of a natural magical focal point at the heart of the forest, albeit a weak one. Certainly weak. Amber twirled a delicate dagger in her hand while surveying their surroundings. If there were a high-quality magical focal point, this forest would have long been claimed as territory by the Mystic Society or the Astrologers Guild. Moreover, observing the surrounding flora, there were no apparent mutations, indicating that the elemental concentration here was insufficient to even influence the plants. Gawain gazed at the two survival experts with a hint of surprise. You seem quite knowledgeable. Rebecca cast a glance at Byron. Before pledging allegiance to my father, Uncle Byron was once a mercenary. Byron appeared somewhat reluctant to discuss his past. It is all behind me. Mississippi Amber, twirling a small dagger in her hand, interjected with a hint of mockery. You look so seasoned. Who doesn't have a past? Although the half-elf maiden wore an expression that seemed to scream, my past is quite impressive, so do inquire about it. Gawain had no intention of indulging her theatrics. From their brief interactions over the past day and a half, he had gleaned enough insight into her character. Her vast wilderness knowledge was likely a result of being relentlessly pursued by the patrolling guards, forcing her to hone her survival skills in the wild. Yet, if one were to inquire, she would undoubtedly spin a thrilling tale of grand adventures, perhaps claiming to have traversed the entire continent and dined with elven kings. Gawain lifted his gaze, and through the interlacing branches, the great sun appeared fragmented into myriad glimmers, as if a colossal plate had been inverted in the sky. The sunlight that fell upon them seemed to grow even more frigid. The friliest among them, Betty, could not suppress a sneeze, feeling her hands grow uncomfortably cold. Nearly dropping the frying pan she held, Amber ceased her playful dagger twirl, suddenly crouching low, her light-colored eyes sparkling with a wary glint. She looked at Gawain and exhaled a breath that formed a small cloud of vapor. Do you all feel that the temperature has dipped rather excessively? This was a universal spell, one that could be learned from the second tier of formal mages, with corresponding spell models extending to 9th tier magisters. This spell bore no offensive capability. Its purpose was to detect hidden energy phenomena within a certain radius, such as concealed magical traps or invisible energy fields. When cast in its entirety, the distortion detection could sense energy traces up to one level higher than the casters. Hetty, being a 3rd-tier mage, initiated the spell's effect, and Gawain noticed a fog beginning to form around them. No, it was not mere fog. It was the previously concealed ethereal energy, now thick enough to influence the material realm. It coalesced from all directions, continuously intensifying and growing stronger, to the point that it obscured the trees even a few dozen meters away. Within the swirling pale mist, indistinct shadows flickered in and out of view. Betty's eyes widened in terror, and just as she was about to scream, Gawain swiftly covered her mouth. Shh, do not make a sound. It may alert whatever lurks within the mist. The young girl's eyes were wide with fright, tears welling up as she clutched the frying pan tightly, nodding earnestly. Gawain couldn't help but shake his head. You weren't frightened when we encountered the dragon, yet now you are so terrified. Truly, everyone has different vulnerabilities. What could these entities be? Rebecca felt a twinge of fear as she grasped her staff, the tip already flickering with small sparks of fire. When did we become surrounded by these creatures? The vengeful mist, how dreadful. Hetty clenched her jaw, perplexed by the presence of such an entity. The vengeful mist. Gawain recalled the knowledge buried in his memory. It is a phenomenon that can occur both naturally and through human manipulation, with the naturally occurring variant being more prevalent. In places where shadow energy converges and the undead roam, the vengeful mist may emerge with a very low probability, as it is a part of the shadow environment. Yet, influenced by the aura of the undead, it becomes remarkably destructive. However, this mist remains invisible upon its emergence. It takes shape and grows in the spirit realm, leaving no trace in the material world for the living to perceive. Unless a victim has ventured deep into the mist, it will gradually lead the unwary to their demise, employing low temperatures and haunting illusions to instill fear. For ordinary individuals who stray into its embrace, many remain oblivious until death, for they see nothing until their final moments. The dense fog only materializes at the instant their souls plummet into the shadow realm, consuming their entire dying memories. It is indeed possible to artificially create vengeful mist, but the conditions are exceedingly stringent, demanding a high level of skill from the conjurer. Moreover, its effects are often inferior to those of most spells of similar caliber, which deters the darker necromancers from investing time in such endeavors. Gawain had unsheathed his pioneer sword, yet refrained from launching an attack. The vengeful mist is peculiar. Although entering its domain results in harm, it does not actively assault at first. The damage it inflicts is merely an inherent attribute of its negative environment, erupting only when disturbed. The enraged vengeful mist is notoriously difficult to contend with. Uncertain whether the mist had been provoked, Gawain chose not to command an assault, instead cautiously searching for its weaknesses, preparing to exploit an opportunity to escape. However, as he did so, a gentle, ethereal laughter suddenly echoed from the depths of the mist. By the gods, I've been outsmarted by a cloud of fog. Gawain immediately raised his sword, striking in the direction of the sound. A dark red flame erupted from the blade, cleaving a shadowy figure that materialized within the mist in two. Focus fire on that figure darting about in the mist, dressed in white. Chapter 13. The Shadow Realm. Ethereal and eerie laughter echoed through the mist, as if a frivolous woman were mocking the disoriented wayfarers floundering within its confines. The specter cleaved in twain by Gawain's sword had indeed dissipated into nothingness. Yet, in the next moment, it reformed elsewhere within the fog. This miasma of vengeful spirits possessed awareness. Upon realizing this, Hetty felt a bead of cold sweat form on her brow. The mist initially feigned a lack of consciousness to deceive the group into believing their situation was not as dire as it truly was, all while seeking an opportunity for escape. However, as time elapsed, each individual's stamina would be gradually sapped by the fog. And by the time Gawain and his companions endeavored to break free, they would undoubtedly find themselves in varying states of debilitation. At that moment, should the vengeful spirits make their sudden move, the consequences would be unfathomable, perhaps due to the inherent flaws in the consciousness of undead beings. The laughter emanating from the mist undermined their own trap. Still, the situation remained dire. Ordinary soldiers found it exceedingly difficult to contend with such a surreal foe. They could only rely on their honed resilience to withstand the malevolence and terror seeping from the fog. The defenseless Betty was swiftly ushered to the center of the formation for protection. Sir Byron wielded his steel longsword, radiating scorching heat, continuously dispelling the pervasive chill and severing the countless spectral arms that emerged from the mist. Under his formidable guard, Hetty and Rebecca were afforded a relatively stable environment for casting spells. Hetty intoned incantations, employing a myriad of low-level auxiliary spells to diminish the fog's potency. In contrast, Rebecca's approach was far more straightforward. She wielded her staff, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. The fiery orb surged from her wand into the mist, igniting a series of explosions. However, the effectiveness of her efforts was undeniably limited. While flames did possess a degree of efficacy against the undead, the vengeful mist was a peculiar entity, thin and expansive, lacking any tangible form to absorb the blast's impact. Thus, when a fireball detonated within the fog, a significant portion of its destructive force dissipated. Do not use fireballs? Gawain called out, noticing Rebecca's combat style, raising his voice urgently. The area of effect must be large, otherwise, the mist will scatter all attacks. Rebecca cried out in frustration. But I can only cast fireballs. Gawain was taken aback. What? Rebecca could only conjure fireballs. Hetty's voice was almost exasperated, after 5 years of study. And this is your only spell? Rebecca's face flushed with embarrassment, infuriated by her own lack of magical aptitude. Gathering her considerable magical energy, she strained to mold it into a spell model, then with a flourish of her staff, sent forth a fireball the size of a basin toward the densest part of the mist. There was no moment of sudden enlightenment or miraculous breakthrough in this desperate hour. The fireball, far exceeding standard expectations, triggered an explosion of unprecedented magnitude. Even the mist directly ahead of the crowd became somewhat less dense. Yet, almost in the next instant, the gap in the fog was swiftly replenished. What was more alarming, Gawain suddenly heard a roar from behind, filled with both terror and rage. A warrior of the family, his eyes bloodshot, was utterly consumed by the negative energies conveyed by the vengeful mist, which had finally shattered the very essence of his soul. The damage to his spirit was immediately reflected in his corporeal form. His skin, akin to dried parchment, rapidly became shriveled and pale. In a fit of madness, he raised his longsword high and began to slash wildly, as if surrounded by mortal foes on all sides. The soldier pinned beneath him thrashed about in a frenzy, his flesh seemingly on the verge of tearing itself apart, contorting in agony. With wide-open eyes, he finally let forth a hoarse cry, "Kill me! Kill me!" However, in the eyes of the other two soldiers, a crimson haze began to gather like ominous clouds, and they remained unresponsive to their comrade's plea. They too were on the brink of losing their sanity. Observing this, Gawain swiftly plunged the sword of the pioneer into the ground, channeling the innate power of the body as recorded in his mind. Mental domination. This was one of the few abilities a knight possessed that could affect the psyche. A formidable will would sweep across the battlefield, imposing immense mental pressure on all hostile entities, while simultaneously inspiring allied forces. Under the influence of this mental domination, the two soldiers rapidly broke free from their state of fear. Yet, the unfortunate soul they had pinned down had already been completely obliterated by the vengeful mist. After a few futile struggles, he fell still. Gawain's eyes darted across the battlefield, and he noted with alarm that the surrounding mist showed no signs of diminishing. On the contrary, it seemed to thicken with each attack from Hetty and Rebecca. Alarmingly, Betty had vanished from the very spot where the three soldiers had stood. Where had Betty gone? Gawain's heart tightened as he called out loudly, "Betty!" Amber leaped from nearby shadows, exclaiming, "I just saw that little girl run into the mist," looking as if she were in a trance. This was dire. She had lost her mind. Gawain was taken aback. What was so peculiar about this vengeful mist? Amber, her face pale with shock, replied, "I don't know what's strange, but the situation is utterly dire. The vengeful mist shows no sign of dissipating. Logically, after being attacked for so long, even the most formidable fog should weaken somewhat." Gawain quickly articulated the conclusions he had drawn from the knowledge in his mind, even though those memories were not his own. He discovered that as long as he actively engaged with them, they functioned as effectively as his own knowledge and experience. Moreover, they had previously deduced that the magical focal point here was not particularly strong. How could such an ordinary magical focal point give rise to a vengeful mist capable of manifesting consciousness? Amber, astute as ever, grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that this mist is not a natural phenomenon? What sort of artificial energy source sustains this phenomenon? It need not be an artificial source. Yet something undoubtedly maintains its existence." Hai furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the fog as if striving to pierce through its veil to discern its true essence. "The entity responsible for this should be nearby. We are merely blinded to its presence, unable to perceive it. However, Lady Hetty has employed distortion detection," Amber said, her voice trailing off as her eyes widened in sudden realization. Could it be that it does not reside within this layer? Before she could finish her thought, Hai watched as this half-elf maiden abruptly leaped back a step, seemingly vanishing into thin air. No, she had not truly disappeared. Hai noticed an unusual shadow flickering on the ground nearby, a vague silhouette of a human form, faintly recognizable as Amber's outline. This shadow, devoid of substance, appeared to teleport between various surfaces in the vicinity, occasionally manifesting on the ground, then on the nearby tree trunks, before finally vanishing completely after several leaps. This was not a true shadow, rather, it was Amber traversing the edges of the material realm in her shadowed state, casting an echo of herself within the corporeal world. Such a straightforward yet formidable shadow walk left Hai utterly astonished. What origins does this half-elf robe possess? Before Hai could ponder further, Amber's figure re-emerged in the air, rushing towards him. Just as he intended to inquire about the situation, she grasped his arm and pulled him forcefully. Hai stumbled slightly, feeling as though he had passed through a chilling, ethereal barrier. When his vision refocused, the surroundings had transformed entirely. All color had drained from the world, leaving only shades of black and white, enveloped in a thin, frigid fog. Yet, unlike the malevolent mist of vengeful spirits, this fog did not possess the power to siphon vitality. As Hai surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the dense forest had vanished. Instead, dry tree stumps dotted the ground, precisely aligned with the positions of the trees that once stood in the forest. All the others, including Hetty, stood not far from him, yet they appeared as though petrified, frozen in place, utterly motionless. Rebecca, closest to Hai, maintained a tense grip on her staff, her face etched with anxiety, yet her eyes were devoid of life. Transformed into a gray-white statue, staring vacantly ahead. The texture of her skin resembled that of rough ceramic. Wisps of black mist rose from the ground around them, seeping into their bodies, creating fine cracks upon their ceramic-like forms. This eerie and terrifying sight compelled Hai to glance at his own hands, and only upon confirming that they remained human did he feel a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on the pioneer's longsword and hastened towards Rebecca. determined to sever the evidently harmful black mist. Yet, just as he took a tentative step forward, Amber suddenly appeared beside him, the half-elf maiden gripping his arm tightly. Do not approach, external forces cannot aid them. A careless move may exacerbate the situation. Gawain stared in astonishment at Amber, who, in this monochromatic realm, presented an entirely different aspect. Her hair had grown long, seemingly defying gravity as it floated behind her. At that moment, her light brown eyes were suffused with a faint golden glow, while a swirling mass of dark, smoky tendrils gathered at her feet, perpetually coalescing and dissipating in a mesmerizing cycle. Gawain Cecil found nothing in his memory that could elucidate the spectacle before him. Do not inquire too much. It would be quite awkward, especially considering I have recently disturbed your rest. It would induce a sense of guilt in me, Amber said swiftly. Our time is limited. And this is my first venture into such depths. Bringing you along, who knows how long we can sustain this? What is this place? Gawain asked, voicing his foremost concern. The Shadow Realm, Amber replied matter-of-factly, gesturing towards the direction where Hetty and the others were situated. See, that was the initial location where Betty and the soldiers were stationed. However, one of the soldiers now lay on the ground, transformed into countless pale fragments, truly resembling shattered porcelain. The others, much like Rebecca, remained frozen in the very poses and expressions they had adopted upon their initial encounter with the vengeful mist. Yet, beneath the small maid Betty's feet, a trail of faintly glowing footprints extended forward. Chapter 14. The Wild Mage in the Shadow Realm. Gawain was uncertain of the contemporary understanding that the nations of humanity held regarding the Shadow Realm. Yet, within the inherited memories, he recalled that over 7 centuries ago, the kingdom of Gondor had engaged in extensive research on this subject. Those diligent scholars devoted endless days to their tedious tomes and data, fixating on the lattice scales buried within the wells of magical energy, endeavoring to discern the true nature of this world. Among their findings was a classical model that delineated the stratification of existence. In this esteemed model, the scholars posited that the world is partitioned into several layers, with the uppermost being the most stable, the material realm, where every phenomenon adheres to discernible laws, is directly accessible and readily observable, serving as the habitat for the vast majority of living beings. Beneath the material realm lies the Shadow Realm, an elusive reflection of the material world, one that ordinary humans cannot directly engage with or observe. Nonetheless, through the arts of magic and mental acuity, one could perceive and measure its essence. Descending further, one encounters the ethereal realm, a domain even more enigmatic and elusive, serving as the reflection of the Shadow Realm. Here, the boundaries extend beyond the reach of any magical or mental inquiry. A fortunate few magicians have managed to encounter rare shadow beings possessing a modicum of reason, enabling them to glean insights into the existence of the ethereal realm through fragments of their discourse. Moreover, some audacious scholars have sought to expand this classical model, theorizing that beneath the ethereal realm, there may exist even deeper layers. However, these depths are believed to reside within the dominion of the divine, forming the foundational essence laid down by the Creator during the world's inception, a realm far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In Gawain's understanding, this model resembled a series of translucent sheets of parchment, with the tangible reality positioned foremost. The shadows of this reality projected onto the successive layers of paper, becoming increasingly blurred and distorted with each step back. He and Amber found themselves on the reverse side of the first sheet, the Shadow Realm. Even the second layer was a territory largely untraveled by humanity. He wisely refrained from inquiring why Amber possessed the ability to enter the Shadow Realm. Her earlier remarks indicated that this was her first venture into such profound depths. Pursuing answers would likely yield little. The world harbors myriad secrets worthy of exploration, many of which cannot be fully understood merely by gazing upon them for years. After a moment of contemplation, Gawain concluded that following Betty's footprints was their singular path to progress. Yet, within the projection of the Shadow Realm, they found themselves frozen at the moment of their ambush, as the black mist seeping from below relentlessly began to dissolve their forms. Perhaps this was the true nature of the vengeful spirit mist. Amber, following Gawain's gaze, shook her head and remarked, "If we were to sell this discovery to the Arcane Society or the Astrologers Association, how much do you think it would fetch? They would inundate you with potions, affix a recording crystal to your head, and ultimately cast you into the Shadow Realm as a living probe." Gawain shot Amber a disapproving glance, urging her to focus. There were more pressing matters at hand. As Amber trailed behind Gawain, she muttered incessantly, "But you could take the lead. After all, you are the founding ancestor of Ansu. They wouldn't dare to disrespect you, would they? Gawain smirked slightly. They are more than willing to hang my portrait on their walls, pin my name in their books, and place offerings upon their tables. Even the king is eager to present me with a bouquet each year, taking a 3-day holiday for himself, all without risk, while enhancing his reputation. Amber gasped in disbelief. Why? After uttering this exclamation, Gawain strode forward, leaving Amber to ponder for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Wait, you're mistaken. There is no holiday when they visit your grave. Only during the memorial for the founding king do they take a 3-day respite. You died too early to know this. Didn't you? Gawain nearly stumbled. However, although Amber's notion of selling information from the Shadow Realm was dispelled, Gawain harbored his own plans. He was filled with curiosity about the Shadow Realm, or rather, about the entirety of this world. Thus, one day, he resolved to unravel all its mysteries. The trail of footprints did not extend far. The wooden cabin was small and dilapidated, its age unknown. Surrounding it was a circle of broken fencing that seemed too sparse to serve any defensive purpose. In one corner of the cabin, Gawain noticed a splash of color, a vibrant green of moss that stood out starkly in this monochromatic world. Yet, with the passage of time, that hint of color was rapidly fading. Betty's footprints led directly to the cabin's entrance. Amber drew her small dagger, nervously gesturing in front of her chest. When you charge in like a divine being, I'll stand guard behind you, Gawain contemplated, suppressing the urge to grab Amber by the scruff and toss her inside to trigger any traps. Instead, one hand rested upon the hilt of the pioneer's sword, while the other cautiously pushed open the weathered door. No attack ensued. Inside the cabin was an ordinary room, worn and dilapidated, reminiscent of an old black and white photograph. Yet, it was inhabited. A scruffy man, clad in a tattered robe, sat at a square table in the center of the room, his appearance so haggard and worn that Gawain could scarcely ascertain his true age. Behind him were 2 wooden shelves filled with various bottles and jars, alongside an antiquated alchemical platform. Scattered throughout the room were devices necessary for magical experimentation, all cluttered amidst a heap of shabby debris, evoking a sense of despair that would likely bring a tear to the eye of any respectable mage. The man at the table raised his head, gazing in Gawain's direction, his face breaking into a stiff smile. It has been quite some time since I've had visitors to my laboratory. And 2 at once? Amber peered cautiously from beside Gawain, her half-elf features etched with vigilance. You're not going to attack us, are you? Gawain did not draw his sword. Yet he kept his hand close to the hilt, poised for an imminent strike as he stepped into the wooden cabin. We had come this way in search of a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, who held a flat-bottomed pan. However, the man seated behind the table seemed oblivious to Gawain's words. He merely chuckled slowly, nodding slightly, and inviting, Please, take a seat. Annie is preparing lunch. In these remote woods, it is rare to find a place to rest. If you do not mind, you may stay here for a meal. Annie? Gawain instinctively inquired. She is my daughter, the man replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, a startled exclamation came from the side. My lord? Following the voice, Gawain turned to see Betty, her face alight with surprise, standing beside a small door in the corner of the cabin. Betty, I am relieved to see you are unharmed. Gawain exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him. I have come to escort you home. Yet, Betty shook her head slightly, prompting the man behind the table to look at the young girl and ask kindly, Annie, is lunch ready? Betty nodded obediently. It will be ready soon, father. She was in the kitchen, using her treasured pan to prepare a meal. A cluster of pale flames danced on the stove as sausages sizzled in the pan. Amber observed with intrigue, can one truly cook in the Shadow Realm? From the demeanor of the young girl, it was evident she was not under any mental enchantment. Nevertheless, her choice to remain here to cook, referring to the peculiar man as father, was indeed rather strange. I do not quite understand. Betty's face bore its usual expression of mild confusion, but it seems that man considers me his daughter. Amber widened her eyes. And you so obediently accept him as your father? Betty shook her head. He is quite pitiful. So I thought I would make him a meal before I leave. Gawain and Amber exchanged glances. Suddenly, Betty reached into the pocket of her maid's dress, retrieving an old notebook and presenting it to Gawain. My lord, this was given to me by that man. There are many things within that I do not quite comprehend, but you should be able to decipher them. Gawain took the rather thin notebook with curiosity, quickly flipping through the last few pages. Amber leaned closer, intrigued. What is it? Let me see. Magical formulas? Rune arrangements? The half-elf, bewildered by the complex symbols and equations, looked up at Gawain with a dazed expression. So that eccentric old man is actually a wizard? Strictly speaking, he is a wild mage. Gawain remarked, rolling the notebook and lightly tapping Amber on the head. Did you not realize he was a mage when you entered and saw all those magical experimental tools? Chapter 15. Vanished into thin air in the shadowy realm where black and white intertwine. Gawain, Amber, Betty, and an unnamed wild mage were seated around a humble wooden table. Before them lay a simple lunch prepared by Betty, slices of bread, pan-fried sausages, and a bowl of vegetable soup. The scene bore a monochrome quality, reminiscent of an ancient black and white photograph. Gawain showed no inclination to touch the food before him, for although it was indeed possible to cook in the shadow realm, he could not fathom the consequences of a living human, albeit perhaps partaking of its offerings. Amber and Betty likewise remained still, their utensils untouched. The wild mage across the table did not urge them to eat. He merely consumed his meal in silence, exuding an air of tranquility. An uncanny understanding lingered in the air of the wooden cabin. It was Gawain who first shattered the silence. How long have you been here? Long enough, the wild mage replied, setting down his knife and fork with a courteous demeanor. I settled here in the second year after leaving the Arcane Society. You were once a member of the Arcane Society? Gawain inquired, somewhat taken aback. I had assumed you were always a wild mage. I was originally a secondary member of the Arcane Society, the wild mage stated quietly. By their standards, I was a mediocre spellcaster. I excelled in calculation and reasoning, yet lacked the ability to translate that into spell models. In other words, my spellcasting skills remained rudimentary, and such magicians are not favored within the society. So they cast you out? Amber expressed her disbelief. She understood that a true magician was a rare treasure, even one whose abilities were lacking. Such inadequacies were only significant to the masters of the Arcane Society. In the eyes of ordinary folk, even a magician capable of conjuring a mere fireball was regarded as a remarkable figure, despite their lack of esteem within the society. It was inconceivable that they would be dismissed entirely. I left of my own accord. The wild mage shook his head and turned to Betty. For the sake of my daughter, to heal her, I had no choice but to depart. Betty gazed at the wild mage with a puzzled expression, then nodded absently. Gawain chose not to press further on this matter. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the wild mage's eyes, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist, and spoke slowly, You must be aware of our purpose here. We have little time to squander. The wild mage's previously stiff and dull demeanor finally registered a slight shift. His body trembled slightly as he lowered his gaze. Guest, I do not fully comprehend your meaning. Betty looked nervously at Gawain. My lord. Furrowing his brow, Gawain momentarily withdrew his hand from the hilt of the pioneer's sword and softened his tone. Then let us wait a moment. The wild mage lowered his head once more, continuing to eat his meal in quiet solitude. The only notable motion during his repast was the occasional glance he cast at Betty. Ultimately, the food would be consumed, and Gawain could not afford to wait indefinitely. The wild mage consumed the last bite of sausage, meticulously wiping the remnants of soup from the dish with a slice of bread. After finishing his meal, he lifted his gaze toward Betty, though his eyes were unfocused, drifting to a more distant realm. His body swayed as if he were attempting to rise. Yet despite several efforts, he failed to succeed. Ultimately, it was Betty who assisted him in standing. Father, I must leave now. The young girl supported the wild mage's arm, only releasing her grip once she confirmed he was steady. She then took small steps toward Gawain, adding, Miss Rebecca and Lady Hetty are still waiting for me, and the master has arrived as well. The wild mage's lips moved, and he finally nodded gently, his expression having settled into tranquility as he imparted his instructions. Do not eat anything offered by strangers. Go to bed on time. Remember to heed your teacher's words. Avoid fighting with other children. The glimmer of reason was gradually fading from this poor man's eyes, and Gawain recognized that his words had devolved into mere ramblings. As he had scarcely been lucid throughout the encounter, the wild mage's silhouette began to fade, but amidst that increasingly dim apparition, a flame-like entity ignited. Gawain had anticipated this moment and swiftly drew the sword of the pioneer, its blade shimmering with a faint luminescence. Amber quickly enveloped Betty in her embrace, promptly covering the girl's eyes. Gawain thrust the longsword into the fiery manifestation within the wild mage's chest, causing the flames to writhe violently. The transformation that had begun toward the malevolent spirit abruptly halted, and the ethereal figure swiftly solidified into corporeality. Then, the raging flames consumed him, reducing him to a grotesque, charred corpse. For a full half-minute, the body burned until it was utterly reduced to ash. The sound of cracking would echoed from all directions as the small cabin rapidly disintegrated upon losing its master. Dense cracks swiftly spread across the walls and ceiling, while the pale light of the outside world filtered through the fissures in the wood. Gawain grasped Amber and Betty's hands, urging them to flee the cabin. Just as they exited, the wooden structure collapsed entirely. The fallen cabin ignited before their eyes, the flames flickering for only a brief moment, as if what had been consumed was not a wooden house, but rather a fragile paper dwelling. As the cabin gradually turned to ashes, scattering with the wind, Amber suddenly tugged at Gawain's arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look over there." Gawain focused his gaze and noticed beneath the ashes of the cabin. A series of shimmering lines began to glow, the light piercing through the drifting ashes, gradually forming a complex and grand structure that resembled a large magical array. This must have been the wild mage's greatest achievement in his lifetime. Gawain nodded slightly, realizing that it was likely this array that had malfunctioned, leading to his dire circumstances. As he spoke, Betty's figure began to transform into ethereal motes of light, which danced in place for a moment before swiftly darting in the direction that Gawain and Amber had come from the hazy mist that enveloped the surroundings. Vague forms began to coalesce, devoid of any tangible shape. Yet, their malevolent intent was unmistakable. The native inhabitants of the Shadow Realm had finally detected the presence of intruders, and entities from the shallowest depths emerged, gathering like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood. "We must retreat," Amber exclaimed to Gawain. "This place no longer welcomes us." Gawain cast a final, lingering glance at the ruins of the cottage, striving to imprint the glowing lines and symbols in his memory before tugging at Amber's arm. "Let us go." After a brief moment of dizziness, the sights of the real world reappeared before him. Betty appeared to be in the best condition among them. She stood beside Rebecca, dazed, clutching a frying pan, as if her vacant expression had become permanently etched on her face. Upon seeing Gawain, Hetty immediately rose to her feet. Supporting herself, "It is such a relief to see you safe, ancestor." Then she noticed Amber following closely behind Gawain, and her expression shifted subtly. "So, the thief did not escape after all? Hey, what is this preferential treatment?" Amber retorted, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I just risked my life alongside your esteemed ancestor in the Shadow Realm to save you, you know. You, with your ample bosom and little wit." Hetty was taken aback by the audacity of this thieving maiden, her countenance darkening immediately. "Silence. This is utterly disrespectful. Do you have any idea what it means to offend a noble?" Gawain quickly intervened to mediate. "Enough of this quarrel. Amber speaks the truth. We did indeed confront a crisis together. Of course, her remark about your figure was uncalled for." A brief silence fell over the group, during which Rebecca cautiously raised her hand. "Ancestor, Amber only expressed one compliment, and you dismissed it." Hetty appeared utterly exasperated. Gawain sighed, relieved that Hetty, being a sensible person, did not dwell on such trivialities for long. Once Gawain clarified the events that had transpired, all misunderstandings dissipated. What Gawain and Amber had witnessed in the Shadow Realm astonished everyone. Even Sir Byron, who had no knowledge of magic, could not resist eavesdropping for quite some time. This was indeed an experience beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "You actually managed to enter the Shadow Realm?" Hetty's first concern was, unsurprisingly, Amber's unique ability. She scrutinized Amber with skepticism, as if searching for answers on the half-elf's face. Only a select few high-ranking shadow mages or chosen ones of shadow deities possess such an ability. How did you achieve this? Amber turned her face away. "I am a chosen one of the night goddess. Is that sufficient?" Hetty glared at her. "Do not jest. A chosen one could be subdued by Byron with an ordinary steel sword? Forget it. No more inquiries." In the end, Gawain halted Hetty's relentless probing. "I have promised her that I would not pursue these matters. She will speak when she is ready. The vastness of heaven and earth pales in comparison to the greatness of our ancestors." With such words from Gawain, Hetty felt compelled to retreat into silence. The two surviving soldiers gazed at Gawain with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Gawain, puzzled, inquired, "What have I said that is amiss?" He was of serf descent. Sir Byron approached, clarifying that it was the decree of the noble Viscount that allowed such serf offspring the opportunity to join the territorial army, serving to earn their freedom. Yet, having only served for 6 months, he remained a serf, a status that precluded him from being interred as a warrior. Gawain furrowed his brow and turned to Rebecca. "Is that so?" Rebecca instantly appeared flustered, as if she had committed a grave error. "Yes, I'm sorry. However, I believe the system of serfdom is truly not very just. Thus, allowing them to serve to redeem themselves seemed reasonable. I understand this is against the rules." But Gawain's brow relaxed slightly. "No, I do not hold you at fault." He then bent down, retrieving a coin from within his cloak, and placed it gently in the pocket of the deceased soldier's chest, close to his heart. This coin had been placed there by Charles the First himself, 7 centuries prior, during the burial of Gawain Cecil. Upon seeing the coin, Amber instantly recognized its significance and gasped, "Goodness, that's worth at least half a manor yet." Gawain remained oblivious to its value, merely adhering to the customs of memory. He then clapped his hands and stood tall, declaring, "Now that a debt has been redeemed for his soul, let us proceed with his burial." Byron hesitated, but the rules Gawain regarded him with a steady gaze. "I am the rule." Chapter 16. Omen. A mere few hundred meters from the site of the ambush, Gawain discovered a small wooden cabin, now reduced to ruins. It lay nestled among the trees, with charred remnants indicating that it had been consumed by a fierce fire from within. Fortunately, the flames had not spread further, perhaps thanks to a timely rainfall that had salvaged the surrounding forest. Sir Byron examined the remnants around the cabin and deduced that the conflagration must have occurred over a fortnight ago. Hetty, on the other hand, detected a faint trace of magical energy at the scene. What we encountered in the shadow realm was likely but a reflection, Gawain remarked, gazing at the ruin of the cabin in the glade. This wild mage had dwelled here in seclusion for many years, in a location well beyond the territory, where even hunters dared not tread. Thus, no one was aware that a hermit once resided in this forsaken place. The question remained, how did this calamity come to pass? Hetty furrowed her brow, noting the singular weak point of magical energy, which was insufficient for a mage of such meager prowess. Even if a magical experiment had gone awry, incinerating the cabin, it would be implausible for such a minor mage to conjure a long-lasting projection in the shadow realm, let alone generate such potent vengeful mist. The magical energy required far exceeded what a solitary wild mage could muster. "Perhaps this notebook holds the answers to your inquiries," Gawain suggested, handing Hetty a worn journal. It was the very same notebook he had obtained from Betty in the Shadow Realm, serving as both the diary and research notes of the nameless wild mage. Following Gawain's direction, Hetty opened the latter half of the notebook and began to read intently. "Year 729 of Ansu, month of fire, day, having resided here for 6 months. I have discovered a focal point of magical energy on the edge of the Cecil family's territory. Although its potency cannot compare to the communal magical focal point of the City of 1,000 Towers, it suffices to support my laboratory. The elemental forces here are singular and stable, and its condition should see some alleviation. Year 729 of Ansu, month of harvest, day, and its condition appears to have improved. She has not had an episode in quite some time. However, it remains uncertain whether this is due to the environment here or if my rituals and potions are genuinely effective. The magical focal point is too weak. Even with the aid of amplification arrays, the efficacy of my rituals is significantly diminished. Perhaps I should reconsider the formulas I previously derived." Despite the ridicule from those in the Arcane Society, having severed ties with them, they no longer have any authority over me here. Year 730 of Ansu, month of mist, day. The formulas and derivations align perfectly with my expectations. No, it is more accurate to say that the developments have unfolded precisely as I calculated. Under this new amplification method, the power of the magical focal point has been greatly enhanced. Year 731 of Ansu, month of bitter cold, day, after treatment, and can actually rise and move about, even preparing a meal. Sausages and vegetable soup have graced my table, and I feel as though I have not savored something so delectable in a century. Although the sausages have burnt, and I neglected to add salt to the soup, it has become evident that my treatment plan is indeed effective, provided that this magical focal point continues to supply its energy steadily, and its recovery is imminent. Following this, the diary entries predominantly reflect the daily life of the writer and her daughter, Hetty hastily glossing over this section, until, towards the final pages, a scrawled and chaotic record emerges. Year 734 of Ansu, frost month, day, and has fallen ill. Damn it, I cannot fathom what has gone awry. All treatments proceeded as planned, every step of the ritual executed flawlessly, and the potions have been employed for years without issue. Yet and has succumbed to illness, and with greater severity than ever before. Year 734 of Ansu, frost month, day, and shows no signs of improvement. The new potions yield no results, and she continues to weaken, gradually drifting away from this world. This morning, I beheld her hands becoming translucent as mist, and her face was marred by numerous blisters. This world is repelling her, pushing her into the realm of shadows. What am I to do? Year 734 of Ansu, mist month, day. That accursed sun, with its dark red patterns, seems to mock my helplessness. I have finally discerned the source of the problem, yet I am powerless to rectify it. The elements are accumulating, abnormally so, The magical energies are surging, and this feeble focal point cannot withstand the excess. Even removing the amplification formations proves futile. It would be wise to distance and from the elemental accumulation, but she has lingered here for too long. Her body resonates with the elemental environment, a resonance that sustains her life, yet it may also claim it. Year 734 of Ansu, missed month, day. The entirety of the region's magical energies is amiss. Swirling violently, the borders of Cecil's domain appear to have plunged into the fabled sea of magic. I can no longer reverse the transformations occurring within, and half of her being has already departed the material realm. This morning, she even claimed to see the entire room transformed into shades of black and white. Perhaps I must explore alternative avenues. Year 735 of Ansu, Fire Month. The prolonged preparations have finally reached their conclusion, and Anne's frailty has reached its zenith. This is my sole opportunity. I have no other recourse. If I cannot sustain and in the material realm, then I shall choose another path. The ritual of shadow transformation is documented in the texts, though it demands an unfathomable reserve of magical energy. Yet, for me, it may not be unattainable. I have employed a new amplification formula and method for drawing formations, harnessing the power of the surging magic. The magical energies in this area are in a state of unusual activity. The energy amassed within the focal point has been suppressed for months, and today it is barely sufficient. Now, I must await the sun's ascent to its zenith, when the magic is at its most potent, to commence the transformation. Annie, hold on. Father will rescue you, and he will accompany you to the Shadow Realm, where we shall dwell eternally, and you shall no longer suffer. Thus concluded the diary. Just as Hetty intended to close the notebook, Gawain suddenly pointed to the corner of the last page. There are actually a few more words here. Hetty quickly focused her gaze on the corner, where a dark blot of ink resided. Initially, she had presumed it to be a mere spill from an overturned ink bottle. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned that it was, in fact, a hasty scribble made by a finger stained with ink. The magic is out of control. The sun is red. Bewildered, Hetty echoed these phrases. The sun is red. How could the sun be red? Could it be related to the recent solar flare? Rebecca suddenly interjected, recalling an event from over half a month ago when an unusual number of sunspots appeared on the sun's surface. If this wild mage was not entirely lucid at that time, he might have genuinely believed the sun was red. Hetty blinked, seemingly accepting Rebecca's theory, and then shook the notebook in her hand. This journal could indeed clarify many matters. It appeared that this nameless mage had set up a considerable magical array in an attempt to cure his daughter, eventually devising the desperate notion of transforming both himself and his daughter into shadow forms to prolong their lives. However, his transformation ritual spiraled out of control due to a surge of magic, resulting in the catastrophic fire that occurred half a month prior, which also gave rise to the vengeful mist, as well as what the ancestors witnessed in the Shadow Realm. Hetty noticed the grave expression on Gawain's face and began to feel a sense of tension. The ancestors, these two incidents. Gawain waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, this wild mage mentioned the surge of magic in his diary. As mages, you both should have sensed it as well. Gawain glanced at both of them, gradually continuing. In the year 1736 of the Gundar calendar, reports emerged from across the empire regarding the appearance of vast dark red patterns on the sun's surface. By 1738, the most significant solar flare in history was observed, with nearly half of the sun's surface covered in red spots. That same year, 26 provinces within the empire reported widespread magical surges, albeit of a smaller scale, affecting nearly two-thirds of the territory. In 1739, under the blood-red sun, the entire nation was shrouded beneath a dark crimson sky. However, no calamities erupted. Instead, a plethora of magically gifted infants were born. According to records, nearly one-third of the newborns that day possessed innate elemental affinity, leading to a shortage of resonant stones at newborn testing facilities across the land. Consequently, court scholars proclaimed that day as the dawn of magic. Yet, in the same year, a cataclysmic explosion occurred at the Deep Blue Well, the largest magical energy facility near the capital of Gondor. The cause of the explosion was the sudden influx of chaotic and potent magical energy within the focal point of the well. The extraction array was unable to contend with these tumultuous forces, ultimately leading to the core's catastrophic meltdown. Highwind paused momentarily, but Hetty, with a somewhat pallid complexion, continued. In the year 1740 of Gondor, a surge of magic erupted, leading to the swift demise of the most powerful human empire in history within mere months. Chapter 17. Transcendent town. As Hetty's words fell, nearly everyone present instinctively swallowed hard, with the exception of little Betty, who comprehended nothing at all. Rebecca could not help but draw parallels to the monstrous beings that had ravaged their ancestral lands, born of the tide of magic. Previously, she had believed those creatures had wandered in from the wastelands of Gondor, crossing the magnificent wall and invading Ansu. Given that the Cecil territory lay at the southern border of Ansu, in close proximity to the desolate lands of Gondor, if indeed a sentinel tower had malfunctioned, resulting in a breach in the Grand Wall, it was conceivable that some monsters could have escaped. However, Rebecca could not shake off the more ominous possibility. What if those creatures were not from the Gondor wastelands, but had naturally arisen within the Cecil territory? What if these monsters heralded a new tide of magic? Were we perhaps being overly anxious? Amber was the first to shatter the silence. The half-elf lady striving to conjure a smile as she pointed to the notes in Hetty's hands. Was it merely a diary left by a wild mage? With its contents barely coherent, that warranted such dire conclusions about the tide of magic? Gawain did not contradict her. Instead, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. I may have been overly nervous. After all, I was merely analyzing based on the fragmented memories inherited in my mind. While reciting the significant historical events from 7 centuries ago in the first person was undeniably exhilarating, he felt that the aftermath of such a recounting was somewhat sensationalized. Exactly. Amber exhaled in relief upon seeing Gawain's nod. You've been dead for 700 years, and your mind hasn't quite caught up with the present. I know you experienced the tide of magic back then. Perhaps that psychological shadow is too. Rebecca struck the half-elf on the head with her staff, glaring at her. Do not speak disrespectfully of our esteemed ancestor. Gawain regarded Rebecca's staff with a peculiar expression, pondering how the young girl had shown no concern for propriety when she had earlier wielded the staff of rest against their forebear. Regardless of the credibility of these matters, they would have to report everything to His Majesty the King upon reaching St. Suniel. As Hetty spoke, she returned the notebook to Gawain, remarking that how much the king would believe was beyond their influence. Gawain silently stowed the notebook, burying a myriad of thoughts deep within. He then lifted his gaze to the immense sun in the sky. Above the clearing in the forest, where no tree canopy obstructed the view, the sky was expansive. At this moment, the colossal sun was ascending to its zenith, its overwhelming and oppressive radiance bestowing light, warmth, and the essence of magic upon the world. Perhaps it was this final element that endowed this realm with natural laws distinct from those on Earth. Gawain's eyes traversed the surface of the great sun, where the faint lines should have been the storms of a gaseous giant. He endeavored to discern any ominous crimson patterns within, but ultimately found nothing. Those lines were likely ephemeral, having vanished in the blink of an eye. However, the sense of urgency within Gawain did not dissipate. He merely suppressed it temporarily and silently contemplated the path he intended to forge ahead. First and foremost, it was essential to establish a foothold in this world, even if it was merely a dilapidated old family. Yet, having a starting point was certainly preferable to being transported to a desolate wilderness. After traversing the dense forest, the journey became considerably smoother. Perhaps the law of conservation of luck truly exists. The group encountered no further attacks from monstrous creatures or bizarre natural phenomena, and they successfully set foot on the official road, even chancing upon a small merchant caravan along the way. After paying a sufficient price, Gawain and his companions finally extricated themselves from the predicament of scaling mountains on foot, allowing them to ride in the caravan's wagon towards Transcendent town. The caravan leader was a stout northern man who had come from the prosperous lands of the kingdom to trade local specialties and herbs at the southern border. It was said that he initially intended to make a final transaction in the Cecil territory. However, upon hearing of the dreadful calamity that had befallen Cecil, he was compelled to turn back. At first, the portly merchant regarded Gawain and his companions, exuding an air of bloodlust, with a degree of wariness and resistance. Nonetheless, Hetty ultimately persuaded the cautious caravan leader with 2 gold coins, even convincing him to relinquish his own wagon. Indeed, gold is the most eloquent negotiator in the realm of commerce. On the 7th day after departing from Cecil, the gates of Transcendent town finally appeared before them. This was Gawain's first close encounter with a human settlement in this world, although he had earlier ascended a mountain to glance at his nominal estate. The entire Cecil region had already been reduced to ruins by the upheaval of elemental forces, and a blue dragon that had emerged from nowhere had transformed the landscape into an abstract canvas with its breath of salt water. Thus, there was little of the local customs to be discerned. However, the sight of Transcendent town before him left him feeling rather disheartened, if not somewhat disappointed. Tansang town was said to be quite large, according to Rebecca, likely due to its location on fertile plains and proximity to a river. This place was one of the most populous towns in the southern region, with nearly 10,000 inhabitants residing on this triangular expanse of flat land. The Whitewater River flowed from the west, splitting in two before the town, rushing past its northern and southern sides, irrigating the extensive farmlands nearby. It also served as the lifeblood of transportation for the area, while to the east, a mine stood, constituting the town's most significant economic resource. Yet, in this seemingly prosperous locale, characterized by fertile fields, mines, and navigable waterways, what Gawain observed upon entering the town were predominantly emaciated commoners, countless dilapidated wooden shanties, and streets rife with various unpleasant odors and filth. The civilization of this world had yet to reach a stage where humanity could dominate nature, where all monstrous beasts could be contained within a zoo. Furthermore, given the frequent conflicts in the border regions, a low wall encircled the town for protection. Within the dilapidated slums nestled inside the city walls, a dismal mass of decay and despair lay heaped together, resembling layers of moss and festering wounds. The crumbling dwellings offered no aesthetic allure, serving merely as shelters from the elements. However, a broad avenue stretched from the city gates to the heart of the town, though its scenery was scarcely more appealing. Gawain sat in the merchant caravan, observing the scenes unfolding along the streets. He noticed the impoverished folk clad in tattered shirts, moving along the sidewalks. Only a scant few wore shoes, while the majority had their feet bound with rags, and some even lacked the means to secure such makeshift coverings. In stark contrast, those walking in the center of the street appeared markedly more respectable, their attire clean and shoes adorning their feet. There was no communication between the two groups, nor any conflict. They simply traversed their paths in silence, as if separated by an insurmountable chasm. Despite existing within the same town and walking the same road, they were as distinct as two disparate worlds. Gawain sought to delve into Cecil's memories but found scant references to this aspect of life. Cecil of Hyen hailed from the illustrious Gondor Empire, having been raised in affluence, in an era and locale devoid of such sights. Later, during the eruption of Gondor's tumult, Cecil led the people through a bloody path to the north, where all shared in the hardships, transcending class distinctions. Subsequently, with the establishment of Ansu, the pioneers built a kingdom on barren lands, starting from scratch. Even the founding dukes and the king himself once toiled in the fields, devoid of swords. How then could he witness such a scene? And then Hywin Cecil met his demise on the southern frontiers, this hero who perished at the tender age of 35, never living to witness the day when the realm he had forged would experience such stark disparities between wealth and poverty. Thus, he could only seek counsel from his descendants, inquiring about the customs of the road. The individuals lining the path were serfs and enslaved laborers from the mines, Hetty explained, also mentioning the impoverished free folk from the outskirts, who were forbidden from walking upon the grand thoroughfare, as they could not contribute financially during its construction. Meanwhile, those traversing the center were respectable citizens, along with merchants and mercenaries from beyond, who could afford the various taxes and thus were permitted to walk in the middle of the road. Gawain recalled the hefty merchant who had slipped a few coins to the gatekeeper upon entering the city, likely as payment for the toll. He then thought of the soldier, now interred within the woods, the son of a serf. His ability to wield a sword and die for his lord was a result of Rebecca's mercy. Yet, even in death for his lord, he was denied a warrior's burial, for he had not yet redeemed himself, nor even his own sword. Ancestors, do you have any concerns? Hetty inquired, noticing the fluctuating expressions on Hywin's face. He merely felt a visceral disquiet as a traveler in this world. Yet now was not the time for him to critique or rectify these matters, for he had yet to fully comprehend the nuances of this realm. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Hetty and inquired about their next course of action. It was evident that Hetty had devised a plan. First, they would seek out the local lord, Viscount Andrew, who was known to be relatively amenable. Through him, they should be able to establish contact with Sir Philip with relative ease. If all proceeded smoothly on Sir Philip's end, they would be able to locate those who had managed to break free that day. Subsequently, they would assess whether to settle the subjects in place or to proceed directly to the capital. The events unfolding in Cecil's territory could not be addressed merely by dispatching a messenger or two. It was imperative for Rebecca to personally present the situation to the king. Gawain felt no reservations about this plan, primarily because, as someone who had traversed time and faced a 7th-century gap with the modern era, he found himself lacking in suggestions. Thus, they would proceed accordingly. Chapter 18. Lord Andrew, if there exists a place in Tansin town that could alleviate Gawain's disappointment and offer a glimpse of the enchanting blend of classical elegance and otherworldly charm, it would undoubtedly be the affluent quarter situated slightly to the north of the town center. A few streets and a formidable wall separate this enclave from the impoverished districts beyond, where respectable individuals of stature reside in a relatively clean and orderly environment. Here, one finds charming two-story houses, each constructed from light gray stone and aromatic cedar wood. Balconies extending from the upper floors are adorned with drying fish and cured meats, symbols of wealth and prosperity. Although Tansin is merely a town, far from achieving the status of a city, the inhabitants of the affluent area take pride in referring to themselves as honorable citizens. They possess both freedom and the means to pay various taxes, holding respectable positions within the community as landowners and foremen in the mines. Today, as on many days past, these distinguished individuals stand on their balconies, discussing recent events with their neighbors. Every topic of even slight interest warrants extensive conversation, and the most noteworthy subject of discussion lately has undoubtedly been the calamity that has befallen the Cecil estate. Tansin and its surrounding regions fall under the dominion of Lord Andrew, with the Cecil lands being its neighbor. Despite the vast, desolate expanse separating the bustling areas of these territories, a thoroughfare connects them. Thus, even in this era of limited communication, news of the events in the Cecil estate swiftly reached every corner of Tansin. Initially, a group of individuals resembling refugees arrived, led by a knight accompanied by a dozen soldiers. Soon after, rumors began to circulate that the Cecil estate had been utterly submerged by a deluge of monstrous creatures and elemental tides, leading to its destruction. This shocking news, reminiscent of the fanciful tales spun by wandering minstrels, was met with disbelief by the townsfolk, who had lived in peace for many years. However, the arrival of the bedraggled soldiers and the refugees dispelled any doubts, prompting Lord Andrew to issue an edict. He not only enforced a stricter curfew, but also augmented the patrols surrounding the town. Thus, the absurd horror stories transformed into a grim reality. The townspeople elevated the dreadful tidings from mere gossip shared over meals to earnest discourse. Initially, they would casually mention it during encounters at the tavern. Now, they felt compelled to stand on their balconies, with drying fish and cured meats as their backdrop, to engage in serious discussions regarding the matter. As these respectable citizens lamented the decline of the once mighty Cecil family, its head had already traversed the affluent district and the church quarter, entering Lord Andrew's castle. Regardless of the abject poverty that permeates the lives of the inhabitants in Tansin town, the abode of Lord Andrew is resplendent and opulent. In truth, the magnificent castle he has erected far surpasses the dilapidated fortress where Rebecca spent her formative years. Owing to both the affluence of the estate and the family's adeptness at amassing wealth, upon announcing the visitors' identities, Lord Andrew's steward graciously ushered Gawain and his companions into the castle, leading them to a spacious and radiant reception room. Seated at a long table crafted from rich mahogany, they awaited the Lord's audience. As Gawain reclined in the expansive and comfortable velvet armchair, his gaze fell upon the exquisite silver tea set before him. Yet, he could not help but be reminded of the destitute, emaciated figures outside, clad in rags, and the makeshift shelters they called home. It must be acknowledged that he felt a profound disillusionment with this fantastical realm of swords and sorcery. Ancestor Rebecca, seated beside Gawain, discreetly nudged her forebear's elbow, inquiring how they should introduce him. "Let us proceed as previously discussed," Gawain replied nonchalantly. "Here, we can afford to be ostentatious." "Forebear," Hetty interjected, gesturing subtly toward Amber. "Do you truly believe she is suited for this gathering?" Amber, positioned across from Gawain, was earnestly examining the silver tea set before her, her method of inquiry predominantly involving the discarding of tea. In a moment of distraction, she tucked a cup into her garment, followed swiftly by a spoon. Gawain cast a sharp glance at her. "Amber, wow," the young thief exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, before sheepishly retrieving her pilfered items and placing them on the table. 2 teacups, 3 spoons, a silver platter, a pocket watch, a nutcracker, 2 wine goblets, and the monocle that the steward had been wearing. Gawain could only exclaim in disbelief. "How on earth did you manage this, Miss Dora Apo?" At that moment, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards this master thief for her previous restraint during the grave robbing. "She is an essential witness to my resurrection," Gawain stated with great earnestness. Suppressing the twitching of his face, And do you not think that placing this individual in a location out of our sight could lead to greater mischief? Hetty nodded in deep agreement. At that moment, Lord Andrew finally entered the reception room. The oak door swung open to reveal a tall and slender man, clad in a tailored black tailcoat. His dark brown hair, slicked back with pomade, lay flat against his scalp, while meticulously groomed mustaches extended gracefully from beneath his nose. His pallid complexion bore an unnaturally rosy hue, a somewhat morbid appearance not uncommon among the aristocracy, particularly those lacking in magical or martial prowess. In their quest for supernatural experiences beyond their innate talents and indulgent pleasures, many nobles resorted to the excessive use of costly potions to heighten their senses, the side effects of which often manifested in their complexions. They even take pride in this and regard the pallor of their complexion as a hallmark of nobility. In this respect, the descendants of Cecile, who continue to adhere to the ancestral teachings and diligently hone their skills through personal effort in martial arts or magic, have become an anomaly within the noble circles. However, this predicament is inevitable, as the Cecile family has fallen into decline. Not only are their potions often worthless, but Rebecca even lacks the means to repair the gaping hole in their family castle. Of course, she no longer needs to mend that hole. Ah, the beautiful Lady Hetty. And the equally lovely Miss Rebecca, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Upon entering the room, the Viscount Andrew exclaimed loudly, his tone rising and falling, his face seemingly etched with genuine contrition. Yet, I am utterly preoccupied. The grim news from the Cecile domain has spread throughout my territory, instilling fear and unrest among the populace. I find myself compelled to dedicate the majority of my days to arranging the defense of my lands and listening to reports from the patrols. Gawain immediately felt a chill run down his spine and muttered quietly, "Must one converse with nobles of this era in such a melodramatic fashion?" Rebecca lowered her voice. "Did not your ancestors, my lord, comport themselves in a similar manner? In our day, we would typically find ourselves in taverns, imbibing strong spirits while exchanging commercial flattery and casually discussing matters. Indeed, customs have undeniably shifted since those times. Admittedly, the manner of speech of Viscount Andrew is somewhat distinct. We understand that you are indeed preoccupied at present." Suddenly feeling awkward and exasperated, I shot a glare at the latter and then rose to my feet. "However, I must remind you that you ought to address Rebecca as Viscountess rather than Miss. She inherited the family title last year. In such circumstances, you should refer to her as Viscountess Rebecca or Viscountess Cecile. The conventions of addressing nobility in this world, in general, do not seem particularly stringent. Titles may be prefixed with either a given name or a surname." Rebecca, receiving a stern look from Hetty, belatedly stood up and performed a courteous bow befitting their noble status, a gesture that was, at least, executed with proper form. "Viscount Andrew, I am grateful for your hospitality." Thus, he moderated his demeanor, choosing to address Rebecca using her surname before her title, a relatively formal mode of address. "I am deeply saddened by the events that have transpired in the Cecile domain. It is indeed a calamity. Yet, it is heartening to know that you are safe and that the legacy of the Cecile family appears to endure." What followed was a series of almost meaningless pleasantries and congratulatory remarks, one party dutifully expressing concern while the other endeavored to convey gratitude and emotion in response to the warmth received. "According to the laws established by our founding sovereign, they should currently be under your protection. I wonder what their situation is now. Of course, the laws laid down by the sovereign are sacred, even though my territory is small. However, it is more than sufficient to assist the beleaguered neighbors." Andrew nodded. Recalling the valiant knight who was then covered in wounds and has yet to recover, I arranged for him to rest in the Church of Holy Light, where he could receive the finest care. The loyal soldiers and the unfortunate civilians have been settled in the eastern and southern districts, and thus far, not a single soul has perished from hunger or cold. It is a testament to our dedicated care that none of the Cecil subjects who sought refuge here have succumbed to starvation. It is only reasonable that Lord Andrew is willing to shelter those refugees. For each Cecil subject he takes and translates into a debt that weighs heavily upon Rebecca. If Rebecca wishes to restore her family, she must compensate Lord Andrew based on the number of individuals, just as one should extend a helping hand to a distressed neighbor. A noble is expected to provide refuge to the subjects of a neighboring noble in distress. This principle is enshrined in Ansu's laws, and the obligation of the recipient to repay the benefactor is explicitly stated in the code, of which Gawain is well aware. After all, these two laws were established by Gawain Cecil and Charles I in conjunction. Though Rebecca, as a noble, may not be fully mature, she understands this rule. Upon hearing Lord Andrew's words, her countenance darkened slightly, as doubts about her ability to settle this sudden debt began to swirl in her mind. She could not help but glance at Gawain, her thoughts conjuring bold and mischievous ideas. Ancestor, a relic of the past, perhaps. Could she persuade him to sell that old attire? Chapter 19. Gawain was unaware of the audacious and infuriating notion that lingered in Rebecca's mind. However, he understood that the protection offered by Lord Andrew to the subjects of Cecil could not possibly be without cost. The era in which lords pledged their lives to safeguard their people, where the community united selflessly to restore civilization, had long since vanished. Although the kingdom of Anjou had yet to regain the splendor of the Gondor era 7 centuries later, the nobility had certainly mastered the art of selfishness to a remarkable degree. Undoubtedly, from the moment the refugees of Cecil entered Tonzon town, Rebecca had borne an unexpected burden of debt. Yet, bearing this debt was preferable to witnessing loss of life. The Cecil family will be grateful for your assistance. Gawain spoke, breaking the silence, but the pressing matter at hand remained the disaster itself. Lord Andrew had been observing Gawain, who sat between Rebecca and Hetty, from the outset. He found the man, dressed in ancient noble attire with a great sword by his side and an imposing countenance, to be quite intriguing. In the circles of nobility he was familiar with, this individual was not known, however. The respectful demeanor exhibited by Hetty and Rebecca in his presence indicated that he was no ordinary person. Hence, upon Gawain's utterance, Andrew seized the opportunity to inquire. Forgive my curiosity, but might I ask who you are? He is Gawain Cecil, the ancestor of the Cecil family, a pioneer among pioneers. One of the 7 generals who founded the kingdom of Anjou, and the Grand Duke of the South. Hetty had been anticipating this question and promptly stood, her expression grave as she introduced him. You must have grown up hearing this name. He is the Dawn's brilliance. Gawain maintained a stern expression, striving to convey authority without anger, and slightly nodded in agreement with Hetty's enthusiastic praise. Yet, upon hearing the last phrase, he could not suppress his surprise and quietly turned to Rebecca, asking, "What on earth is that last title?" Rebecca hurriedly clarified, "It is the posthumous title bestowed upon you by the founding ancestors after your death." Gawain was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could that old romantic not think of a more pleasant name?" As for Lord Andrew, this meticulous and orthodox nobleman was momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing Hetty's words. Was this lady driven to madness by the calamity that befell her family and the terror of the beasts? Just as Gawain had initially surmised, unless witnessed firsthand. No one could possibly believe that the ancestors of the Cecil family would rise from their graves. Even the most erudite nobles and learned mages would dismiss such a fantastical tale, while perhaps the superstitious common folk might credulously accept it as truth. After hearing Hetty's declaration, Andrew demonstrated remarkable composure by not immediately summoning a servant to administer medicine to the lady. "My lady, please allow me, a moment to ponder." Andrew endeavored to adjust his expression, seemingly seeking a phrase that would convey his emotions without being overly impolite. Yet, in the end, I could not restrain myself from speaking the unvarnished truth. I understand that you have endured unimaginable nightmares. But is it not a trifle excessive to weave such a fanciful tale? Hetty maintained her composure. I anticipated your reaction, indeed. Even we ourselves scarcely dare to believe that this is reality. Nonetheless, the ancestors of the Cecil family have indeed awakened from their long slumber. We witnessed him rise from his coffin, grasping the sword of the pioneer. Moreover, we have verified that his resurrection is genuine, rather than some mere necromantic trick. Andrew displayed a bemused expression. If you have any requests of me, please express them directly. This. Gawain gestured for Hetty to take a seat, placing the sword of the pioneer upon the table. He turned his gaze toward the Viscount Andrew. "My lord, what significance do you believe Hetty would derive from such a fabrication? A fiefdom laid waste by monstrous hordes and elemental tides, coupled with the appearance of a dragon above our lands, is an event of such magnitude that it would undoubtedly rouse the attention of His Majesty in the royal capital. In such dire circumstances, would we truly orchestrate a farce involving someone donning ancient garb and wielding a subpar replica of a legendary sword merely for amusement? Knights possess magic as well. However, their manner of wielding it starkly contrasts that of mages. Although the sword of the pioneer has lost much of its former might, its fundamental identifying characteristics remain intact. Upon seeing the sword, Andrew momentarily fell into a stupor. He had never beheld the true sword of the pioneer. Yet, a replica of that sword resides in the royal sanctum of the capital, which he had the fortune of encountering years ago, so he could not mistake it. If the sword upon the table is not a counterfeit crafted by the Cecile family, it can only be the genuine article, entombed within the Cecile ancestral crypt. A relic too sacred for anyone to dare covet, even amidst the family's decline. Would this fallen house really unearth their ancestor's grave to excavate the holy sword for the sake of fabricating an outrageous lie? Andrew began to waver. If this were indeed a farce, the cost of such a ruse would be alarmingly high. Yet if it is not a farce, the notion of an ancestor suddenly emerging from the grave is, frankly, beyond belief. You could certainly enlist elven artisans to authenticate the sword's legitimacy. For it was forged by their kin, they know how to inspect elven sigils. You might also compare it with the portraits of the founding monarchs. Although I have slumbered for 7 centuries, I have been fortunate enough to remain unchanged in appearance. Gawain observed the fluctuating expressions on Andrew's face and smiled slightly, suggesting that if it were feasible, he might seek out any elven mercenaries who participated in the Second Pioneer, for perhaps among them were those who still recognize me. No, that will suffice. Viscount Andrew waved his hand, rubbing his temples, feeling that the events unfolding before him were indeed beyond his purview. After all, with a legendary hero such as yourself, perhaps the resurrection after 7 centuries is not entirely implausible. Although this is stated, it is evident to any discerning observer that this nobleman appears to harbor doubts regarding Gawain's identity. He merely seeks a pretext to temporarily suspend this discussion amidst his skepticism. He has already realized that the ancestral lineage of the Cecil family emerging from the grave holds little relevance to him. Why become entangled in the veracity of this matter? Since the Cecils assert its authenticity, let it be accepted as truth. After all, it concerns a figure who has been deceased for 7 centuries. Indeed, there was a blue dragon, its origins unknown, yet it ultimately vanished towards the northwest. Gawain nodded and proceeded to relay the events transpiring in the Cecil territory. Thus the narrative unfolded. Aberrations, monsters from the tide of magic, and dragons. My heavens! The brow of Lord Andrew seemed to furrow deeply, the pallor of his face draining of color. What has become of this world? The state of the world is a matter for those scholars and His Majesty to deliberate upon. Our duty is to swiftly convey the occurrences here to St. Suniel City. Hetty interjected, stating that the situation had escalated significantly. I have already dispatched a messenger to report the assault on the Cecil territory, Lord Andrew remarked, noting that the messenger, mounted on a swift steed, should be halfway by now. It appears that Lord Andrew is indeed capable of practical actions. He not only welcomed the refugees from the neighboring territory, but also promptly sent a messenger to inform the king. This is commendable among the border nobles of this era. However, Hetty felt compelled to present a further request. Lord Andrew, this is insufficient. The matter has become critical enough that it necessitates Lady Rebecca's personal audience with His Majesty. Moreover, the Duke of Cecil, having awakened from his long slumber, must also make his way to the capital. We are grateful for your assistance to the Cecil family, yet we still require additional support. Upon hearing Hetty's words, Andrew's gaze lowered slightly, as if in contemplation. He then rose, pacing before the long table with his hands clasped behind his back. What do you require? Swift steeds? Provisions? Guards? This is the crux of the matter. Lord Andrew raised a hand, interrupting Rebecca's words. In fact, I was just about to address this issue. I have been diligently assisting my neighbors. Furthermore, I am willing to be a generous benefactor. But I am merely a lowly viscount. How much can I possibly provide to sustain those refugees? Gawain lifted the now somewhat tepid cup of red tea before him, taking a sip, and thought to himself that this nobleman has finally broached the subject at hand. Rebecca, somewhat impatient, asserted, Sir Philip took a cache of gold and silver during the breakout. That wealth should suffice. Of course, I am aware of that gold and silver. Lord Andrew interjected once more, reassuringly, rest assured, I am not one to exploit the misfortunes of others, yet both medicinal herbs and food entail costs. I believe I mentioned this earlier, did I not? When the valiant knight arrived in Tonzon town, he was already battered and bruised, and the soldiers and civilians he brought with him were likewise injured. To tend to their wounds, I exhausted the finest medicinal resources in my domain and summoned the most skilled clerics, all of which proved to be quite costly. The meager wealth of gold and silver I possessed was barely sufficient. Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that I do not intend to take advantage of anyone's misfortune. Lord Andrew continued, thus, I shall persist in providing refuge for those displaced and extend my assistance to the best of my abilities. I merely wish to ascertain whether the Cecil family will still have the means to repay this debt after I have rendered my aid. Chapter 20. Investment value. Gawain began to find the Earl Andrew an intriguing character. He resembled a merchant more than a nobleman. However, in Gawain's eyes, he was not a particularly astute businessman. A shrewd merchant would not lay his cards on the table at this juncture, disclosing deals, stakes, and debts, while a true nobleman would scorn such matters altogether. The most prudent course for Earl Andrew would have been to discreetly continue his assistance to the Cecils while subtly infiltrating the ranks of the protected knights and soldiers. Simultaneously, he could leverage his noble status to legally affirm his claims against the Cecil family's debts and ideally present this claim before the king. At that point, Rebecca's willingness to repay the debt would become irrelevant. The laws of this realm and the intricacies of the aristocratic system would facilitate the transaction for him. Of course, Gawain believed he could empathize with Earl Andrew's sentiments. After all, the decline of the Cecil family was common knowledge, especially now that their core territories lay utterly ravaged. The extent of Rebecca's ability to repay was indeed uncertain. The Cecil family would not be indebted to others. Rebecca's assurances seemed somewhat unconvincing. Rest assured, we have the means to repay. Although we have lost our most prosperous lands, there remain some forests on the fringes of Cecil territory. Furthermore, as long as the heir, am alive, there will always be a loan belonging to the Cecil family awaiting in the mithril treasury. Gawain cleared his throat, interrupting Rebecca. He felt he had witnessed enough of the performance and had gathered a fair understanding of the current situation. His memories had also coalesced sufficiently. He rose to his feet and spoke. Rebecca, do not be hasty. Earl Andrew, consider the long view. Andrew cast a glance at Gawain. This man, reminiscent of an ancient hero, had indeed instilled a certain degree of intimidation within him. Regardless of the veracity of his nature, the Earl restrained himself. I must confess, I do possess a touch of greed. His candid admission of greed took Gawain slightly aback, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. You were quite forthright. However, there is no shame in pursuing profit. We must clarify the present circumstances. A barony has been decimated, a dragon has appeared within the kingdom, and the monsters of the age of magic have resurfaced. In light of these events, discussions of business seem rather ill-timed. Before Andrew could respond, Gawain continued, Of course, after such noble rhetoric, we must also address practical matters. You are concerned that your assistance to the Cecil family may accumulate endlessly, ultimately leading to your ruin. Let me assure you, the Cecil family not only possesses the capacity to settle any debts, but if you seize the opportunity, we could also bring you boundless benefits. Earl Andrew gazed into Gawain's eyes. Please, go on. I myself. Gawain gestured to himself. I am your greatest investment. Andrew's expression froze for a few moments. Then he awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Your Grace, I will initially accept that you are indeed the Duke. However, I must remind you that you have been deceased for 7 centuries, and Ansu has entered its 2nd dynasty. Of course, I hold you in the highest esteem, as does every citizen of Ansu, yet I am not merely an individual, I am a lord, and I must consider the welfare of my domain and my people. Gawain shrugged. Broaden your perspective, my dear Viscount. Is it only tangible wealth and land that possess true investment value? Andrew replied. Are you implying that I possess perpetual rights for expansion? Gawain raised the sword he held, with the sword of the pioneer in hand. Gawain Cecil holds the authority to settle any unclaimed land, including but not limited to the undeveloped regions within Ansu, the wild territories beyond various nations, and the lawless wastelands of Gondor. As long as he can maintain a certain level of control over these areas after establishing a foothold, wherever the sword of the pioneer goes, it shall be recognized as the territory of the Cecil family. And the royal house of Ansu will acknowledge and safeguard Gawain Cecil's lordly rights at all times. As Gawain spoke, he noticed the growing astonishment in Viscount Andrew's eyes and deliberately slowed his pace. This right of expansion was granted by the founding monarch of Ansu, Charles I, and is jointly recognized by the Western Ogluwi tribal nation, the Eastern Typhon Empire, the Southern Highland Kingdom, the Elven Silver Empire, and the Northern City-States. Its validity is infinite as long as the authorized pioneer, namely myself, remains alive. He continued, in truth, this decree was not bestowed solely upon me. All the pioneering leaders at that time received corresponding authorizations. However, in today's context, I am the only one capable of exercising this right. At this point, Gawain broke into a joyful smile. The old codgers who signed these documents surely never anticipated that I would rise from the grave one day. While the astonished Viscount Andrew remained speechless, Rebecca could no longer contain her excitement. Ancestor, is this true? Who is responsible for her history lessons? Gawain couldn't help but cover his forehead and cast a sidelong glance at Hetty. Was this decree perhaps already nullified? If it were, I would find myself in quite an awkward position. One would think that the leaders of various nations would not be so bored as to convene a representative assembly centuries later to announce the annulment of a long obsolete expansion decree. Rebecca's history lessons. I actually taught them, but her grades have been rather poor. Viscount Andrew interjected. Not only has it not been abolished, but historians and scholars will also document it extensively. Gawain shrugged. Thus, my sudden resurrection must be both a delightful surprise and an unexpected turn of events for them, as this ancient law from 7 centuries ago has once again found its purpose. Viscount Andrew fixed his gaze upon Gawain, particularly focusing on the pioneer sword held in his hand. I must concede, this is indeed an unexpected perspective. If one were to utilize the permanent pioneering rights, you might indeed possess the potential to revitalize the Cecil family. However, if I may be so bold, this would undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor. Do you have any inkling of how much unclaimed land remains at the kingdom's borders? I have some understanding. My descendants have spoken of it during our journey. Gawain replied, glancing at Hetty and Rebecca beside him. Essentially, all arable land has been allocated, with unclaimed territories mostly comprising dense forests and treacherous swamps, or bordering the wastelands of Gondor. So, what are your intentions? Viscount Andrew spread his hands. Where do you plan to restore your family? That is precisely the question I must ponder. Gawain smiled, envisioning a landscape from a vantage point high above, a satellite map of near-crazed precision and breadth. An image deeply etched in his memory, though it might be outdated by several years, possibly even a decade, for he has since lost that aerial perspective. It was sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. One merely needs to contemplate the immense investment value of a founder prince who participated in the second pioneering and still retains permanent pioneering rights. Andrew bowed his head, finally contemplating this matter earnestly. After a long silence, he broke it. If your permanent pioneering rights are indeed recognized by the royal family, this humble viscount would be more than willing to offer you all the assistance within my means. His words were the epitome of polished nobility, devoid of flaws, adhering strictly to decorum while conveying a degree of deference. Rebecca's eyes widened. Could it be that the permanent pioneering rights, acknowledged by the founding ancestors and sovereigns, would not be recognized by His Majesty the King today? Just as Gawain was about to clarify, Amber across the table interjected with a loud exclamation. Because they lost 3 days of leave. While exclaiming, the half-elf lady mischievously winked at Gawain, provoking an irritated glare from Hetty. Pay her no mind. That was merely a jest I shared with her. Gawain waved his hand, adding, the true reason. I believe both Hetty and Mr. Andrew have already discerned it. Have they not? Given Andrew's presence, Hetty refrained from voicing even more audacious thoughts, particularly considering that this king descends from an illegitimate lineage, making his claim rather tenuous. Thus, the matter we must consider has become rather clear. Gawain glanced at the pioneer sword at his waist, concluding, it is simply a matter of activating my permanent pioneering rights. Chapter 21. The conclusion of the transaction following the gracious invitation of Lord Andrew. Gawain and his companions were temporarily accommodated in the guest chambers of the castle. At Gawain's special request, 2 soldiers, along with the maids Betty and Amber, were also provided with tidy and comfortable quarters, as this vast castle of Lord Andrew allowed for such arrangements. Once the attendants were dismissed, Hetty could not contain her curiosity. Ancestor, do you believe Lord Andrew can be trusted? Despite being neighbors with adjacent territories, Hetty was acutely aware of the noble class's penchant for deceit, lacking both integrity and honor, even as they professed to uphold these very principles. Their shortcomings were particularly pronounced in this remote and uncivilized southern region, where the nobles' means of survival were far from admirable. The Cecil family had now reached the nadir of their fortunes, apart from the unexpected emergence of an ancestor which could be seen as a silver lining. Hetty felt little confidence in gaining any advantage in dealings with other nobles. Nearby, Rebecca was taken aback. What? Yet you spoke with him at length. It was necessary, Gawain replied, casting a glance at Rebecca. Describing our situation as desperate would not be an exaggeration, setting aside the plight of our distressed vassals. Just take a look at your own purse. Do you have enough for your next meal? Thus, we must seek assistance. Lord Andrew is merely a choice of last resort. Who else in the south do you know? As for his reliability, I do not know him, nor his family. Even the extent of his territory was something I learned from you just days ago. How could I ascertain his trustworthiness? Rebecca felt her mind spinning. Then why do you believe he will indeed assist us? Does he not wish to incur losses? When Sir Philip brought the refugees to Transcendent town, Lord Andrew had already made his decision. Amber spoke slowly. He could have easily shut the gates and allowed the refugees to either retreat or perish outside. Do not invoke any notions of mutual aid in such remote areas. The laws of the kingdom are less effective than the gold of merchants. Therefore, since the Lord accepted the refugees, it indicates he expects compensation from the Cecil family. He harbors this intention and believes the Cecil family possesses the means to repay their debts. You see, the transaction was established at that moment, and today. It merely serves to broaden and clarify the terms of that transaction. Rebecca stared at Amber in astonishment. How do you comprehend such matters? Have the standards for thieves risen so high in these times? Amber grinned. Is this truly profound? I may not grasp the convoluted logic and myriad rules of your noble class, but I at least understand the principle that a thief does not leave empty-handed. When it comes to interests, is there truly a distinction between you nobles and a thief unwilling to walk away with nothing? Rebecca, incensed, drew her staff and summoned a fireball the size of her head. If you do not control that tongue of yours, do you believe I want to actually hurl a fireball at your face? Amber seemed to have concluded that the inexperienced young lady lord would not engage seriously. And with a playful smirk, she provocatively remarked, if you dare, conjure a frost bolt. Barely had her words escaped her lips when a chill swept past her ear. A frost bolt narrowly grazed her earlobe, embedding itself into the wall behind her, leaving a patch of ice in its wake. Not far off, Hetty maintained her posture. Raising a single finger with an expression of indifference, the frost bolt you requested. A cold sweat trickled down Amber's face. As the terror induced by that near miss surpassed the menace of the frost bolt itself, she could not help but ponder the mastery of magic control required to achieve such precision. Rebecca, stifling a smirk, noted, Aunt Hetty's aggressive spells never fail to miss their mark. It's all about the art of the near miss. Gawain clapped his hands, bringing an end to the brief farce. All right, let us consider ourselves allies. Let us all temper our fervor. The words of the ancestors still held sway. Whether they liked it or not, Hetty and Rebecca sheathed their wands in acquiescence. Although Amber was brash and audacious, she understood the wisdom and discretion, primarily due to the considerable intimidation of a frost bolt. Pouting, she fell silent. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Upon receiving Gawain's permission, the maid Betty entered, addressing them in turn, my lord, Lady Hetty, Miss Rebecca. And she bypassed Amber entirely. Sir Philip has arrived. Ah, we were expecting him. Gawain nodded, then noticed the frying pan in Betty's hands. Wait, why are you still holding that? Betty blinked, pondering for a moment before responding. Because we haven't arrived home yet. And I didn't want to leave it lying around and risk losing it. Gawain rubbed his forehead. Very well, do as you wish. Shortly thereafter, Sir Philip, the knight who led the refugees from Cecil's territory to safety, stepped into the room. Gawain was somewhat taken aback to find that he was a remarkably young warrior. He appeared to be barely in his 20s, with short, light golden hair, deep-set eyes, and a pronounced nose. While his features were not conventionally striking, his martial demeanor and upright stature were sufficient to distinguish him among the common folk. Dressed in civilian attire rather than armor, he bore a long sword at his side, and upon his exposed arms and neck, one could discern remnants of unremoved bandages. He had indeed escaped while wounded. My lord, my lady. Upon entering, Sir Philip immediately bowed to Rebecca and Hetty, expressing his relief. It is a joy to see you both safe. Sir Philip, please rise. Rebecca hastened to assist him. We owe our safety to you, as you have safeguarded those soldiers and civilians. She noticed the bandages adorning him, these injuries, sustained during the escape, but they are healing well, Philip quickly replied. Lord Andrew arranged for a priest and an apothecary to tend to me. However, the young knight's expression shifted to one of distress, tinged with shame and regret. Are you referring to the gold and silver that you took from the castle? Hetty proactively remarked, do not concern yourself with those possessions. They were intended for unforeseen circumstances. When we entrusted them to you, we agreed that you would have full discretion over their use. Please, do not worry. In truth, the wealth confiscated by Count Andrew is merely a fraction. Philip's expression brightened slightly, and in a lowered voice, he continued, before entering the city, I had already set aside a portion of the valuables, entrusting them to several loyal soldiers for safekeeping, while some were buried outside the city. I feared that if Count Andrew were excessively greedy, it would be prudent to retain a portion of the funds to support everyone or allow the soldiers to fend for themselves. Gawain nodded slightly, recognizing a courageous and astute young man who managed to protect a large group of defenseless civilians with merely a handful of soldiers. This demonstrated not only his bravery but also his foresight in preserving the assets entrusted to him by his lord, even considering the soldiers' well-being. Thus, he expressed his approval. Well done. How many survived in total? From the outset, Philip had noticed Gawain's imposing presence in the room. Hearing the inquiry, he finally seized the opportunity to ask, "Are you?" "Evidently, Count Andrew has informed you." Hetty nodded. "This is the ancestor of the Cecil family, Grand Duke Ansu." Before the sentence could be completed, Gawain quickly interrupted, "Enough, enough. There is no need to mention that antiquated title." It sends chills down my spine. Before he could finish, Philip had already knelt before Gawain. "Your Grace Gawain, I have heard this news, but I never anticipated it to be true. You are the paragon of all knights. I have admired you since childhood. All right. How is this not yet concluded?" Gawain hastily pulled Philip back up, feeling an unprecedented awkwardness as an outsider occupying another's form. "First, tell me how many survived?" Philip managed to regain his composure. But the somber topic weighed heavily upon him. In total, only a little over 1,000 broke through that day. Later, with losses from monster attacks, injuries causing stragglers, and deaths from disease, fewer than 900 reached Transcendent town, specifically 873, of which, aside from myself, 16 are regular soldiers, 30 are militia, and the remainder are civilians. Rebecca swayed slightly at this news. "Is this truly the final count of survivors from the Cecil domain?" Hetty murmured. I never imagined. Gawain placed a reassuring hand on Hetty's shoulder. "Do you know how many of us escaped from Gondor over 700 years ago?" Hetty looked at Gawain. At that time, tens of thousands. Gawain sighed. "Thus, the current situation is indeed rather daunting." Hetty. Simultaneously, within the office of Lord Andrew, the noble was penning a confidential missive directed to the king. This correspondence bore great significance, as it addressed matters of state concerning the realm's most crucial bastion, the southern territories, which had been deemed essential for the protection of the kingdom since its inception, particularly due to the existence of the Gondor wastelands. Although the south has enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility, numerous regulations that have persisted for centuries continue to govern this region. For instance, every noble within the southern dominion is a direct vassal of the Ansu royal family, possessing the right to communicate directly with the monarch and bearing the responsibility to report matters of import to the crown. To His Majesty the King, your loyal vassals extend their greetings. You have likely been informed in my previous correspondence of the calamity that has befallen the Cecil lands. And now there is yet another development. This occurrence is unprecedented in its strangeness, yet I have personally verified its authenticity. The ancestral figure of the Cecil family, the founding Duke of Ansu, and the foremost among the 7 generals, Gawain Cecil, has recently returned to the realm of the living. I witnessed a radiant light descend upon the desolation of the Cecil lands, vanquishing the invading monstrosities, and thereafter dragons were sighted in the area. Concerning the matter of the dragons, I shall provide a separate report. I ventured forth to investigate, and alongside the Viscount of Cecil, I beheld the spectacle of the heroic spirit's resurrection. Chapter 22. Gazing at the sky, there should be nothing left of the previously agreed content, as everything has been inscribed in the confidential letter. Moreover, the writing is remarkably authentic, and Lord Andrew possesses considerable confidence in his storytelling abilities. He believes that anyone who lays eyes upon the letter will be convinced that he is indeed an eyewitness to the events described. The remaining factor lies in whether the aged king, far away in the royal capital, is willing to believe in the matter at hand, or rather, whether he desires to acknowledge its veracity. This is a somewhat perilous undertaking, yet Lord Andrew is not one to shy away from risks. Were it not for his audacity, he would never have emerged as the heir of the Leslie family from among 7 siblings. However, he had not anticipated that his new venture would intertwine with the Cecil family, a lineage that has long faded, retreating from the political sphere of the kingdom a century ago, and now dwindling to the brink of extinction. Lord Andrew has always kept a watchful eye on his neighbors, not only due to their adjacent territories and frequent trade interactions, but also because the decline of the Cecil family has intensified in recent years. If things were to proceed as they had, he could expect to double the lands of the Leslie family within his lifetime. The hastily inherited young lady was hardly a capable lord. Despite her earnest efforts, she was unlikely to preserve her modest estate. Yet fate played a cruel jest on everyone, and in a manner entirely unforeseen. Upon hearing of the destruction of the Cecil domain by monsters, Andrew was utterly bewildered. When he learned that these creatures bore a striking resemblance to the beings chronicled in the historical records of the magical tide, he remained in a state of confusion. When merchants entering the city spoke of the appearance of a dragon, he was still in disbelief. And when Rebecca Cecil and Hetty Cecil entered the castle with a man claiming to be their ancestor, Andrew exhibited remarkable composure and acceptance. This was largely because he had grown accustomed to his bewilderment. A nearly extinct noble lineage and a territory reduced to ashes hold little value. No essence can be extracted from such a desolate state. Moreover, the existence of that ancestral figure is crucial. Lord Andrew is now nearly convinced of the authenticity of this matter. The presence of the old ancestor and the fate of the Cecil family are two entirely different concepts. He encased the confidential letter within a silver tube, entwining it with a strand of magical thread, and then entrusted it to the elderly steward standing nearby. Deliver this to the finest ranger messenger to set off on the Griffin, ensuring it reaches Silver Fortress before the Cecil family arrives after the first messenger. Yes, my lord. But shall it be returned in its original form? Returning it in its original state will suffice. When they depart, I shall prepare a token of goodwill in the guise of travel expenses. Circumstances had shifted. The fees once charged due to a laughable greed had now become a hot potato, and merely returning them was the first step, albeit one that could not be executed all at once. Viscount Andrew pondered earnestly in his heart, hoping that the ancient figure from 7 centuries ago could comprehend his sincerity. The night had deepened. Gawain, draped in his night robe, pushed open the balcony door of his chamber and stepped onto the terrace of the castle's second floor. In this world, the night sky was devoid of the moon. Instead, a multitude of stars twinkled in the profound celestial expanse, offering a chill illumination to the earth below. Each glimmering star was particularly unfamiliar to Gawain. Since his arrival in this realm, he had developed a fondness for gazing at the sky, regardless of the hour. During the day, he would observe the vast, yet not overly blinding sun, and at night, he would behold the moonless firmament. His gaze traversed the constellation of stars, attempting to pinpoint a stationary and distinctly unique celestial body among the shimmering lights. However, this endeavor was destined to be futile. The sheer multitude of stars, coupled with his lack of sufficient data and calculations, rendered it impossible for him to identify the position from which he once gazed down upon the earth. Even if he were to locate it, distinguishing it amidst the myriad of stars would prove equally challenging. Yet, he could not help but engage in this pursuit, for he was acutely aware that the sky of this world concealed secrets. There was something up there, perhaps a surveillance device, a satellite, a space station, or even a ship. Though it was highly probable that it had ceased functioning, one could not dismiss the possibility of other entities still lingering above. He had once been a part of that surveillance apparatus. This was the conclusion he reached after days of contemplation. Had he not experienced that vantage point overlooking the earth? Or had he merely traversed into the body of Gawain Cecil upon his arrival? He would possess no awareness of such matters and would not feel the corresponding pressure. Yet, he was burdened with knowledge. Thus, as a modern-minded soul from Earth, he found it impossible to quell his curiosity and anxiety about the sky. What exactly hung above? What influence might it or they exert upon the earth? Would it or they remain placidly suspended there? What intentions might its or their creators, if such creators existed, harbor? All these questions filled Gawain with an urgency that was ineffable to others, akin to an earthling suddenly realizing that an alien spacecraft was stationed in the orbit above. Even if that vessel had remained motionless for hundreds of thousands of years, those dwelling on the ground would find it difficult to feel at ease. Understanding the origins and purposes of it, or they was essential for a sound slumber. Moreover, even in the absence of this anxiety, Gawain could not turn a blind eye to the sky purely out of curiosity. After all, one naturally looks up at the heavens daily, be it the sun or the stars. Gawain cast a sidelong glance at her. Sneaking onto someone else's balcony in the middle of the night to frighten them was rather impolite. The night is my domain. Shadows abound, and I wander freely wherever I please. Amber swayed on the railing, her form melding into the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared on the other side of the balcony. And you, a grand hero from 700 years ago, do you truly fear the prospect of someone speaking to you in the night? Gawain felt a shiver run down his spine, though he was too embarrassed to admit it. By the way, what do you gaze upon each day? Noticing Gawain's silence, Amber shifted the topic. During the day, one watches the sun for direction. At night, do you gaze at the stars for astrology? Are you versed in the art of divination? What do you believe resides in the heavens? Gawain retorted, in the heavens? Surely, it is nothing but stars and the sun. Amber casually replied, oh, and you wouldn't dare suggest that the palaces of the gods are up there, would you? I have no interest in such teachings. My faith lies with the goddess of shadows and the night. The realm of the night lady dwells in the deepest void of a starless night, a realm utterly distinct from the skies of our reality. Each day, I simply close my eyes and offer a prayer, and that suffices as my devotion. Are you truly a follower of the Night Lady? Gawain asked, surprised as he cast a glance at Amber. Although he himself held no particular faith, he was well versed in the religious knowledge from Gawain Cecil's memories, which revealed a myriad of deities and sects that both fascinated and intimidated him. He had not anticipated that the seemingly irreverent thief before him was, in fact, a person of belief. Why not believe casually? The Night Lady demands no offerings, nor does she dispense divine messages, and there are no obligatory rituals. Why not indulge in faith if it costs me nothing? Amber spoke nonchalantly, uttering what would be deemed blasphemous by true adherents. Besides, the Path of Shadows is somewhat affiliated with the powers of the Night Lady. Sometimes, I feel that my prayers may actually enhance my abilities, though it later proves to be mere illusions born of drunkenness. Gawain scoffed, choosing to ignore this half-elf devoid of decorum. She was an embarrassment to her kind. Whatever her other lineage was, it too reflected poorly upon her heritage. Hey, why have you gone silent again? Amber pressed on, unwilling to let him off the hook. You still haven't told me what you're looking at. She chattered on, your perspective is quite intriguing. Do you believe that upon death, one ascends to the heavens? Is that a belief from some religion 700 years ago? Gawain felt a twinge of awkwardness. No, that's. Oh right, you have died before, Amber exclaimed, her eyes widening in discovery as she swayed closer to him. Did you ascend to the heavens immediately upon your demise? What is it like when one dies? Please, enlighten me. Enough. Move aside. Gawain pressed her face away, forcibly distancing her. Upon death, one knows nothing. Do you understand? I was merely rambling out of boredom. Amber glared at Gawain for a considerable time, and upon confirming that he truly had no intention of divulging anything, she turned her head away, finding the older man rather tedious. Gawain exclaimed, could you repeat that? In an instant, Amber vanished. Chapter 23. Journey to the royal capital. Those who managed to flee the nightmarish grasp of Cecil's domain were fortunate yet profoundly unfortunate. The blazing houses. The earth corrupted by elemental forces, the terrifying giants striding forth from the chaotic mists, and the loved ones who perished beneath the weight of it all, each element intertwined with the nightmares that haunted every soul who escaped. Even upon reaching the safety of Transcendent town, under the protection of knights and soldiers, the fear never truly dissipated from the survivors' hearts, even for a fleeting moment. For even the armored soldiers found little respite in sleep during these harrowing days. Many resorted to alcohol to numb their pain, while the destitute, unable to afford even that solace, were left to endure their torment. Moreover, in this era, refugees wandering into the territory of other lords could hardly expect a favorable living condition, and the situation only grew more dire, let alone maintaining order among the refugees. Sir Philip struggled even to keep his soldiers in line, often feeling overwhelmed by the task of ensuring they reported daily. Outside Transcendent town, Rebecca gazed upon the gathering of her subjects before her. These individuals, clad in tattered garments and bearing weary expressions, had indeed benefited from the basic provisions and shelter provided by the noble Andrew. However, the charity extended by nobles in this age was exceedingly limited. The fact that these people had not succumbed to starvation or freezing was a testament to the extraordinary kindness of their lord, surpassing that of his peers. And Rebecca felt she could not ask for more. For those who had fled from Cecil's lands, the mere presence of their lord served as a potent tonic for their spirits. In this era, the common folk were not imbued with high awareness or psychological resilience, and their loyalty to their lords was tenuous at best. Although Rebecca was considered a kind and benevolent ruler, largely due to her youthful naivety, which prevented her from grasping the cunning and avarice of her noble contemporaries, she had only recently assumed her role. Given the inadequacies in communication, many of her subjects were, in fact, unaware of their lord's appearance. Yet, her emergence was still a source of encouragement for these distressed individuals, who had been in a state of anxiety for countless days. The simple act of someone stepping forward to declare their commitment to their protection was sufficient. They cared little for the identity or appearance of their lord. Centuries of feudalism had dulled their capacity for independent thought, rendering them exceedingly easy to satisfy. In Gawain's view, this was a form of cohesion rooted in ignorance and folly, yet it proved effective. The crowd gathered for the send-off was but a small fraction, as most remained in Transcendent town to tend to their belongings or labor in exchange for sustenance. Rebecca surveyed these individuals, wishing to utter a few words. I vow to you, Sir Philip declared, standing tall, I shall safeguard every citizen and every possession of the Cecil family. Let us not forget the tasks that lie ahead. Gawain interjected. Lord Andrew will provide the necessary assistance. Utilize those who are agile and clever without hesitation, What they accomplish will be far more valuable than mere coin. Indeed, the young knight responded vociferously, yet his confusion was palpable. As an individual entrenched in a secluded era and proficient in martial arts, he found it challenging to grasp Gawain's thoughts. But were those matters truly of such significance? Indeed, they were. Gawain chuckled, referring to them as mere gossip on a smaller scale, or as the broader phenomenon of public opinion. One should never underestimate these intangible forces. Once a topic captures the collective attention, even a king may find himself restless. After making the necessary arrangements, Gawain and Rebecca boarded the carriage provided by Lord Andrew. Accompanied by Betty, the maid, the steadfast Sir Byron, the formidable Thief Amber, and 12 soldiers from the family. These soldiers could hardly be deemed elite, as only a handful of warriors had managed to break through alongside Sir Philip. With the addition of 2 who escaped with Gawain, the total scarcely exceeded 20. Under such circumstances, assembling 12 fully equipped soldiers could be seen as the last vestige of the Cecil family's dignity. The mature and composed Hetty remained behind to maintain order. Yet this Aunt Hetty clearly harbored concerns for her niece as she prepared to embark on the journey to the royal capital. Standing beneath the carriage, she grasped Rebecca's hand, reiterating her admonitions. Always remember your identity, do not tarnish the Cecil family's reputation, and avoid conflicts with the nobles of the capital. Show deference to the king and uphold decorum. Refrain from hurling fireballs at others, for the capital is not like our countryside. Most importantly, heed the words of our ancestors, especially when interacting with the nobility. While you may not excel in this regard, our forebear was a Grand Duke, and he understood. As Gawain listened to Hetty's counsel, a weight settled upon his heart, for he too was bewildered. Not only did he lack understanding, but the genuine Gawain Cecil was equally perplexed. When that founding hero perished, Ansu was still governed by a band of rustic folk. The court's customs of year revolved around drinking contests and public disputes with the king, and it was likely that 7 centuries later, things had changed considerably. Yet, to prevent the already anxious nth great-granddaughter from spiraling into madness, he placed a reassuring hand on Hetty's shoulder and offered a comforting gaze. Fear not, I comprehend. Thus, with Hetty's smile of reassurance, the carriage, bearing the oblivious Rebecca and the seemingly knowledgeable Gawain, set forth on the road to the royal capital. Concurrently, Sir Philip dispatched personnel according to Gawain's pre-departure plans. These individuals, astute commoners identified amongst the populace, and agile, silver-tongued locals hired in Tanzan, included even a few ruffians easily swayed by mere coins. Engaging with such characters left the young knight feeling particularly awkward, while the tasks assigned to them seemed utterly nonsensical. Their sole objective was to disperse in every direction, venturing to every gathering place, infiltrating taverns, delving into the black market, and scouring the squalid shanties of the impoverished, all the while boasting to the locals. Ideally, they might even encounter passing minstrels to regale with their tales. It is said that even the souls of the underground were stirred, as the legendary ancestor of the Cecil family, Gawain Cecil, arose from his tomb. Indeed, you heard me correctly. The fabled Gawain Cecil has awakened from his long slumber. Surely, his purpose is to eradicate those monstrous beings. Oh, why would I deceive you? This tale is circulating widely among the southern folk. You need only inquire in towns like Tanzan or Linmu to uncover the truth. And, do you see my attire? I escaped from the farthest south. I even witnessed the resurrection of the Cecil ancestor with my own eyes. Nearly everyone recounts similar stories, and they all fervently assert that they beheld these extraordinary events. Even if they were not among the original knights sent forth by Sir Philip, those who perpetuate the rumors afterward are likely to echo the same sentiments. Should one gather all the whispers into a single place, they would be astonished to find that at least 1,000 individuals stood in solemn tribute within the tomb at the time of the Cecil ancestor's resurrection, with a multitude of 10,000 spectators outside on the graves. Yet in this age, those capable of consolidating such information remain indifferent to the gossip circulating among the common folk. The ones who believe and spread these tales hardly contemplate their veracity. Meanwhile, within the carriage en route to the city of Saint Sunier, Gawain gazed absently out at the passing scenery, pondering how he ought to present himself before his majesty, the king who resided in the silver fortress of Saint Sunier. He was uncertain of the impact his directives to Sir Philip would yield. In truth, he possessed scarcely a third of the confidence required. This is a world fraught with contradictions and ignorance, where the existence of magic renders many matters remarkably convenient, to the point of surpassing the limitations of the age. Yet, such supernatural powers are wielded by only a select few, and the populace has yet to recognize. or perhaps believes it unnecessary, to transform magic into a broader productive force. Thus, in that powerless lower society, everything remains astonishingly backward. Communication relies on loud shouts, and transportation depends on foot travel. Rumors can swiftly circulate within a town. For the commoners, tavern gossip serves as one of the rare entertainments amidst their toil. However, transmitting news from one city to another proves tenfold more challenging, as the barren wilderness obstructs most means of exchange. Furthermore, local nobility impose restrictions on the movement of people within their territories, without the lord's permission. A peasant daring to venture from their village to the neighboring lord's domain to procure a chicken risks the gallows. The passes jointly signed by the Cecil and Leslie families, the family of Viscount Andrew, can alleviate the constraints on movement, yet they cannot resolve the myriad other difficulties. Nevertheless, endeavoring to make an effort is far superior to inaction. Gawain's objective is straightforward: to ensure that the tale of the Cecil ancestor's resurrection spreads as widely as possible. It must not remain a secret confined to the aristocratic circle, but rather become a sensational topic among the common folk, and even the impoverished. If possible, it ought to be elevated to the realm of urban legends, to the extent of becoming a spine-chilling tale. In truth, those rumors are indeed evolving in that direction. Consequently, everyone will come to know that the ancestors of the Cecil family have returned to life. Moreover, that legendary founding duke awakened at the time when the monsters assailed the kingdom. Chapter 24. The journey to the capital. Gawain did not traverse the road at a swift pace. Concurrently, he engaged local minstrels and ne'er-do-wells to disseminate tales that were not only similar but also curiously outlandish. Aided by the sufficient funding he received from Viscount Andrew to accomplish these endeavors. Initially, Gawain harbored concerns regarding his and Rebecca's inexperience in dealings with such local ruffians, pondering whether they might encounter difficulties in their efforts. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable prowess displayed by Sir Byron, who, despite his moderate standing among peers, possessed an exceptional aptitude for engaging with the idle members of society. Upon arriving in a city, it took him little time to establish connections with those unsavory characters. And before the soldiers could spread the news, various rumors about the southern territories began to circulate among the lower strata of society. Reflecting on Sir Byron's origins, Gawain recalled Rebecca's words. Byron was not a true-born noble, but rather a former mercenary who had roamed far and wide. It was only after a certain incident that he was taken in by the previous Viscount Cecil, allowing him to ascend to knighthood. Evidently, the experiences of this erstwhile mercenary had not been squandered. Another individual who proved immensely helpful was Amber, who adeptly navigated interactions with the local ruffians, showcasing a level of professionalism and skill that left Gawain astounded. This, however, left Amber feeling somewhat wounded, as if her worth in life faced denial. Gawain surmised that instilling a proper worldview in this elven disgrace was likely an impossible task. As they journeyed, pausing intermittently to allow the rumors to ferment, Gawain's ulterior motive was not easily articulated. He sought a deeper understanding of this world. This desire was not merely due to the 7th-century gap between his memories and the present era, but rather because he was fundamentally not of this world. The visions he beheld from above could only serve as a map, and the inherited memories lacked sufficient immersion and adaptability, a realization that struck him after several futile attempts to search through memories, hindered by an unfamiliarity with relevant keywords. Thus, for Gawain, the most pressing need was to comprehend this world. The process unfolded rather smoothly. He observed the impoverished and backward southern villages of the Ansu kingdom, witnessed the bustling and vibrant central cities, traversed through rugged wilderness, and encountered the fortifications erected by humankind. All these experiences gradually coalesced with the maps in his mind. Unlike Rebecca, Gawain was not overly concerned about potential issues arising from their prolonged absence from Transcendent town. He had faith in Hetty's capabilities and was fairly certain that Viscount Andrew would honor the terms of their agreement, not out of belief in the Viscount's character, but because he trusted that mutual interests would firmly bind the Viscount to the Cecil family. Regardless of the duration of their journey, every expedition must reach its conclusion. After 2 months of traversing the southern regions, the imposing walls of St. Sunier city finally came into view for Gawain and his companions. This city, constructed upon the plains, far surpasses the impoverished and backward southern towns in scale. Its pristine white walls and expanses of orderly azure rooftops are its most distinguished features, earning it the esteemed titles of the Holy White City and the Blue Crown. Since the founding monarch, Charles I, led his people to cultivate the land and erect fortifications 7 centuries ago, this city has undergone countless expansions and renovations. The original earthen walls have long since vanished, leaving behind only a few commemorative remnants within the old quarter. The newly constructed stone walls have expanded tenfold compared to the original, built from the sturdy stones of the northern cliffs and eastern territories, with molten copper and lead binding the bricks. Within these formidable walls, every 100 meters are embedded crystals blessed by the earth element, ensuring the walls maintain their grandeur without cracking or crumbling, a feat the early pioneers could scarcely have imagined. This city is no longer the same place that Gawain Cecil remembers from his past, possessing legitimate travel documents and reliable noble credentials. Gawain and his entourage encountered no obstacles upon entering the city. His Majesty, King Francis II, who reigns over the entire Ansu kingdom, awaited these visitors from the south in his palace, the Silver Fortress, particularly anticipating the arrival of a certain extraordinary guest from 7 centuries prior. In fact, he had been waiting for countless days, almost to the brink of neurosis. The king lamented the incessant reports from the southern regions, with intelligence from every town along the route flooding in without pause. The official reports from various officials, combined with informal tidbits gathered from the populace, could nearly stack a meter high upon his desk, containing over 100 versions, not including dialect variations. Regardless of the version, the central theme remained consistent, that ancient ancestor had unexpectedly risen from the grave, leading his descendants directly to the royal capital. Yet, despite the daily influx of news, the ancestor himself remained absent. However, the merchants and minor nobles capable of gathering intelligence were undoubtedly aware of this development. Consequently, King Francis II found his options limited. Thus, rather than discreetly directing his entourage straight to the Silver Fortress, he soon ordered all soldiers to unfurl the flags that had been prepared in their carriages. These flags bore the emblem of the Cecil family alongside the sword and shield insignia of the Ansu royal house, displayed together, a banner meticulously restored from Gawain's memories, once used during his lifetime as the Duke of the Southern Regions. Even with merely 12 soldiers, they would parade forth in a grand procession. The Cecil family has indeed diminished, yet even in its weakened state, this lineage, which once expanded its territory alongside the former king and established itself through valor, clings to its last vestige of pride, the defense of its people and land, refusing to compromise on the battlefield. At merely 17 years of age, Rebecca, who can only cast a fireball spell, stands as arguably the weakest lord in the history of the Cecil family, lacking in both scholarly and martial prowess. Her intellect might even have been compromised by a door. Nonetheless, she valiantly leads the remaining family soldiers in a desperate defense of the castle, ensuring that the last of the civilians can escape, all sustained by a legacy of honor that endures to this day. Thus, the Cecil family possesses the most impoverished fief in the southern region, yet it still nurtures the finest warriors of the south. Even if only a mere handful remain alive today, the soldiers raise their banners, mounted and arranged in 2 lines, gazing at the emblem fluttering upon the flags, as if imbued with renewed vigor, their heads held high. Behind them, Rebecca and Gawain have dismounted from their carriage, riding alongside the soldiers in solidarity. Byron, leading the charge at the forefront, strives with all his might to embody the demeanor of a true noble, so as not to bring shame upon the family to which he has pledged his loyalty. However, Gawain rides up beside him and whispers, urging him to relax and set aside the formalities. After all, when they first arrived here, some among them bore nothing but axes for logging. At the rear of the procession, the carriage that was meant for Gawain and Rebecca is now occupied by the mischievous Miss Thief and the drowsy young maid, Betty. Betty's head nods rhythmically, appearing as though she is in agreement, yet suddenly a small bubble of mucus emerges from her nose. Amber, blinking curiously at Betty, notices the frying pan resting beside her, and a playful impulse arises within her. Utilizing her exceptional skills as a thief, she stealthily approaches the frying pan. In a sudden motion, Betty snatches the frying pan to her chest, glaring at Amber with wide eyes of astonishment. No, the master said this is mine. Amber can only respond with a silent stare. Chapter 25, The Journey to the Capital 2. Despite the presence of merely 12 soldiers, and the Cecil lineage having long distanced itself from the political epicenter of the kingdom, Gawain made a most striking entrance into the city, brandishing the banner that had been permitted only during his ancestor Gawain Cecil's lifetime, a banner that dated back 7 centuries. This display was less a proclamation of his own existence than it was a message to the current Ansu royal family. It was not the 17-year-old Viscount Cecil who entered, but rather the Duke of the South. From his vantage point, Gawain could perceive little. The city had expanded exponentially beyond its former confines. It had grown to such an extent that even from the highest point of the silver fortress, no boundaries could be discerned. One might wonder if the ancient figure, who had slumbered for 700 years, would feel astonished upon entering this transformed city. Would he realize that after 7 centuries, everything had altered beyond recognition? The chamberlain received his orders, yet just before he departed, Francis II called him back. Moreover, apart from the meeting arrangements, every request made by Duke Cecil must be fulfilled to maintain proper decorum. Once the chamberlain had left, a young man, resplendent in fine garments, with short, light golden hair and an extraordinary countenance, approached from where he had been standing by a nearby column. "Father, do you believe that the resurrected Duke is genuine?" "That is of little consequence," Francis II replied, observing his air. "Although Andrew has delivered that letter and we have received numerous corroborations, the authenticity of the ancient Duke remains to be seen in the unfolding events. For now, I can only assert that it is indeed not a farce. The resurrected figure has brought us a considerable surprise." The young man lowered his gaze, feigning humility as he inquired, "What do you surmise his intentions to be?" Prior to the meeting, all intentions could only be speculated upon. Judging by the momentum he had generated along the way and the evident whispers of manipulation surrounding him, he would surely not reveal his true aims outright. The old king shook his head. "You may seek an opportunity to engage with him, engage his demeanor. However, be mindful of your approach. We are confronted with an unprecedented situation, and you must not provoke him." The young man nodded in agreement and turned to leave the room, while Francis II resumed his gaze towards the city, a faint sigh escaping his lips. His heir was still too young, not quite adept at concealing his true thoughts. He exhibited a remarkable eagerness towards the ancient figure, making his urgency painfully obvious. Yet, this was not a grave matter. Rather than allowing him to clandestinely pursue contact, it would be better to provide him with the opportunity. As the old king's words faded, a drapery near the column fluttered gently, yet no figure materialized. Furthermore, one must not draw too near. Should that truly be a legend from 7 centuries past, a reckless approach would surely lead to discovery, the old king added. The drapes beneath the corridor remained utterly still. Gawain and his entourage entered through the main gate of St. Suniel City, traversing the Grand Avenue on horseback. And nearly half the city's populace was already aware of their arrival. Before reaching Silver Keep, they encountered a lavish retinue dispatched by the king to extend a warm welcome. The spectacle was grandiose, with a crimson carpet unfurling from the depths of Silver Keep to Gawain's feet, while elegantly attired attendants scattered petals along the way, accompanied by musicians playing horns and drums, all indicating that His Majesty had likely prepared for this occasion for more than a mere day. Gawain, however, could ascertain that had he altered his manner of entering the city or advanced his arrival, the nature of this welcome would have differed significantly. Heaven knows how many contingency plans the king had devised to accommodate this moment. Although Gawain himself lacked personal experience in dealings with nobility or royalty, his mind was brimming with related knowledge and insights. Gawain Cecil, though a product of the barbarous era at the inception of Anjou, had also witnessed the splendor of the Gondor Empire. While he could not behold the visage of Anjou 7 centuries hence, he was well aware of the grandeur that characterized the Gondor Empire in its heyday, that once magnificent human empire. Its complexity far beyond what the contemporary nations of the continent could conceive. "Please, accompany me to Silver Keep. His Majesty has commanded the most opulent chambers and finest cuisine be prepared, along with soothing spring waters for our esteemed guests to alleviate their fatigue. The meeting is arranged for noon tomorrow. Do take this evening to rest well." Despite her efforts to maintain composure throughout the journey, the young lady lord from the countryside found herself utterly astounded before the grandeur of Silver Keep and its welcoming ceremony, her eyes overwhelmed by the spectacle. She was uncertain whether to admire the orderly and resplendent procession or to gaze upon the imposing palace, its exterior adorned with silver foil. "I had thought His Majesty would be eager to meet me." Gawain shrugged, remaining atop his steed, lowering his gaze to the reception officer. For one does not encounter a figure emerging from a coffin with ease. The reception officer momentarily faltered, likely taken aback by the legendary Duke's manner of speech, yet quickly regained his composure. "His Majesty, considering the fatigue of your journey, has arranged the meeting for tomorrow." "Is that so?" Gawain deliberately paused for an extended moment, watching as a bead of sweat threatened to break from the reception officer's brow before continuing. "I extend my gratitude for His Majesty's kindness. However, since we shall not meet today, I find no necessity to enter his castle. Silver Keep does not suit my tastes." The reception officer's expression altered slightly. "Then perhaps it would be more comfortable for you to stay in your own home." Gawain smiled, pondering whether, after 7 centuries, Crown Street number 4 had been raised by your kind. Upon hearing the words number 4, Crown Street, the expressions of the reception officials and several nearby court officials involuntarily shifted, although Francis too had forewarned them. They had not anticipated that the request put forth by Gawain would take such a direction. That was the residence of Gawain Cecil, who lived 7 centuries ago in the royal capital. Although Gawain Cecil was the Duke of the Southern Territory and primarily resided in his southern fiefdom, like other pioneers of his time, he also possessed a residence within the royal capital, built by the founding monarch, Charles I, for each of the original pioneering knights. These residences were situated in the district of Crown Street, closest to the Silver Fortress. Whenever the various pioneers traveled to the capital to discuss matters of importance, they would stay at their own homes, a custom of that era. Now, 700 years later, all of the pioneers, except for one recently resurrected, have long since passed away. However, each manor on Crown Street has retained its original appearance. Furthermore, the royal family has continued to fund ongoing renovations and repairs over these 7 centuries to ensure their everlasting existence. They have, in essence, become living relics, albeit inhabited by descendants of the pioneers who still thrive and have inherited their ancestors' legacies. The Cecil family is the sole exception. Ever since the extraordinary Grumman Cecil emerged from their lineage, number 4, Crown Street has been under royal ownership for a century. Number 4, Crown Street. The reception official stammered. It indeed still existed, albeit having undergone numerous renovations. Ah, that is certainly the case. After all, it is merely a manor, less robust than a castle. Gawain chuckled. However, since it has been renovated, it implies that it is well preserved today. I should have no issue residing there, correct? Of course. The reception official had initially intended to state that he must seek the king's approval before making a decision, but upon witnessing Gawain's enigmatic smile, he found himself at a loss for words. However, I understand that it has been appropriated by the crown, correct? Gawain sought to alleviate the pressure on the mere errand runner by interjecting. Moreover, I have heard that it has remained uninhabited for the past century, has it not? Indeed, given that the predecessor left behind many possessions, no one dared to remove them, and to this day, no one is deemed worthy to inherit them. Thus, number 4, Crown Street remains vacant. That is certainly possible. The reception official recalled the command relayed to him by the king's attendant and reluctantly nodded. Please wait a moment, I shall lead the way. He then turned his horse around, giving Rebecca a playful pat on the head before departing. Silly child. We are leaving. Rebecca suddenly snapped back to attention. Huh? Ancestor, are we not staying in the palace today? What is so great about the palace? When it was built, I told Charles that the soil he chose was inadequate, and lo and behold, 3 years after completion, the roof developed a significant crack. Come, I shall take you to the place where I once resided. That truly felt like home. As he watched Gawain and his companions depart, the official felt the cold sweat that had been brewing on his forehead finally trickle down. He then hastily seized the arm of a nearby individual, urging, quickly, send a druid skilled in transformation to Crown Street number 4. Instruct them to prepare at once. Chapter 26, Is this considered my ancestral home? Gawain did not urge his party to hasten, for he surmised that the attendants required ample time to prepare the residents at number 4 Crown Street to receive their esteemed guest. He had no intention of placing undue pressure on those merely following orders. Nevertheless, despite his leisurely stroll through the streets, upon arriving at Crown Street, he observed several uniformed servants bustling about, perspiration glistening on their brows. Fortunately, their preparations appeared to be nearing completion. A tall, slender middle-aged man, adorned with a white wig and a black bow tie, emerged from the estate and bowed before Gawain's horse. Your Excellency, your residence is ready. I am James Breen, currently charged with the management of this property. It is my honor to serve as your steward during your stay in the capital. Breen. That surname rings a bell, Gawain mused, a smile forming on his lips. Ah, yes, Holly Breen, the young squire who once served Charlie. It was Charlie who bestowed that surname upon him. The man who identified himself as James Breen displayed a hint of astonishment. For anyone fortunate enough to engage with such a historical figure, and one connected to their ancestors, would undoubtedly share in the wonder. Indeed, Holly Breen is our forebear. Our family has served the royal household for generations, managing the royal estate in the capital. Gawain chuckled softly. Ah, yes, this house is now indeed a royal property. James Breen's discomfort became palpable, for the awkwardness of this topic was the most pronounced of the day, akin to being bound to a chair while reciting the melancholic poetry of one's youth. However, Gawain merely jested. swiftly moving past the subject. Let us avoid unnecessary commotion. I shall not be residing here for long. James Breen straightened. I have received orders and shall endeavor to serve you diligently. Ensuring the estate is suitably prepared is our responsibility, such as removing the ticket sellers at the entrance and the guides inside. Communicating with beings from another realm proved quite cumbersome, as the nuances of humor often eluded them. Gawain waved his hand dismissively, dismounting and handing the reins to a waiting attendant. He then led his great-great-granddaughter and a large entourage into the ancient residence, which had stood for 7 centuries. Indeed, as the court official had remarked, the historic and significant houses along Crown Street not only retained their essence but had also undergone continuous restoration to maintain their original appearance over the centuries. Even with the existence of magic, which defied logic, much of what remained ought to have decayed long ago. Thus, Gawain was almost certain that at least half of the artifacts within were no longer the originals, merely resembling their former selves. Yet, he held no concern for this. After all, he was not truly Gawain Cecil. Essentially, any family capable of establishing a business in the capital possesses the means to construct a residence twice the size of this one within the city. Thus, as soon as Amber entered, she muttered, "Is this it? It falls far short of my expectations. This was built 7 centuries ago." Gavin cast a sidelong glance at the half-elf. During that era, the Silver Fortress was merely a tad larger than this. "I find it quite pleasant," Rebecca softly remarked. "The castle I reside in, despite its vast foundation, seems to lack in every aspect compared to this place." Amber shot her a disdainful look. "Well, of course. Considering you've nearly squandered your family fortune. No casting fireballs here," Gavin admonished, pressing down on Rebecca and Amber's heads. "You should behave as well. Just because you possess exceptional escape skills doesn't mean you should act recklessly. If you ever encounter a Shadow Master, you might find yourself meeting your demise right then and there." After instructing Sir Byron and the soldiers to settle and rest under the guidance of the attendants, he assigned Betty to the kitchen to assist in preparing dinner. The young girl's frying pan would finally see some use. Subsequently, Gavin began to meander through the main hall. "Everything has truly been preserved," he murmured after making 2 laps, memories flooding back to him, resonating with each object before his eyes. Although many items were no longer the originals, the familiarity stemming from his recollections compelled him to express his awe. Rebecca followed closely behind. Her curiosity mingled with a tinge of complex emotion as she observed the artifacts displayed in the main hall. The original pioneers had descendants, many of whom now resided on Crown Street. Yet she, the descendant of the most illustrious pioneer, the current head of the Cecil family, had only today come to realize what her esteemed ancestors' residence had looked like. Many of the items here she had only encountered in her family's books, such as an ancient battle axe hanging on the wall of the main hall. This was the very axe she had won from Charles during a swordsmanship contest. It was hardly a legendary weapon, merely a dwarf's axe. Gavin pointed to the axe on the wall, reminiscing as he spoke. "I wonder how those stout fellows developed. Each one barely reaches my waist, yet possesses such strength. This hefty axe seems cumbersome for human soldiers, yet they wield it as if it were weightless." Rebecca's attention was drawn to the name Gavin mentioned, Charles. Could it be the founding sovereign, Charles? Charles Morn, the individual now referred to as Charles I. Who else could it be? Gavin chuckled. The Charles I referenced is none other than him, though it merely donned the guise of Gavin Cecil. The thrill of this first-person boasting was genuinely exhilarating. Amber exhibited little interest in matters such as family histories or the secrets of kingdoms. After meandering through the hall and contemplating the potential consequences of pilfering from this place, envisioning how Gawain might retaliate, this spirited yet self-preserving half-elf lady settled onto a sofa, swinging her feet and scanning her surroundings. "I must inquire, are you here with the intention of gathering and absconding with the items within? After all, your lineage seems to be nearing the brink of financial ruin, and opportunities like today to relocate possessions are rather scarce." Gawain was taken aback. "Where did you derive such reasoning?" Amber replied with unabashed pride. "Do not feel embarrassed. It is a perfectly reasonable thought. Should you be concerned about the quantity of items being too cumbersome to carry, you may entrust them to me. With my expertise, I could efficiently clear this place within the span of 3 trips to procure groceries." Such a brazen thief, casually negotiating the logistics of theft with the rightful owner, truly was a rare breed. Amber had transformed from a source of shame for her race to one of dishonor for her profession. This evolution from racial disgrace to occupational ignominy felt like a remarkable achievement. "Spare me your musings. If I truly intended to take something, I would not require your assistance." Gawain interjected, dismissing Amber's impractical notions. Even Francis, too, in his confusion, would not be so petty regarding such matters. Amber blinked. Well, that is fair. I must admit. Most of the items in this room appear to be of little value, nearly all replicas, save for that axe in the vase by the door. Oh. But the vase is also a fake. Incredibly, this girl had managed to appraise everything in the room within such a brief span of time. If only she could redirect some of that energy into managing her loose tongue and fortifying her courage. As no one seemed inclined to engage with her, Amber, after swinging her legs for a moment, sought a new topic. By the way, why are you so insistent on dragging me into this? I am neither your knight nor a soldier, merely a passing thief. What assistance could I possibly offer? Firstly, you disturbed my rest, Gawain stated. Though you claim it was for refuge. According to the laws of the kingdom, such an act is still a capital offense. As the aggrieved party, I have pardoned you. Yet do you not feel a sense of obligation to assist me in return? Gawain regarded Amber seriously. Secondly, I genuinely value your abilities, not merely your talent for thievery, but your innate gift as a stealthy rogue. This is the capital, a place where countless individuals harbor various intentions. Keeping a watchful eye on this location and on each of us. Byron excels only in direct combat, and Rebecca is limited to fireball spells. While I have yet to fully regain my strength. Gawain's tone grew earnest, and Amber was momentarily caught off guard by his gravity. She had never anticipated that a noble would address her so solemnly. As a petty thief, she could never have imagined being entrusted with such a serious request by one of the aristocracy. Moreover, the other party is none other than the legendary Duke Cecil. This is certainly a tale to boast about for half a year. Gavin turned to Rebecca and asked, could you possibly control the fireball spell to the precise degree of singeing one's face without causing fatal harm? Amber exclaimed in surprise. However, Amber did not have the opportunity to experience the fireball spell's face singeing effect as the butler of the Breen family made his appearance. Chapter 27. The question of inheritance in the reception room. Gawain encountered His Royal Highness, the Prince, accompanied by Rebecca, whom he had brought along to broaden her horizons. Edmund Morn, the favored offspring of the current King Francis II of Anjou, stood before him. Although Gawain was previously unfamiliar with this prince, he had diligently sought knowledge about the contemporary royal family from Hetty and Lord Andrew in preparation for this journey to the capital. Consequently, he possessed a considerable understanding of the current royal affairs. King Francis II, now advanced in age, had few heirs, aside from his youngest son, Edmund Morn. He had only one son and one daughter, with his eldest son, Wales, being rather mediocre in character. Thus, Wales had been designated as the crown prince for a lengthy 17 years. However, the king, blessed late in life with a set of twins from a favored concubine, Princess Veronica Morn and Prince Edmund Morn, saw a remarkable change. This pair of siblings, displaying extraordinary talents in both martial prowess and intellect from a tender age, evoked great admiration from their tutors, contrasting sharply with their elder brother's lackluster abilities. The aging monarch, long troubled by the question of succession, found a solution and, without hesitation, revoked Wales's status as heir apparent, intending to bequeath the throne to his new progeny. This decision was met with unanimous approval throughout the court and beyond. Even Wales himself accepted the arrangement with equanimity. Subsequently, Edmund was named crown prince, ensuring a smooth transition in the lineage of the Anjou royal family. Many speculated that Princess Veronica's conversion was a strategic move by the royal family, allowing King Anjou to place a member of royal blood within the structured hierarchy of the Holy Light Church. Furthermore, a princess who renounced her claim to the throne in favor of a devoted allegiance to the God of Light was indeed a figure the Church could not dismiss, both symbolically and pragmatically. Conversely, some voiced concerns that this represented an encroaching influence of the Holy Light Church, signaling a potential erosion of royal authority. Both perspectives garnered substantial support, yet Gawain perceived them as mere strategic distractions, as those expressing such opinions were often merely engaged in idle chatter. Gawain, uninterested in the intricate machinations of royal affairs, or perhaps not yet equipped to contemplate such divisions of power, focused his attention on the young man before him. Edmund Morn was the epitome of a handsome youth, exuding both martial vigor and a scholarly grace, his demeanor impeccably poised. After a brief greeting, Gawain leaned towards Rebecca, whispering, "Did you see that? Take notes, refrain from solely thinking about hurling fireballs at people." Rebecca hesitated to remind her ancestor that it was he who had just encouraged her to use fireballs against others, but she refrained from speaking out, wary of retribution. Edmund, wearing a courteous and considerate smile, remarked, "I hope you find your stay here comfortable. Should the servants or maids fall short in any regard, Please feel free to inform James, the steward. Rest assured, there is nothing more comforting than residing in one's own home. Gawain settled into the high-backed chair. Remarking on how well you have maintained this place, it remains largely unchanged from 7 centuries ago. You have even restored my favorite set of tea utensils, which is quite impressive. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Preserving the abode of a hero is akin to safeguarding our honor. Edmund spoke with curiosity and reverence, admitting, though it may amuse you, I grew up listening to your tales. I even possess a replica of the weapons and armor you once wielded. Dreaming of the day I might expand territories and protect the people, just as you did. Regrettably, whether as a prince or a king, such freedom is unattainable. Gawain scrutinized the young prince several times until he shifted uncomfortably and inquired, Is there something amiss with me? Speak to me more casually. As if I were not an antiquated elder. Gawain waved his hand dismissively, stating, I may have been dead for 7 centuries, but I passed away at 35. I am not significantly older than you. Edmund displayed a hint of embarrassment, acknowledging, You have a point. I cannot help but add those 7 centuries to your age. A generational divide of 700 years must indeed exist. Gawain chuckled softly, noting, for instance, that our conversations in the past were far more straightforward than those of today. In our time, one could dive into the heart of the matter after a mere brawl or a drink, while modern individuals insist on excessive pleasantries. Edmund paused, then suddenly laughed. As if a weight had been lifted, I knew it. You are not as difficult to engage with as my father suggested. He warned me to be mindful of decorum. But I told him that excessive chatter can be quite vexing. You see, I appreciate this manner of speaking. Gawain nodded, suggesting, Then let us speak plainly. Did you come today to gauge my intentions? You are being a bit too forthright, Edmund replied. The ancients were indeed more candid. Gawain gestured dismissively, pondering that those long deceased could not rise from their graves to confront him. At the very least, in this realm, he alone could weave tales of the ancients as he saw fit, so there was no need for subterfuge. Your father sent you to discern what my sudden re-emergence from the grave signifies, did he not? Edmund shrugged. That is not my father's intent. He is exceedingly cautious. Even in seeking to comprehend your purpose, he would not send me directly to inquire in such a brazen manner. This is my own initiative. And I am indeed quite curious about your intentions. Gawain gestured for him to continue. You have been awake for some time now and must be aware that many changes have transpired over these 7 centuries, particularly the transformations of a century ago. As Edmund spoke, he glanced at Rebecca. Have you come for the benefit of the Cecile family? The question is rather vague. I am undoubtedly here for the interests of the Cecile family, but the crux lies in which specific interests. Gawain cast a glance at the prince and mused. From my perspective, there are numerous demands I could assert, the most direct being the hereditary dukedom and the southern territories of the Cecile family, which present significant points for discussion, do they not? Gawain adjusted his posture, leaning closer to Edmund, and with a half-smirk remarked, Indeed, according to the laws of the kingdom. But by legal standards, my heirs can only fully inherit my titles and estates after my demise. While I am still alive, only my eldest son possesses my secondary title. Furthermore, he holds limited legal representation rights, while all other Cecile progeny, aside from the eldest, merely possess noble status without any legal authority, which is evidently clear. I am currently alive, and there exists no clause within the laws of Ansa that delineates how the inheritance rights of a person who has returned from the dead should be defined regarding their activation or deactivation, nor how to resolve any contradictions arising during the periods of activation and deactivation. Legal representation rights, in Ansa law, refer to the entitlement of qualified noble offspring to act in the name of their family, enjoying corresponding privileges while bearing associated risks and responsibilities. Edmund. Gawain spread his hands. Thus, the initial premise of inheritance is rendered invalid. That Grumman from a century ago should neither have been a marquis nor held any legal representation rights of the Cecile family. You merely seized something from someone who had no rightful claim to it in the first place. Rebecca stared blankly at her ancestor, utterly astonished by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Amber, eavesdropping from an adjoining room, cast a glance at Sir Byron. How impressive, even more shameless than I. Prince Edmund, facing Gawain, was on the verge of an emotional breakdown, his lips twitching as he finally managed to utter, But who could have anticipated that you would suddenly come back to life when the laws were being drafted? Moreover, you have indeed died once before. Therefore, when conversing with me, it would be prudent to set aside those logical principles. They became ineffective the moment I arose from my grave. Gawain chuckled, stating, I am certainly not here to pursue those territories that have already been reclaimed or the titles of my descendants. I am well aware of the follies committed by that spendthrift a century ago. If I were in his shoes, I would have dealt with him harshly as well. The royal judgment rendered in this matter was not erroneous, nor do I intend to overturn it. I merely wish to make it known that if I truly wanted to engage in a meticulous dissection of the kingdom's legal code concerning the inheritance interests of the Cecile family, there are countless intricacies that could be brought forth, considering that a plethora of stipulations revolve around my life and death, do they not? Very well, I understand. Edmund raised his hand in surrender, stating, "You just mentioned that those who spoke 700 years ago were straightforward, not adept at beating around the bush. Yet, it seems you may be even more formidable than my debate tutor. I have not only endured the barbarous era of Ansu, but I have also witnessed the zenith of the Gondor Empire. Thus, do not underestimate the ancients of 7 centuries past." Gawain remarked with a slight smirk. "In our savage days, we could feast upon raw flesh and blood, while in our more refined moments, we could bestow upon a single vintage of wine 36 distinct names, each accompanied by a sonnet of 14 lines. Indeed, that is quite impressive." Edmund conceded with genuine admiration. "May we then delve into a detailed discussion regarding the matters you are to address with my father at noon tomorrow?" Chapter 28. A new visitor. When Edmund Mohn departed, he wore a smile that suggested the negotiation had been quite satisfactory for him. After his exit, Rebecca ventured her opinion. "He appears to be a very amiable person. I had expected the Crown Prince to be rather difficult to engage with, given the myriad courtly protocols." "That is because he was addressing an elder from 7 centuries ago, rather than a decrepit border viscount," Gawain remarked, casting a glance at Rebecca. "Do you truly believe that the demeanor he exhibited here reflects his usual character?" "Quite the contrary. His performance aligned perfectly with my expectations of interaction, which leads me to conclude that he had thoroughly prepared for this meeting." Rebecca raised an eyebrow in confusion. Gawain elaborated. "The essence of negotiation skills boils down to adapting one's conversation to suit the audience. He commenced his visit as a prince, extending the appropriate courtesy befitting a highly esteemed noble family head. Upon observing my manner of speaking and demeanor, he promptly shifted to a more relaxed and humorous approach, making me more inclined to engage in further discourse with him. Such adaptability is indeed a remarkable talent." Rebecca scratched her head, bewildered. "Oh," Gawain sighed. "You might want to focus on mastering the 4 methods of casting fireballs instead." Even though Rebecca was often single-minded, she could sense Gawain's profound exasperation, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Oh, revered ancestor, am I perhaps a bit slow in this regard? Each person has their own strengths. Your abilities lie elsewhere, so do not force it," he reassured her, gently patting her head, a privilege of his height. "Moreover, to be honest, I do not particularly relish such cunning tactics. I much prefer the days when we risked our lives, forging a path through the wilderness with sheer determination." Rebecca nodded, somewhat understanding, and then curiously inquired, "By the way, revered ancestor, were you speaking the truth earlier?" Gawain responded, "What do you mean?" With earnestness, Rebecca asked, "Did you truly assign over 30 names to a single type of red wine, each accompanied by a sonnet?" Gawain sighed. "Indeed, that is true. It may sound impressive, but the reality was one of poverty. Back then, our pioneering group had not even reached the Holy Spirit Plains, and before we discovered a fertile area, finding enough to eat was a struggle. We bestowed numerous names upon a single type of wine simply because it was the only one we had left, and we composed sonnets for it as there was no other form of entertainment available. Therefore, you must understand that the elaborate rituals and protocols of the nobility stem from either excessive indulgence or desperate restraint. Fundamentally, they are utterly tedious." Rebecca's eyes sparkled with newfound knowledge, information that Aunt Hetty had never imparted to her. At that moment, the window of the room was abruptly pushed open, and Amber leaped inside. She flung herself onto a chair, swinging her legs and teasing Gawain. "You, old man, are quite amusing. Based on your earlier remarks, my assessment of you shall surpass that of all nobility. Cease your incessant calls of my lord, for I am in the prime of my life." Gawain shot a glare at Amber and added, "Were you not instructed to patrol outside? Have you slipped in here under the pretense of idleness? If even a prince can scale the walls, then Charles would likely spring forth from his grave, much like myself." The corners of Gawain's mouth twitched. "But not every individual seeking knowledge from me would enter through the front door. My presence here is precisely to await such visitors." "Very well, you are in charge now." Amber waved her hand dismissively, poured herself a cup of tea, and gulped it down before rising to approach the window. Gawain lamented not having the sword of the pioneer in hand. Rebecca nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "And what of you, venerable ancestor? I am accustomed to late nights and intend to visit the study, Gawain replied, considering it a return to familiar grounds. Eager to observe the extent of changes that have transpired, Rebecca obediently wished Gawain good night and departed the room. While Gawain remained for a moment before making his way to the study located on the second floor, Gawain Cecil was renowned for his martial prowess. Yet he was not merely a brute skilled in combat, he could also be regarded as a scholar and herbalist. In his leisure, he took great pleasure in reading. Thus, the residence at No. 4 Crown Street boasted not only a room for storing weapons, armor, and trophies, but also a rather spacious library. Memories that did not belong to him surged once more in his mind, imparting an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the objects surrounding him. He marveled at the diligence of those who came after him, for they not only restored the furnishings but even placed the magical quill and parchment on the desk in the very positions most familiar to Gawain Cecil during his lifetime. This obsessive restoration instilled within him a faint sense of dread. As he opened a secret compartment, he felt his fingers brush against a cold metal surface. Upon locating a pull ring, he extracted it from the hidden recess. It was an exquisite small box, radiating a cool silver sheen, remarkably preserved after 7 centuries. Upon sighting this box, Gawain exhaled in relief. It remained. Perhaps a significant portion of the items within this residence were no longer original. Yet certain artifacts could endure for over 700 years, such as a small safe crafted from mithril. The box was adorned with intricate magical patterns. And in addition to these designs, it bore a crest of a sword and shield, meticulously forged from fine gold and star iron, accompanied by delicate inscriptions, as well as the joint seal of Charles I and Gawain Cecil. These markings and texts, combined with the secret orders passed down through the generations of the Morn family, the Ansu royal lineage, ensured that even if someone were to reconstruct the main structure of the house and discover this small box, it would be sealed once more in its original location. However, this was also contingent upon Gawain's revival occurring at a relatively opportune moment, for the ancient orders and the deterrent of his predecessors would lose their potency over time. Especially now, in the era of the Second Dynasty, the influence of the First Dynasty has indeed waned significantly. Should he arrive a moment later, and this estate undergo another comprehensive renovation, no one could assure the fate of this small box. Gawain solemnly placed the box upon the table. If the paramount purpose of this journey to the royal capital was the acquisition of the perpetual exploration rights, then this silver-inscribed safe stood as the second most significant objective. His decision not to bring Rebecca to seek out this box was not rooted in distrust of his theoretical descendant, but rather stemmed from uncertainty regarding the box's current existence. Should he inadvertently coax the young lady here with an air of mystery, only for her to find nothing upon inspection, it would be exceedingly awkward. Gawain infused magical energy into the ornate patterns adorning the box's surface, recalling the method from memory. He then applied a drop of his blood to the emblem at the center of the lid, and the compact magical artifact immediately emitted a crisp mechanical whir, causing the lid to pop open slightly. Inside lay little more than a few crystals, drained of their magical essence and reduced to mere adornments, alongside a palm-sized platinum disc. Setting the crystals aside for the moment, Gawain picked up the disc for examination. Its surface was etched with intricate magical designs, and amidst these patterns floated characters that subtly quivered, serving as seals for elemental communication. Ah, at last, the key is in hand, Gawain murmured softly, tucking the crystals and the disc into his cloak. However, just as he rose, a sudden breeze whispered past his ear. Instantly, he seized a short sword from the table, his muscles taut and ready for combat. Such keen awareness and reflexes unmistakably belong to you. A young woman's voice drifted in from outside the window, and Gawain noticed that the study's window had opened unbeknownst to him. A veiled figure clad in a purple gown appeared to float in the air, advancing toward the window. Please, relax. Individuals like us, once engaged, could potentially alarm half the city. Before she could finish, a swift shadow shot down from the rooftop, accompanied by Amber's exuberant cry, "Thief! At last, I've caught you." Amber, a master of shadow affinity, had maxed out her skills in stealth and shadow stepping. Yet her direct combat prowess was merely a meager 1.5 geese, rendering her easily dispatched by the enigmatic woman. Nevertheless, the mysterious lady seemed momentarily startled. Having struck Amber away, and appeared to be processing the event, what was that just now? Gawain, gripping his short sword, remained tense. If I am not mistaken, that was my guard. Ah, I apologize. The mysterious woman hastily offered an apology, her demeanor surprisingly courteous. She glanced toward the direction where Amber had fallen, then turned back to explain, "I acted instinctively upon her abrupt entrance. But fear not, she will be fine. At most, she will be slightly dazed for a while. Gawain exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his stance remained unwavering. Who exactly are you? I apologize. It seems my entrance was somewhat lacking in consideration. The enigmatic woman stood upon the windowsill and, with utmost politeness, bowed gracefully. The treasury of Mithril extends its greetings to you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your esteemed liaison, Melita PEA, entrusted with the management of your savings within the sacred silver treasury. Gawain furrowed his brow, inquiring, My little pony? Chapter 29. The Mithril treasury. Upon hearing Gawain's instinctive remark, the enigmatic woman adorned with a veil paused momentarily, her eyes blinking in mild confusion. My name is Melita Pernia, she stated, and the pronunciation may indeed differ from names commonly found in the northern realms. Clearing her throat twice, she endeavored to adopt a more serious demeanor, attempting to alleviate the atmosphere. So, dear Miss Agent from the Mithril Treasury, what brings you to visit at such a late hour, and through the window no less? The woman gracefully descended from the windowsill and approached Gawain. Entering through the window was a necessity, as I am uncertain how many pairs of eyes are watching us. The items you left at the Mithril Treasury are classified as top secret, according to our agreement from years past. Both the deposit and withdrawal processes must be conducted with utmost confidentiality. As she spoke, her eyes, faintly shimmering with a purplish hue in the twilight, fixated intently on Gawain. Although her veiled visage concealed her expressions, the scrutiny in her gaze was palpable. Gawain's mind raced swiftly. He was aware that the Mithril Treasury, or rather, its existence was well documented in his memory. The Mithril Treasury was not a clandestine organization. In truth, nearly all sentient beings in this world were cognizant of its presence. Yet, no one dared to claim a thorough understanding of the true nature of this treasury. On the surface, it presented itself as a comprehensive banking institution capable of safeguarding wealth and treasures alike. For a sufficient fee, one could entrust any item to their care, at least. This was the narrative they projected to the outside world. Moreover, to this day, there had been no reports of items entrusted to the Mithril Treasury ever going missing. The Treasury also offered lending services, with countless agents and branches scattered throughout the realm, provided one met their credit standards. Anyone could effortlessly locate them and secure funds or other resources. However, two crucial caveats must be noted. First, the amount one could borrow depended entirely on the Treasury's assessment of their creditworthiness, a criterion they have never disclosed. Second, repayment was mandatory. Just as there had been no known incidents of lost items, there was also no record of anyone evading their debts to the Mithril Treasury. It was said that a cunning fire elemental lord once endeavored to challenge this principle, despite elemental beings having no need for currency. On the third day following the repayment deadline, the core and elemental shards of this lord appeared at an auction in the north, the proceeds precisely covering his debts and late fees. This illustrates that the Mithril Treasury engaged not only with humans but with all sentient races. Any entity with financial aspirations became a potential client of the Treasury. Even the mystical elves of the south and the stoic dwarves of the west were not exceptions. Rumor had it that even in the caverns of goblins, outposts of the Mithril Treasury could be found. The origins of this organization, whether human, elven, or of another race, remain shrouded in mystery. Regardless, it has perpetually existed in this manner, untouched even by the magical tide of 7 centuries past. In fact, the establishment of the Kingdom of Ansu was facilitated by a loan from it. Ultimately, Charles I did repay that sum. The Treasury agent gazed curiously at Gawain, who discreetly organized the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He realized that tonight's unexpected visitor was likely tied to a transaction from 7 centuries ago. Evidently, the former Gawain Cecil had been a client of the Treasury of Mithril. Yet the most troubling aspect was that he harbored no recollection of such matters. Gawain was entirely oblivious to what his ancestor had entrusted to the treasury of Mithril 700 years ago. As thoughts raced through his mind, he instinctively sought to concoct an excuse to mask his memory lapse. However, just as the words were about to spill from his lips, he noticed the scrutinizing gaze of Miss My Little Pony. A stirring in his heart compelled him to suppress the deception he was on the verge of uttering. This woman exuded an air of mystery, and until he could ascertain her true nature, he resolved to minimize uncertainties. Lying could lead to complications, as certain unique races possess abilities to detect falsehoods. He composed himself and met Melita's gaze. What did I store back then? Do you not recall? Melita's eyes curved slightly, as if she were smiling. Was it perhaps due to her prolonged slumber? I have been asleep for 700 years, so I may indeed have forgotten some things. Gawain rapped his head thoughtfully. Pray tell, Even if the principal dies, do you continue to safeguard the entrusted items? Typically, the demise of the principal signifies the termination of the trust. Subsequently, the entrusted items would be handled in one of two ways. If there were legitimate heirs, the items would be returned to them. If no lawful heirs existed, the entrusted items would become the property of the treasury of Mithril. Melita indeed smiled, gently raising her hand, and a delicately crafted small vault materialized in her grasp. However, the item you entrusted was quite special. You specifically purchased a service for indefinite safekeeping, which means that as long as the treasury of Mithril remains operational, your belongings will be stored permanently, and only you may retrieve them. She added, "You paid a considerable price for this service back then. After we received news of your passing, we assumed it would become a troublesome debt account. Yet it seems that everything is now uncertain." Gawain furrowed his brow, realizing that the complexity of this matter likely exceeded his initial assumptions. However, now was not the time for inquiries. He needed to obtain that item before he could make any further judgments. Your lack of recollection regarding the original trust does indeed present a challenge. But rest assured, the treasury of Mithril has encountered a myriad of issues, and we possess ample experience to handle any surprises. Melita cradled the vault, stating that memory was merely a minor issue. "Please place your hand upon this rune. These ancient magics will naturally verify your identity." Gawain contemplated for a brief moment, simultaneously harnessing the innate danger perception talent of his knightly vocation. He detected no threatening aura emanating from the storage box, nor any curses or negative energies associated with the rune itself. Having confirmed this, he placed his hand upon the claw-like emblem. A faint warmth radiated from his skin, and with a soft click, the box's lid opened slightly. "Is this all there is to it?" Gawain inquired, a note of surprise in his voice. Melita smiled. "Enhancing customer convenience is the guiding principle of the Mithril Vault. This assists clients in settling their accounts more effectively. Of course, your bill was settled 700 years ago." As she spoke, she fully opened the box and handed it to Gawain, who leaned down to inspect its contents, only to find a dull crystal within. "Wait, this crystal seems somewhat familiar," Gawain mused, suppressing his curiosity for the moment. He looked up at Melita and asked, "By the way, why did you choose to seek me out now? Is this part of our agreement from years ago?" "Not quite," Melita gently shook her head. "We merely require some time to verify your resurrection. I initially intended to meet you along your journey to the capital, but your route is rather ethereal. I had no idea what plans you were enacting, so I opted to await your arrival here in the capital. By the way, I have been waiting for quite some time. The cost of living in the capital is exorbitant, and rent is no trifling matter, but as you are a valued client, I shall waive those expenses." Gawain replied, "Why bring that up at all?" He turned his head slightly and added, "Indeed, the prices in the capital are quite steep. The guard I employ has a hefty appetite, and after your injury to him, I fear the expenses for his recovery will be considerable. I shall not charge you for that either." Melita appeared to stiffly laugh twice behind her veil. Ultimately, she shook her head and extended an object to him. "Well then, Mr. Gawain Cecil, this transaction has been successfully completed. As a distinguished client of the Mithril Vault, you are entitled to a gift." Curiously, Gawain accepted the item, discovering it to be a silver-white ring. "What is this?" he asked. "The Mithril ring. Every esteemed client receives one upon completing their first transaction. With it, you can contact your dedicated agent, the VIP representative, at any time. Should you encounter any financial difficulties in the future, or require someone to safeguard your treasures, simply reach out to me directly. Of course, for minor services, you may also present this ring at the nearest Mithril Vault branch to enjoy various discounts." With that, she turned and walked towards the window from whence she came. Gawain raised the ring in his hand, saying, "I hope I never find myself in need of borrowing from you." Melita had once again taken her place on the windowsill. Upon hearing Gavin's words, she turned her head and smiled lightly. "Believe me, Mr. Gavin, anyone can encounter financial difficulties. The Mithril Treasury will always open its doors to distressed clients." Moments later, her figure appeared in a small attic on the top floor of the mansion. This was a place seldom disturbed, typically used for storing miscellaneous items. However, it now also contained various bedding, pillows, pots, and dishes. Melita was not deceiving. She had indeed waited here for quite some time. As she packed her belongings, the young agent shook her head. "Fortunately, the food consists solely of your family's rice." Chapter 30. This evening. So many visitors. Gawain stood by the window for a moment, waiting until he was certain that the presence of that My Little Pony had completely vanished. He exhaled softly and swiftly began to close the window. Just as the window was about to shut, a shadow darted up from below, accompanied by Amber's loud exclamations. "Hey, Uncle, I just saw a little thief." With a thud, Gawain responded with a momentary silence. After a brief interval, the beleaguered Miss Amber finally stood firmly on the ground, clutching her forehead and adorned with an ice pack. She glared at Gawain in indignation. "This is outrageous. How was I to know you would suddenly leap in through the window?" Gawain cast her a sidelong glance, pondering the oddity of the day's events, questioning why no one seemed to use the front door properly. "I am a thief. Are you suggesting that I should disdain my professional integrity by entering through the front?" Amber retorted in exasperation, "And I was just knocked away. Are you really going to ignore how we address workplace injuries? Is it customary for nobles to be so miserly?" Before she could continue, Gawain interjected, "I am an elder. Surely, you trust my word?" Amber's eyes widened in disbelief. "You said it yourself. My memory is impeccable." Gawain waved his hand, urging the excitable half-elf to remain quiet. He then approached the desk, gazing at the crystals sprawled before him. There were 5 crystals. One had been handed to him by Miss Melita earlier, a relic from 7 centuries ago, which, in theory, should have been an important item entrusted to the silver treasury by Gawain Cecil himself. Yet, inexplicably, he had no recollection of it. The other 4 crystals were retrieved from the silver treasury's safe, but Gawain was equally unaware of their origins. He possessed memories of the safe, yet concerning its contents, he only recalled that the platinum disc was, in fact, a key to a warehouse long forgotten by time. As for the remaining crystals, he could only envision the moment he placed them into the safe, unable to recollect their provenance. It seemed as though all memories associated with these crystals had been obliterated. Gawain examined the crystals. They were of the same material. However, the one from the silver treasury was evidently intact, exhibiting a flawless, symmetrical form resembling a spindle the size of a palm, lacking a pointed tip. At its center, a faint blue glow could be discerned. Conversely, the 4 crystals extracted from the safe appeared to be fragments, remnants of another spindle. Gawain attempted to piece them together, discovering that they could barely form 2/3 of a spindle. "What is this?" Amber, having grown bored after standing beside him for a few minutes, was unable to contain her curiosity and leaned closer to Gawain. "Crystals, huh? Though they seem rather dull, they look completely worthless." Without looking up, Gawain replied, "Fortunately, they appear valueless. Otherwise, I would have had to silence you to prevent you from scheming to acquire them." Amber exaggeratedly pounded her chest, exclaiming, "Wow, you nobles are so cruel." Gawain cast a curious glance her way and remarked, "You keep mentioning nobles. Do you harbor a grudge against them?" "Not at all." Amber replied with a roll of her eyes. "But isn't it only natural for the poor to curse the nobles? When calamity strikes, whether it be illness or disaster, it must surely be the noble's fault." Gawain observed her with a bemused smile. "Your demeanor hardly reflects that of the impoverished. True beggars lack such audacity." Amber, puffing with pride, retorted, "Well, ordinary beggars wouldn't be capable of shadow walking either." Gawain chose to ignore this whimsical individual, instead waving her off to fetch Rebecca. "Call that little lord?" Amber blinked, then glanced at the crystal before Gawain. Wait, could these truly be valuable items? Gawain, bewildered by her train of thought, thought to himself, why would she think that? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "If you don't hurry, I'll pin you to the wall with a sword." In a swift motion, Amber transformed into a shadow and gradually dissipated into the air. Gawain let out a slow breath. The noisy half-elf had finally departed, granting him the solitude needed to ponder the unsettling question that loomed over him: his resurrection, or rather, his possession. What secrets lay concealed behind it? Initially, he had assumed everything was mere coincidence, that he had merely drifted through the heavens to the brink of some device's lifespan. After being ejected by the escape system, he fortuitously emerged from a grave. Yet now it seemed, perhaps his arrival was indeed an accident, but the resurrection of Gawain Cecil was not. It was unlikely that someone destined for a limited lifespan, one who had genuinely died at a young age, would purchase a permanent trust in the mithril treasury. Of course, it was conceivable that it was simply a case of money being squandered, but the likelihood of that was too slim to entertain. Gawain's fingers instinctively traced the surface of the table, inscribing 3 Chinese characters. Who am I? Gawain, hailing from Earth, had perished in an air disaster in his previous life and had crossed over to this realm, although the principles behind it remained unclear. He had lingered in the heavens for countless millennia, witnessing the vast transformations of this world. Subsequently, he had taken possession of a body, becoming Gawain Cecil, and it had only been a little over 2 months since. His memories were seamlessly intact, his personality unblemished, and his thought processes coherent. Thus, it was not the scenario he dreaded most. The issue, then, must lie with Gawain Cecil, his resurrection. Could it be that this unexpected visitor had complicated matters? Upon reflection, the fact that a body had remained uncorrupted for 7 centuries after death was indeed suspicious. Perhaps that legendary warrior had arranged for his revival long ago, planning to return on a future day when his unworthy descendants threatened to ruin the family legacy, or when the monstrous forces of annihilation re-emerged to breach their defenses, or even when 2 calamities occurred simultaneously, resolute in his commitment to safeguard his homeland until his last breath. Yet, amidst countless calculations, one crucial detail slipped through. A soul of a satellite had fortuitously descended. Contemplating this possibility, Gawain furrowed his brow, mentally exploring a myriad of scenarios. Though the vast majority remained unsubstantiated, the only certainty he held was that he remained unequivocally himself. He refrained from delving into complexities such as the imperceptible shifts of the subconscious, akin to how one's mind may be unaware of its own thoughts, or how one influenced by external factors might not recognize the alteration in their thinking. Such convoluted and ultimately pointless inquiries seemed a waste of time to him, particularly when he believed it prudent to focus on ensuring the clarity of his own thoughts. Only by safeguarding his mental acuity could he pursue his intended endeavors. The sound of footsteps from outside the study interrupted Gawain's musings. He heard Amber's animated voice echoing from beyond the door. "Let me tell you, your ancestor is quite the character, meeting a representative of a mithril treasury in the dead of night. Suddenly, he insists on seeing you. I suspect he is about to discuss inheritance matters." Then, with a hint of indignation, she added, "Moreover, that representative struck me. You owe me for work-related injuries." The crackle of a fireball being formed resonated through the air. Amber continued, "Of course, I'm not demanding payment right this moment." The door swung open, revealing Rebecca at the threshold, with Amber peering curiously over her shoulder. "Ancestor, you summoned me?" Rebecca inquired, casting a discerning glance at Gawain. Despite the half-elf rogue's tendency for fanciful tales, the astute lady of the domain instinctively assessed her ancestor's demeanor, seeking to ascertain whether he truly intended to discuss matters of inheritance. Gawain turned to Amber, instructing, "Stay outside and ensure no one approaches. If anyone else dares to intrude, I want to just withhold wages. I want to pay you at all." Amber scoffed, muttering as she made her way to the window, "As if you've ever paid me. Must you always take the window route?" Gawain sighed, feeling exasperated by such a creature's logic, and turned to his desk. He first secured the few crystals whose purposes eluded him for the time being, then retrieved the platinum disc previously obtained from the safe. Amber's assertion was not entirely incorrect. Indeed, he had something to convey to her. However, Gawain quickly emphasized, "It is certainly not an inheritance discussion." Rebecca observed the platinum disc in Gawain's hand with curiosity. "What is that?" "A key, capable of unlocking," Gawain began, but was abruptly interrupted by Amber's shout from the rooftop. "Thief! I've caught you again." This was followed by a cacophony of footsteps above, and shockingly, there was no sound of Amber being hurled away, leaving Gawain astonished. Could it be that a shadowy, stealthy goose had ascended to the roof? A perplexing thought indeed. Without delay, he reached for the weapon beside his desk, preparing to join Rebecca in investigating the commotion. Yet, before he could set off, a sudden surge of shadow erupted in the study. Immediately, Amber leaped forth from the shrouded mist, clutching a seemingly unconscious young man clad in black leather armor, his dark hair falling over his face. Gawain cast a glance at the newcomer and could not help but exclaim, "What a night! So many visitors." Chapter 31. The Shadow Guardian. Since the day this master of shadows was sent flying by a bank salesman named My Little Pony, he has completely lost faith in her combat prowess. Rather than assigning this individual to stand guard, it would be more akin to unleashing an alarm system. His initial duty was to watch the entrance below, but the commotion on the rooftop was too significant to ignore, prompting his disturbance. As for the previous visit from Melita, it was marked by a brief encounter where Amber was swiftly dispatched, resulting in minimal ruckus. Byron cast a perplexed glance around the study, observing the triumphant Amber and the fallen infiltrator. Yet, in the face of duty, the middle-aged knight nodded in agreement. "Indeed. How did you manage to capture this person?" After Sir Byron departed, Gawain looked at Amber with astonishment. "You won? What does that expression mean?" Amber, somewhat displeased with Gawain's reaction, retorted, "My direct combat abilities may be slightly lacking, but I am certainly not incapable. I have previously defeated a creature you referred to as a distortion." Gawain continued to scrutinize her. "Of course, it's primarily due to this individual's foolishness." Amber had more to say. If she had engaged me directly, she might have prevailed, but she insisted on flaunting her shadow step. only to be kicked out of her shadow state by me. The moment her spirit oscillated between the shadow realm and the material world, she fainted. Gawain gazed at her in disbelief, contemplating that such crude and savage maneuvers could only be executed by someone as extraordinary as her. Shadow step is the signature skill of infiltrators, and those in this profession typically possess some degree of shadow walking ability. However, the ordinary shadow walking of most pales in comparison to Amber's inexplicable prowess. They are essentially two entirely different skill sets. Typically, infiltrators can only achieve a temporary state of invisibility in the material world, traversing the narrow gap between the material realm and the shadow realm, what mages refer to as the shadow threshold. This is an exceedingly perilous technique, demanding precision and caution akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead one to plunge into the shadows, where unspeakable horrors await to rend one apart. As for Amber, who knows what her capabilities truly are? Under normal circumstances, infiltrators merely need to focus on their steps. As long as they do not err, there is little to fear about falling into the shadows. For shadow walking is known as the lonely path. Every infiltrator understands that no matter how skilled a shadow master may be, they cannot intrude upon another as shadow step. Thus, a proficient infiltrator can navigate this perilous dance with ease, but that is under typical circumstances. When you are dancing on the edge of a blade and suddenly confronted by a prodigy with a combat power of 15 geese who kicks you, the situation becomes quite different. In that moment, Amber was still reveling in her triumph, exclaiming, "It was quite amusing at the time. This individual struck a particularly foolish pose." In a swift motion, he transitioned into a shadowy form, and I perceived him distinctly. I observed him crouching stealthily beside me, brandishing a small knife with a flourish. I feigned ignorance of his presence, biding my time until he positioned himself precariously at the edge, at which point I delivered a decisive kick. Rebecca paid no heed to Amber's inquiries. Instead, she squatted beside Gawain to scrutinize the uninvited guest. "He can't possibly be unconscious, can he?" Gawain shook his head. "It's hard to say. A normal individual struck at the threshold of shadow would either perish or be rendered senseless." As they conversed, the fallen infiltrator suddenly convulsed and slowly regained consciousness. Under ordinary circumstances, a trained infiltrator would maintain an air of indifference, continuing to feign death. They would seamlessly regulate their heartbeat and breathing, rendering them undetectable to onlookers. However, the shock from the shadowy threshold had disoriented this professional, and by the time he grasped the situation, he found himself locked in a gaze with Gawain. The nameless young man appeared somewhat dazed, as if the events unfolding before him were beyond his anticipation. He then attempted to bite down on the poison concealed in his mouth to end his life, only to discover that it had been removed unbeknownst to him. Left with no recourse, he simply closed his mouth, remaining silent. "What is your name? What is your purpose? Who sent you?" Amber brandished her small dagger, twirling it adeptly in her hand. "Shall we resort to interrogation? While I may lack expertise, I've witnessed some practical applications during my past escapades in the dungeons." Rebecca looked bewildered. "What on earth did you steal from the dungeons?" "Ah, you wouldn't understand," Amber replied with an air of pride. "Many guards would stash valuables pilfered from prisoners in the nooks of the dungeon, waiting for their shifts to change before they could retrieve them. Otherwise, they risked being caught by patrolling officers or lords. I specialized in seizing those moments." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the astonished young man. "But back in my day, the Royal Shadow Guard was merely a personal escort, primarily tasked with gathering intelligence in extreme environments. How has it devolved to the point of petty thievery after 7 centuries? The captured Shadow Guard stared in astonishment at Gawain. But before he could utter a word, Gawain continued, "You wish to know how I discerned your identity?" The Shadow Guard nodded slightly. "Is it not obvious? I was the one who personally devised your titles and the original training regimen," Gawain remarked, patting the Shadow Guard's face. "I am the instructor of the first generation of the Royal Shadow Guard." Amber stared wide-eyed at Gawain, towering nearly 2 meters tall. "You, a knight, taught infiltrators?" "I taught them physical conditioning and two-handed swordsmanship," Gawain replied with a slight smile. Amber appeared utterly perplexed. Why would infiltrators need to learn two-handed swordsmanship? "Of course, to eliminate all witnesses should they be discovered during a mission," he answered matter-of-factly. "As a stealth operative, being discovered during a mission signifies the conclusion of that task. Does it not?" "No, for the stealth operatives of Ansus, being detected marks the commencement of the mission. However, it appears that this individual has not adequately mastered the training courses. Perhaps, after 7 centuries, the curriculum I once established has been rendered obsolete." The Shadow Guard sprawled on the ground now bore a visage of excruciating pain, realizing that those infernal training regimens were the legacy of this very person. Although 7 centuries have elapsed, and the curriculum has undergone countless revisions, the foundational courses, even when modified, have not been fundamentally replaced. Physical training and dual-wielding swordsmanship remain among them. Observing the changing expressions on the Shadow Guard's face, Gawain deduced that the lessons from his memory still persisted. "You were sent by Francis too, were you not?" He gazed at the young man on the ground, offering a gentle smile. "Yet, I suspect that the esteemed king has not become so muddled as to dispatch an assassin to eliminate me while half the kingdom is aware of my presence in the royal capital. Thus, your directive must be to observe." The Shadow Guard remained silent. However, he should have been cautioned to keep his distance. After all, this endeavor bears immense risks. Even if the Cecil family has fallen from grace, Gawain Cecil has not shared in that decline. Therefore, your confidence may be misplaced. Or perhaps you have failed to comply with orders. The Shadow Guard finally uttered his first words. "To dishonor my mission is to accept death." "You need not concern yourself with it. Accept death, you say?" Gawain exclaimed, striking the young man across the face. "Has the comfort of time rendered one so complacent?" The Shadow Guard looked at Gawain with confusion, seemingly oblivious to his meaning. "What is the role of the Royal Shadow Guard?" "It is to protect the king, safeguard this realm, and defend this land. Your duty is to confront those who would seek to overthrow this kingdom, not to assist a befuddled monarch in surveilling the founder of your nation. Were you captured on the battlefield against an enemy nation? I might have deemed your words somewhat commendable, yet here you stand, in my own home, when you utter such nonsensical claims of dishonor in my presence. Do you imply that I intend to subvert this kingdom? Or do you suggest that Gawain Cecil's capture of you is an affront to the dignity of Ansuz? Is it possible that, in the hearts of the Ansuz people of this era, the founder of the nation and the kingdom he established now stand in opposition?" Faced with Gawain's righteous rebuke, the young Shadow Guard appeared at a loss. "No, that is not what I meant. It matters not. Your perspective is of little importance." Gawain interrupted him directly, rising to his feet. "I am not so petty as to harbor grievances against my own junior. So you may take your leave now." The young Shadow Guard had not anticipated such a turn of events. It seems that the developments of this evening are entirely beyond his expectations, and he stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. Even Amber and Rebecca, who stood nearby, could not mask their astonishment. Gawain reiterated, "I said, you may leave. Do you require me to escort you?" The Shadow Guardian slowly rose, inquiring, "Are you certain?" "Indeed, I cannot eliminate Francis Tooseman here. Furthermore, I had no intention of parading you to Silver Fortress tomorrow, although I must admit I am quite tempted to do so. Alas, I have outgrown such impulsive actions, and thus I shall allow you to depart. Thank you for your mercy." With these words, the Shadow Guardian's figure gradually dissipated into the air. Gawain smirked. Another one escaping through the window. It was only at this moment that Rebecca found the opportunity to speak. "My lord, you truly let him go?" "Of course," Gawain chuckled. "I certainly had to let him go. But does he not deserve punishment? Moreover, His Majesty has dispatched men to monitor this place. The very act could. Rebecca, remember this. If you seek greater gains, you must adopt a broader perspective." Gawain gently patted Rebecca's head, asserting that releasing a mere pawn was hardly a loss. Yet the potential benefits would undoubtedly manifest. Potential benefits? Rebecca blinked in curiosity, such as? Gawain spread his hands. "Either Francis too will find no rest tonight, or he shall henceforth be accompanied by a less than loyal Shadow Guardian." With that, he turned to gaze upon the moonless night of this otherworldly realm. The notion that relative loyalty equates to absolute disloyalty holds considerable truth. Chapter 32. The Inheritance, truly an inheritance to be candid. Rebecca was rather inept in matters concerning this domain. Even after Gawain had elucidated the subject, she could scarcely grasp the essence of it. However, one thing she comprehended was that her esteemed ancestors seemed less than fond of the current King Francis II. While animosity may not be the term to describe their sentiment, a certain vigilance was undoubtedly warranted. Yet, she spoke with candor. The Second Dynasty. Let us not forget that it is indeed the Second Dynasty. For a royal lineage that lacks legitimacy, the Cecil family can be regarded as both the heroes of the founding and remnants of the previous regime. Even if we harbor no such intentions, King Francis II, in his capacity, must entertain such apprehensions, and these concerns dictate my own caution. Are you implying you wish to trouble His Majesty the King? Rebecca inquired, her eyes blinking in surprise. No, I do not wish to cause him any bother. Gawain replied with a shrug. I am merely stirring the pot. Rebecca exclaimed, Huh? finding it difficult to elucidate this matter further to Rebecca. Gawain deftly shifted the conversation back to the previous topic. Never mind, this is of little consequence. Let us return to our earlier discussion, Amber. Amber, without awaiting instruction, raised her hands in understanding. I know. I am to guard outside, correct? What a laborious existence. Amber gazed incredulously at Gawain. Oh, has your benevolence suddenly blossomed? Gawain merely shook his head, disregarding the half-elf, and once again placed the platinum disc upon the table. You mentioned earlier that this is a key. Rebecca recalled Gawain's unfinished thought. Could it be a secret treasure of our family? Amber perked up at once, feigning a casual glance around, her pretense exaggeratedly obvious. Gawain smiled. Indeed, it is a treasure, a concealed repository located at the southern border, originally intended for the kingdom of Ansu. Of course, in the present context, it may no longer be deemed a vast fortune. Yet, for the pioneering expedition that had just fled to this land, it represented half of their resources. Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment. It was originally a safeguard for the kingdom of Ansu, as back in those days, no one could predict what the morrow might bring. Gawain chuckled, revealing the true purpose of this journey to the capital. The pioneering group fled northward from the desolation of Gondor as we relocated. We also gathered the surviving remnants of the wasteland. Alongside, we amassed various resources, which caused our numbers to swell, becoming unwieldy and conspicuous. This ultimately led to our discovery by a monstrous army that had emerged from the wasteland as we traversed the dark mountains. The army provided cover for the civilians moving through the terrain, but their speed could not match that of the relentless monsters, thus engendering a fierce battle. The losses sustained in that conflict were severe, and during the post-battle assessment, Charlie and I came to a sobering realization: those monsters would not relent. If we were to continue traversing the mountains with all our burdens, it was likely that the entire expedition would perish along the way. Thus, we made a pivotal decision. We chose to leave behind a portion of the supplies that would severely hinder our pace, concealing them deep within an abandoned frontier fortress. We fortified the treasury with potent seals, thereafter proceeding northward with a lighter load. The subsequent history is familiar to you. The pioneering team established a firm foothold in the north and erected a new kingdom center between the Holy Spirit Plain and the northern mountains. Charles I constructed fortifications in the Suniel region, yet the supplies in the south lay undisturbed. The initial reason for this was the unstable situation and exorbitant costs. As explained by Gawain, at that time, pollution was still spreading, and monsters had even managed to extend the corrupted zone to the northern side of the Dark Mountains. Consequently, the location where we left the supplies transformed into a contaminated area. Dispatching a team to retrieve goods from such a place was imprudent. Moreover, it was paramount that we had discovered abundant resources in the mountains of the Northern Kingdom, and the Holy Spirit Plain began to yield a continuous flow of wealth. In due course, this newfound prosperity would surpass the meager supplies remaining in the south, leading to the gradual neglect of the treasury nestled within the southern mountains. Rebecca gazed at the platinum disc in Gawain's hand, pondering, but it seems it has not been entirely forgotten. Indeed, the pioneers certainly remembered the location of their hidden treasures, though that wealth would appear increasingly insignificant in the foreseeable future. Thus, Charles and I made a pact long ago. Our two families would safeguard this secret, passing down the tales of the southern treasures through generations, ensuring that the heirs of the Cecil and Morn families would be privy to this knowledge. Should the tide of darkness recede one day and the kingdom require those assets, we would reclaim them. Imagine, an ancient secret passed down for centuries. A treasury inherited by royal families and founding nobles, hidden amidst the mountains, requiring a token for its revelation. Charles, in his youthful exuberance, believed this would be quite splendid. Amber scrutinized Gawain closely, remarking, "Was this decision made after the two of you had indulged a bit too much?" Gawain replied, "One might say that." Rebecca stared in bewilderment at her ancestor for a long moment before finally speaking. Yet I, as the heir of the Cecil family, have never heard this tale. Such methods of inheritance often lead to complications. Gawain sighed, noting that his passing had been rather sudden, leaving little time to convey the knowledge to his descendants. Rebecca added, "However, it appears Charles successfully passed the secret to his progeny." Gawain cleared his throat to dispel the awkwardness, lifting the platinum disc. "I have come to ascertain whether this key still exists. Since it remains, it signifies that the Ansu royal family has not utilized those assets over the past 7 centuries. This secret is known to Charles and his legitimately inherited descendants, but remains unknown to the illegitimate ones. In the years 635 to 636, a devastating civil strife obliterated the royal line of succession. The king had no time to leave an heir, and his siblings perished amidst the turmoil of war. Ultimately, only a foundling, whose legitimacy was shrouded in mystery, was supported by the Duke of the North and ascended to the throne. Even if this illegitimate child were indeed genuine, he could not possibly fathom the secrets of the southern treasury. Rebecca gazed at the key with bright eyes, but then furrowed her brow, questioning whether they could truly use it freely. Gawain cast a glance at his great-granddaughter, still in her youthful naivete, and assured her, "Of course we can. You are a scion of the Cecil family, so summon your confidence. Those treasures were buried by Charlie and me. Who in this world is more suited to inherit them than I, aside from Charlie himself? I refuse to believe Charlie could rise from the grave as I have." Rebecca contemplated for a moment before abruptly turning and gripping Amber's arm tightly. "You must promise not to excavate the royal tomb." "What?" Amber replied, startled. Suddenly, the half-elf maiden's demeanor shifted, and she fixed Gawain with a look of alarm. "Wait. I can't believe I've overheard such confidential matters. You wouldn't actually consider silencing me, would you?" At that moment, Gawain truly felt the urge to pin her against the wall with a blade. "If I wanted to silence you, would I have waited until now?" Amber's anxiety did not dissipate. "Wouldn't it be perilous for an outsider like me to be privy to such discussions? First, I still trust you to a degree. Second, I recognize you possess a keen intellect," Gawain replied, raising the disc in his hand. "The only audacious thought you might entertain is to steal this disc. However, it can only be activated by the blood of the Mohn or Cecil families. As for the Mohn bloodline's existence, it is highly questionable. Thus, it is evident that if you seek any benefit, it can only be." Amber stepped forward, chest held high, her voice resolute. "Serving the founding hero is an immense honor. I, Amber, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to such an epic endeavor. What need is there to discuss monetary matters?" "Very well. If you insist on discussing finances, I shall acquiesce," Gawain retorted, astonished to witness someone simultaneously shameless and so self-righteous. As the latter half of the night unfolded, no further visitors disturbed their discourse. The array of mousetraps and nails set upon the study window sill remained unused, for such contraptions offered little utility against the shadowy infiltrators with their disregard for science. The following day, after recuperating, Gawain and his company arrived at Silver Castle. The same court official from the previous day received them, and Francis too replicated the grand welcoming ceremony from before, demonstrating a commendable display of decorum. It appeared that Prince Edmund had effectively conveyed Gawain's intentions to his father, and Francis too had gone to great lengths to uphold appearances before outsiders. Dressing himself with meticulous care, ensuring that the sword of the pioneer rested prominently at his waist, Galahad strode confidently into the Silver Fortress. Chapter 33. Meeting. After a series of endeavors, Gawain finally entered the Silver Fortress in a most grandiose manner, under the scrutiny of countless onlookers. The impoverished masses were too preoccupied to notice, the common folk were indifferent, and the small merchants and townspeople would merely pay attention during their leisurely meals. However, the nobles, nearly every one of them informed of the news, had been following the developments from the very beginning. Yet, the towering walls of the silver-adorned castle loomed high. Obstructing the gaze of the majority, the lower and mid-tier nobility were denied entry into the Silver Fortress. Their channels of information, severed by the king's decree since dawn, left them helplessly observing the grand procession entering the castle. They could only engage in discussions regarding the already public, albeit not entirely secret, information. 3 days prior, the Duchess of the North, Victoria Wilde, had arrived at the Silver Fortress. An hour ago, Duke Bedevin Franklin from the west and Duke Silas Loren from the east had jointly entered the castle. Several advisors and the king's prime minister also gained entry. The great gates were firmly shut, and no one knew what transpired within. Was it a banquet? A clandestine discussion? A dispute? Or even a murder? Countless eyes fixated on the castle, their noses twitching with trepidation, seeking the scent of conspiracy or opportunity. Meanwhile, mouths below those noses flapped, conjuring an array of fresh perspectives and rumors, yet the wise listeners would never take such hearsay at face value. For until the castle doors reopened, no one could fathom what a resurrected being from 7 centuries past might discuss with the contemporary king. Francis too did not host any bothersome banquet, nor did he summon Gawain in a formal audience. Instead, he chose to meet in the Oak Hall adjacent to the council chamber, as per Gawain's request. The Oak Hall is an ancient place, its origins traceable to the very foundation of the Silver Fortress 7 centuries ago, when it had yet to assume its current silver-clad visage. The name Silver merely a result of Charles I's inability to conceive a more melodious title. As the most venerable room within this castle, which has undergone countless renovations. The Oak Hall was enchanted approximately 400 years ago by a powerful court druid, ensuring the vitality of its primary timber. In fact, the magic requires recharging every century. Though the Oak Hall occupies only a third of the main council chambers area, its quaint antiquity renders it the most extraordinary locale within the fortress. Only nobles of earldom and above might find themselves within this hall, and only matters capable of influencing the kingdom's fate would be clandestinely deliberated here. A circular oak table was positioned at the center of the hall, with the king seated at the location designated for the crown in the astrological chart. To his right sat his prime minister, Aiden, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and profound eyes, while to his left was the contemporary Duke of the North, Victoria Wilde. Flanking them were the Duke of the West, Bedevin Franklin, and the Duke of the East, Silas Loren, along with several noble representatives whose names Gawain could not be bothered to remember. The royal advisors occupied another row of chairs behind the king. Beside Gawain sat only Rebecca. Sir Amber and Sir Byron were certainly unqualified to partake in this assembly, so Gawain had left them at the residence on Crown Street No. 4. He had never considered bringing Amber to Silver Castle, for with that thief's dedication, she would undoubtedly attempt to strip the silver foil from the castle's exterior. Aside from the Prime Minister and the seemingly superfluous Advisory Council, each individual present was a descendant of the pioneers who established the realm of Ansu, including Gawain himself. One of those pioneers, thus endowing this meeting with extraordinary significance from the outset. As a founding ancestor, Gawain felt no obligation to bow in reverence to anyone present. He took his seat with a casual demeanor. Meanwhile, Rebecca appeared somewhat anxious, tightly clenching her fists and taking several deep breaths to steady herself, only to forget that she was indeed expected to pay her respects to the king. However, given the circumstances, no one would hold her accountable. Such was the audacity of attending a meeting with a guardian. The instant Gawain entered the room adorned in his ducal attire. With the sword of a pioneer at his side, every gaze turned towards him. Even after he settled into his chair, those eyes lingered, an uncharacteristic breach of noble decorum. Yet, it was difficult to restrain such curiosity. A figure from 7 centuries past had seemingly emerged from the grave to stand before them. Who could resist stealing a glance? While many regarded him with wonder, others pondered the authenticity of Gawain himself or the disposition of Francis II. At that moment, the elderly king across the table rose. His hair was gray, and he appeared frail, yet his splendid garments accentuated a remarkable presence and vigor. He led the 3 dukes to rise, prompting the other attendees to follow suit. Gawain observed him as he solemnly spoke, "May the gods protect Ansu." Today, 7 centuries later, we are honored to behold the heroes of the pioneering age. We express our gratitude for the sacrifices and contributions made by you and your generation for the continuation of humanity. This land and every soul upon it shall not forget the great pioneers. Here, as a descendant of the Mon family and alongside the offspring of all pioneers, I pay homage to our ancient heroes. The king bowed, and each descendant of the pioneers, including the 3 dukes, mirrored his gesture. At this moment, the king's acknowledgement of Gawain Cecil's resurrection seemed to hold truth. As for the propriety of a king bowing to a duke, there was indeed no issue at all. After 7 centuries, Gawain has transformed from merely a duke into a profound symbol. Every year, those present bow before the portraits of Gawain Cecil and a multitude of pioneering ancestors at their graves. Now, with a life-sized replica standing before them, what harm could there be in bowing? Yet, Gawain sensed something amiss. A moment later, he realized with an odd expression that the last time so many bowed before him, he was lying in a coffin. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Fortunately, each individual present was seasoned by the trials of life, albeit this particular type of trial was unprecedented. They quickly regained their composure, and the king smiled, remarking that it is customary for younger generations to pay their respects to their elders. Gawain chuckled in response, despite appearing considerably younger than Francis II. However, his tone resonated with the wisdom of an elder, though the age disparity was significant. Your expression when seeking excuses is eerily reminiscent of Charles in his day. Gawain Cecil also acknowledged the authenticity of the Mon bloodline within Francis II. Upon sharing a knowing smile with the old king, it was evident that the latter felt a sense of relief, even a touch of elation. Every person in attendance was astute, perhaps with the exception of a certain obstinate descendant, proficient in discerning ancestral traits from the most subtle of cues. Thus, a simple conversation between Gawain and Francis II was sufficient to establish the tone of this meeting and infer that the king and the ancient duke had likely reached a mutual understanding. Seated to the king's left was a lady who seemed to slightly furrow her brow, yet upon closer inspection, her expression remained inscrutable. As the only female duke among the three, her presence drew Gawain's attention. She was a woman in her 30s, mature and beautiful like Hetty, yet imbued with a more chilling and detached aura, adorned in a flowing white gown and draped in a silver fox shawl. Complemented by white silk gloves and cascading silver curls, she appeared ensconced in an aura of ice and snow. This queen of winter beauty stood out starkly in the oak hall, underscoring the striking reflectivity of white. The left side of Frances, too, seemed to shine more brightly than the right. She was Victoria Wilder, the contemporary Duke of the North. Gawain mentally aligned the hastily acquired knowledge with the living figure before him. However, it was clear that the descendant of the erstwhile illegitimate child had now largely escaped the control of the Wilder family. Noticing the gaze from across the room, the icy lady nodded expressionlessly, perhaps in greeting. Observing this, Gawain waved his hand dismissively, remarking that she resembled her ancestor, who bore an equally stoic demeanor. He had once advised Wilder to marry a more vivacious southern girl to temper his countenance, but his counsel went unheeded, resulting in the present predicament affecting their descendants. The northern duchess's face twitched slightly at his words. Gawain then turned his attention to the Duke of the West and the Duke of the East, engaging them in a few discussions about their ancestral ties, before finally directing his gaze to the vacant space between the Prime Minister and the Northern Duchess, where no chair was present. This spot had originally belonged to the Cecile family, but was removed a century ago. Since then, the three remaining dukes of the four realms had persisted, while the southern region was bereft of a duke, with royal-affiliated nobles forming the ruling class of the south. Meanwhile, the Cecile family had been relegated to the most remote corner. Yet, Gawain merely cast a cursory glance at that spot, his expression shifting to one of relaxed ease, even tinged with a hint of disdain. He then addressed the king across the table. Let us proceed to the matter at hand. My descendant, Rebecca Cecile, will elucidate the calamity that has befallen the southern part of the kingdom. Esteemed guests, that is the true dilemma. Chapter 34 Negotiation. When Rebecca was unexpectedly called by name, her first reaction was a jolt of surprise. For this scion of a once illustrious family, the scene before her and the assembly of prominent figures surrounding her were realms she had never dared to dream of, even during her childhood. When she had once ventured into the woods to confront wolves and was knocked unconscious by a single swipe, she had never encountered such a level of surrealism. Watching her ancestors engage in light-hearted banter with the great and powerful, she momentarily forgot that she was, in fact, a crucial participant in this gathering. However, Rebecca possessed a remarkable resilience. Even amidst her bewilderment, she managed to compose herself, drawing upon an inner strength akin to a frayed nerve. After a brief moment of gathering her thoughts, the young lord from the southern countryside began recounting the nightmarish events that had transpired in the Cecil territory to the king. Every individual present listened intently, even though they had not anticipated that such a young girl would take the floor. The gravity of the disaster silenced them all. Regarding the incidents along the southern border, those in attendance were, to varying degrees, already aware of the unfolding turmoil. The matter had been simmering throughout the southern regions, with myriad versions of rumors circulating. Of course, this was not solely attributed to Gawain. He had dispatched messengers primarily to disseminate news of his own resurrection, while the calamity itself had not been emphasized. Nonetheless, disasters inherently serve as the most potent catalyst for gossip. After 2 months of brewing and spreading, the events had become common knowledge throughout the southern territories. Yet, no report, no matter how detailed, could ever rival the accuracy and reliability of first-hand accounts. As Rebecca's narrative flowed with increasing fluency, the catastrophe was gradually pieced together, drawing connections to the dark tide of magic that had emerged 7 centuries prior. The appearance of a dragon ultimately shrouded the entire affair in an additional layer of enigma. Observing the furrowed brows of the king and the nobles, Gawain let out a soft sigh. Moments earlier, they had been engrossed in discussions about the resurrection of the founder of the duchy and whether the Cecil family would seek benefits from the crown. It seemed they had entirely forgotten that the primary purpose of the Cecil family's visit to the capital was to report on the monstrous occurrences. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Gawain's presence was unmistakably more commanding, and it was a presence he had cultivated himself. Now, much of the Cecil territory lay in smoldering ruin. The dragon's flames, imbued with magic, had rendered the land barren for years, leaving my people to subsist under the protection of Lord Grumman. Rebecca had risen to her feet, her fists clenched tightly. The earlier trepidation and anxiety had vanished. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, she declared, though the Cecil territory may be modest, This calamity serves as a harbinger. The dragoness intentions may remain ambiguous, yet the monsters are undeniably a catastrophe. These abominations appeared 7 centuries ago and were the harbingers of the downfall of the Gondor Empire, an experience my ancestors endured firsthand. At this juncture, Francis too began to converse discreetly with his prime minister and the Duke of the Northern Territories, while others lowered their heads to engage in hushed discussions. It is evident that they did not dismiss the news brought by Rebecca as mere air. This is largely attributable to the incessant rumors, the clandestine letters from the south, and the presence of Sir Gawain Cecil himself. Without these, a fallen noble from the southern countryside, claiming that his ancestral lands had been ravaged by monsters and dragons before the king, would likely have faced nothing but ridicule, possibly even incurring blame rather than sparking discussion. However, the extent to which they could take it seriously and the measures they might undertake remains uncertain. After all, this world has enjoyed peace for 7 centuries. Your Grace? Duke Cecil, a tall, slender man seated several places to the left of Gawain, spoke up. He was Lord Burdwin Franklin, the Duke of the Western Region, a gentleman of refined demeanor. I trust in the honesty of your descendants regarding this matter, yet I must speak out. Could these monsters truly be the same as those that emerged from the dark tide 700 years ago? I have dealt with them for 2 decades. Fought them to the death, I would recognize them even in ashes. Gawain replied gravely, I have encountered them once more, and I can affirm that these creatures are indeed those that surged forth from the dark tide of yore. Regrettably, they disintegrate rapidly upon death, leaving no corpses for examination. Furthermore, the subsequent dragon incinerated the entire territory, rendering us unable to dispatch anyone to assess the situation in Cecil's domain. No, we do not entertain such thoughts. Duke Burdwin quickly interjected. What we require is merely to substantiate these claims. After all, it pertains to the magical tide from 7 centuries ago, the significance of which surpasses the capacity of any single human kingdom to confront. But they have already knocked on our door, Rebecca exclaimed, unable to contain herself. I have seen them with my own eyes. I even brought some evidence, weaponry used by our warriors in the southern region, though the bodies of those monsters could not be preserved. However, the equipment used in battle inevitably bore elemental contamination, and the residual corrosive ore should provide you with some reference. I believe that even the most erudite royal scholars would find it impossible to extract samples from that corrosive essence which correspond to the material world. 2 robust attendants brought forth a large chest and opened it, revealing a collection of battered swords and some twisted remnants of armor laid before all present. These items appeared as though they had been submerged in a strong acid, their once polished metal surfaces now riddled with pits and bearing a murky hue. The metal most severely affected by elemental forces had even transformed into a texture reminiscent of decayed wood. A gentle rub would yield large fragments of debris. Now, they pose no danger and can be handled directly. Yet, until half a month prior, these steel artifacts were still in the throes of self-dissolution. Gawain observed as the king and nobles inspected the samples, providing explanations in the meantime. If historians of the past 7 centuries had not become complacent, there must surely be records of this in the annals of history. Indeed. Francis too nodded in affirmation. Moreover, by sheer coincidence, we discovered the notes of a wild mage, which referenced the solar flares and the signs of a surge in magical energy. Gawain meticulously recounted all the intelligence he could provide. However, it was evident that the information gleaned from the wild mage's notes did not garner much attention from most present. Those details held even less sway than the fragments of swords and armor scattered upon the table. Do you know where that dragon has gone? Finally, the Duchess Victoria Wilder of the North broke the silence, seemingly more concerned about the whereabouts of the dragon than the monsters. Or can you speculate on its intentions? Gawain shook his head, that I cannot ascertain. Although I hold a senior position, it does not imply that I possess greater knowledge than those present. 7 centuries ago, Gawain Cecil had no dealings with dragons. Well, at least not that I can recall. After witnessing the crystals from last night, Gawain had begun to doubt the veracity of the memories he inherited. In fact, 3 months ago, rumors about a dragon circulated in my territory. The Duchess articulated each word carefully, stating that someone claimed to have seen a dragon flying in from the colder northern mountains, yet no other witnesses could be found. The individual spreading the rumor was proven to have been inebriated, mistaking the swirling snow for a dragon. Gawain immediately inquired, did that person provide a description of the dragon's appearance? An investigation is necessary, not only concerning the dragon but also regarding those monsters. Francis too remarked. suggesting that they examined whether similar occurrences or unusual magical phenomena were manifesting elsewhere in the nation. Rebecca could no longer contain herself. However, mere investigation is insufficient. We must also prepare for battle. Those monsters could appear suddenly, without any prior warning, if we do not ready ourselves in advance. It will be too late by the time the investigators uncover their trails. The Duke of Celles-Lorraine, stationed at the eastern border, cast a disgruntled glance at Rebecca. Are we to prepare soldiers across the nation for a battle against monsters that may or may not even appear? This is unfeasible. We cannot mobilize the entire army based on an ethereal possibility. The local nobility would rebel, and the royal credibility would diminish. Duke Celes, with his robust stature and typical martial demeanor, continued, moreover, we must also contend with the threat posed by the Typhon Empire to the east. That nation is akin to a wolf, waiting to feast upon the flesh of Ansu, the remnants of the once mighty Gondor Empire, after the destruction of their homeland, broke out in all directions. Ultimately, they established new realms in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the continent, with the Typhon Empire being the most formidable of the four. In the northern, southern, and western realms of humanity, coexistence with the indigenous kingdoms or races is the norm. However, in stark contrast stands Typhon, now the sole nation in the eastern part of the continent, its strength and manner of operation easily discernible. Ansu shares its borders with Typhon, where vast fertile lands and rich mineral deposits lie, creating an inherent point of conflict. For the initial centuries, the human realms, stemming from the same lineage, could still recall their fraternal bonds and maintain peace. Yet, enduring tranquility is an unrealistic notion a century ago. The internal strife in Ansu provided Typhon's empire with the opportunity to subtly adjust its maneuvers along the border, leading to a rapid deterioration in relations between the two nations, which can now be described as fraught with unrest. Although there have been no large-scale confrontations, minor skirmishes have been incessant. Presently, Ansu's situation is dire. The south is barren and has enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, while the northern kingdoms harbor no grievances against Ansu. And the western tribe of Augur has historically been an ally. Thus, it is only the eastern front that has borne the weight of warfare over the past century. Consequently, the militaristic Duke Celles-Lorraine would never consent to redirect military forces towards guarding against those ephemeral and elusive creatures. To him, those near-mythical entities pose far less of a threat than the Typhon army that looms daily right beneath his nose. Chapter 35. Reaching consensus, everything unfolded precisely as Gawain had anticipated. The news from the south instilled a sense of unease among the king and the nobles. Coupled with the warnings issued by a resurrected ancient, this tension risked escalating into a modicum of panic, but would likely not progress beyond that point. Those who had never experienced the magical tide and could not fathom its implications were unlikely to react significantly to mere spoken reports. Even if Gawain presented weapons and armor corrupted by elemental forces as evidence, it would not compel them to adopt a more advanced response. After all, while the unusual natural phenomena capable of corrupting weapons and armor were few, they were not non-existent. They could not serve as irrefutable proof of an impending magical tide. In truth, even Gawain himself was merely engaging in bold speculation based on the information stored in his memory. He would not dare to proclaim that the end of the world was nigh. Francis II's response was, understandably, cautious. He could not thrust the entire kingdom into a state of readiness merely due to these unexpected tidings, even if he wished to do so. The cumbersome and antiquated feudal system of the nobility would not permit it. Moreover, even if a magical tide were indeed forthcoming, initiating nationwide preparations at this juncture would be unwise. The monstrous occurrences in the south and the surging magical energies were merely omens, not even the vanguard of the tide. The true magical onslaught might not manifest for several months, or even years, assuming it were to materialize at all, and until that time, all remained tranquil. In this calm, devoid of any tangible evidence, to call for national mobilization would be a feat achievable only by the illustrious Morn family of Ur. However, the Second Dynasty had long since lost such influence. Francis II even commanded the immobile Duke of the East, a resurrected founding archduke, while perhaps heavy with prestige, could not effectively leverage that esteem to disrupt the present order of the kingdom. Gawain was acutely aware of this. He understood that his voice here was akin to a resplendent flower scepter, dazzling yet devoid of power. The foundation of the Cecil family had crumbled, leaving them landless, without allies, and bereft of military support. Even the funds for traveling to the capital had to be borrowed from others, rendering the situation quite awkward within the pragmatic circles of the nobility. Thus, Gawain restrained Rebecca, who still wished to speak, and turned his gaze toward the king. "We have delivered the news and issued our warnings. As for the subsequent measures, that is your prerogative." "We shall take your warnings with the utmost seriousness," replied Duchess Victoria Wilder in a cool tone, "and all investigations will commence immediately following this meeting. You will receive updates as they arise." Investigations, it seemed, were the only viable course of action. Gawain nodded and then shifted the topic, stating, "Now, let us discuss the private affairs of the Cecil family." At this moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. "Relax. There is no need to appear as though one has risen from the grave seeking recompense for the paper money burned over the years." Upon witnessing this, Gawain chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, only to realize that no one understood his dry humor. How painfully awkward. "I am aware of events that transpired a century ago, and to be frank, I, too, harbor a desire to eliminate that wayward descendant." Francis, too, and several princes exchanged glances, their expressions softening to varying degrees as Gawain broached the monumental event from a century past, granting them a genuine sigh of relief. After all, initiating conversation on such a sensitive topic could elevate one's blood pressure to alarming heights. This living ancestor's empathy towards his descendants was indeed a comfort. Yet, after exhaling their relief, their hearts tightened once more. What would belong to Gawain Cecil personally? Everything is the Lord's property. This is the rule of nobility. All that was once the Cecil family's, including fiefs, vassals, and titles, belongs to Gawain Cecil as personal assets. What exactly did he mean? Each individual discreetly tensed, though only Francis too maintained a composed demeanor. Casting a calm glance at Gawain and subtly nodding, Gawain smiled, clarifying that he referred to the non-inheritable aspects, such as my perpetual pioneering rights. The great nobles and advisors exchanged glances, and these erudite and well-mannered gentlemen and ladies immediately recalled the ancient and sacred decree of pioneering. It stands as a glorious commemoration of the second pioneering, a testament to humanity's tenacity in dire straits, a declaration of mortals' unwavering resolve before nature. To this day, it remains a part of the foundational codes of the four great nations, a decree that will never again be enacted, yet none dare to abrogate. The original version of the pioneering decree is engraved on platinum tablets, enshrined in the halls of every human realm. However, it was preserved merely as a memento, a means to impress future generations, and a symbol of one's rightful heritage. Why, then, was it suddenly poised for reactivation? Yet amidst their astonishment, each face concealed a trace of genuine relaxation, a subtle shift in expression that did not escape Gawain's keen observation. Thus, he too relaxed and began to engage the attendees in discourse regarding the matter of the everlasting pioneering rights. Gawain believed the task would not prove overly challenging. Compared to a resurrected ancestor demanding the fulfillment of past offerings of paper money, alongside a claim to vast territories that once belonged to him 7 centuries ago, a mere permanent pioneering right seemed trivial, though it sounded formidable. Nonetheless, it would not impinge upon any individual's vested interests present in the gathering. In a scenario where their interests remained unaffected, each noble, including the king himself, would be amenable to discussion. This was also a result of Gawain's deliberate maneuvering. Thus, everyone prepared their responses within this framework, readying their verbal defenses to safeguard their existing benefits. However, Gawain's singular aim remained the permanent pioneering rights. The disparity is akin to stepping out to purchase a timepiece originally priced at 860,000, only to acquire it for a mere 25. Thus feeling as though one has stumbled upon an extraordinary bargain. One might even be compelled to question the authenticity of the watch. Yet, even if that $25 watch were a counterfeit, the lineage of the ancestors remains genuine. If his sole desire was merely to secure a perpetual right to exploration, what more is there to say? Had Gawain presented the notion of a permanent right to exploration without any prior groundwork, the proceedings may not have unfolded so smoothly. The inherent avarice of the nobility would likely have led them to seek a personal gain, even in such matters. However, with the extensive preparations made, the discourse surrounding exploration rights became considerably more straightforward. The assembled kings and dukes reached a consensus without much deliberation, acknowledging that such rights ought to be recognized, regardless of any objections. For the initial agreement on exploration rights was not solely endorsed by Ansu. Indeed, all 4 of humanity's great nations, alongside the various tribes and nations bordering them, acknowledged this decree and pledged its perpetual validity. Among the witnesses to this accord were the elves from the far southern realm of the Silver Empire, those enigmatic beings renowned for their longevity and adherence to meticulousness and integrity. Their average lifespan exceeds 3 millennia, and they are notoriously obstinate. The decision to include elves as witnesses when the decree of perpetual exploration was signed stemmed from this very trait. As the monarchs of the four nations sought to imbue the decree with solemnity and credibility, a version in the Elven tongue was even meticulously crafted and entrusted to the Silver Empire for safekeeping. Although it is common knowledge that the first generation of exploration knights could not possibly endure until the end of time, humanity insisted on drafting such a decree marked with permanence and enlisting a long-lived race as witnesses, a peculiar quirk of mankind, indeed. She distinctly recalls the seal she affixed back then. Dare one deny its validity? Gawain had mentioned that should Ansu refuse to acknowledge the exploration rights, he would, with his entire family, traverse half the continent to seek refuge in the Silver Empire. After all, there remained plenty of undeveloped areas surrounding the elves' forest, and many among them were familiar faces, ensuring harmonious relations with the Cecils. The notion of their founding ancestor being ousted from his home, embarking on a journey with his family to reside among a foreign tribe, living in trees, what would that say about their dignity? Thus, all present concurred that exploration rights should indeed be retained, yet the specifics of where to explore warranted further discussion. Within the kingdom, not a single barren land remained. Every inch of territory was claimed. The Prime Minister, Aidan Alfred, rose to address the assembly. This composed man served as the right hand to Francis II and possessed an astute understanding of the kingdom's current state. Beyond its borders, the areas adjoining other nations were also largely devoid of unclaimed land, with any remaining spaces being desolate wastelands, such as the buffer zones of the Gondor ruins. Your Grace, where do you intend to expand? Gawain motioned for the map to be brought forth. Upon glancing at it, he could not suppress a slight frown. Even with the conveniences of this world, magic, eagle-eye techniques, forest sensing, and measurement spells, assisting in the creation of maps, the situation remained challenging. However, the map before him remains exceedingly crude, even presenting considerable discrepancies in its scale. In comparison to the vivid imagery of satellite views etched in his mind, it resembles little more than a child's doodle. Perhaps it is precisely due to the overwhelming convenience of magic that the progression of many aspects has been hindered. As Gawain pondered this, he mentally juxtaposed it with an accurate map. Subsequently, he pointed to a specific area on the rough map. I shall commence from here. It was a mountain range adjacent to the desolate lands of Gondor and the borders of Typhon, the Dark Mountains. Chapter 36, The Banquet at Dark Mountains. Upon observing the location pointed out by Gawain, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The first to shatter the silence was Duke Burdwin Franklin of the Western Territories. His eyes wide with disbelief. Are you certain? Is there any objection? Gawain chuckled lightly. Is this place still under someone's dominion? Not quite. Francis too shook his head. The entire region of the Dark Mountains and the areas further south are indeed unclaimed, aligning perfectly with the requirements of the colonization decree. However, this area is not only in close proximity to the Typhon Empire, but it also directly adjoins the desolation of Gondor to the south, which is rather, theoretically, even the southern belt of plains adjacent to the Dark Mountains falls under the territory of Ansu. Yet, in reality, the kingdom's control extends only to the northern side of the mountains, and even that is rather limited. The primary reason lies in the existence of the Gondor wasteland. That land remains shrouded in chaotic elemental forces and magical energies, with the ever-churning corruption rendering the soil nearly barren, saturated with lethal toxins for humanity. Although its range no longer spreads, the toxic dust storms that occasionally sweep in from the wasteland's fringes, along with the monstrous creatures that occasionally wander out, pose a significant threat. Purifying the wasteland is exceedingly arduous and fraught with setbacks. The input and output are disproportionately mismatched. The hastily established outposts often succumb to the toxic dust storms and monsters before yielding any tangible benefits. Furthermore, as the northern regions of the kingdom flourished and diplomatic ties with the Violet Kingdom strengthened, the kingdom's focus shifted further north. The situation in the south deteriorated drastically following the collapse of the Cecil family during the Mist-Month Civil War a century ago. To this day, the entirety of the Dark Mountains and most surrounding areas have become indistinguishable from the wasteland. The taint of the wasteland has even corrupted the plains to the north of the mountains. Yet, Gawain merely smiled faintly at this. I have faced far worse situations in the past. When it comes to political struggles and intrigues, I may not measure up to you younger generations. However, in the face of nature's treachery, you are certainly no match for me. Regardless of the truth, let us speak of it as if it were indeed so. Given Gawain's unwavering confidence, the others present were naturally relieved. For the concerns of the king and other nobles regarding Gawain Cecil's ability to establish himself in the south were far removed from their minds. Their primary interest lay in the timely departure of this proverbial hot potato from the capital, since Gawain had chosen a desolate location that was of no interest to anyone. What else was there to discuss? They should hasten to bid farewell to their ancestor from the capital, after finalizing the crucial matter of colonization rights. Gawain adeptly prompted Francis to acknowledge a few other inconsequential issues. Firstly, the title of Duke Gawain Cecil must endure, albeit temporarily, solely as a matter of personal honor. Inheritance shall not be conferred upon any descendants, unless upon the demise of Gawain. The Cecil family has indeed cultivated vast lands in the south or achieved other notable merits. At that time, the titles to be awarded to his heirs will be determined based on their land holdings and accomplishments. This arrangement is, in essence, a rather peculiar compromise. It arises from the conflicting nature of Gawain Cecil's ducal status and a century-old incident, as no one dares to strip the title of the founding duke. However, it is equally untenable to allow a family of viscounts to ascend directly to the rank of duke, leading to this makeshift solution. Frankly, this arrangement does not align with any legal statutes established since the founding of Ansu, but what logic can one convey to a man who has risen from the grave? If the ancestors have ceased to discuss the laws of physics, what rationale could they possibly share? The notion of temporary inheritance is transparently a mere delay, a way to appease the existing aristocratic structure. Additionally, the Ansu royal family will fully acknowledge the Cecil family's autonomy over the newly cultivated lands, just as the founding ancestor recognized the autonomy of any newly explored territory. Alongside this, a myriad of minor agreements were established. Ultimately, Gawain achieved his desired outcome, a sovereign domain within a domain. In truth, these terms had long been settled, as Gawain had already established a connection with the king during Prince Edmund's earlier visit. The proceedings in the Oak Hall were merely a formality. No objections were raised regarding these terms, for the Cecil family was to venture into a barren land. The extent of land they claimed would not infringe upon the vested interests of any existing family, since there were no conflicts of interest. Any nominal disputes could be effortlessly resolved. Francis too promptly signed the new charter for exploration, declaring that in accordance with ancient laws, the Cecil family would possess the rights to cultivate all lands centered around the Dark Mountains, extending to the territories of neighboring kingdoms. He further announced that support would be provided for this undertaking, including a contingent of 100 craftsmen and apprentice mages, alongside provisions of food and cloth necessary for the first year of cultivation. The craftsmen and apprentices would labor in the newly cultivated lands for 3 years, after which they would have the option to remain or depart. Should anyone choose to stay, the Cecil family would be required to purchase them from the royal family at the price of 30 golden shields per person. While this support may not seem substantial, Gawain was quite content, as it could alleviate the immediate plight of the impoverished Cecil family. The treasures of gold, silver, and ingots hidden within the mountains cannot be transformed directly into sustenance or skilled artisans. In this era of prolonged peace, where the act of exploration has become a distant memory, few are willing to abandon their stable homelands to toil in a frontier adjacent to the desolate lands of Gondor. Those 100 craftsmen and apprentices would represent the most invaluable asset. This can also be seen as a token of goodwill from Francis too, expressing the Ansu royal family's gratitude for Gawain's acknowledgement of their lineage, with the agreement concluded to the satisfaction of all parties involved. A celebratory banquet was deemed essential to commemorate the successful transaction. Those newly emerged nobles, unworthy of entering the Oak Hall yet privileged to be the first to learn of the meeting's outcome, had been waiting in the lounges of Silver Fortress for an entire half-day. It was only when a servant rushed into the banquet hall, ringing the copper bell in preparation for the celebration, that they appeared with smiles on their faces. For Rebecca, this was her inaugural experience in such an extravagant setting. The fallen noblewoman had never before stepped foot in such opulence. Additionally, due to the aristocracy's disdain for the Cecil family, she had rarely attended any respectable banquets. The most grand affair she recalled was the lively celebration her father hosted for her 16th birthday in the castle, which merely featured a long table laden with food, pales in comparison to the feasts within Silver Fortress. The king, what immense wealth he possesses. Initially, Rebecca endeavored to maintain a composed and mature demeanor, but soon her youthful exuberance overwhelmed her pretense of poise, and she clutched Gawain's hand, bombarding him with questions. Gawain, wearing a smile, regaled her with fanciful tales drawn from his memory and the imagination of a traveler from another realm. Rebecca's naive antics did not escape the discerning eyes of the seasoned aristocrats. Yet they refrained from expressing any contempt for the country lord's daughter, perhaps harboring a touch of it internally. However, Gawain Cecile remained steadfastly by Rebecca's side, his unwavering presence compelling everyone to temper their disdain, at least outwardly, maintaining smiles for her sake. One could only jest, with Rebecca's simplistic thoughts and stubborn disposition. She would struggle in the Southlands, let alone navigate the cunning minds of the capital's elite without jeopardizing her family's reputation. Excessive protection does not foster growth. A gentle male voice interjected from nearby. Lady Rebecca is now of age. She ought to engage more with high society. Having passed away too early, Gawain admitted to a lack of experience in child-rearing. He shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, said Duke Bodwin, and I believe that even without my interference, Rebecca is too preoccupied to notice others. As he spoke, he pointed toward his great-granddaughter, the young lady of the barony, who was currently indulging herself at a nearby table. Truly spontaneous, Duke Bodwin remarked dryly. Gawain chuckled, casting a glance at the expressionless and silent Victoria Wilde, who stood beside him. Rather than focusing on educating our offspring, I find I have some inquiries for this young lady from the Wilde family. Chapter 37. News of the dragon. It is indeed merely a rumor, Victoria remarked, her tone as frigid as the northern winds. To those unfamiliar with her, she might even appear somewhat aloof. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. On that day, apart from a drunken man, no one witnessed the so-called dragon. I do not refer to that occasion alone, but rather to the myriad tales of dragons that have circulated in the north over the past several centuries. Gawain gazed into the Duchess's eyes. Since my demise, how many rumors of dragons have permeated the northern territories? Victoria's brow arched slightly, while the Duke of Bodwin cast her a curious glance. If that is the case, it seems the stories of dragons are indeed a specialty of your northern lands. It is true that tales of dragons occasionally circulate in the north. There are even small sects that venerate these creatures. However, such beliefs are fundamentally mere superstitions held by the mountain folk. Victoria shook her head. The north is rugged and mountainous, often beset by snow and storms, which the inhabitants interpret as the roars of dragons. Additionally, the north borders the Holy Dragon Duchy, where the populace proudly claims descent from dragons and openly embraces these creatures in their official beliefs. Naturally, the mountain dwellers, influenced by them, have concocted a plethora of strange stories. Yet, the Weir family has resided in the north for 7 centuries without ever having truly witnessed a dragon soaring through the skies. Those tales are fabrications. But now, a genuine dragon has appeared, flying right before my eyes, Gawain stated with a hint of detachment. If a dragon truly exists, I shall inform you at once, Victoria replied, her demeanor seemingly brightening for a moment. I was under the impression you would invite me to dance. I shall refrain. I am not adept at such things, and after 7 centuries, I am quite uncertain of what modern dances entail. Gawain chuckled, shaking his head and waving his hand. You may attend to your own matters. Conversing with an ancient relic like myself is hardly enjoyable. I shall observe quietly. One cannot help but feel unable to retort. Watching the 2 contemporary dukes depart, Gawain let out a quiet sigh. Indeed, it was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Upon hearing the northern duke mention the rumors of dragon sightings during the recent meetings, he had believed it to be a significant lead. Dragons have long since vacated this continent, so long ago that nearly a millennium has passed without a credible sighting recorded. So long that these formidable beings have become almost mythological to the vast majority of intelligent races on the continent. Yet, for Gawain, who has soared through the skies for countless millennia, dragons are no strangers. After witnessing a dragon, he organized the memories stored in his mind, cataloging all instances of dragons that had appeared. Upon reviewing them, he discerned that nearly all dragons hailed from the north. Regardless of whether the time span was a millennium or a myriad of years, whether a solitary dragon or a multitude graced the continent, they invariably traversed the northern mountains before delving into the heart of the land. Every time the dragons emerge, they seem to possess a clear purpose, racing straight toward the heart of the continent. After accomplishing their tasks, they swiftly depart, displaying no inclination for leisurely exploration. Regrettably, Gawain's aerial perspective is limited, allowing him to glimpse only parts of the continent and a mere fraction of the southern coastline. He is uncertain about how far north the land extends, leaving him unable to deduce whether the dragons hail from the mountains to the north or from a distant continent across the sea. Nevertheless, he harbors a strong intuition that the dragons will return. Gawain and his companions did not linger in the capital for long. They set off on the 3rd day. The assistance promised by the king would take some time to materialize, as food supplies could not be transported overland. Otherwise, The journey would deplete half of the provisions due to the consumption of men and horses. River transport would be contingent upon the rising waters of the Dorgan River in the Holy Spirit Plains, which would not occur until half a month later. Additionally, assembling a team of 100 craftsmen and apprentices would require time, primarily to allow various associations to identify their less favored members who had been marginalized and offended. They would then select the 100 most unfortunate among them for registration, a process that would also consume considerable time. It would be a feat to ensure that these individuals embarked before the provisions were loaded onto the ships. Gawain could not afford to wait. He had finally secured the rights to explore and had a plethora of plans awaiting execution in his mind. Thus, after receiving a multitude of documents from the king, he eagerly departed from the capital. Unfortunately, in the land of Loren, while magic exists, it does not offer the conveniences depicted in stories. The various races have yet to advance their use of magic beyond the rudimentary level of conjuring fireballs or compressing arcane energy. Although spells like teleportation and spatial storage are not without record, they remain shrouded in legend. It is said that the long-lost primordial elves once mastered the art of spatial teleportation, and some claim that the origins of many spells in the world stem from descriptions in draconic language. Alas, no one has ever witnessed such wonders. The Duke tasked with guarding the kingdom's borders cannot long abandon his territory. While the situation in the north is more stable than in the east, it still requires oversight. Therefore, Victoria Wilder, after concluding her initial meeting with Gawain Cecil, promptly departed from Silver Fortress. She tossed her thick and warm silver fox cloak to his servant and strode purposefully into the depths of the castle. Upon reaching her office, a woman with black hair and eyes, possessing an unremarkable appearance, approached and placed a cup of hot tea on her desk. Then, she skillfully began to massage the Duchess's shoulders. "You seem quite fatigued," the woman remarked, her voice deep and reassuring. "The founding duke has truly returned, the legendary Gawain Cecil," Victoria whispered, noting his identical appearance and the sword of the pioneer. "I boldly employed a lie detection spell, and astonishingly, everything he stated was indeed true." The woman, seemingly a maid, boldly countered Victoria. "A skilled deceiver can evade the detection of lies, and even when magic is in effect, its reliability is not guaranteed. There is always an element of chance involved, so one must not place too much reliance on it." Victoria shook her head. "Maggie, I still have my intuition." "Intuition? You say?" mused the woman named Maggie. "What do you intend to do?" The resurrected great hero appeared disinterested in the current power dynamics of the kingdom. He merely sought to exercise his perpetual rights of exploration. Victoria spoke with an air of indifference regarding her experiences in the royal capital. "But what intrigued me was his attitude towards the king. I had assumed that the founding duke would place immense value on the legitimate bloodline of the Mohn family, even confronting the current royal family over this matter. Yet, he openly acknowledged Francis too as the legitimate heir of the founding patriarch, which caught me off guard. They must have had private discussions." Maggie's massage paused momentarily. "You have been careless." "Careless?" Victoria frowned. "Now, I fear that His Majesty the King may prove even more difficult to control. Are you suggesting that you should?" "No." Victoria shook her head. "The Weald family desires the perpetual prosperity of Ansu, not power. So, you do not plan to take any action." Maggie resumed her massage. "You are too gentle. I do not favor the methods of my forebears. They are ill-suited for this era," Victoria replied, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the wall opposite the room. On that wall hung the family crest of the Weald family, accompanied by 5 portraits, the founding patriarch Charles I and the 4 pioneering knights. Such portraits are a standard adornment among the nobility of Ansu. Beside the portrait of the Weald ancestors was the image of Gawain Cecil, the nobleman clad in armor, wielding the sword of the pioneer. His weary eyes gazed into the distance, as if his sight could pierce through time and glimpse the distant future. This thought led Victoria to involuntarily shiver, recalling the man's resurrection after 7 centuries. "Victoria?" Maggie's voice called from behind. "Please take down the portrait of Duke Cecil." Victoria Weald said calmly. "It is not appropriate to display it any longer." "Take it down? Is that permissible?" "He expressly told me that he is unaccustomed to being hung on the wall while still alive." Victoria's voice held a hint of fatigue. He was an elder, a friend of her ancestors, and his words were not to be disregarded. "Very well," Maggie conceded with a nod, moving towards the wall to prepare for the removal of the portrait. At that moment, Victoria spoke again. "By the way, Maggie, you are a mountain dweller, correct?" "Yes." "Then you know the stories of dragons? What is your opinion of them?" The dark-haired, dark-eyed woman, with her back to Victoria, fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. just some tedious legends. But there has indeed been a dragon sighted in the southern Cecil territory. Is that so? Maggie reached out to take down the portrait of Gavin Cecile, which was likely not a promising sign. Chapter 38. The True Challenge after nearly 3 months of waiting in Tanzan town. Lord Andrew felt he had made a prudent decision. The founding hero from 7 centuries past had not let him down. Contrary to his initial apprehensions, the hero was not merely a brute, but a figure of cunning and strategy. However, he was taken aback to discover that this legendary figure had chosen the Dark Mountains as the starting point for revitalizing his lineage. As a minor noble stationed in the southern frontier, Lord Andrew was certainly no stranger to the Dark Mountains. In fact, the former Cecil and Leslie territories lay to the north of these formidable peaks. On clear days, one could gaze upward and behold this magnificent natural barrier. The mountains shielded the lands from the unhealthy air of the Gondor wastelands. Yet their reputation for harboring numerous creatures and eerie tales made many tremble at the thought of venturing there. Even the most daring of hunters rarely sought their fortunes amidst the shadows of the Dark Mountains, despite the southern lords opening hunting rights within the range. The former Cecil territory was located slightly to the west of the northern Dark Mountains, with Tanzan town to the northeast and the newly designated Cecil territory positioned southeast of Tanzan, forming a rough triangle. Notably, the new Cecil territory was closest to the Dark Mountains, with its southern expanse delving directly into the mountainous terrain. A tributary of the White Water River, which flowed through Tanzan town, would enter the new Cecil territory, making it a strategically advantageous location for logistical support from Tanzan. Should the territory flourish in the future, trade costs would diminish significantly. Yet, this was contingent upon Gawain and his followers establishing a firm footing in that barren land. Within the walls of his castle, this lean and meticulous noble appeared troubled. With all due respect, Your Grace, the initial landing site you have chosen is not particularly suitable. While there is ample land, its proximity to the Dark Mountains leaves it vulnerable, lacking the protection of civilized society. The beasts that dwell within pose a significant threat. Furthermore, each year during the fog month, unclean winds sweep across the mountains from the Gondor wastelands. While robust soldiers may withstand it, the frail commoners and serfs cannot endure. You must have seen the maps, he continued, and recognized that while the land I can choose from is vast, the conditions are largely similar. Gawain appeared unfazed. Among the areas adjacent to the Dark Mountains, the land I have selected is indeed the most favorable. The unclean winds can be warded off with potions and magic. I will devise my own defenses. As long as we endure the first year, we shall extract ores from the Dark Mountains, and the territory will secure its foothold. He could not openly admit that his choice was influenced by the buried treasures of national fortune from 7 centuries ago hidden within those mountains. At the very least, he would wait until he had unearthed the treasures and claimed them for himself before revealing this information to outsiders. Moreover, it was inevitable that the knowledge would be limited. The resources would eventually need to be utilized. Once they began construction, even the dimmest minds could deduce the truth. One can only ensure that as few individuals as possible are aware of these matters before they are fully employed. Observing the unwavering stance of Highborn, Lord Andrew felt compelled to refrain from further commentary. He merely reminded, "This is your decision, and I shall certainly do my utmost to support you. But do remember our initial agreement." Highborn responded with a faint smile, "Fear not, the Cecil family never defaults on debts. If your apprehension persists, I could offer you a couple of my antiques as collateral." Seated across the table, recounting her experiences in the capital to Aunt Hetty, Rebecca suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling at Highborn's words. "It seems our ancestor shares my sentiments. Does this not indicate that I have inherited the family legacy?" Hetty lightly tapped Rebecca's forehead. "Stop daydreaming and continue. At the royal banquet, you were preoccupied with eating the entire time. I also indulged in some wine. I am of age now, after all," Rebecca retorted. Witnessing the folly of the girl, Hetty sighed in despair. "Oh dear." As for Lord Andrew, he could not accept Highborn's kind offer and hastily waved his hand. "No need, no need. I have faith in the reputation of the Cecil family and the assurances of our founding hero. When do you intend to depart?" "The sooner, the better." Highborn nodded. "Once we have prepared the necessary provisions, we shall set forth. The support promised by the king will take at least a month to arrive, and I must ensure my subjects can establish themselves in their new home." For those who had narrowly escaped the calamity of the old Cecil territory, the 3-month period of recuperation had concluded. The lords' return from the capital signified that they must immediately prepare for their new lives, even though the majority remained unaware of what that life would entail. Knights Philip and Byron had been dispatched to Tonzon town to procure essential supplies and materials necessary for constructing the new domain: food, tools, tints, medicines, and many other items they had not even considered essential. The list of required items grew increasingly daunting. Even Hetty, who had consistently assisted in managing territorial affairs, alongside Byron, a veteran of the Cecil family, felt adrift regarding where to begin. No one knew what was needed to construct a territory from scratch. In this regard, only Highborn could offer some guidance. 7 centuries ago, the pioneers of Ansa began their homes from nothing, and the memories of what was essential during that pioneering era were invaluable to Highborn. Naturally, due to the 7-century gap, Highborn's experiential knowledge might not be entirely applicable, but the fundamental principles remained largely unchanged. Regardless of how tools evolved, the challenges faced by pioneers in the wilderness remained the same: the essentials of food, shelter, mobility, and healthcare. As for financial matters, Lord Andrew had previously returned the wealth of the Cecil family, complemented by the funds preserved by Knight Philip. Though not abundant, it was sufficient to procure the initial supplies. Thus, it became evident that the outsiders, who had resided in the town for 3 months, were finally preparing to depart. The majority of the lower-class populace in Tonzon town remains indifferent to the comings and goings of these outsiders. Yet the departure of these visitors necessitates a substantial purchase of goods, thus providing a significant boon to the town's commercial guilds. Consequently, their grievances towards their lord have notably diminished, particularly since he had commandeered several shanties for the accommodation of these newcomers. Furthermore, the impoverished refugees, often unable to scrape together even a few coppers, have left many merchants feeling quite disgruntled, while 2 family knights busied themselves gathering supplies. Gawain instructed Hetty and Rebecca to compile a comprehensive roster of all the Cecil vassals, meticulously detailing the over 800 survivors. Each entry was to include the individual's name, age, gender, health status, and skills, organized by family units. Additionally, a separate list was to be created to distinctly categorize carpenters, stonemasons, and blacksmiths. If feasible, assigning a number to each individual for easier reference was also requested. This task, intended for his great-great-great-granddaughters, was assumed by Gawain to be straightforward. However, he soon found that it left the 2 young women utterly perplexed. They had never heard of such a concept as basic demographic registration, nor did they possess knowledge on how to construct such forms. Had they never conducted a basic census? Observing the bewildered expressions of Hetty and Rebecca, Gawain felt even more confounded than they were. How had they managed to tally the population of their domain? As for identifying who among them was a blacksmith or carpenter, the locals were generally acquainted with one another and could simply inquire. Gawain, what? Just ask around? The legendary method of governance through mere gaze, maintaining stability through countenance, and bringing peace with a single call? Noticing the stormy expressions on Gawain's face, Hetty grew anxious. Ancestor, did you and the former sovereign truly rely on such forms for population statistics when establishing the kingdom? Gawain hastily rummaged through the recesses of his memory, and after a moment, his expression turned pallid. Goodness, it was far more chaotic back then. The abrupt collapse of the Gondor Empire left the formerly prosperous and advanced central regions utterly devastated, with only the inhabitants of remote areas surviving the initial onslaught. That ancient empire was a quintessentially imbalanced society, its developmental structure, in Gawain's eyes, bordering on grotesque. The magical technology of this world depended on manifocal points, which are limited in nature. Thus, all advanced technologies of the Gondor Empire coalesced around the most powerful manifocal point in the deep blue center of the continent, while the remote regions, where such focal points were sparse, remained astonishingly backward. As the magical tide erupted from the deep blue, all advanced technologies and educated populations of the Gondor Empire were sacrificed, and those who survived continued to be filtered through the ongoing energy radiation. By the time the pioneers led the remaining populace to safety, human civilization had all but collapsed. To put it bluntly, the 4 great nations were established by a group of elementary school children guiding a band of illiterates. In this world, where extraordinary powers prevail, the strength of individuals at the pinnacle can, to some extent, counterbalance the pervasive decline brought about by a backward civilization. Thus, it was only through the valiant efforts of a cadre of exceptionally powerful pioneers that the 4 great nations were able to establish themselves and withstand the myriad pressures that accompanied their nascent stages. However, alas, 7 centuries have passed. 7 centuries, and yet these unworthy descendants have made no progress whatsoever. Chapter 39. The Dark Mountains. Although Gawain inwardly lamented, He understood that the evolution of this world was inescapable. The advancement of civilization follows discernible patterns, yet it is fraught with uncertainties, occasionally. A groundbreaking technological innovation can elevate an entire civilization to new heights. However, more often than not, particularly in an era dominated by feudal ignorance, the progress of civilization can stagnate for centuries. In a realm beset by supernatural forces, with an entrenched class structure and having endured a cataclysmic event, the situation is exacerbated. The existence of extraordinary powers bestows upon this world numerous conveniences that surpass contemporary understanding. Yet, simultaneously, these powers have shackled the progress of civilization. They enable those in upper echelons to lead exceedingly comfortable lives, establishing an absolute dominion over the vast majority of powerless mortals. The rarity and unpredictability of magical talent render it an ineffective catalyst for societal advancement, as it fails to benefit the masses. The fortunate few who occasionally awaken magical abilities merely ascend to a new aristocracy, incapable of altering the fates of the majority. The notion that extraordinary powers belong solely to the elite has become an accepted norm. Consequently, societal progress has become exceedingly sluggish. Ordinary individuals, as the demographic majority, cannot affect any change, while the upper class, reaping the benefits of extraordinary abilities, sees no necessity for societal advancement. In fact, even the common folk do not perceive a need for progress. They merely pray for the day they might awaken their own magical gifts. In a world where ice arrows exist, who would conceive of inventing refrigerators or air conditioners? Yet, ice arrows will always remain but ice arrows. They cannot ensure that everyone enjoys ice cream in summer, nor can they allow medical practitioners to store serums and vaccines at will. At least, in this current era, that is the reality. This is undoubtedly unjust. Gawain was acutely aware of this. Extraordinary powers should not act as impediments to civilization. This world should not remain forever shackled in the Middle Ages. Ultimately, magic is merely a method of harnessing energy, and its inherent flexibility ought to serve as a catalyst for rapid development, rather than a constraint. However, resolving this issue is not feasible in the present moment. He elaborated to Hetty and Rebecca on the importance of compiling this data and highlighted key considerations for creating the records. Given that they had never engaged in such statistical endeavors, and recognizing that the uneducated commoners might struggle to articulate their surnames and ages, he relaxed the requirements for the records. He instructed them to compile information solely on artisans, while other commoners would only need to register their names for the time being. All matters would be refined once the new territory was established. No one had ever conducted such a census among the common folk, as they were deemed nearly valueless by the noble classes of this world, barely sufficient even to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. The sole purpose of the commoners is to produce sustenance and serve as free labor. The significance of humanity is overlooked, and thus the necessity of registering population data goes unrecognized. It is reassuring that, amidst her usual confusion, Rebecca swiftly comprehended Gawain's intent in this regard and eagerly set off with her people to organize the information. Reflecting on her prior decree that allowed serfs to attain freedom through service, it appears that this seemingly incompetent lady of the manor possesses some redeeming qualities. If properly educated, this child might even be capable of managing personnel affairs. Fortunately, the number requiring enumeration is fewer than 900. After settling in Transcendent town, Sir Philip had already conducted a preliminary record of the survivors. With Hetty's assistance, Rebecca promptly arranged the data as requested by Gawain. Upon receiving the information, Gawain decided to divide the group into two factions to journey to their new home. One contingent, the advance party, would be led by him, Rebecca, and Hetty, consisting of half the soldiers and militia under Sir Byron's command, along with essential craftsmen and 100 laborers. This advance party would establish a temporary camp at their destination, ascertain the availability of water sources, and prepare for any potential threats from surrounding beasts. Subsequently, the majority of the commoners would follow under Sir Philip's escort. It would be imprudent to charge into a barren land with over 800 individuals. While this group comprised primarily the able-bodied, those unable to escape were left behind. It is prudent for the less combat-capable civilians to trail behind the advance party. To cultivate a barren expanse, no amount of preparation is ever deemed excessive. However, every endeavor must begin with that first step. After devising a meticulous plan, Gawain and his advance team finally departed from Transcendent town. Setting their course toward the ominous mountains in the southeast, they progressed along the tributary of the Whitewater River, traversing the relatively flat riverbanks. With knights and lords leading the way, soldiers flanking the sides for protection, and skilled craftsmen, along with various provisions and tools, safeguarded in the heart of the formation. "We are the pioneers," Gavin remarked, smiling at her. Hetty blinked. "What I meant was the Great Expansion 7 centuries ago." Gavin shrugged. "Wasn't that also me?" Hetty replied, "True." Mustering some confidence here, Gavin observed this lady, who appeared somewhat anxious about the future. Each step into the unknown represents a grand journey, be it the second Great Expansion 7 centuries ago, the first legendary expansion of antiquity, or the endeavor they are about to undertake, all of which are inherently magnificent. Not only shall we establish a new homeland, but perhaps we shall also usher in a new era. Hetty gazed at Gavin, slightly bewildered, yet nodded in agreement. She did not fully grasp what he meant by a new era, but given that even the ancestors of legendary heroes spoke so, it must indeed be a matter of great honor. Meanwhile, Amber, accompanying them, clapped her hands enthusiastically. Her thoughts were refreshingly simple. Regardless, Gawain is now the master. And whatever the master says is deemed correct. It is prudent to applaud, whether one comprehends or not. As one draws closer to the dark mountains, the landscape grows increasingly desolate, revealing the gradual decline of human civilization in this southern realm. During the fervor of exploratory ventures, the descendants of the first generation of pioneering knights established small settlements in this untamed land with swords and flames, plotting to expand their territory towards the remnants of Gondor. However, as the remnants of the magical tide stirred repeatedly, the dark, primal forces at the borders of civilization encroached time and again. The ever-breeding monsters in the deteriorating natural environment rendered these settlements unsustainable. Subsequently, the turmoil of the fog moon erupted, leading to a reshuffling of powers in the southern territories, resulting in the demise of the last few struggling pioneer villages. To this day, the resurgent barbaric forces have devoured all traces of past civilization. Between the dilapidated settlements and the primordial forests, only beasts and monsters remain, though magic has since settled, and the dark tide has been confined to the wastelands of Gondor. Humanity seems content with its current territorial boundaries. Coupled with the decline of the Cecil family in the southern region, the kingdom of Ansu has shown no inclination to redevelop these lands. The caravan traversed the rugged, pockmarked roads in silence, although Gawain's encouragement of Hetty proved effective. The others in the party remained uneasy, uncertain of the outcome of their advance into the wilderness. Even with the guidance of that great pioneer from 7 centuries past, the sentiment remained, especially among the craftsmen drawn from the ranks of commoners and serfs, rather than a sense of glory propelling them forward. It was more a habitual obedience to their lord and a numbing acceptance of their existence that urged them to take each step. Thus, they proceeded along the riverbank, halting 3 days later in a clearing. This expanse lay adjacent to the dark mountains. Nestled between the river and the mountain range, a narrow stretch of plain where a tributary of the Whitewater River widened slightly, its flow slowing as it meandered past the northern side of the dark mountains, eventually emptying into the territory of the Typhon Empire. Facing south and gazing upwards, one beholds the majestic yet imposing dark mountains. Gawain ascended a large stone by the riverbank, surveying the surroundings while comparing them to the satellite imagery in his mind. He noted the presence of forests to the west of the plain, predominantly composed of the resilient black fir and giant wood, which could serve as a valuable timber resource in the early stages of territorial development. The eastern mountains jutted out slightly. If Gawain Cecil's memories served him correctly, iron ore deposits should lie therein. In addition to the iron mines, this vicinity harbored several other mineral resources. The Dark Mountains were indeed a treasure trove. Although Gawain Cecil and Charles I did not linger in the Dark Mountains with their pioneering expedition, they conducted basic surveys and explorations along the way, leaving Gawain intimately aware of the untapped mineral wealth discovered during their journey. Since the Ansu royal family had abandoned these resources, he was more than willing to accept them. After surveying the terrain, Gawain leaped down from the rock and turned to Hetty. "You shall establish your camp here, setting up the tents you have brought. Let the soldiers guard the lumberjacks as they venture into the forest for timber, but instruct them not to stray too deeply, lest they encounter wild beasts. Do not fear the dark creatures. The Shadow Mountains are not as dreadful as you imagine. The influence of the dark tide has long since faded, and you would only encounter such beings if you venture near the focal points of magical energy. Aside from those tasked with logging, the remaining laborers will remain here to assist in constructing the camp. Rebecca, Byron, Amber, follow me." Hetty paused for a moment. "Ancestor, are you about to?" Chapter 40. Ancient Ruins. In truth, the ancient ruins etched in Gawain's memory were not far from the campsite, nestled on the northern side of the Dark Mountains. Most of the structure lay concealed within the mountain, while a portion was exposed between the craggy cliffs. Theoretically, One could simply gaze upward toward the distant peaks of the dark mountains to catch a glimpse of the ancient edifice, its remnants visible among the rocky walls hundreds of meters above the ground. However, the passage of time had eroded the traces of civilization. Rampant vines and mountain foliage cloaked the cliffs, obscuring the ruins beneath layers of verdant growth. Coupled with the collapse of the ruins themselves and the accumulation of debris, the structures that once stood prominently were now nearly imperceptible. Standing at the campsite and looking toward the mountain, even the keenest-eyed hunter would struggle to discern any anomalies amid the rocks and vines. Once the camp was arranged, Gawain and his 3 companions set forth into the mountains. A mere decade would not have altered the natural terrain significantly, and with the aid of a satellite image from 10 years prior, along with his recollection of the route into the mountains, Gawain and his party navigated their way with relative ease. Amber appeared somewhat anxious. "I mean, we're heading into the dark mountains to unearth treasures, and there are only 4 of us. Don't you think our party is rather precarious?" Gawain cast a sidelong glance at the half-elf. "And what would you propose?" Amber gestured animatedly. "Surely we require a contingent of several hundred for protection along the way. A dozen master rangers and druids to lead the charge, knights clearing the path in front, and mages stationed at the rear. And let us not forget a master thief, like myself, to handle the locks and traps. Isn't that the standard setup for treasure hunting in the mountains?" Standard setup, indeed. Gawain thought he might hear some profound insight from her, but instead, she offered mere banter. Which treasure-seeking expedition is modeled after a military formation? Moreover, do you think it's easy to assemble such a crew? All right, I might have exaggerated a bit, but this is the Dark Mountains. The Dark Mountains, mind you. Amber waved her arms dramatically, recounting the lore that a demon lord resided every 800 meters in this treacherous land. And you're going in with just 3 people, one of whom can only cast Fireball. I can take you down without Fireball. Rebecca interjected angrily, brandishing her staff at Amber. Let me show you just how formidable the women of the Cecile family can be. Gawain intervened, halting Rebecca with a weary glance at Amber. You'll eventually get yourself into trouble with that mouth of yours. And where did you hear that a demon lord lurks every 800 meters in the Dark Mountains? That's merely a tale spun by ignorant villagers to frighten children. If there were so many demon lords, they would have long since overrun on Sioux. As he spoke, he raised his gaze to the winding mountain path ahead. The Dark Mountains indeed posed a threat, yet it was often exaggerated by those unfamiliar with the region. In fact, during the time of the Gondor Empire, this mountain range was but a typical northern range, on par with the lofty hills of the southern continent. Known collectively as the Loren Mountain systems. Back then, the Dark Mountains were not dark at all. Instead, due to its abundant natural resources and diverse minerals, it earned a reputation as the Golden Mountain. Unfortunately, with the subsequent outbreak of the magical tide, the Dark Mountains faced the brunt of the elemental storm. The entire southern slopes of the range were eroded by elemental forces, giving rise to the dreaded Black Forest. This mountain range gradually came to be known as the Dark Mountains. What Gawain recounted stemmed partly from memories residing in his mind and partly from knowledge he had recently acquired. Indeed, the Black Forest on the opposite side of the mountain is perilous. However, it lies to the south of the range, which acts as a natural barrier, effectively isolating the ominous aura emanating from the desolate lands of Gondor that seep through the majestic walls. The vast majority of the mutated creatures inhabiting the Black Forest rely on chaotic magical energy for survival. Consequently, they rarely venture beyond the forest, let alone cross the ridges to reach the suffocating northern expanse of the mountains. Thus, the northern side of the Dark Mountains is relatively safe. The path Gawain chose was not heavily vegetated, yet he occasionally encountered sprawling trees and creeping vines obstructing his way. These resilient plants, thriving within the Dark Mountain region, were somewhat affected by the desolate aura, an annual trace of elemental winds drifting from the south, referred to by Lord Andrew as the unclean wind. Under the influence of chaotic elemental forces, the flora appeared distorted and abnormally robust, evoking a sense of dread. His certainty regarding the dissipated pollution in the northern region of the Dark Mountains did not solely derive from memories or hearsay. It was rather due to a satellite image from a decade ago. By comparing the satellite imagery with the data etched in his memory, it became evident that this area had transformed into a safe zone. The fear surrounding this place primarily originated from 2 factors. The first was the dread of the desolate lands of Gondor. Although the sentinel towers constructed by the elves and the Grand Wall sealed off most of Gondor's territory, that magical barrier only mitigated about 70 to 80% of the chaotic magical energy. Each year, the corrupting forces seeping from the wasteland posed the greatest threat to the borders of the 4 nations. Even though the aftershocks of the magical tide have receded, The accumulated fear and pressure sustained by generations along the border do not dissipate easily. The terrifying tales from these border regions have been passed down for 700 years, having long become an integral part of their traditional culture. As Gawain cut through the obstructive vegetation along the way, he casually remarked that the second source of fear was the terror of the unknown. The unknown? Amber inquired, frowning. Indeed, the unknown. How many years has the kingdom of Ansu ceased its southern expansion? Rebecca answered. If we consider the order to halt expansion, it has been over 200 years. If we take into account the withdrawal from all established settlements, it has been a century. They could only glean knowledge of this place from the terrifying stories passed down through generations and the exaggerated tales spun by adventurers. How could they not be fearful? Listening to the lengthy exposition by Gawain, Amber finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. So, if that is the case, the terrifying tales of the Dark Mountains are merely exaggerated, and we are indeed quite safe here. Gawain pondered for a moment. Then suddenly donned a rather frightening expression as he leaned closer to the half-elf lady. In truth, I was deceiving you. This place is indeed eerie, perilous, and chaotic. Furthermore, every 800 meters resides a demon lord. Amber exclaimed, Eek. A master-level thief, how embarrassing. Gawain chuckled contentedly, reaching out to pat Rebecca's head beside him. He pointed at a fallen tree trunk not far away. Your fireball spell has a perfect target. Go ahead and blast that thing apart. If I recall correctly, our path lies ahead. Rebecca, having awaited this moment for quite some time, eagerly nodded and raised her staff, unleashing a fireball the size of a head that shot straight ahead. It seemed that her speed in conjuring fireballs had increased compared to before. With a loud bang, the fireball detonated, shattering the already decayed and fragile trunk, which then toppled in two unsteady halves down the slope, clearing the way ahead. Before everyone unfolded a hidden clearing nestled within the mountains. This expanse appeared to have been deliberately leveled, with the rocky terrain sculpted into astonishingly precise forms. Amid the stones, ancient arches and crumbled walls could be seen, as if they were seamlessly embedded within the massive rock cliffs. It even created an illusion that a grand fortress once stood here, now consumed by the surrounding stones. In reality, this ancient ruin was constructed within the mountain itself, with approximately two-thirds of its structure concealed behind the rocky facade. Whether it was Amber, who had been trembling with fear throughout their journey, Rebecca, who had attentively absorbed the ancestral teachings, or Sir Byron, who remained ever vigilant, all were momentarily taken aback by the sight of this ancient edifice hidden within the mountain. They gazed in astonishment at the remarkable ruins of antiquity. Gawain's gaze wandered around, suddenly halting beside a pile of collapsed stones. There, on the ground next to the rubble, lay a deep inscription, so profound that even 7 centuries of weathering had not obscured it. 16th Squad, coal rest here. Rebecca's voice echoed from behind. What is this? When the squad crossed the Whitewater River, they were ambushed, and the 16th Squad held the rear, with none surviving. Sir Byron unsheathed his sword, pressing the blade to his chest in a gesture of tribute to the humble grave. The soldier interred here had a burial site. Yet the warriors who raised the mound and left the inscription could not be found, their traces lost to time. Gawain stood in silence before the grave for a moment, then picked up a fragment of stone from nearby and placed it atop the pile. Rest assured, everyone survived. In that instant, he wished to express this sentiment as Gawain Cecil, rather than as the traveler, Gawain. He then approached the nearby archway and said, Follow me, and I shall show you what your ancestors left behind in this place. Chapter 41. The ancient treasury lies concealed amidst the mountains, its ruins shrouded in mystery, overtaken by creeping vines. The massive walls, constructed from stones and metal, bear the scars of time. Each mark a testament to the passage of ages. From these traces, humanity can decipher only the profound weight of history. This ancient ruin can be traced back to the distant era of the Gondor Empire, its grand and imposing style utterly foreign to the modern Ansue. In Gawain's recollection, when the Northern Expeditionary Force first stumbled upon this place, it was already a mere shadow of its former self, appearing no younger than it does today. Rebecca's face flushed. The fireball spell, it can also illuminate. Yet, her tone lacked the conviction to persuade. Sir Byron walked a short distance behind Gawain, gazing at the ancient stone walls and the indistinguishable indentations upon them, unable to suppress memories of his mercenary days years prior. How many years has this ruin endured? I don't know, Gawain replied, shaking his head. When we first discovered it, it was already in ruins. Those well-versed in lore at the time claimed it to be a remnant from the Age of Sparks. a period of significant advancement in magical technology during the latter years of the Gondor Empire. It was then that the great mana well, the Deep Blue, was successfully activated, igniting an expansionist fervor throughout the empire. Numerous fortifications and research facilities were constructed along various borders, in hopes of uncovering similar colossal mana focal points across the continent. However, all those facilities eventually fell into disuse. Rebecca found this hard to believe. Did they find not even a single mana focal point? Yet, this speculation could not be substantiated. For the Deep Blue and its magical focal point had been utterly obliterated, leaving no possibility for investigation. Remarkable. As a mage, Rebecca could discern the extraordinary nature of that ancient mana well. What astonished her further was the fact that humanity once wielded such formidable power. The Gondor Empire of yore was truly impressive. In the eyes of the Gondorians back then, the mana focal points scattered across the continent were nearly unremarkable. Thus, after reluctantly identifying a few medium-sized mana focal points, Gondor ceased its exploration of more distant regions, resulting in the abandonment of a significant number of fortifications and research facilities. This place likely belonged to the same era of abandonment, and it was probably a multifunctional site. Amber suddenly grew anxious. So, could there be any uncontrolled ancient magical creatures or traps here? Gawain cast a glance at the visibly tense half-elf, as someone who dares to disturb even the graves of others. Are you truly frightened by such ancient facilities that have lain dormant for over a millennium? That's different. Digging up graves, even if the corpse were to rise, would merely be a person. But if something were to emerge from these ancient facilities, who knows what it could be? I have heard that some ancient facilities are sealed with the synthetic beasts and magical constructs created by mad sorcerers. Gawain, veins throbbing on his forehead, exclaimed. It's truly disappointing to see you resort to such absurdities. Where do you acquire these erroneous notions? Especially regarding the rumors of the Dark Mountains and the tales surrounding ancient facilities? Amber contemplated for a moment before responding with an air of mystery. Let me share a secret with you. I am indeed a chosen one of the goddess of the night. Sometimes, when I pray fervently, she grants me insights. It is she who imparts this knowledge to me. Rebecca, without hesitation, conjured a miniature fireball the size of her thumb and hurled it at Amber, who was caught off guard and received a face full of soot, instantly crying out, "What are you doing, you lunatic? Throwing fireballs like that is dangerous." Rebecca shrugged, remarking, "It seems she is not the chosen one after all." Gawain, now uninterested in the antics of the bickering duo, turned his attention to the ancient door that loomed before them. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy, grand door forged from dark purple metal, embodying the quintessential style of the Gondor Starfire era, sturdy, stable, and adorned with abstract reliefs depicting soldiers and city walls. Amber wiped the soot from her face, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the door. Could it possibly be a solid block of purple steel? Indeed, it is a solid block. But for every scrap you scrape off, I will have Rebecca transform it into a fireball to throw at you, Gawain replied, tapping Amber's head with the hilt of his sword. So, temper your audacious thoughts and patiently await your remuneration. That is the path to longevity. Amber turned her head, muttering softly, "What a miser." Gawain heard her murmur, but chose to ignore it. Instead, he took a step back and retrieved the crucial key from his pocket, an heirloom from 7 centuries ago, a platinum disc. Rebecca expressed her concern. After all these years, do you think it will still function? Gawain smiled at her. This is a product of Gondor's technology, as long as the main structure remains intact. The primary door shall never fail. As if to validate his assertion, the intricate patterns on the platinum disc began to illuminate, one by one, just as the reliefs on the heavy metallic door started to shimmer with threads of light. Once the door was fully aglow, a series of creaking mechanical sounds emanated from the door and the rock walls beside it, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly, and with this trembling, the door began to open slowly. Gawain and Rebecca had already prepared themselves, covering their mouths and noses as they stepped aside. Simultaneously, Gawain activated one of the knight's fundamental skills, breath protection, enveloping everyone present in a barely perceptible barrier. This ability echoed the basic spell of the mages, the breeze shield, despite offering only a very limited degree of protection. However, it can effectively maintain a pristine air environment, allowing the practitioner to evade the perils of toxic gases when delving into ancient ruins. While this particular site does not harbor any poisonous gas traps, one cannot dismiss the possibility of gas accumulation in a sealed space that has remained undisturbed for 7 centuries. Thus, an additional layer of protection is always prudent. Several minutes later, Gawain dispelled the protective barrier, nodded to his companions, and stepped confidently through the threshold, closely followed by Sir Byron. Amber hesitated for a moment, ultimately abandoning her intention to discreetly chip away a piece of metal from the door, as the purple steel proved too resilient for her dagger. Inside, they encountered a vast rectangular hall, with sealed doors visible in all four directions. The ancient treasures lay directly within this chamber. The sealed environment and the runes strategically placed throughout the hall ensured that the materials were subjected to the slowest possible rate of oxidation and decay. Many of these treasures remained remarkably well preserved to this day. Piles of metal ingots, an array of crystals, swords, armor, and several large chests, towering over a man, were haphazardly stacked in the center. Gawain approached, wedging the sword of the pioneers into the gap of one chest, and, with a firm pull, it sprang open. Inside one of the chests lay gleaming gold and silver coins, while others contained neatly arranged, light purple crystals, meticulously carved and imbued with military enchantments. The coins, while valuable, were not the most precious items. It was the crystals that held true worth. The ancient kingdom of Gondor reigned supreme on the continent due to its advanced magical technology, drawing upon the nearly limitless energy from the deep blue well. Even the most inept of mages could produce tangible results under such conditions. Thus, Gondor accomplished what would seem nearly inconceivable to the four great kingdoms of today: the mass production of extraordinary weaponry. Ordinary swords and armor lacked enchantments. No matter how robust or sharp, they remained mere mundane equipment. Only those imbued with magical properties, capable of channeling extraordinary powers, could be deemed extraordinary armaments. In present-day Ansu, enchanted weapons and armor are typically reserved for officers of varying ranks, and even then, their availability is not guaranteed. However, during the Gondorian era, it was standard for each soldier to be equipped with a long sword enchanted with the sharpness spell and a standard crystal. These diminutive crystals contain preset models of basic shield and explosion spells, functioning autonomously and capable of distinguishing friend from foe. Even the most unskilled foot soldier could activate a protective shield upon being attacked, which would deplete and emit heat and light as a warning. When forcefully thrown, the crystal would detonate at a safe distance from the wearer and nearby allies. To Gawain, this was nothing short of astonishingly advanced weaponry. Had circumstances not compelled them to leave these treasures behind, the pioneers would never have relinquished them. They had already taken all the more valuable resources they could carry. And these crystals were the unfortunate sacrifices. Gawain reached out, cradling one of the crystals in his hand and gently caressing its surface. This may be a pathway that allows the common folk to engage with magic, yet it is a road fraught with insurmountable challenges. Only by activating the abyssal well can one infuse such entities without regard for cost. In an era where the abyssal well has been obliterated, these ancient crystals dwindle in number. However, for the time being, these crystals shall serve as the cornerstone for the stability of the realm. Chapter 42. The Camp. As Rebecca, Amber, and Sir Byron gazed upon the dazzling array of gold coins and crystals, they were inevitably struck into a state of stupefaction. Byron, during his days as a mercenary, had encountered the so-called treasures of the deep mountains. However, those dull and tarnished antiques were inconceivably inferior compared to the military supplies before them, safeguarded by runes. For Rebecca, a member of a once noble but now impoverished family, the treasures she had seen within her castle throughout her life paled in comparison to the bounty within this warehouse. As for Amber, from the perspective of a devoted and industrious thief, she found herself grappling with the daunting realization that emptying this place of its riches might prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, amidst their stupor, a layer of curiosity inevitably surfaced. Many of the items before them were standardized equipment from the Gondor era, largely reliant on the advanced magical technology of the Gondor Empire. Consequently, after the establishment of Ansu, such equipment brought by the pioneers had become increasingly scarce. Moreover, many had depleted their energy during use, rendering the ancient weapons of Gondor in Ansu a mere footnote in history, with the mesmerizing array of gear in the warehouse appearing utterly foreign to them. However, for Miss Amber, the underlying principles of these artifacts were of little importance. The mere sight of their worth was exhilarating. Gondor gold coins, the emblematic silver coins, and the genuine trifoliate gold coins. My heavens! Amber dashed to the chest overflowing with coins, her head nearly buried within the pile of gold, exclaiming, "Money! This is all money! We struck it rich. Boss, we're rich. When devoid of wealth, one is a pedant, yet when fortune smiles, one becomes the boss." The dramatic shift in her attitude truly befits her title as a disgrace to her kin. Gawain reached out, extricating Amber from the mound of coins by the scruff of her neck, admonishing, "Calm down, calm down. This is my money, not yours." Amber, with an air of righteous indignation, retorted, "As your most loyal follower, your wealth is inherently mine. The gold and silver coins were merely the least valuable items. The crystals nearby were the true treasures." Gawain scoffed, elucidating the nature of these items, which were entirely unfamiliar to contemporary individuals. The piles outside the chest were unrefined crystal ores, untouched magical substrates. "Rebecca, as a mage, you should recognize them, though they require processing before use. They will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Those swords and armors, however, pose a complication. I just examined them, and their condition is far from satisfactory, especially the magical mechanisms. They are nearly inoperative, and it remains unclear how much combat capability they retain, despite the presence of sealing runes within this treasury, which could mitigate the oxidation and corrosion of metals. The inevitable decay of the magical mechanisms and the dissipation of energy could not be postponed. Although these artifacts possessed a long shelf life, their intrinsic deterioration was unavoidable. Yet, in the face of a span of 7 centuries, the preservation of these artifacts has its limitations. It is not merely the weaponry and armor that have suffered, indeed. Even the military crystals contained within several crates have experienced varying degrees of energy dissipation. The energy they now harbor is likely less than a third of what it was upon manufacture, and the failure rate of these antiquities poses a significant concern. Nevertheless, for the impoverished Cecil family, this remains an astonishing treasure. Thus, despite Highwind's emphasis on the poor condition of these items, Rebecca and Amber's eyes remained fixed with intrigue. Such an immense fortune. Sir Byron felt his mouth grow parched, lying quietly along the kingdom's border, and yet, unbeknownst to anyone. In a sense, I must express gratitude for the unrest of a century past. Highwind shook his head, while the Mohn family still recalled these riches. The magical tide had obstructed people's efforts to explore this area. When the tide receded, however, the Mohn family had already lost their lineage. Alas, fate. While lamenting fate, Howen truly mourned the closed and regressive feudal system where all wealth is appropriated by kings and lords, and the lifeblood of the nation is held as private property by a select few families. Once a family ceases to exist, such treasures can become forsaken relics in desolate mountains. What an absurd situation. If the Mohn family had clearly documented these treasures on paper and archived them, with royal members merely responsible for safeguarding the keys, it is conceivable that these artifacts might not have fallen into his hands. After the weakened royal family following the unrest would surely covet these items. But, one might ponder, is it not a hallmark of the medieval era for such familial treasures to be lost in the depths of the mountains for various reasons? Rebecca's gaze swept over the ancient equipment and crystals, ultimately settling on a chest of gold and silver coins. She exhaled, "With these, we can settle the debts of Lord Andrew and procure food in stone." Howen glanced at her and shook his head. "No, this money cannot be spent directly." "Ah?" Rebecca paused, momentarily bewildered, but not foolish, she quickly deduced, "because these are all antiques?" "Precisely. If you were to present a collection of Gundor gold and silver coins from 7 centuries ago to purchase goods, even the most naïve would surmise that the Cecil family has unearthed treasures in this dark mountainous region." I nodded, asserting that at least while they were still securing their footing, these items must remain concealed. "What then?" Rebecca furrowed her brow. "We are in dire need of funds. It's quite simple. Even if we alter their form, gold remains gold, and silver remains silver. Thank the age of precious metal trading." Highwind smiled radiantly, yet his words sent Amber's heart racing beside him. "You want to melt these down?" "Good heavens." The half-elf lady nearly leapt up. "Do you even comprehend what you're suggesting?" "Melt them. These are ancient coins from 7 centuries ago. Even selling them in the black market for antiques is more prudent than melting them down. 7 centuries old gold and silver coins, preserved as pristine as if freshly minted. More importantly, many of these coins belong to ancient empires long since vanished, their designs available only in tomes." Amber gritted her teeth, contemplating the audacious notion of hoisting a chest and fleeing. But upon observing the formidable arms of Gawain, thicker than her own thighs, she quelled her reckless impulses. Yet, she sought to negotiate. "You can't melt them all, that would be utterly wasteful." "Of course, only a portion will be melted," Gawain replied, spreading his hands. "I would feel regret too if all these antiques were lost. We shall first mend a portion to address our immediate needs, while the remainder will be preserved for future endeavors." Amber's expression finally relaxed, and Gawain turned to Rebecca with a smile. Now do you understand why I insisted on retaining my title as Duke of Cecil back at Silver Fortress? Rebecca blinked in confusion. Huh? Oh, the Duke has the right to mint coins. Amber exclaimed, her eyes widening as she swiftly turned to Gawain. So you intended to melt down the antiques from the beginning, didn't you? One could say that, Gawain acknowledged without hesitation. I am currently an unprecedented, non-territorial duke, with no land to my name and the need to cultivate my own. Yet, despite lacking dominion, the privileges accompanying the title are inherently legal, and the right to mint coins is merely one of them. Amber gazed at Gawain in astonishment, finally exclaiming, "You ancient nobility truly know how to play the game. Unlike those rustic nobles who only dig pits to extort tolls from passing merchants. You are in an entirely different league." He then instructed Byron and Rebecca to each gather a portion of crystals and coins, preparing to depart. The treasury was now under their control, yet not all its treasures could be utilized immediately. The first priority was to establish a camp below, followed by the gradual transport of the most crucial items, especially weaponry, by trusted soldiers. Additionally, arrangements for a guard at the treasury were necessary. Despite the protection of the magical portal, it was unwise to leave the treasury unattended in the mountains. After sealing the treasury with a platinum disc, Gawain and his party departed. The camp near the riverbank was bustling with activity, nearing completion. Knights Byron and Philip had procured a significant supply of tents in Tansun town, consisting merely of the canvas and timber needed for construction. Once they arrived, further processing would be required to convert them into temporary shelters. However, the advanced team comprised skilled artisans who erected the tents with remarkable speed. With Hetty assisting through various supportive spells, the camp began to take shape. According to Gawain's pre-established plan, all tents were constructed on the southern bank of the Whitewater River, forming a rough fan shape, with essential supplies such as grain and iron placed at the camp center. The prefabricated timber brought here is stacked along the riverbank, while the carts and covered wagons used for transport have been piled around the camp, serving as a temporary barrier before the construction of a proper wall. Although the magical tide has receded, this desolate wilderness remains a forsaken land, where untamed beasts may lurk in the shadows. Beside the central tent of the camp, Gawain discovered Hetty, her visage marked by profound fatigue. Surely, those ancient crystals possess the power to invigorate this weary lady's spirit. Chapter 43, The Limitations of an Era. Come and behold these crystals. Upon encountering Hetty, Gawain promptly tossed a pale purple standard crystal into her hands. The lady cast a curious glance at the object, her face instantly illuminating with astonishment. "This is what you mentioned to me previously, from that treasure trove in the mountains." "Indeed, it is from there," Gawain affirmed with a nod, although he had not brought Hetty along this time. He had previously relayed to her the details concerning the treasure of the Dark Mountains during their time in Tansun town. These crystals were a product of the technological prowess of the Gondor Empire. He urged her to see if she could decipher their runic structure. Any mage with a semblance of intellect would recognize the immense value of these crystals upon beholding them, and Hetty was immediately captivated by the exquisite pale purple gems. However, after toying with them for a moment, she could only shake her head in embarrassment. "Ancestor, I apologize. I feel quite ashamed. I am merely a third-tier mage and doubt I possess the capability to create such profound artifacts." Gawain gazed into Hetty's eyes. "I do not wish for you to create anything. Merely analyze the runic structure. If possible, sketch it out. As for the creation itself," he lamented that in this era, no one could replicate such wonders. These were directly infused with the magic of the Abyssal Blue Well. "The Abyssal Blue Well," Hetty echoed, unable to contain her awe at the illustrious name. Her gaze turned fervent as she examined the crystal in her hand. If it were merely a matter of reading and arranging the runes within, that would not pose a challenge. With a set of crystal resonators, she could project the engravings contained within. Yet, she pondered, would merely reading the runic structure hold any significance? Without the corresponding energizing techniques and activation methods, the runic structure would merely be a collection of geometric shapes. "We shall address that later," Gawain interjected, nodding. "These crystals can no longer be produced, and I wish to preserve as much information as possible before they are exhausted." Hetty nodded in understanding, stowing the crystal away, although traces of fatigue lingered on her face. The uplifting news of the treasure in the mountains had noticeably brightened her spirits. Gawain seized the opportunity to inquire about the progress of the camp's construction. "We should have all the tents erected before sunset, along with a perimeter fence. I plan to establish some magical traps and warning runes around the area. That should suffice to deter any wild beasts." The lumberjacks had discovered a wealth of quality timber in the western woods, and the rough logs currently lay stacked upstream on the Whitewater River. After felling a few more tomorrow, they could simply let the wood float downstream. Additionally, based on the intelligence you provided, I sent 2 individuals eastward, and they indeed found an iron mine. However, we currently lack the capacity for smelting, so we can only transport a small amount at a time. The most pressing issue now is our shortage of manpower. The advanced team is primarily tasked with reconnaissance and establishing the outpost, while resource collection must await the arrival of reinforcements. 3 days hence, the main contingent will arrive, alleviating the manpower issues, and the necessary tools and materials will follow suit. As Gawain spoke, he turned to gaze at the camp, which was gradually nearing completion. He harbored numerous plans and strategies, buoyed by the expansive thinking of a traveler and the extensive knowledge of Gawain Cecil, instilling him with unwavering confidence. Therefore, as he beheld the nascent form of the encampment, a surge of ambition inevitably welled within him. The tents were arranged in meticulous alignment according to the blueprint, and a drainage ditch encircled the camp. Once the waters of the Whitewater River were channeled into these ditches the following day, they would serve to prevent the most perilous threat of fire to the nascent encampment. Craftsmen were laboring to process timber, nailing it together to create rudimentary fences, which would offer little protection against true monstrosities, yet would afford some utility against wild beasts. Everything appeared to be in order. However, as Gawain ventured deeper into the camp and scrutinized the surroundings, he could not suppress a frown. He observed the numbed and apprehensive expressions on the faces of the laborers and craftsmen, alongside their myriad lackluster attempts at evasion of work. Even amidst the seemingly orderly tents and fences, he noted numerous instances of shoddy workmanship. It was commonplace to find missing nails, and some tents were not even securely tied down, while the craftsmen, under heady supervision, managed to perform their tasks with relative accuracy. The civilian laborers appeared to be operating haphazardly. Gawain had previously considered that most common folk of this era lacked any formal education, being both illiterate and enumerate. Thus, he had taken the initiative to explain in detail how to erect the tents and how the entire camp should be organized. Yet, it was now evident that apart from placing the tents and fences within the strict confines he had delineated, nearly every individual aspect of the camp was substandard. Gawain seethed with frustration and suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, they lacked understanding. For these items belonged to the Lord, not to them. Even if these tents were to be their shelter in the interim, they did not believe they would remain there indefinitely. Inevitably, once the wasteland was surveyed, they would be relegated to the barren lands, and the tents would be dismantled, transformed into the Lord's castle and stables. This was the prevailing norm of the era, a belief held steadfastly by all. Despite having endured the calamities of the old Cecil realm, despite having fled to this place, and despite the commencement of building a new home, these commoners and serfs, who had survived in a decaying and rigid age, had long adapted to suffering and had grown accustomed to maintaining numbness amidst adversity. Thus, they harbored neither the notion that great fortunes follow great calamities nor any vigor for the construction of a new home. Gawain recognized that he had previously taken too much for granted, and that a portion of the plans he had painstakingly formulated would likely not come to fruition easily. He immediately summoned Hetty and Rebecca before a tent that appeared to meet requirements yet was lacking several supports upon closer inspection. He pointed at the haphazard areas. "What do you make of this?" Hetty, momentarily perplexed by Gawain's words, mistakenly assumed he was reprimanding her and immediately lowered her gaze. "I apologize, ancestor. I supervised." "No, this is not a matter of supervision. One cannot oversee every nail they drive in," Gawain interjected. "This is about the attitude of the workers. My esteemed ancestor, one cannot hold such high expectations of those commoners and serfs." After a moment of contemplation, Rebecca elaborated. "Most of them lack experience. Aside from toiling in the fields and mines as their forebears did, they are incapable of mastering more intricate tasks. The vast majority of these individuals have never erected a tent, especially considering you have specifically stipulated the tent's dimensions and functions, along with the entire camp's layout. This is far too complex for them." Gawain shook his head. "Is it truly that complex?" Hetty nodded slightly. "The military's encampment practices are indeed stringent. These commoners and serfs cannot meet such standards. No, it is not complex at all. I have deconstructed each task they must undertake to its most fundamental level. Each person need only perform one task: drive a nail, tie a rope, or saw wood. They do not need to comprehend the entire camp's layout. What is required of them is not significantly more complicated than mere manual labor." Gawain gazed at Rebecca and Hetty. "Do you believe the commoners and serfs are so dim-witted that they cannot grasp even this?" Hetty and Rebecca exchanged glances, realizing that Gawain was clearly dissatisfied. Yet, They had yet to comprehend the crux of the issue. As for Gawain's question, both women, particularly Hetty, found it entirely reasonable. Commoners and serfs were indeed lacking in intellect. They were born and raised in this era, and neither was particularly enlightened or exceptionally gifted, rendering them incapable of transcending the limitations of their time. In fact, Hetty and Rebecca were already regarded as exceedingly progressive among contemporary nobility. Hetty never permitted the knights or soldiers of her family to pillage the belongings of commoners and serfs at will, striving to ensure that everyone within her domain could have their fill. Rebecca had even shattered the ironclad rule of lifelong serfdom, providing them with pathways to become free citizens, and allowed commoners and serfs to circulate freely within her territory while permitting them to engage in commerce without restriction. Each of these scattered reforms could be deemed a challenge to convention. Yet, the overarching mental constraints still prevented them from entirely breaking free from a prevailing mindset that commoners and serfs were inferior. Perhaps they did not consciously hold this belief, but subconscious notions cannot simply be denied by mere verbal negation. Gawain was certainly aware of this, which is why he summoned the two granddaughters not to reprimand them or enlighten their thoughts. He was not naive enough to believe that his mere words could transform the peasants and commoners in the camp into enlightened, proactive citizens brimming with resolve. This would be a protracted journey, and for the time being, he merely required these individuals to promptly fulfill the tasks he had assigned. Gather everyone, commoners, serfs, soldiers, everyone, Gawain commanded, taking advantage of the bright daylight. Soon, those working and those resting were all summoned. Even Amber, who was engrossed in recounting her thrilling adventures in the mountain treasure to Betty, curiously made her way over, followed by a bewildered Betty. Everyone was left in the dark regarding the intentions of this ancestor from 7 centuries past. Even Hetty and Rebecca found themselves equally perplexed. The commoners and serfs, numb to the situation, merely complied with the orders and assembled in groups. Commoners huddled together, serfs clustered nearby, with soldiers standing by to maintain order. Many speculated that their new lord had issued another command, perhaps even more intricate than the complicated tent-erecting protocols, leading some to frown in dismay, as they believed that completion of the tasks would afford them the luxury of rest. Standing atop a large stone, Gawain gazed down at the more than 100 individuals below. He had already spotted Amber, who was stealthily concealed among the crowd. Initially intending to expose this potential disruptor, he reconsidered and chose to remain silent. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly enough for all to hear. People of the Cecil territory, I have matters to discuss regarding your future and the laws of the Cecil domain. Chapter 44. Serfs and free citizens. Gawain stood upon a stone, gazing down at the myriad faces below, marked by numbness and trepidation. He inhaled deeply. The populace was not devoid of intelligence. Yet this did not imply they were free from ignorance. Ignorance is the mere presentation of facts, while folly stems from judgment steeped in prejudice and disdain. The common folk and the serf class of this era were indeed ignorant. The societal structure afforded them scant avenues for the acquisition of knowledge or broadening their horizons. The burdensome cost of existence left them with little energy to contemplate matters beyond mere survival. Prolonged exposure to such conditions rendered them seemingly apathetic, thus creating an illusion of folly. In truth, they possessed the capacity for thought, yet ignorance hindered their comprehension of concepts too distant from their daily lives. Therefore, it was unwise to discuss lofty ideals, future aspirations, territorial visions, or the intricate relationships of productivity development with them. Such discussions would swiftly be relegated to the domain of the lords, drawing a line of separation from their own existence. Hence, the most prudent approach was to address matters pertinent to their lives. People of the Cecil territory, Gawain proclaimed with a resonant voice, you should all be aware of my identity, and thus, you must recognize that I am the one with the most authority in this land. My words embody the law of Cecil, laws that shall safeguard you, and to which you must adhere. We are venturing into new territories, necessitating the establishment of new regulations. Therefore, I hereby announce 3 decrees. First, as the old territory lies in ruins, all past debts have been absolved. In the name of the ancestors of the Cecil family, I declare that all debts pertaining to the lord within this realm shall be nullified. Whether the debtor is a free citizen or a serf, from this day forth, none shall bear any obligations to the lord. A slight stir rippled through the crowd, though it was not pronounced. For while the common folk and serfs of this age were somewhat indebted to the lords, in the wake of the territory's reconstruction, each individual found themselves devoid of the means to repay such debts. Given the prior benevolence of Lady Rebecca, they had already surmised that debts would be forgiven. Gawain continued, Second, Every serf within this territory shall have the opportunity to become a free citizen. The Lord shall issue a series of tasks, such as constructing houses, repairing roads, excavating mines, and serving in the military. Each task will have a corresponding scoring system. By diligently fulfilling these requirements, one can accumulate contributions, and upon meeting the necessary standards, a serf may attain the status of a free citizen. For those already free citizens, completing these tasks will yield appropriate remuneration. I shall soon reveal the specifics of the compensation calculations. I assure you that any diligent and dependable serf, with 2 to 3 years of earnest labor, can achieve freedom. Meanwhile, a free citizen, through steadfast work for 5 to 6 years, can acquire their own dwelling. At this announcement, the subdued murmurs below transformed into an uncontrollable discussion. The transformation of serfs into free citizens is, in itself, a remarkably audacious endeavor in this era. Although the laws of Ansu's kingdom do not explicitly prohibit serfs from attaining freedom, nor do the territorial laws of various nobles delineate such regulations, the reality remains that few nobles would readily grant their serfs liberty. For them, serfs represent a source of cheap labor, a means through which they can extract every last drop of sweat without incurring any burden. The nobles, who are solely focused on increasing taxes and labor hours to amass wealth, cannot fathom the benefits of liberating their serfs. When Rebecca initially proposed that serfs could gain their freedom by enlisting in the military, it stirred quite a commotion. However, Gawain has evidently taken a significant step forward this time. As for the notion of earning wages through labor, or even acquiring housing, many free commoners are incredulous. Who would believe that working for the Lord could yield monetary compensation? Gawain did not allow them further time for discussion and proceeded to articulate the third point. Today, the tents and fences to be erected, as well as the drainage ditches in the camp, constitute your first task under the new laws. I have already recorded the specific responsibilities assigned to each of you. Only those who complete the work strictly according to my requirements will be deemed successful. Furthermore, as an incentive for diligent work, the first 10 individuals to complete their tasks will be rewarded with meat. The gathered commoners and serfs, momentarily stunned, suddenly surged toward the seemingly completed camp, eager to reinforce the loose ropes and nails and to drive the fences deep into the ground. To them, Gawain's references to contributions and scoring criteria were still too intricate. Moreover, they harbored doubts about whether the overseeing soldiers and knights would genuinely assist in assessing the workload. Yet one thing was crystal clear to them. There would be meat for dinner. Only those who finished their work promptly and diligently would be entitled to partake in the feast, as Gawain had anticipated. It is only when personal interests are at stake that individuals are stirred to their utmost motivation. Watching the throng of commoners and serfs rush into action, Hetty felt somewhat bewildered. It was only when Gawain stood before her that she regained her composure, incredulously asking, "Ancestral, is what you just said true?" With a half-smile, Gawain regarded her. "Which part are you referring to?" "The part about serfs becoming free citizens through labor." Hetty furrowed her brow. "Of course. I do not oppose this, as Rebecca had previously issued a decree allowing serfs to advance by enlisting. But you mentioned that even tasks like building houses and repairing roads could count as contributions, and that one could become a free citizen in just 2 or 3 years. Is that indeed true?" "Absolutely true," Gawain replied, locking his gaze onto hers. "Do you find anything amiss? If it is that simple to become a free citizen, then it won't be long before all the serfs in the territory become commoners," Hetty exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "And if the children of commoners are also commoners, does this mean that in the future, Cecil's territory will be devoid of serfs?" Gawain continued to gaze at her, his smile unwavering. "Is there anything inappropriate about having serfs?" Rooted in her class-based worldview, Hetty instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Yet, drawing from her far superior insights and intellect compared to her contemporaries of nobility, she pondered that perhaps the absence of serfs was not inherently problematic, thus finding herself ensnared in a contradiction. It was Rebecca, however, who after some contemplation, furrowed her brow and remarked, "In truth, I believe the institution of serfdom has become less essential in today's world. Its absence might not be undesirable at all." Gawain regarded this typically obstinate descendant with mild surprise, nodding for her to continue. "Serfs are laborers," she articulated, "and the purpose of labor is to provide effort. If transforming them into free citizens could yield more labor, then why cling to the concept of serfdom?" Rebecca scratched her head, recalling her father's words. "He once told me that the main reason for not granting freedom to serfs is the fear that once liberated, without the whip to urge them on, they would immediately become indolent and cease to work. Yet, I believe the whip is not necessarily the best solution. Gawain regarded her with approval, and for the first time, buoyed by her ancestors' encouragement, Rebecca found her courage and spoke fluently. Moreover, I have observed that when a serf is tasked with work, they will invariably seek ways to shirk their duties. However, if two serfs are assigned the same task and are promised an extra loaf of bread for completing it promptly, they can accomplish the workload of 3 or 4 people, far exceeding the value of that single loaf. Thus, I pondered that ensuring their diligence need not rely solely on the whip. Alternative methods might prove more effective. This was already a commendable enlightenment. Gawain could not help but chuckle. It was a remarkably straightforward concept. Yet, in this era, few paid attention to such matters. In fact, the nobility scarcely observed how the serfs and even the common folk under their dominion labored, nor did they possess the concept of measuring work efficiency, as their dominion techniques culminated in the use of whips and the deployment of soldiers for oversight. As for Rebecca, one could only remark that this impoverished country viscountess had ample leisure time. It was precisely her idleness that enabled her to conceive such thoughts. However, she was limited to superficial observations. Gawain understood all too well that the emergence and abolition of slavery were not merely issues of whips and bread. The deeper reasons lay in the sufficiency of productive forces and whether society had genuinely reached a point necessitating change. On Earth, a profound transformation had already unfolded, yet here, the existence of supernatural forces impeded this progression. For 100 peasants armed with pitchforks could not possibly overpower even a low-ranking mage or knight. And even if their fearless numbers doubled, they would still stand no chance. Perhaps, should this world continue to evolve, it might eventually break this stalemate. However, Gawain was not inclined to wait. He must preemptively alter this reality and initiate his grand development plan. For he sensed that a tide of magic was indeed on the brink of arrival. Even the once mighty Gondor Empire could not withstand such a surge. In the present day, the various nations of this continent have regressed to a state reminiscent of the medieval era, shrouded in ignorance. Is it feasible to confront this reality with mere bravado? Moreover, aside from the looming threat of the magical tide, High harbors other concerns. The enigmatic eyes that gaze down from the heavens hold unknown intentions. In a world steeped in medieval backwardness, liberation from the suffocating grip of gravity proves to be an arduous endeavor when one is ensnared by its chokehold. Even the privilege to gaze upward at the sky is forfeited, let alone the pursuit of the secrets hidden among the stars. Chapter 45. The initial plan. Gawain found himself at a loss when it came to articulating the intricate plans and distant concerns that occupied his mind. Even to the most trusted individuals like Rebecca and Hetty, the actions he undertook today represented merely the foundational elements of his grand design, serving as the bedrock for the development of the territory. For Rebecca and Hetty, Gawain unveiled an astonishing aspect of the common folk and serfs. They had never witnessed such fervor in the labor of these individuals. Tasks that were previously deemed beyond their capabilities were now completed with both speed and excellence. They believed that the promise of a sumptuous evening meal, featuring meat, was the catalyst for this enthusiasm, and indeed, that was the case. It was still premature to cultivate a sense of confidence among the people or to glorify labor. Using a hearty meal to stimulate the workforce's zeal was the simplest and most effective strategy. Upon returning to the central tent of the camp, Gawain procured paper and quill to document his thoughts, while instructing the knight Byron who accompanied him, "Send 2 individuals to prepare the meat. We require enough for 10 servings. Furthermore, for all who participate in the labor, there will be ample vegetable soup and black bread, for our supplies are plentiful. No one should suffer from hunger or cold during the early stages of our territorial development." "Are we truly preparing 10 servings of meat?" Byron inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "I had assumed you only wished for a pot of stew. A few walnut-sized pieces of meat, combined with vegetables, would suffice to create a substantial soup that would leave them grateful. Follow my instructions," Gawain replied with a wave of his hand. "The promises I have made allow for no compromise. Additionally, ensure that the cook sets up the large pot in the most prominent location of the camp. I want everyone to witness the simmering meat, while soldiers maintain order to prevent any chaos." Byron, wearing a somewhat peculiar expression, bowed and departed. Gawain then sensed a gaze directed towards him. Turning his head, he discovered Amber staring intently at him. "What are you looking at?" he asked, shifting uncomfortably. "Is there something on my face? I wonder if something from the treasury has influenced your mind, though I must admit, you don't seem affected." Amber replied with utmost seriousness. "I have never heard of a noble voluntarily diminishing their own wealth." Gawain found this amusing. "Do you truly believe my actions are a reduction of my resources?" "Isn't that the case?" Amber shrugged. Transforming serfs into free men means they will only owe you a portion of the grain they produce, while you must also pay them wages. That money coming straight out of your pocket. Can a noble truly undertake such a thing? If I were to ask you to assist me in painting the walls without offering any payment, how much would you accomplish in a day? Gawain challenged. Amber considered this for a moment. I would likely pilfer a few coins from your purse to hire a lad from the servant quarters to do the work for me, keeping the remainder for ale. Gawain retorted, I must be quite foolish to engage in a debate with you, the embodiment of all that is shameful. Amber, how could I be the disgrace of all things? At that moment, Hetty entered the tent, interrupting Amber's outburst. The lady wore an expression of disbelief. Ancestor. It is simply astounding. They have never worked so diligently, especially those serfs. They can accomplish their tasks without the need for overseers. Previously, they toiled solely for their lords, but now their labor is intrinsically linked to their sustenance. Gawain remarked, without surprise, that this is merely the first step. You can already see that we shall gain far more than the food and wages we must expend for this endeavor. I once contemplated motivating them to work through incentives, though I never achieved such a level. Hetty shook her head. I shudder to think what the future of the territory would hold if these systems were to persist. Gawain chuckled. It will undoubtedly progress in a positive direction. You need only trust me. Furthermore, what I have done today is just the initial step. Come and see these. He had been scribbling on several sheets of paper since earlier, and Amber, having peeked at them briefly, found them dull and lost interest. Now, upon hearing Gawain's instruction, Hetty obediently approached. What is this? The paper contained sentences she could not comprehend, resembling a haphazard assembly of peculiar terms. For instance, work groups, competition and contracting, assessment methods, and efficiency statistics. On additional sheets, the words mid-term plan were inscribed, featuring general education, magical aptitude surveys, talent acquisition, and so forth, which appeared even more perplexing. Gawain pointed to the topmost sheet, explaining that these concepts would likely be challenging for many commoners and serfs to grasp. Thus, I shall first explain them to you, and then you will relay them to Sir Byron and those responsible for overseeing the work, ensuring these ideas are reiterated to everyone. By the way, where is Rebecca? She is assisting in burning the weeds and shrubs on the southern bank of the river. Hetty replied, noting that this was also one of her methods of practicing magic. Gawain's lips twitched. Have her come as well. Practicing the fireball spell can be done at any time. Soon, Rebecca was summoned into the tent. The young lady of the Viscount had a sooty face and reeked of smoke. Rather than having been engaged in magical practice, it seemed as though she had just emerged from the kitchen, which explained why she had only mastered the fireball spell thus far. Allow me to explain the upcoming work schedule in the camp. Gawain unfolded his plan, detailing the structure. First, I require all laborers to be divided into groups of 5 to 10, assigning tasks and rotating shifts based on these small units. Each group must report to the overseer before commencing work and again upon completion, with the overseer responsible for tallying each group's progress. Additionally, each group will have a leader, who will be responsible for assigning tasks within the group. The leaders will be chosen by the groups themselves, and I will inform them that leadership is not a permanent position. If a team leader impacts work efficiency or engages in deceitful behavior towards supervisors and lords, they will be promptly replaced. The evaluation of work performance will be based on group units, with rewards and penalties applied collectively. I will elaborate on the reward and punishment system and the competitive mechanism shortly. Regarding the scoring system I previously mentioned, considering that most individuals are illiterate, I will have you, Hetty, record the completion status of each group. We can discuss the specifics of contribution counting later. Furthermore, we need to deliberate on the method for recording the distribution and return of tools among the groups. Gawain spoke extensively, not just to Rebecca, but even Hetty appeared somewhat bewildered. She stared at Gawain, who was speaking while continuing to jot down notes on paper. The previously sparse entries, consisting only of nouns, quickly became filled with hasty scribbles. She couldn't help but feel perplexed. Ancestors, transforming simple tasks into such complexity, wouldn't that, in fact, reduce efficiency? These systems may seem intricate at first glance, but at the end of the process, for the common folk and serfs, all they need to do is work swiftly and effectively to reap rewards. Once they experience the benefits, they will naturally adhere to the rules. And when they begin to comply, the efficiency observed will surpass even the remarkable speed of erecting tents today. Of course, the initial implementation may encounter challenges. Therefore, it is essential to continuously promote and explain these systems. Moreover, enforcement must be strict. There is no need for justification, simply informed them that this is the new law of the Cecil territory. At this moment, Gawain found himself somewhat grateful for this backward era, where the populace, both free citizens and the enslaved, regarded obedience to orders as a given. The Lord's word is absolute, and the so-called lowly have no room for resistance. In such circumstances, many of his ideas can be executed without extensive explanation. However, this was not the scenario Gawain desired. His aim was to dismantle this environment, transforming every serf in the Cecil territory from merely a lowly being into a living individual. He needed people, many people, because the tasks he intended to undertake could not be accomplished by his strength alone. Thus, he instructed Hetty to not only enforce these systems but also to continuously educate the populace about them. It matters not that the common folk do not comprehend them now. They will understand in due time. Hetty was not lacking in intelligence. She possessed enough wisdom and had already surpassed much of the contemporary noble class in her insight. Therefore, after Gawain's explanation and her own contemplation, she began to grasp the significance of these measures and nodded in agreement. "And what about me?" Rebecca, noticing that Aunt Hetty had received a task, eagerly chimed in. "What shall I do?" This former Viscountess of the Cecil territory had fully embraced her role as Gawain's assistant. "Tomorrow, take some individuals to survey the soil, assess the difficulty of land reclamation, and determine the initial areas suitable for cultivation. Do not venture too far." As Gawain spoke, he swiftly sketched a rough map on a sheet of white paper, centering on a vast area around the riverbank. He casually annotated the distances between various locations. Although it was merely a rudimentary outline, it left Rebecca momentarily astonished. "You should adhere to this range. Do not concern yourself with the areas beyond it." Rebecca, bewildered, took the map. Oh, beside her. Amber gazed at Gawain as if he were a creature from a fairy tale. Were the individuals involved in the second expansion truly such extraordinary beings? After a moment of contemplation, Gawain concluded that the ancient figures from 7 centuries ago were unlikely to rise from their graves to confront him. Thus, he casually remarked, "Indeed, it's customary for our generation to sketch the topography of half a kingdom with our eyes closed." Amber merely stared in disbelief. Chapter 46. The state of the sorcerer. Those toiling in the camp quickly discerned that their ancestor from 7 centuries ago was indeed a peculiar individual. The sudden transformation of Lord Cecil from Miss Rebecca to Lord Gawain elicited no particular thoughts among the common folk and serfs. The lower classes of this era were simply grateful for the prospect of filling their bellies to a satisfactory measure each day. Regarding their lord's generosity and wisdom as a boon, the identity of their lord was of little concern to them. For these humble souls, the only matter worthy of discourse upon Lord Gawain's ascension was the array of strange regulations he had enacted upon his arrival. Conforming to their usual expectations, they anticipated that such promises would ultimately be fulfilled in a manner that was either exceedingly harsh or cunning. Perhaps a few serfs would find themselves elevated to the status of freemen. Though likely only 1 or 2, the endeavor of laboring for wages might yield some, yet they would probably be subjected to various deductions, leaving only a fortunate few to receive a token copper coin, a mere demonstration that the Lord had indeed honored his word. Yet, neither the commoners nor the serfs expressed grievances. For a lord who chose to showcase his generosity was far preferable to one who would resort to whipping slaves to assert his authority. And surely, there would be some benefits to reap, would there not? Some engaged in hushed discussions, speculating which aspect of the new regulations would eventually lead to taxation. Despite the fact that none in the impoverished realm of Cecil could afford to pay taxes, others pondered whether Lord Gawain's elaborate methods of conscription stemmed from the antiquated eccentricities of ancient nobility. Regardless, they were able to comprehend certain elements that directly impacted their livelihoods. In the daily work evaluations, the group ranked first would receive meat, while the second and third could enjoy bread dipped in meat broth to their fill. Those whose performance was merely satisfactory were relegated to a meager fare of thin vegetable soup and dark bread, though even these could provide sustenance. However, for those who had failed to secure meat on the first day of the 10 evaluations, witnessing others feast on stewed meat while sipping their soup was a disheartening experience they wished to avoid repeating. Regardless of the veracity of the seemingly fantastical promotion and payment systems, the provision of meat by the Lord had undeniably been validated. Thus, on the following day in the camp, Hetty beheld a sight of labor she had never witnessed before. Both commoners and serfs appeared to be driven by an almost frenzied zeal in their toil. They completed their tasks with remarkable speed, even in the absence of overseers. And as their labor was organized into groups rather than solitary endeavors, they unconsciously began to cooperate, further enhancing their efficiency. Those selected as group leaders quickly realized that the sole path to their own enjoyment of meat lay in elevating the productivity of their entire group, ensuring that each member could partake in the bounty. Conversely, those few who had ascended to leadership through brute force or cunning would likely find themselves swiftly replaced. Rather than employing a whip to spur them into action, motivation arose from competition and reward. An astonishing transformation indeed. The tents have been erected, and Rebecca has led a group to survey the nearby wasteland. The lumber team set off early in the morning towards the logging site upstream on the Whitewater River. The weather is calm today, however, the makeshift raft proves difficult to control, and a moment's inattention could cause it to fall apart, which leaves them feeling quite anxious. Soon, two serfs notice the raft beginning to drift steadily towards the adjacent shallows. They perceive a translucent, colossal hand emerging from one side of the raft, gently yet forcefully nudging it towards the bank. One serf instinctively gasps in surprise, but the other swiftly strikes him on the head with a pole and gestures towards Lady Hetty, who stands on the riverbank. They quickly coordinate with their mistress to push the raft towards the shore, allowing it to graze against the gravel and come to a steady halt. Subsequently, a crowd of people eagerly rushes forward, untying the ropes and hauling the timber, preparing to transform it into the wooden cabins needed for the camp's construction. The wood would typically require a series of processes such as drying and pest control before it can be utilized as durable planks. However, given that many of the camp's upcoming facilities are temporary in the urgency of their needs, they will forego such meticulousness. Gawain stands behind Hetty, lost in thought. Indeed, magic is remarkably convenient. Hetty, having just caught her breath, is startled by a sudden voice from behind, nearly losing her balance on the stone until Gawain catches her. I'm sorry, she stammers. I didn't expect you to be behind me. You startled me. Gawain waves his hand dismissively. By the way, that was quite impressive. Hetty blushes slightly. The manipulative hand is a fundamental spell. I have practiced its advanced techniques, allowing for longer durations of effect. This way, even a heavy raft can be guided to shore with continuous pushing. However, if the current were any swifter, it would be impossible. Though Gawain is a knight, the era of exploration has compelled everyone to become somewhat of a naturalist, and he possesses a modicum of theoretical knowledge regarding the realm of magic. Despite Hetty's seemingly simple explanation, he understands the complexity involved in enhancing a basic manipulative hand to such a degree, and that undertaking advanced magical practice specifically for it is no easy feat and quite rare. I lack considerable magical talent. At Gawain's inquiry, Hetty's embarrassment deepens. Although she awakened her affinity for magic at a young age, she laments, my mental energy coalesces slowly, preventing me from constructing overly intricate spell models. Thus, I am merely a newly minted third-level mage, and I will likely remain at this level for life, only able to continually enhance those rudimentary spells. Rebecca's magical aptitude seems rather limited as well. Gawain muses, frowning as he recalls that headstrong descendant who could conjure 4 types of fireballs. Her total magical energy is considerable, and her mental fortitude is quite formidable. However, while constructing spell models, one often encounters challenges akin to my own, or even more daunting. Hetty hung her head, as she could only master a single fireball spell, or a larger fireball spell resembling it. In truth, she was a diligent child. Fully aware of her lack of talents, she was neither a commendable lord nor a proficient mage, though she often appeared carefree. Deep down she understood her limitations and had been striving in secret. Yet, alas, the constraints of talent are indeed formidable, a wall difficult to surmount. She sighed softly, reflecting. Thus, upon discovering the notes of that wild mage, I was quite struck. He was not an anomaly. Such circumstances are rather commonplace among fallen mages. The ability to construct spell models fails to keep pace with theoretical knowledge, relegating one to a lifetime of low-tier casting. For pragmatic mages, if one cannot translate a mind full of calculations into usable spells, then all is rendered null. No, that's not quite right. Gawain's voice suddenly interrupted her. Hetty was momentarily taken aback. What? If merely conjuring a fireball or ice arrow is deemed practical, then a mage wielding a staff is hardly different from a monkey swinging a stick. Gawain shook his head. The formula is not 0. It is a 1 preceding countless zeros. You simply have yet to locate the decimal point. Hetty furrowed her brow. I do not quite comprehend. If one cannot implement spell models to realize the formulas in their mind, then what use is theoretical knowledge? Can it defeat an opponent? One day, you will understand that the ability to defeat an opponent is not the sole criterion for a mage's worth, nor should it be the primary standard. Gawain chuckled. I have already dispatched someone to ride to Tonzon Town to inform Sir Philip to procure some additional items by the time the main forces arrive. Your magical laboratory can also be established. A magical laboratory? Hetty paused, then frowned, but those items are quite expensive, initially. I have retrieved several pieces of mithril ingots from the mountain treasury. They are not currency and do not require reminting. Furthermore, they can be used as hard currency when purchasing magical tools, sufficient to equip you with the most basic essentials. I know your previous laboratory in the castle has been completely destroyed. However, we must establish a new laboratory as swiftly as possible. Hetty recalled the task Gawain had previously assigned to her. Understood. Once the crystal resonator arrives, I will reproduce the rune schematics you requested. Hetty couldn't help but smile, despite lamenting the loss of the mithril ingots. Yet, as a mage, how could she not be delighted at the prospect of reclaiming her own magical laboratory? Moreover, their essay saying that goes, a child selling their father's field feels no pain. Is it problematic for an ancestor to give their great-great-great-granddaughter a little pocket money for a set of experimental apparatus? Not at all. Well, this sentiment may not suit the grounded and mature Hetty, but it would certainly resonate with Rebecca, when time permits. Should I also consider setting up a magical laboratory for that headstrong young girl? Although it is highly likely that she would only engage in the study of fireball spells within its confines. Chapter 47. The crystal. The construction of the camp must be approached with patience, despite the extensive regulations and plans Gawain has drafted. He has even sketched a preliminary blueprint for the next phase of expansion, aiming to transform the camp into a permanent settlement. However, these aspirations cannot be realized overnight. Given the prevailing ignorance of the era, with the literacy rate among commoners and serfs at a dismal zero, and knights only capable of rudimentary reading and writing, even the warriors trained by noble families, non-serfs, can merely write their names and comprehend numbers up to 100. Consequently, the advancement of many initiatives must be gradual. Moreover, the current territory of Cecil cannot sustain a large workforce. The desk before him is one of the few finished pieces of furniture transported from Tonzon Town. It is anticipated that it will take some time for the carpenters to craft the first batch of furniture from the timber sourced from the western forests, as the materials for furniture cannot be as hastily assembled as those for makeshift shelters. Thus, the presence of a single desk stands as the greatest benefit Gawain has as the lord of this land. Scattered across the desk is a disarray of papers, inscribed with various notes, construction plans, material inventories, rough sketches of the camp, and an outline of future developments, including walls, docks, residential areas, production zones, and arable land. On one side of the desk lie ink, dip pens, pencils, and a wooden ruler, while on the opposite side, a figure rests, Amber, approaching. Gawain gently lifted Amber by the scruff of her neck, pulling her aside. The half-elf girl, still half asleep, was startled into wakefulness, just as she was lifted halfway. She gasped in surprise, quickly dissipating into a shadow before rematerializing a short distance away. "You startled me," Amber exclaimed, now fully awake, glaring at Gawain with indignation. "I thought there was an earthquake." Gawain regarded her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "You were supposed to keep an eye on the items in the tent. And this is your idea of guarding?" Amber retorted, her expression earnest. "I was completely engrossed in your scribbles." Gawain glanced at the desk and then shot a bemused look at Amber. "You even drooled on it. Who can control that when asleep?" Amber mumbled. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Gawain take a seat at the desk. She edged closer, asking, "What are you up to? Are you going to start drawing those strange symbols again? These are not mere symbols. They are plans, regulations, and construction diagrams." Gawain sighed, frustrated with the half-elf's lack of knowledge, emphasizing that these documents are fundamental to the camp's foundation, which is precisely why she was tasked with overseeing them. Amber picked up a paper adorned with symbols and numbers, scrutinizing it for a while before grimacing. "What a jumble. I can't make sense of any of it." Gawain, with a resigned expression, replied, "You're holding it upside down." Amber feigned innocence. "I've never seen such diagrams. They are far more perplexing than magical formulas. How am I supposed to discern front from back?" "That is precisely why you need to learn. Knowledge is an invaluable treasure." Gawain sighed, not at all surprised by Amber's inability to comprehend these matters. A mere petty thief, she had never received formal education and had only learned a set of dubious skills through the hands-on guidance of her adoptive father and mentor. Coupled with her inexplicable affinity for shadows, she was sufficiently equipped to roam and adventure in this world. For her, the pursuit of knowledge held neither the means nor the necessity. Thus, Amber's literacy barely extended to basic reading and writing. The blueprints he had drawn bore an array of peculiar terminologies, alongside various data and shorthand annotations. Even if thrown at Hetty, she would likely be equally bewildered. Recalling Hetty, Gawain gazed into Amber's eyes. I asked you to seek out Rebecca or Hetty during your leisure time to learn a bit more. It seems you have not taken it to heart at all. How dull, Amber retorted, and I dislike dealing with nobles. Rolling her eyes, she added, besides, your stunning great-great-great-granddaughter is far too busy to pay me any mind. As for Rebecca, she has a penchant for hurling fireballs at me. Gawain regarded her with a bemused expression. You claim to dislike interacting with nobility, yet you seem quite at ease when conversing with me. Amber replied candidly. I never thought of you as a noble. You differ greatly from the elves I have in mind. As Gawain began to organize the papers before him, shifting them aside, he retrieved several crystals, laying them out on the table. After confirming that these crystals possessed no magical properties and that he had no intention of selling them, they diminished in Amber's eyes from crystals to mere stones. Gawain, feeling a slight headache, looked at the half-elf. If you could remain somewhat silent for a moment, I would be immensely grateful. Amber scoffed. How utterly uninteresting. You study your stones. With that, she swayed slightly and seemed to meld into the air, gradually vanishing. However, through a faint sense of her presence, Gawain was certain she remained in place, curiously observing him. Fine, as long as she stops chattering, she can do as she wishes. Gawain refocused his attention on the crystals before him. He had taken them out multiple times during his journey, and while in Tanzan town, he had even asked Hetty to attempt exploring the crystal's interiors through magical resonance. Yet, there had been no progress. Hetty had candidly stated that these crystals were entirely unrelated to magical artifacts, with no ripples stirred when magic was applied, akin to interacting with mere stones. But were these crystals, treasured by Gawain Cecil 7 centuries ago and stored in a mithril safe, merely inconspicuous rocks? He could only boldly hypothesize that these crystals possessed some unique quality, albeit not of a magical nature, or perhaps they were beyond the current understanding of magical theory. He set aside the obviously fragmented crystals and picked up the intact one, as the broken pieces had already revealed a portion of their internal crystalline structure. Yet, it is difficult for the naked eye to observe accurately. Once Hetty's magical laboratory is established and the crystal resonator is in place, one could attempt to examine it from the perspective of its physical structure. However, this intact piece instills a certain hesitance to tamper with it. Heaven knows whether the crystal resonator might corrupt some intrinsic information within the crystal. He lifted the crystal, observing it under the light. Upon the exquisite and radiant facets of the crystal, he could see beams of light dancing as he altered the angle of incidence. Each surface and edge revealed a myriad of colors and patterns of light. This was a crystal of remarkable geometric precision, indicative of superior craftsmanship. Moreover, during tests conducted with the shattered fragments, Gawain had already verified these crystals possessed astonishing strength, being extremely hard and not prone to shattering like ordinary brittle crystals. They could easily etch marks onto fine silver ingots, with their tips remaining unscathed. This led him to ponder how those 4 shards could have shattered in such a manner. After observing under the sunlight for a while, Gawain attempted to prick his finger, smearing a drop of blood onto the surface of the crystal before the wound healed. Of course, it proved futile. He faintly perceived the sound of a half-elf stifling laughter. Dismissing Amber, Gawain found himself lost in thought. Contemplating the myriad of enigmatic phenomena in this world, the mysterious crystals, inexplicably vanished memories, and the suspected gaseous giant planets. Yet, the nature of the sun, which starkly differed from ordinary gaseous giants, and those surveillance satellites that should still be suspended in the sky, their purposes and origins shrouded in mystery. Just as his thoughts drifted to the surveillance satellites, he suddenly felt a slight warmth emanating from the crystal in his hand. Initially, he thought it was a mere illusion. But then the crystal began to tremble gently, its core's pale blue light flickering to life. The warmth, the tremor, and the illumination combined could hardly be a figment of his imagination. Gawain stared in astonishment at the crystal. But before he could reach for his pen to document the transformation, a voice resonated in his mind. It was not merely a sound, but rather information flooding into his consciousness. He comprehended its message, mental frequency reset, establishing connection. Following this, he felt a momentary disorientation. It was as though something abruptly intruded upon his thoughts, a stream of data not belonging to him intertwined with his consciousness. Yet, this data did not feel like an invasion, for after a brief astonishment, he developed a peculiar sense of familiarity with it. This familiar stream of data swiftly conjured vivid images in his mind. Scenes began to unfold, depicting a view of the earth from high above. In that initial moment, Gawain's reaction was not one of delight or shock, but rather a stunned realization. Am I going to ascend again? Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. This revelation steadied him considerably, subsequently igniting a sense of excitement as he focused intently on the images unfolding in his mind. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the significant anomalies within the image, which bore no resemblance to the familiar scenes he once knew. The visuals had transformed into a hazy apparition, seemingly veiled by a filter that rendered a peculiar spectrum of colors, akin to the images produced by thermal imaging devices, smeared into indistinct clusters. One could only vaguely discern structures such as mountains, forests, and rivers. Moreover, this enigmatic and blurred depiction was confined to a very limited area. It precisely encompassed the northern side of the dark mountains, surrounding the newly developed territories of New Cecil, where one could faintly observe the Whitewater River, the western forests, and even a shadow of a camp. This image was impervious to zooming. Chapter 48. Satellite warning: the display was confined within this limited range, rendering it immobile and incapable of zooming. The originally high-definition satellite view had morphed into a vague and distorted image, marred by bizarre color patches. What did these colors signify? Thermal imaging? Or perhaps some other form of sensory imaging? Or was it merely a malfunction? Gawain vividly recalled the voice he had heard upon exiting the aerial perspective, distinctly picking up phrases such as energy failure, mainframe reboot unsuccessful, and escape protocol. Thus, the likelihood of malfunction was exceedingly high. Coupled with the current inability to adjust the view, his suspicions deepened. He began to extend his thoughts. His soul, or rather his spiritual essence, had likely undergone a mutation. Despite having descended to the ground and acquired a human form, his consciousness evidently retained the capability to establish a connection with some entity above. For the past few months, he had been in a state of disconnection. However, the unexpected enhancement from the crystal had re-established this link. As for the ancient apparatus in the sky, whether it be a satellite or a space station, it remained inoperative. Even now, it continued to function, although the monitoring display had transformed into an unrecognizable mass. This at least confirmed its existence. Amidst these extended thoughts, Gawain found himself plagued by another concern. If the bond between his consciousness and the satellite was more profound than he could fathom, could it perhaps resemble a symbiotic relationship, intertwined in life and death? If that entity in the sky were to ultimately fail, would it not be perilous? He was aware that the likelihood of this was low, considering he had reincarnated based on the vessel of Gawain Cecil. Furthermore, he had distinctly heard the escape protocol mentioned, indicating that his consciousness should have become independent. Nevertheless, in matters concerning life and death, no potential risk could be overlooked. However, that object in the sky was likely tethered to the synchronous orbit of this planet. While he found himself ensnared in a primitive, backward medieval kingdom, not only was he unable to repair the satellite, but he could not even perceive its location. Just as Gawain attempted to decipher the patterns of the image changes, the situation evolved once more. He suddenly observed a box resembling a floating window appear at the top of the display. Within this box, a line of text flickered incessantly, seemingly disrupted, composed of characters entirely unfamiliar to him, neither Chinese nor any script from the kingdoms or races of the Loren continent. Yet, as he stared in astonishment at this line, the meaning of the words was directly translated and illuminated in his mind. New data. Gas giant activity level increased. Alert level raised to 4. The display began to tremble, layers of interference patterns cascading over the color patches. Gawain was jolted into awareness, his attention swiftly shifting to the external reality. This initial transition of vision caused the scene before him to sway momentarily before stabilizing. Without heeding the lingering dizziness in his mind, he suddenly rose from his desk and dashed toward the entrance of the tent. Amber, who had been stealthily observing nearby, was startled and leapt from the shadows, exclaiming, "Wow!" The colossal sun was majestically traversing the horizon. Surrounding the sun was a halo of light that shimmered like a delicate mist, presenting an appearance of normalcy. However, it soon became apparent that fine red lines, reminiscent of blood vessels on an eye, were gradually emerging on the sun's surface. The images in Gavin's mind persisted, revealing a seemingly heat-radiating aerial view where color blocks surged, with nearly all hues deepening rapidly. Yet, it gradually transitioned into a new state of stability, with what appeared to be numerical values occasionally flickering at the edges of the image, eluding comprehension. A sudden realization dawned upon him. These colors were likely not malfunctions, but rather a specialized monitoring mode, perhaps even more valuable than a direct aerial view. Not far away, Hetty, who was reinforcing the foundation using the earth-to-stone technique, also noticed these changes. She glanced up at the sun and then directed her gaze toward the central tent, where she indeed saw Gawain, solemnly observing the sun. She hurried to him, saying, "Ancestor, it seems to be another sunspot." Gawain gestured for her to remain silent, his eyes fixed on the sun, while his attention was predominantly on the images within his consciousness. The crimson patterns on the sun's surface quickly dissipated thereafter, and the fluctuating colors in the monitoring image gradually calmed, returning to their original state. Yet, despite the cessation of alerts in the monitoring images, a sense of caution lingered in Gawain's heart. An abundance of new discoveries transformed into fresh clues, overwhelming him with a multitude of questions. He conceived countless hypotheses and deductions, some daring enough to border on madness. However, he forcibly suppressed these thoughts, prioritizing the restoration of his composure before seeking the most plausible explanations that might lead him closer to the truth. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Hetty inquired anxiously, observing Gawain's pallid complexion. "You look unwell." Amber had slipped out of the tent earlier, but the formidable aura surrounding Gawain had prevented the boisterous half-elf from uttering a word. Breaking the silence, Hetty ventured to continue. "He bolted out before the sunspots appeared, which startled me." "Hetty, can you sense the fluctuations in magical energy?" Gawain suddenly turned to her, his expression grave. "There was a surge of magical energy earlier. Casting spells became significantly easier." Hetty nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a surge of magical energy was a normal phenomenon when sunspots appeared. In fact, even the emergence of sunspots itself was typical. Hetty's complexion began to pale. "No, it has reached the level where monsters would appear." Gawain shook his head, urging Hetty to remain calm. He made this judgment partly because there were no signs of magical tide pollution visible in the aerial view. On the other hand, drawing from the experiences of Gawain Cecil, the elemental forces in the air remained stable, which should not pose any issues, merely resulting in a typical occurrence of arcane fluctuations and magical surges. While such phenomena are generally normal, they typically manifest only once every few years. Hetty appeared increasingly anxious. Yet this marked the second such incident in merely a few months. In truth, Gawain's own sense of worry and tension was hardly less than Hetty's. Indeed, due to the added concern of maintaining contact with a monitoring satellite high above, his anxiety was even more pronounced. However, he was acutely aware that he had become the very pillar of the Cecil territory, especially in the presence of Hetty and Rebecca. Any display of weakness or uncertainty was impermissible. Moreover, weakness and doubt could not resolve the issues at hand. Rest assured, there will be no monsters. Besides, should a magical tide truly arrive, I possess the necessary experience. Gawain reassured his descendants, emphasizing that only through diligent work towards constructing a solid and stable home could they muster the fortitude to confront the forces of nature. Observing Hetty utilizing magical powers to assist in the construction, Gawain nodded appreciatively. Perhaps Hetty and Rebecca were constrained by the ideologies and class distinctions of their era. Yet they possessed a foundational belief that set them apart from other nobles of the time. They did not consider themselves above their subjects due to their status. Otherwise, a noblewoman of Hetty's caliber would never deign to descend to the construction site to lend her magical assistance. As Gawain witnessed the ground rapidly solidifying into a foundation under the influence of magic, he marveled at its convenience, while simultaneously contemplating a significant matter. Once the requisite infrastructure for coin minting was established, it might be prudent to hire some down-and-out wild mages to aid in building the encampment. However, before that, there were even more pressing questions to consider. What is the relationship between the sun in the sky and the magical tide on the ground? What are the potential roles and current status of the monitoring satellite? Why did Gawain Cecil leave behind a crystal capable of re-establishing contact with the satellite 7 centuries ago? Chapter 49. Questions and Answers. Despite having returned the crystal to its resting place, Gawain could still envision the aerial view that resembled an energy manifestation within his mind. However, he soon discovered a method to extinguish the image, by consciously diverting his attention away from the aerial perspective and focusing on other matters. The vision would dissipate on its own accord. The means to summon the image back was equally straightforward. A deliberate invocation would suffice. Throughout this process, the crystal's power was no longer a necessity. A connection seemingly rooted in spirit and intention had been established, with the crystal serving merely as a key, or perhaps as a catalytic agent. Seated behind his writing desk, Gawain scrutinized the questions he had inscribed on paper, organizing his thoughts as he endeavored to answer them. Drawing from the recollections of Gawain Cecil and the recent occurrences, it became apparent that the fluctuations of the sun above were directly linked to the magical tides below. Whenever sunspots emerged on the solar surface, the magical energies of the Earth surged forth, and the elemental forces became increasingly animated. The so-called dark magical tide, in essence, represented the instantaneous eruption of chaotic and disordered magical energy, leading to an uncontrollable avalanche of elemental power that eroded the material realm. The creatures that manifested amidst the elemental storms remained enigmatic. Their nature was not yet understood, and they could temporarily be regarded as a secondary phenomenon resulting from the elemental upheaval. The wise beings of this world were no strangers to the phenomena of sunspots and the surge of magical energies. It was a natural occurrence, erratic yet not uncommon. Thus, Gawain boldly hypothesized that the essence of the magical tide was, in fact, a surge of magical energy that transcended a critical threshold. When the amplification of magical energy in this world reached a certain limit, the stability of the elemental order would be disrupted, resulting in the eruption of magical tides. What role did the sun play in this process? Did the sunspots induce the magical surge, or were both phenomena merely different manifestations of the same event? After a moment of contemplation, Gawain added a small inquiry to his paper. What is the essence of the sun? It appeared to be a massive planet. As confirmed by the monitoring information, yet it evidently differed greatly in nature from the gaseous giants he was familiar with. In Gawain's homeland, gaseous giants were not luminous bodies. Although they typically brimmed with vast quantities of nuclear fuel and emitted a certain degree of energy radiation, they remained cooled, akin to unlit furnaces, as they had not reached the fusion critical point. In stark contrast, the sun of this world clearly provided warmth and light to the earth. Had it been ignited? Or did its unique properties arise from the differing laws governing the two worlds? Gawain pondered this, leaning towards the latter explanation. The sunspots and the magical surges were constant reminders of the existence of fundamentally different physical rules in this realm. To confine himself to rigid thinking while grappling with these issues would likely result in futile efforts. Moreover, he eliminated the first speculation for an important reason. If that colossal sun in the heavens were indeed a gaseous giant planet ablaze and undergoing fusion reactions, it would essentially qualify as a star. The light and heat it emits would far exceed the mere fraction of warmth presently observed. Given its vast solar disk and the nearly blue-white hue of its surface, the heat it radiates should be sufficient to incinerate the very planet beneath it into ashes. Gawain inscribed his conclusion upon the parchment. The sun is a uniquely constituted gaseous giant planet, whose activities influence the magical energies on the surface, speculated to be a form of catalytic energy radiation. Then, the second query arises: what exactly is a monitoring satellite? It could potentially be a remnant of an ancient civilization or a watchtower left by extraterrestrial visitors hovering above this planet. The civilization responsible for its construction must have been exceedingly advanced. At the very least, they were unperturbed by the so-called magical tide. With their satellites able to leisurely observe from space even amidst its eruption, a clear indication of a significant technological disparity. Yet, where might that civilization, which left this, let us assume there is only one satellite, observation post, be now? Gawain reflected upon the satellite he had traversed through, which had suffered severe malfunctions. Yet no signs of maintenance personnel had appeared. Thus, he boldly hypothesized, the civilization that left the satellite may either have perished or departed, no longer paying heed to this locale. Of course, it is also conceivable that affluent individuals with money to burn might discard a satellite as casually as one would a used napkin. However, he considered this possibility to be rather slim. Regardless, the satellite was nearing its end, and the absence of maintenance personnel suggested that the scenario of a super civilization descending upon a mere child was not imminent, a piece of good news. Yet, Gawain pondered further. If that super civilization could aid in resolving the magical tide issue, and yet chose not to intervene, that would indeed be dire news. As for the satellite's functional designation, it may very well be intended to monitor fluctuations in magical energies. Gawain recalled a previous aerial view of the second category. He referred to the myriad clear satellite images he had encountered over millennia as the first category, which displayed the entire landscape cloaked in various color filters. Perhaps the differing shades represented the fluctuations of magical energy. The synchronous changes in those colors during the surges of magical energy would corroborate this hypothesis. Thus, the satellite might actually serve as a warning device for the magical tide. At the very least, issuing warnings should be among its functionalities. However, the current state of this observation post appeared troubling, no matter how Gawain issued commands. He could not adjust the images in any way. Moreover, the visuals intermittently suffered from severe interference and shaking, alluding to the impending demise of the system. Now, only one question remained. Why did the ancients of 7 centuries past, Gawain Cecil, leave behind this crystal? At present, he still could not comprehend the full array of the crystal's properties. Yet, he had at least verified its ability to assist him in re-establishing contact with a certain monitoring station in the sky. The question lingered. Was this crystal of any utility to others? If it proves useful, what purpose did the illustrious Gawain Cecil serve with it in those days? Could it be that he, like himself, attained a satellite perspective? Upon reflection, this notion appears quite plausible. The formidable pioneer knight managed to lead a group of refugees through the tumult of monstrous tides, executing a breathtaking escape and establishing a new kingdom, largely due to his comprehensive map. However, mere speculation will not suffice. Practical testing is imperative. Gawain, holding the intact crystal, contemplated how to conduct this test, as it pertains to his own secrets. Thus, he could not casually entrust it to anyone, to the indigenous people of this world. Encountering a bird's-eye view akin to thermal imaging would likely yield no understanding. Hence, it was essential to select a sufficiently reliable individual, ensuring that even if the other party succeeded in the test, no uncontrollable events would ensue. In truth, Gawain's concerns were somewhat excessive. For the vast majority of people in this world, the concept of satellites gaining sentience and reincarnating was utterly foreign. If they were to stumble upon a grand map through a crystal, their only likely thought would be that this object is a divine artifact, endowed with an extraordinary level of eagle-eye perception. Nevertheless, Gawain's thoughts had yet to synchronize with those of this world. Thus, he pondered for a moment before gradually raising his gaze to the daydreaming Miss Amber, who stood beside the table. The half-elf maiden felt a sudden chill run down her spine, turning to meet Gawain's unwavering stare, causing goosebumps to rise. What are you planning? Have you finally revealed your noble nature and intend to turn against your own guard? This wouldn't do. She was disobedient, unreliable, and clever as a monkey. Letting her conduct a test could lead to unforeseen chaos. Gawain's spirits soared as he hastily beckoned her over. Soon after, Rebecca rushed into the tent, having spent the better part of the day outside, yet showing no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, she appeared vibrant and full of energy. Assuming Gawain wished to hear her report, as she entered, she quickly spoke. Ancestral Lord, you won't believe how much good land lies nearby. I thought the Dark Mountains were entirely barren and undevelopable, but following the map you provided, I found. Never mind that for now, Gawain interrupted, raising a hand and passing the crystal to her. I have a task for you. He smiled at his great-great-granddaughter, feeling that she was the complete antithesis of Amber, obedient, dependable, and perhaps a tad naive. Rebecca took the crystal in bewilderment, unsure of what her ancestor required of her. And then, Gawain thoughtfully recalled how he had connected with the satellite, beginning to instruct her. Now, imagine something high above, even beyond the clouds, that offers a view of the earth. Strive to establish a connection with that entity. Rebecca blinked. Oh, you mean the Eye of Mysteries, right? The Eye of Mysteries is a concept among mages, who believe that every individual endowed with the talent for magic possesses a pair of eyes that transcend their very being. These eyes float above the world, immersed in the sea of ether, observing the essence of reality and the flow of magic on behalf of the sorcerers. The quality of these eyes ultimately determines the natural aptitude of each magician in their pursuit of mastery. While mages cannot perceive these eyes directly, their souls engage in a meditative process in their subconscious, which serves as a means of communication with this enigmatic vision. However, what Gawain refers to is not this, no? He speaks of a realm even higher than the Eye of Mysteries, and more tangible, a concrete entity, akin to a magical artifact. Rebecca strained to comprehend, offering a somewhat apologetic smile, but I see nothing. Subsequently, Gawain attempted several different methods of guidance. However, the crystal in Rebecca's hand showed no sign of response. It seems that the issue of Duke Gawain Cecil activating the full map 700 years ago cannot be conclusively verified. Chapter 50. The expedition. After conducting further tests, Gawain concluded that there was no longer a need for additional verification. Rebecca was unable to establish a connection with the crystal. He then summoned Amber to attempt the same, but the results proved equally futile. It appeared that, apart from himself, no one else could connect with the mysterious monitoring station in the high sky. Even after making contact with the crystal, this led Gawain to ponder the purpose behind the crystal left by Gawain Cecil 700 years ago. He surmised that there were seemingly two possible explanations. Either Gawain Cecil was unique, possessing a special method to utilize these crystals, or these crystals were not intended for him, but rather left for his future self 7 centuries hence. The latter explanation was particularly unsettling. Ancestor. Rebecca gazed anxiously at her forebear after experiencing a rather perplexing series of tests. No, it was not your fault. After all, Amber had also tried her hand at it. Gawain suppressed his myriad thoughts and reassured the young lady, stating that the crystal was not meant for ordinary individuals. I merely had the whim to have you try it out. By the way, do share the results of your investigations outside. Upon mentioning this topic, Rebecca's mood instantly brightened. Yes. I was just about to bring that up. Ancestor, did you know from the outset that the land here had been purified? Following the range you provided, I discovered only untainted land. The terrain is also open and flat, making water extraction convenient. The farmers accompanying me remarked that this is the most suitable place for cultivation. Gawain was not surprised by this revelation. He was well aware of the situation. At least a decade prior, the pollution in this area had dissipated, though the people of the kingdom remained oblivious to this fact. The timeline of the decline of the magical tide's influence around the Dark Mountains remains uncertain. However, it is verifiable that this region was still a polluted zone a century ago, as recorded by the pioneering notes of the then-flourishing Cecil family. It was precisely because the magical tide's pollution persisted that the treasures within the mountains have survived to this day. Once the Cecil family underwent drastic changes and the Mohn lineage was severed, the secrets of the mountain's treasures faded into obscurity, and the kingdom ultimately abandoned the southern territory, a place plagued by annual pollution and disasters, leading to the ignorance surrounding the magical tides receding. After all, the foul winds still regularly swept across the Dark Mountains each year. Even if the land's pollution had subsided, the presence of toxic dust storms rendered this an unsuitable locale for cultivation. Gawain could ascertain one fact, in the aerial view stored within his mind. This area had been free of pollution for a decade. The nearest noble territory was Transcendent town, belonging to the Leslie family. According to Ansu law, the minor nobility along the southern border were tasked with monitoring the pollution zones of Gondor. Thus, Gawain surmised that the esteemed Andrew, a viscount, must have some inkling of the waning influence of the magical tide. However, for a traditional noble reliant on mining and enjoying a prosperous existence, this temporarily stable land likely held little appeal for investment, as the tide of pioneering in this era has already cooled. It is likely that the esteemed viscount has not dispatched anyone to assess the situation here. Gawain nodded thoughtfully. Turning his gaze toward Rebecca, the only area that can currently be deemed safe is the section I have delineated. The pollution further afield should have diminished to some extent. However, we shall proceed with caution and conduct thorough examinations only once the main force arrives. For now, you must refrain from venturing there. The clear aerial view in his mind was from a decade ago. Over these 10 years, the contaminated zone should have continued to retract, though the precise extent of this contraction remains uncertain. Given that the current satellite imagery has transformed into a magical representation that cannot be adjusted, Gawain finds himself unable to ascertain the specifics, thus he must proceed with this arrangement. This matter pertains to the survival of all, leaving no room for sentimentality. Furthermore, with the implementation of the new system, the construction of the outpost camp has progressed at an astonishing pace, preparing for the arrival of the larger contingent. Under Gawain's meticulous planning, the camp's perimeter has expanded several hundred meters to the south and east, leaving ample space for the subsequent 700 individuals to erect their tents, alongside designated areas for carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths, as well as new storage for materials. He has also ordered the construction of a temporary wooden dock facing the riverbank, along with a sawmill nearby, to process the timber flowing downstream from the western forest logging sites. Of course, at present, both the dock and sawmill exist merely as blueprints, as the available labor is severely limited. Even with Hetty's magical assistance, the construction of the camp proves to be a formidable challenge. At this moment, Gawain sincerely wishes that Rebecca could conjure a spell other than fireball. Standing atop the high ground by the riverbank, Gawain gazed at the expansive wooden structure nearing completion in the distance, one of the few edifices within the camp that could genuinely be referred to as a house, and a substantial one at that. Although the mountain's treasure troves contain numerous metal ingots ready for smelting, they are of little use in the camp's construction, primarily consisting of mithril, fine gold, purple copper, and violet steel. Gawain's generous nature cannot extend to melting such materials merely to forge nails. It is truly vexing, contemplating the impending magical tide and the mysterious monitoring stations above, and contrasting it with the sluggish progress of the pioneering camp before him. Gawain could not help but shake his head and sigh. Nearby, Rebecca, who had been idly observing, turned her frowning face toward him. Why the sighing? Can I simply take a break here? Please, do not always assume the worst of me. Gavin, exasperated, shot her a glance. When have I ever truly pressed you? He retorted. Engaging in banter with you is simply amusing. Amber chimed in, her expression a mix of indignation and amusement. This is the first time I've witnessed a noble who can spar verbally without becoming irate. It feels refreshingly novel. Gavin turned his head, choosing to ignore her. Yet Amber was not inclined to relent. Hey, you still haven't explained your sigh. Why the discontent? It's simply too slow. Gavin shook his head. The pace of progress felt intolerably sluggish. Amber widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you referring to their work speed? This is slow. She then exaggeratedly waved her arms. Do you possess no sense of conscience? These individuals are the fastest laborers I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Yesterday, they completed the newly erected fence within less than a day. And today they have commenced the construction of the blacksmith shop. Do you realize how astonishingly swift this pace is? Subsequently, she muttered. I previously thought you were genuinely a good person for providing them with meat and forbidding the use of whips and punishments. Gawain cast her a sidelong glance. I am indeed a good person, and I have not blamed these workers for their lack of effort. I am not blind. It is evident that they are not slacking off. However, it remains a fact that the speed of construction at this camp does not align with my plans. Your plans were never practical. Amber pouted, then regarded Gawain with a hint of suspicion. I sensed something was amiss before. You have seemed rather peculiar these past few days, as if burdened by heavy thoughts, and you have been sketching all manner of oddities on paper, especially this morning, when the camp had merely begun to take shape. You were already contemplating the construction of a city wall. What are you so anxious about? You simply refuse to admit it, TSK, but I am watching you. You are indeed anxious. Amber placed her hands on her hips. Let me think about when this began. Yes. It was around the time the sun displayed sunspots. Ever since then, you have been in a state of unease at this. Gawain was genuinely taken aback. He scrutinized Amber for a moment. Have you been observing me in your idle time? I hardly have the leisure for that, Amber replied, hands on her hips. But your transformation is impossible to conceal from others. In fact, even your two distant great-granddaughters have noticed it. However, they did not dare to inquire. Gawain was momentarily stunned. Is that so? Has it become that evident? After a brief pause, he could not help but reflect on the changes in his recent mindset and ponder how to adjust it. Meanwhile, Amber, stroking her chin, contemplated for a moment before suddenly posing a question. What is this extraterrestrial visitor you mentioned earlier? Gawain thought, why does her reaction time fluctuate so unpredictably? He had assumed she had not paid attention to that term. Just then, a small figure appeared at the corner of Gawain's vision. The little maid, Betty, clad in a coarse fabric dress, was scampering towards them. Upon reaching Gawain, the little girl gasped for breath and, with wide eyes, said in a daze, Lady Hetty requests your presence. What does she want? Gawain inquired. Betty pondered for a moment. I forgot. Gawain sighed. At that moment, Amber noticed that Betty's hands were empty and could not resist asking, Where is your precious frying pan? Meanwhile, Gawain had already discerned the reason for Hetty's summons. He had spotted the figures emerging in the distance to the west. The second group has finally arrived. Chapter 51. The arrival of the second contingent remaining in Tanzan town has finally arrived, much to Gawain's delight. This development undoubtedly signifies an influx of manpower, allowing him to commence the construction of the dock and sawmill, to contemplate the formal excavation of the eastern mines, and to steer the encampment towards territorial expansion. Although the total population, including the subsequent contingent, numbers merely over 800, it is a remarkable advancement compared to the paltry 100 of the vanguard. Sir Philip, leading a handful of soldiers and a dozen militiamen who remained in Tanzan town, successfully completed this escort mission. The young and capable knight received a warm welcome from Hetty, and his arrival significantly bolstered the camp's defense, addressing a critical shortfall beyond mere manpower. Despite the absence of any visible monstrous threats thus far, mere existence in such a desolate expanse amplifies the populace's sense of insecurity. The fences and magical traps serve only to alleviate some of that unease, while only fully armed patrolling soldiers can truly assuage the people's fears. For Sir Philip, the scale and sophistication of the encampment were astonishing. Had such an extensive area truly been leveled? The carpenter's sheds were already constructed. They were even erecting a blacksmith's forge. The young knight wandered into the camp in a daze, gazing at the robust and aesthetically pleasing large tents and the few wooden houses that had been erected. He observed the serfs and freemen bustling about in the clearing, the latter engaged in transforming wood that had undergone basic drying and smoking into planks. For the first time, he witnessed such a scene of labor, once reluctant workers who required the crack of a whip to motivate them, were now collaborating in groups under the coordination of one individual, moving in perfect harmony as if they were extensions of a single body. If previously these individuals would merely cover for one another to evade work, the current scenario was a stark contrast. Where, then, was the overseer who would typically wield a whip from the sidelines? Philip searched about and discovered that the overseers were, in fact, selected family warriors who could ride a few more characters, merely pacing the edges of the clearing. Yet they were not brandishing whips. Instead, they carried wooden boards for note-taking. Isn't it remarkable? Hetty's voice jolted the young knight from his reverie. I too was astonished that such simple measures could instill such diligence in them. Even the serfs have begun to proactively learn how to undertake tasks they were previously unaccustomed to. Measures? Sir Philip echoed the word in surprise. What measures? The ancestors conceived a set of work regulations. Sir Philip's eyes lit up before Hetty could finish speaking. Ah. It must have been the ancient knight's sense of honor and virtue that inspired these ordinarily indolent serfs and commoners. No, it was the promise of meat. Hetty smiled softly, understanding a simple truth. Those who labor earn their sustenance. Yet, as she spoke, she reflected on the fact that she had also employed such a straightforward incentive to stimulate work efficiency in the past. However, it typically proved effective only at the onset. The serfs would swiftly devise various means to shirk their duties while still procuring food to sustain their laziness. Yet, when this method incorporated direct competition, precise calculations, strict enforcement, and the concept of teamwork, everything transformed dramatically, an astonishing realization indeed. For the first time, she understood that serfs and commoners were not inherently dull or slothful. At that moment, Sir Gawain's figure appeared in the distance. Hetty and Philip approached him immediately. Gawain instructed them to gather on the west side, where Sir Byron would distribute new equipment. He then turned to Hetty. The newcomers need not be assigned to work groups on their first day. There are too many new regulations for them to absorb all at once. Hetty nodded in agreement, while Sir Philip appeared puzzled. New equipment? What new equipment? Gawain looked at him, a hint of mystery in his smile. Absolutely splendid items. It was only upon witnessing the new equipment that Sir Philip realized his previous expectations for such treasures had been woefully inadequate. He had thought it would be nothing more than a batch of pristine swords, armor, or at most, a hand crossbow for each person. But who could have anticipated that it would be an entire set of extraordinary armaments? Enchanted swords, enchanted armor, and military-grade crystals from the ancient empire. The longswords imbued with sharpness glimmered with a cold white light, while the half-armor, inscribed with spells of elemental resistance and agility, shimmered with a faint gray luminescence under the sun. The unsophisticated foot soldiers may have never encountered enchanted weaponry in their lives. Yet, they instantly recognized the significance of what they adorned, and thus, their spirits soared. Even more astonishing to Sir Philip was that even the militia each received a set. Were these items truly free? They were relics of considerable age, deteriorating with time. There was no need to hoard them. It would be better to bring them forth to enhance combat effectiveness. Gawain chuckled, admitting that while there could have been more, many had deteriorated beyond usability, or their magical properties had significantly waned, leaving mere husks. He felt a twinge of regret. Extraordinary armaments. Each piece was of considerable worth. Sir Philip stammered as he spoke. These items. Previously, the entire Cecil territory could scarcely produce a handful of enchanted gear. Amber stood beside them, her arms crossed, observing with a hint of amusement. Look at you, so astonished, as if it's unusual for a 700-year-old gentleman to have a hidden stash of coins. Which grandparent doesn't he tuck away a few silver coins under the bed? Ouch, 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 Gawain exclaimed, tugging at Amber's ear and pulling her aside. She squirmed and protested vehemently. Let go, let go. Haven't you heard that elves have exceptionally sensitive ears? Release me. It seemed that at this moment, the embarrassment of being an elf stirred within her, reminding her of her half-blood lineage. Meanwhile, Sir Philip gazed at the struggling Amber with a puffed chest, exuding earnestness and pride. In our family, we have always revered the god of warriors and knights, Kale, and we never keep our treasures beneath us. Gawain cast a surprised glance at the youth, pondering why he adhered so rigidly to the knightly code, appearing rather overly serious compared to his peers. At least he was a true believer, unlike some who claimed to worship the goddess of the night yet improvised their prayers each time. With these artifacts, even if they encountered the aberrations from the past, it would be much easier to cope. Sir Philip continued to marvel at the new equipment before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, we could give the designs to the craftsmen and tants in town, even if it costs a bit more." Gawain had anticipated this response from Sir Philip. Indeed, any sensible soldier upon seeing such gear, would likely yearn to mass-produce these ancient treasures. The late Sir Byron had felt the same. However, they were destined for disappointment. These items were based on the magical technology of the ancient Gondor Empire, and their recharging required purified magical energy from the deep blue well. The magic produced by modern focal points or wells was too chaotic and of insufficient potency to power such artifacts. Sir Philip opened his mouth, quickly realizing the implications. In other words, these items. The young knight appeared troubled. What shall we do then? Before that, we can create our own fine equipment. Gawain replied with a reassuring pat on his shoulder, wearing a confident smile. Regardless of any inner doubts, he maintained an expression as if he had grasped the future. Besides, he genuinely felt a flicker of confidence within him. As long as the magical tide did not erupt immediately, there remained room for maneuver. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure dashing towards them. The little maid, Betty, hurried over, stopping before Gawain and looking up at him with a dazed expression. "Sir, Miss Rebecca is looking for you." Gawain paused. "What does she want now?" Betty pondered for a moment before exclaiming loudly, "I forgot." Gawain sighed inwardly, wondering how this girl could forget everything except cooking. Gawain shook his head, thinking that it was already commendable for the young girl to remember whom to call. He decided not to press the matter further. After ascertaining Rebecca's location, he set off with Amber, reflecting that at least Betty had not forgotten where Rebecca was waiting. Upon arriving at the site, he discovered the purpose of Rebecca's summons. The first batch of test ore had been transported from the iron mine to the east of the camp. This initial advance team included a blacksmith, several apprentices, and the essential materials required for constructing the blacksmith's forge. Chapter 52. A world where magic exists. Although the blacksmith shop is under construction, it is still far from completion. In Gawain's vision, this wooden structure bears little resemblance to the blacksmith shops recognized by the people of this world. He merely designated this place as a blacksmith shop for the sake of convenience, intending to name it the Cecil Steelworks. As the only blacksmith in the territory, the elderly Muir is quite perplexed by the Duke's directive to build this establishment. To him, the building occupies an unnecessarily vast expanse, aside from an extraordinarily large wooden structure. It encompasses an open area measuring 100 meters in length and width, along with a wooden shed that currently stands supported by a few beams. To label such a substantial facility as a blacksmith shop seems utterly incongruous. Yet, he dares not voice his thoughts that the illustrious founding Duke is an ill-informed amateur, despite secretly believing it. After all, he is but a commoner, while his counterpart is a noble of such stature that he stands equal to the king himself. Due to the astonishing size of the blacksmith shop, it can only be situated at the eastern edge of the camp, with its vast yard extending into the barren lands beyond, like a comically protruding section of a neatly arranged wooden fence. The equipment transported from Tanzan town appears pitifully sparse within this colossal blacksmith shop. It occupies merely a corner of the wooden structure. The sole smelting furnace has been placed in the open area, shielded by a simple wooden shed to protect it from the elements. For Gawain, the expansive allocation of land for the blacksmith shop, positioned adjacent to the territory's border, is merely a consideration of future production capacity and ease of expansion. The traditional model of a single master with a few apprentices, in a small room housing a furnace, producing clanging ironware, is not what he requires. However, he finds himself unable to elucidate this to the old blacksmith and his dim-witted apprentices. In addition to considerations of capacity and future expansion, Gawain does not intend to construct a traditional furnace like the one he had seen in the yard of the only blacksmith, Hamel. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he finds Rebecca waiting, along with the elderly blacksmith Hamel, whose hair and beard are both grizzled, and several of his apprentices. A few local citizens, clad in short shirts, stand in the yard, their feet beside a large basket containing the first batch of transported ore. Gawain strides directly toward the traditional furnace, which appears rather crude. Standing about a meter tall, distinctly divided into two sections. The lower part is a bulging hemispherical structure, while the upper part tapers swiftly into a cylindrical form. On the lower hemispherical section, two openings are visible, one at the bottom, evidently for adding fuel, and another near the cylindrical structure, presumably for pouring in the ore. These components are unremarkable, merely an ordinary furnace. However, its uniqueness lies on the side, where 3 runes are arranged. Each rune is meticulously engraved onto a piece of jet black stone. Evidently, these stones have been carefully polished and precisely positioned before being embedded into the furnace body, ensuring that their spacing is perfectly uniform and their edges parallel. The lowest stone bears a triangular symbol containing a wavy line, representing the primal character of the fire element from the spellbook. The middle stone features a square enclosing a diamond shape, indicative of the earth element's primal character. The upper stone displays a swirling symbol associated with the wind element, yet it is not a primal character. In addition to these three stones, one can observe subtle, glimmering dust within the materials that constitute the furnace body. Gawain recognizes it as quartz sand, a substance native to this world. Quartz sand possesses magical conductivity, albeit its effect is exceedingly faint. Nevertheless, due to its affordability, it is widely utilized even among the common folk. Gawain raised his head and glanced at the old blacksmith. "Did you forge this furnace?" He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Magic is an extraordinary force, a realm inaccessible to the commoners. Yet, in this world saturated with magic, even those unable to cast spells live under its shadow. Basic applications of magic do not necessitate mastery of spellcasting knowledge or ability. Every individual possesses a trace of magical essence within. By inscribing a simple rune onto specific materials shaped in particular forms, anyone can slightly evoke those ubiquitous, wondrous powers. This is not true spellcasting. Its effects are nearly laughable to genuine extraordinary beings. Such reliance resembles picking up a stick from the ground to use as a cane or grabbing a stone to crack a walnut, utterly devoid of technical sophistication. Even illiterate commoners can remember how to sketch a few symbols with faint potency. Yet, this modicum of power distinguishes this world from Gawain's familiar homeland, akin to the 1 degree Celsius difference that causes water to boil. With those three runes, this traditional furnace can smelt iron using merely wood as fuel, without the aid of a blower or any optimization of the combustion chamber's structure. Should the fire element rune be inscribed on a piece of mithril, this furnace could even utilize straw as fuel. However, it is precisely due to the existence of these ancient runes that the people of this world have yet to contemplate enhancing furnace efficiency through improved fuel combustion. Their focus remains solely on refining the materials used for rune inscription and the format of the runes themselves. Thus, Gawain chose not to construct a high furnace, but rather to first observe this primitive and outdated traditional furnace. The old blacksmith Hammer felt increasingly anxious as he gazed upon the nobleman before him. He was perplexed by the sudden inquiry from the aristocrat, who then resumed his scrutiny of the furnace, leaving the blacksmith uncertain of any missteps he may have made. He was acutely aware that nobles wielded great power and were prone to unpredictable moods, though Lady Rebecca, the current lord, and her predecessor were known for their kindness and generosity. Yet, the figure before him was none other than the legendary hero of expansion, a quintessential warrior. And a duke at that. What might the temperament of such a highborn individual be? As the old blacksmith wrestled with his unease, Gawain finally straightened up and posed a second question. "Given this furnace, how much iron can you refine each day, assuming a sufficient supply of ore?" Hammer let out a sigh of relief. Finally, a question of substance had been asked. "If we use the ore over there, I can produce 50 pounds of iron each day," he proclaimed with a hint of pride. However, Gawain's reaction was one of discontent, his brow furrowing at the response. "So little? Is that truly the yield even with those runic enhancements? Isn't that already considerable?" Hammer could not help but retort, only to quickly correct himself. I do not question your judgment, my lord, but do not be anxious when speaking with me." Gawain reassured the seasoned craftsman. "I am your protector, not a marauding brigand." "Why, yes, my lord," Hammer stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued. "But that is indeed the limit. The furnace appears large from the outside, yet the interior space is quite restricted. Moreover, after each batch, we must allow an hour's rest for the runes to cool. The entire furnace must cool down before we can stoke the fire once more. With such circumstances, refining 50 pounds of iron truly is the utmost we can achieve." "Allow the runes to cool?" Gawain inquired, his brow knitting in concern. "Yes," Hammer explained. "This is merely a trick we common folk have inscribed onto the black stone. It pales in comparison to the genuine magical runes of the mages. They are quite fragile. Especially the fire runes. Prolonged exposure to the fire element causes them to crack, and even sturdier materials do not remedy the issue. Once a rune is compromised, the entire furnace becomes rendered useless. Hence, continuous operation during iron refining is utterly prohibitive." "What if we enlarge the furnace?" Gawain posed another question. "That would be futile," Hammer lamented, troubled by the duke's challenging inquiries. "The runes can only provide a limited amount of heat. Should the furnace be enlarged, the heat would be insufficient to melt the ore into molten iron. Furthermore, the earth runes would also fail, resulting in the refined iron ingots containing more impurities, rendering them altogether unworthy." Gawain stroked his chin thoughtfully. So the constraints on production are entirely due to these runes? The old blacksmith blinked, not fully grasping the concept of production constraints, yet he nodded vigorously. Yes, it is indeed the runes. Gawain turned to Rebecca and inquired, "What do you think if we were to replace the runes with them? Perhaps we should summon Hetty instead." Rebecca's face instantly flushed red. "Esteemed ancestor, I am quite versed in magical theory. It is merely the construction of spell models that eludes me. Your theoretical knowledge seems adequate." Gawain raised an eyebrow. "So how would you propose to resolve this issue?" Rebecca pondered deeply. "Since you mentioned that runes are a weakness, might we simply eliminate them? Replace them with what?" Rebecca continued to brainstorm. In truth, the functions of these runes are rather simplistic, merely serving to elevate temperature, regulate airflow, and control impurities. Moreover, they operate at a rather feeble efficiency. If we were to substitute them with genuine magical circles, the efficiency could increase exponentially. And the magical circles would also be capable of self-regulating energy, allowing for continuous operation without the risk of self-destruction. Gawain raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting inscribing a magical circle on every single smelting furnace? That, however, seems impractical." Rebecca stuck out her tongue. "While Aunt Hetty and I could certainly assist in inscribing a few magical circles, the blacksmiths and their apprentices would be unable to utilize them." Chapter 53. The Magic Network. Rebecca's reasoning against its use is quite straightforward. Ordinary individuals lack the ability to energize a magic circle and are incapable of controlling its activation and deactivation. Although the process may be subtle and devoid of any sophisticated skill, the magic circle itself is an intricate mechanism. Running on two legs requires merely lifting one's feet. Yet achieving a speed of 70 miles per hour necessitates the purchase of a vehicle, the fueling of that vehicle, and the attainment of a driving license. The same principle applies to magic circles. They demand a substantial infusion of energy and the oversight of a specialist adept in magical manipulation to initiate and terminate even the simplest of circles. Hetty and Rebecca can, without regard for status, venture to the blacksmith shop to inscribe basic combustion-enhancing circles onto every furnace. However, it is impractical for them to remain there all day, recharging the circles with every batch of ore and managing the energy flow of all the circles. If one were to inscribe a circle onto a furnace, its dimensions would inherently be limited. Even with Aunt Hetty's remarkable skills, she could likely only inscribe auxiliary circles of second rank or lower. Rebecca earnestly elucidates this, striving to maintain an air of professionalism. Such small-scale circles cannot achieve self-recharging capabilities. A circle capable of absorbing ambient magical energy would need to encompass at least the size of a tent. Therefore, the circles on the furnaces must be energized by someone. Furthermore, even the simplest circles, which merely require basic activation and deactivation, cannot be controlled by the average person. Through the memories of Gawain Cecil, Gawain understands that the magic circles of this world are categorized by their complexity and operational principles. Without delving into the daunting technicalities, they can be broadly classified, by scale, into small, medium, large, and super-large categories. The smallest circles can be inscribed onto armor or blades. Presently, the two largest magic circles in the world are located in the northern Violet Kingdom city of 1,000 Towers and the southern continent's Starry Temple, constructed by the elves. These circles are city-sized, outlined by urban roadways, and can be described as awe-inspiring in scale. In terms of functional complexity, they can be divided into single-function and composite types. Regarding energy infusion methods, they can be categorized as self-recharging or externally energized. Self-recharging magic circles possess a complex absorption structure, enabling them to draw in ambient magical energy for self-energization. However, since ambient magical energy is scarce outside of magical focal points, the absorption structures of self-recharging circles tend to be rather extensive, resulting in them occupying vast areas. Consequently, all self-recharging circles are substantial in size, while all small circles must rely on external energy sources for replenishment. Moreover, in this world, self-recharging magic circles are seldom utilized due to their inefficiency. A self-recharging structure often consumes 80% of the entire circle's area, yet the energy it provides pales in comparison to the flow from any magical focal point. Within such a large area, multiple functionally complex rune arrays could be inscribed. Thus, for the sake of efficiency, mages prefer to personally energize the circles themselves, rather than opting for a slow and cumbersome self-replenishing structure. It is precisely for the convenience of charging that all large magical facilities in this world are situated near manifocal points. Gawain stroked his chin, observing the blacksmith's forge before him. He then posed two questions. Must the charging component be inscribed upon the furnace? Is it necessary to confine all functions within a single magical array? Rebecca blinked in confusion, momentarily at a loss. What else would one do? Gawain sensed he had grasped the crux of the matter. It appeared that the people of this world were solely focused on transforming mana into the most primal and raw form of power, or simply on the individual's manipulation of that power, without ever contemplating how to disseminate such extraordinary forces in a broader, more foundational manner. By designing a large self-replenishing array that draws in ambient mana from the air, and then establishing an output terminal on this grand array to channel mana to a smaller array on the forge, the issue of charging could be resolved. As for the switch mechanism, the connection between the forge and the self-replenishing array could be made controllable, and once severed, the smaller array would naturally cease to function. Moreover, the large self-replenishing array inherently possesses the property of overflow dissipation, alleviating concerns of catastrophic failure. Rebecca swiftly grasped Gawain's concept in her own way. Dismantling the magical array into segments for assembly? It could indeed be a viable approach. Gawain nodded, believing it prudent to consult Hetty, who would undoubtedly possess greater expertise. Rebecca wholeheartedly concurred, although she remarked that Aunt Hetty's casting precision only reached the level of outlining a human figure. Nevertheless, when it came to theoretical knowledge, even mid-tier mages might find it challenging to rival her. Thus, Gawain led the group energetically away from the site, leaving the old blacksmith Hamel and his apprentices exchanging puzzled glances. "Master, shall we continue with the forge?" one apprentice inquired cautiously, having dared not breathe a word in the presence of the Duke and Viscount, now finally summoning the courage to speak. The old blacksmith shot a glare at the apprentice. "Nonsense. Of course, we shall forge. Don't even think about slacking off. Whether you get meat for dinner tonight depends on the outcome of this batch." Meanwhile, Gawain had already dispatched Amber to summon Hetty to his tent. Yet, upon articulating his thoughts, the elegant lady shook her head. The idea of using one array to charge another was commendable, but its execution proved exceedingly complex. The output of mana is a matter of precision. Should the interface malfunction, both arrays would become inoperative. Furthermore, the efficiency of the self-replenishing array posed a significant challenge. Even if one were to inscribe an array as large as the blacksmith's courtyard, the mana it generated would likely suffice to power only a handful of magical furnaces. Gawain regarded Hetty, fully aware she would raise such obstacles. Yet he had already devised solutions. Thus, a smile crept across his face as he delved deeper into this quandary, feeling he had finally discovered the true path forward. He then pushed aside the substantial stack of blueprints before him. He spread an exceptionally large blueprint, adorned with symbols and lines, across the table. This intricate design had been completed several days prior, yet it was only today that he comprehended its potential utility. "Take a look at this," Gawain remarked. Hetty gazed in astonishment at the vast array of runes on the table, her initial reaction reflecting her awe at her ancestor's remarkable erudition. "Ancestor, you possess the ability to draw magic arrays?" "I only grasp a bit of it, and this array is not of my own creation," Gawain teased. "First, examine it." "What are your thoughts?" Hetty lowered her head, meticulously scrutinizing each symbol and the connections between them, her brow gradually furrowing. "These are all the most fundamental runes. The arrangements and combinations are also quite elementary, and it seems the highest energy level does not exceed the second tier." Gawain nodded. The individual who left this array could only manipulate a rune array of energy intensity at most at the second tier. Hetty looked up in surprise, and as she glanced back down, a hint of admiration crept onto her face. "Incredible. It's all designed using basic runes. To create such a large-scale array with the simplest runes is truly an astonishing feat. This appears to be a structure capable of harnessing ambient energy from the natural environment. But what are these redundant complex structures?" Gawain pointed to the repetitive structures in the array's ring section. Enlarge. Hetty's eyes widened, and realization dawned upon her. Indeed, this could amplify, and the structures here can further refine the ambient energy. Thus, these basic runes could extract ambient energy with greater efficiency, which is truly. Hetty struggled for an apt word to encapsulate the sensation this array evoked in her. Yet Gawain understood her sentiment. "It's truly impressive, isn't it? Like a limping person traversing the world with a cane, or an unarmed individual etching verses upon stone with a mere stick. This is an extraordinary endeavor. Crafting a marvel that would leave even the grandest sorcerers astounded with mere second-tier runes. Those grand sorcerers would likely not be astonished. They might not even spare at a glance, Hetty replied with a wry smile, for despite the array's creativity, it ultimately comprised only second-tier ruins. No matter how efficient it was, the energy it could harness could not compare with the personal mana wells possessed by the Grand Sorcerers. Yet it stood as a prototype, a foundational model ripe for enhancement. It only employs second-tier runes, but what if you were to substitute them with third-tier runes? What if you increase their combinatorial complexity to the third tier? How many times more efficient could it be compared to existing self-replenishing arrays? This seems to resemble a mana conduit? Hetty furrowed her brow, having just observed them, yet she did not notice the corresponding energy unit. Was it due to the incompleteness of the magical array? No, from the very beginning, this array did not encompass any energy units. Its sole function was to supply mana to a weakened human. Consequently, it differed from conventional arrays in its internal interfaces, as these conduits possessed such a high compatibility that any energy unit could seamlessly connect with it. Gawain spoke slowly. Now, can this array provide energy to the blacksmith shop? If all the symbols can operate smoothly. No, it is certain that they will function flawlessly. It has nearly reached the limits of computation. Hetty's expression gradually transformed into one of excitement, as she finally broke free from the constraints of traditional wizardry and recognized the magnificence of this invention. Its high-efficiency, self-recharging capability, coupled with a remarkably broad frequency for energy output. It could undoubtedly supply power to the blacksmith shop and even to a multitude of other devices. Eagerly, she inquired, "Ancestral figure, what is the name of this ingenious array?" Gawain retrieved a tattered notebook from his person. "There is no need for me to name it. Its creator has already bestowed a title upon it." As he opened the notebook, a brief note was inscribed on one of the pages. "Annie, today I have finally completed the magical net. May it safeguard your health." Chapter 54. The Legacy of the Wild Mage. Upon discovering the tattered notebook, Hetty finally comprehended the origin of it all. These were the remnants left by that wild mage. Indeed, a low-ranking sorcerer, shunned by the mainstream mage community, who spent his life languishing in mediocrity, yet possessed a talent that surpassed all expectations. Alas, this era offered him no opportunity to flourish. Gawain gazed wistfully at the notebook in his hands, having perused some of the research notes within over the past few days. In his estimation, the worth of this notebook was at least equivalent to half a ducal territory. Hetty was taken aback. What? However, Gawain's assertion was far from an exaggeration. In fact, from the perspective of technological advancement, the legacy bequeathed by that nameless wild mage would likely reveal increasing value as time elapsed. Gawain placed the notebook on the table and looked up at Hetty. His daughter, the child named Annie, is likely afflicted with elemental assimilation syndrome, one of the rarest magical maladies. As a mage, you should be somewhat familiar with this affliction. Elemental assimilation. This is a condition unique to the Violet Kingdom, characterized by a low incidence rate but deemed incurable. Hetty nodded slightly, recalling her suspicions upon reading those diaries. In this world, where magical powers exist, many phenomena starkly contrast with those of Gawain's homeland, some benevolent, yet others malevolent. Elemental assimilation syndrome stands as one of the most grievous of these maladies. This condition, induced by the erosion of magical energy, is prevalent in regions rich in magical power and active elements. During the era of the Gondor Empire, it frequently manifested in the vicinity of the Deep Blue Well in the imperial capital. Even at the zenith of the empire, it was among the nearly incurable diseases. In the present age, it has become a specialty of the Northern Violet Kingdom. If extraordinary powers bestow upon humanity the gifts of nature, then elemental assimilation is akin to the malevolence intertwined within that gift. This syndrome can only occur in newborns, resulting from mutations due to magical radiation during fetal development. Initially, children afflicted with this condition can grow normally. However, as they age, they gradually exhibit signs of being eroded and assimilated by specific elements. The flesh and blood of the afflicted transform during this process, slowly becoming semi-elemental. As their biological tissue is progressively elementalized, they also face rejection from the material world. With the exception of a few rare races endowed with exceptional talents, elemental beings cannot endure prolonged existence in the material realm, such is the natural law of this world. This process accelerates and becomes irreversible as the affliction deepens. Once a person's biological tissue is more than half elementalized, they are cast out from the material world, thrust into the elemental plane corresponding to their assimilation syndrome, and ultimately perish in the chasm between the material and elemental realms. The residual biological tissue of the patient renders this process horrifying, akin to being torn asunder. The daughter of the nameless wild mage, Annie, is afflicted with this particular ailment, which is characterized by elemental assimilation with a shadow inclination, one of the rarest forms of elemental assimilation. Mages and scholars have dedicated years of study to the various elemental realms. However, research into the enigmatic shadow realm has proven to be exceedingly arduous. The condition of elemental assimilation cannot be cured, only postponed. And the most effective means of delay is to bind the afflicted individual's body with magical power. Akin to how elemental summoners utilize magical shackles to forcibly retain an elemental being in the material world. Although Hetty is merely a novice mage, she possesses considerable understanding of these theoretical concepts. Nevertheless, this task is far more challenging than restraining an elemental creature, as the condition of elemental assimilation deepens continuously, necessitating a sustained infusion of magical energy. A second-level mage, particularly one ostracized within the arcane society, lacks both the capability and the financial resources to sustain such an expensive treatment. Gawain nodded. Thus, he devised an unprecedentedly efficient self-replenishing magical array, breaking the ironclad rule that such arrays could only facilitate internal circulation, transforming it into a device for empowering his daughter. His ingenuity was born out of necessity. As all significant magical focal points had already been claimed, and the scattered secondary magical focal points in the forest provided negligible energy. Yet, he resolved this dilemma with his unique talent. However, the unusual surge of magical energy disrupted his array. Suddenly, Hetty recalled a crucial detail. If that were the case, the self-replenishing magical array, dubbed the magic web, must possess considerable flaws. During a magical surge, it would be unable to withstand the pressure. No. The surge did not compromise the structure of the array. It had comprehensive safety measures in place. Gawain shook his head, asserting that he had witnessed the array's structure firsthand and could ascertain its integrity until the very end. According to the Wild Mage's diary, the ultimate failure lay not with the array, but with the shadow transformation ritual he attempted to execute. Magical binding could only delay the process of elemental assimilation. Not eradicated entirely at that time, Annie was already on the brink of losing control. Thus, the Wild Mage ventured into a perilous ritual that was beyond his mastery, resulting in a magical surge that exceeded his capabilities. If that is the case, then I need not worry, Hetty slowly nodded, her expression becoming intricate as she gazed at the notes left by the Wild Mage, truly unable to fathom that a destitute Wild Mage could create such a contraption. This large array, constructed from fundamental units, differed vastly from any magical array I have encountered. It almost entirely eschewed all convoluted and profound structures, instead elevating simplicity to its zenith. Let us refer to it as versatility. Gawain smiled, contemplating the task of laying out the experimental magic web in the blacksmith shop. As he spoke, he hesitated between Hetty and Rebecca. Clearly, the technical task of laying out the magical array would be more suitably entrusted to Hetty. However, Hetty had already taken on the bulk of the responsibility for coordinating the construction of the camp, although she possesses considerable aptitude in this regard. The task of constructing the magical laboratory still awaits her. Gawain genuinely wished to refrain from further burdening her. Entrusting it to Rebecca seemed plausible. Despite her limited ability to cast only the fireball spell, laying out the magical array differs from personal spellcasting, particularly with a self-recharging array. As long as she can adhere to the blueprint, all that is required is a grasp of theoretical knowledge and calculation skills. Yet, one cannot help but wonder. Each time Gawain gazes at Rebecca, he cannot suppress the expression of bewilderment. Is this girl truly capable? As if sensing Gawain's hesitation, Rebecca sprang up before Hetty could utter a word. Ancestor, ancestor, leave it to me. I can do it. Are you certain? Gawain scrutinized her intently. The significance of this project exceeds your imagination. It serves as a foundation for many of my forthcoming plans. Can you handle it? Rebecca abruptly ceased her bouncing, contemplating earnestly, and timidly glanced at Gawain. Then, if I make a mistake, will you be angry with me? Gawain sighed. Never mind, Hetty. It's better suited for you. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Rebecca mustered her courage, puffed out her chest, and declared loudly, but I still want to give it a try. Gawain regarded the girl with keen interest. Oh? This array. It seems particularly intriguing to me. I sense numerous aspects that are exceptionally well conceived. Perhaps I could. Rebecca suddenly stuttered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged pause, she resolutely continued. Although I can only cast fireball, my theoretical knowledge is quite sound. My calculation abilities are commendable too. Besides, Aunt Hetty has been exceedingly busy lately. And aside from surveying the land and assisting with clearing the fields, I haven't contributed much, I feel, observing Rebecca's anxious demeanor. Gawain couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Hetty. What do you think? Rebecca's theoretical knowledge and calculation skills are indeed impressive. In fact, setting aside her spellcasting ability, her talent surpasses mine. Hetty cast a somewhat resigned glance at Rebecca, noting that if only her temperament could be a touch more composed. I am definitely composed, Rebecca asserted, puffing out her chest while her eyes fixated intently on the blueprints spread across the table, piquing Gawain's curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Are you particularly interested in this magical array?" "Indeed," Rebecca replied, scratching her head. "In fact, a long time ago, I pondered the possibility of simplifying those complex spells. If spellcasting could be made easier, perhaps I could cast spells beyond just fireball. This array has provided me with substantial inspiration." Gawain stared intently at Rebecca, causing the young girl to feel a shiver run down her spine. However, moments later, he broke into a smile. "Very well, this task shall be entrusted to you." Rebecca beamed with delight. "Really? Indeed, it is true." Gawain effortlessly retrieved another sheet of paper from beneath the table. It was a rough sketch of the blacksmith's workshop. This design aimed to ensure that the entire courtyard could serve as the coverage area for the magical network, while simultaneously facilitating the construction of the first batch of furnaces. The materials required for the drawing of the magic array can be sourced from the mountain's treasury, where they are readily available. Although this magic array is quite expansive, it is fundamentally a basic array, and I am confident that the available magical metals and the quartz sand brought by Sir Philip from Tonzon Town will suffice for your needs. Let us name this experimental magical network Magic Network Number 1. Entrusted with this significant responsibility, Rebecca departed with great enthusiasm, while Hetty continued her efforts to assist the newly arrived serfs and commoners in erecting tents. In the grand tent, only Gawain and Amber remained. "You seem quite delighted," the half-elf lady remarked, scrutinizing Gawain's expression. "I have never seen you this joyous since you received those documents from the old king. Is it because the teasing of a long-lost great-great-granddaughter is rather amusing?" Gawain retorted. "Could you not speak in such a charming manner?" Chapter 55. Foundation Amber's mouth was perpetually in a state of irreverence and extreme irreverence, as was her custom. Under normal circumstances, Gawain would have certainly taken up the pioneer's sword, prepared to thrust her against the wall. However, this time, he refrained from engaging in banter with Amber, for he was in an exceptionally good mood. He was even inclined to discuss some rather serious matters with her. "Do you have any idea of the value of that magical array?" "What value?" Amber blinked, her confidence in her magical prowess unshaken. She was acutely aware of her ignorance in the relevant field, and thus had no qualms in admitting, "I can't even comprehend how many magical runes are inscribed on it." "How would I know its value?" Gawain was taken aback by her candidness, nearly choking on his surprise. Yet, having lived through the internet age in his previous life, he had seen enough to quickly recalibrate his mindset. "Let me rephrase my inquiry. If magic were to become something that everyone could wield or borrow, how valuable do you think such a technology would be?" Amber was momentarily stunned, and after a good half-minute, she incredulously replied, "Are you suggesting that the magical array could turn everyone into a magician? You must have been sunbathing too long these past few days." Gawain chose to overlook the irreverent tone in her response, shaking his head cheerfully. "Of course, it cannot transform everyone into a magician. However, it may allow everyone to engage with the extraordinary realm. I suspect Hetty herself has yet to fully grasp the significance of that array. It is not merely a poorly assembled large array crafted by an amateur spellcaster. Its greatest significance lies in a breakthrough in universality, general applicability, and ease of use, to ensure that his daughter, devoid of magical talent, could also receive magical energy. That rogue mage devised a self-replenishing array capable of providing a constant and adjustable output of magical energy to any magical consumption unit. Before this, no great mage in the world had even conceived of such a concept, for those grand mages have always relied on their own hands to accomplish this process. Amber was somewhat puzzled by Gawain's line of reasoning. Isn't it far more impressive that one can achieve effortless control over magical energy using one's own power, rather than relying on a vast magical array as that rogue mage does? Gawain met her gaze. A mountain giant can effortlessly crush a brown bear's skull with its palm. Yet, humans require a warhammer to achieve the same feat. Which do you believe is more formidable? Amber replied, "Huh?" Gawain chose not to engage with Amber, who was lost in astonishment and contemplation. Instead, he stood up and approached the tent's entrance. The treasures left behind by that unnamed rogue mage included not only a magical array but also an abundance of research notes in his notebook. As a weak individual severely limited in spellcasting capabilities, he was compelled to compensate for his shortcomings through computation and advanced concepts. In his research notes, traces of this particular aspect were omnipresent. When Gawain first beheld those artifacts, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that such things could originate from a mind constrained by the ignorance and oppression of the medieval era. Concepts such as automated operation, compatible transmission interfaces, intuitive external controls, geometrically arranged runic patterns, and simplified runic formulas, without a perspective broadened by another world. The struggles of these clumsy practitioners would likely be dismissed as mere folly by most of the populace in this realm. For any mid-level spellcaster could effortlessly bypass the steps documented in the notes of wild mages through various arcane techniques, never contemplating the whimsical notion that those devoid of magical prowess or with meager talent could ever wield such power. Those grand sorcerers who command flames and thunder may invoke fear, yet in Gawain's view, it was only when a hapless wild mage detached magic from personal aptitude and liberated their hands to wield it as a tool that this mysterious and formidable art truly ascended. It transformed from a fist into a staff. Much like humanity's first innovation of binding a stone to a wooden stick, using that crude hammer to slay beasts far mightier than themselves, it represented a monumental leap. Regrettably, after centuries, humanity still finds itself crafting hammers. Gawain sensed it was time to equip this hammer with rocket boosters. Setting aside Rebecca, who cherished the original diagram of the magical array and pondered its construction, on the third day, when ample manpower had finally assembled, Cecil's pioneering endeavors officially commenced. The essentials of life, food, a cornerstone of survival, demanded priority. Regardless of the grand designs Gawain envisioned, grounded in multi-alloyed steel and rocket-powered hammers, he must first ensure the inhabitants of his domain were well fed. Sufficient provisions had already been procured in Transcendent town, and the king had pledged supplies of grain and cloth for the initial year of the territory. Yet, these were merely transitional measures. For sustained existence, self-sufficiency was imperative. While it was feasible to procure grain from neighboring lords using resources from the mines, Gawain, a pioneer from the Celestial Empire, harbored the compulsive anxiety common among his compatriots, the unease of an empty pantry. Clearing land, cultivating. How could one dare to sleep without first tilling 10 acres upon arrival? How could one claim to have established firm footing without cultivating a couple of vegetable gardens behind their base? Historically, the standard for territorial expansion and enduring stability has been singular, to cultivate a plot of land. Of course, such thoughts were entirely reasonable. Yet in this world suffused with extraordinary forces, Gawain was acutely aware that he had much to learn. A simple truth emerged, upon realizing that the inhabitants of this world could smelt iron using straw as fuel through the power of runes. Who could confidently assert that merely heaping a mound of manure would surpass the local primitive techniques? Moreover, in the absence of a firm grasp on the foundational rules of this world, Gawain hesitated to determine how much of the knowledge he retained from Earth would prove applicable here. What if the microbial activities of this world do not adhere to the fundamental laws? Gawain was delighted to witness the implementation of the system he had previously decreed. In the vast expanse of barren land, wooden signs were planted every 100 paces, delineating the entire reclamation area into numerous uniform parcels. The laborers toiled within these demarcated boundaries, while several groups moved between the plots, preparing to excavate ditches. Adjacent to the reclamation zone, a wooden shelter had been hastily erected, where Hetty and a few others were stationed to record the progress of the work and to log the issuance and return of tools for each group. Additionally, the shelter housed a large cooking pot, where the lunch for the reclamation workers was prepared nearby. The laborers had become accustomed to Hyan's presence. This somewhat peculiar nobleman often wandered through the noisy and chaotic worksite, engaging in conversation with the common folk. Initially, this made many feel anxious and uneasy, but over time, while tension still lingered, the discomfort had significantly diminished. Particularly after Gawain fulfilled his immediate promises that all diligent workers would have ample food, and that those who exerted extra effort would receive meat. The peasants and serfs of the territory had begun to place considerable trust and affection in this new lord, known for his adherence to promises and his formidable reputation. Thus, Gawain traversed the bustling labor site until he reached the wooden shelter at the edge of the field, where Hetty stood conversing earnestly with a dark-skinned man, who appeared to be a farmer, while Sir Philip guarded nearby. Gawain, with his imposing stature approaching 2 meters, commanded attention as he drew near. Hetty looked up and promptly rose. The farmer, who had been facing away from him, turned around, and upon recognizing the Lord, hurriedly bowed. "My lord." "No need to be alarmed," Gawain reassured, waving his hand. "I merely wish to assess the situation." He then curiously regarded the man, who appeared to be a farmer but was engaged in a discussion with Hetty. "Are you an expert in agriculture?" In the common tongue of the human realm of Lauren, the terms expert and scholar are synonymous. Upon hearing Gawain's address, the farmer grew both anxious and fearful, gesturing with his hands. "How could I possibly compare to those learned individuals? I am merely a farmer." "His name is Norris," Hetty interjected. "A farmer from the territory with exceptional skills in cultivation. I sought someone knowledgeable about the reclamation and farming process, and I found him." Gawain examined Norris closely. He was a quintessential medieval peasant, with dark skin, a lean frame, and large hands and feet, bearing a humble expression. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, perhaps even older. However, Gawain could not ascertain his true age, for the burdens of labor and malnutrition had caused the common folk of Lauren to age prematurely. Despite the fact that humanity in this world enjoys a lifespan that surpasses that of ordinary mortals, with the aristocracy averaging between 100 to 150 years of age, without the aid of magic or other external forces to prolong life, 90% of the population suffers from ill health. Many laborers, at times, appear aged even in their 20s. In the territory of Cecil, the common folk at least manage to maintain a semblance of subsistence, living somewhat longer than their counterparts in other regions. Yet, the premature aging brought on by toil remains inescapable. A farmer named Norris, feeling a bit anxious under Gawain's gaze, nervously turned his neck and offered a humble smile. However, this very humble smile caused Gawain to pause momentarily. How long had it been since he had witnessed a smile on the faces of the impoverished in this world? Chapter 56. The question of God. Like the vast majority of commoners in this era, whom the nobility disdainfully referred to as lowly peasants, Norris harbored an innate fear and trepidation towards the aristocracy. Although the current Viscount Cecil and his peers exhibited a semblance of tension, it was not merely the anxiety and humility etched across his face that caught Gawain's attention. Instead, he discerned a unique spark in Norris's eyes, distinct from that of other commoners, though he initially struggled to identify it. It was not until half a minute later that he realized he did not observe the usual numbness prevalent among the impoverished in Norris's expression. He was indeed nervous, timid, humble, and anxious, yet devoid of that numbing apathy. Within those deeply sunken eye sockets, etched with the lines of years of toil, still lingered a glimmer of liveliness. It was no wonder that Hetty had sought out such a farmer to discuss the prospect of cultivation. Norris possessed the aptitude for such discourse. "How is the land?" Gawain inquired gently. Norris extended 3 fingers, forming a gesture of prayer across his chest. "The goddess of harvest, Eve, blesses this place. I never imagined that arable land could be found amidst the dark mountains. The terrain here is level, access to water is convenient, and the soil is remarkably fertile. Moreover, the stones in the earth are not overly abundant. There is truly no place more suitable for cultivation than this. Currently, half of the harvest month has passed, and it is too late to sow rice. However, sweetwood roots and fireleaf vegetables can still be planted. The sweetwood roots will endure the winter in the soil, yielding a commendable harvest come spring. The fireleaf vegetables can be sown alongside the sweetwood roots, thriving on their fertility, and they may even produce a crop before the mist month concludes. The roots of the fireleaf vegetables and the vines of the sweetwood roots will decompose in the earth, enriching the soil, and thereafter, grains can be sown. Provided the rains are favorable, everyone will have enough to eat." The sweetwood roots and fireleaf vegetables that Norris mentioned were indeed crops of this world. In truth, most flora and fauna that Gawain encountered here bore little resemblance to those of his homeland. Even when names coincided, their essences were entirely different, and he could only rely on the fragmented memories of ancient knowledge stored within his mind to aid his understanding of these matters. Although this knowledge was likely limited to his personal experiences, disjointed and lacking systemic coherence, it sufficed to illustrate that the people of this era did not simply scatter seeds and await rain, depending on the whims of nature for survival. Regrettably, the memories of Gawain Cecil were not an omnipotent reservoir of wisdom. Even the most intrepid pioneers were not versed in every aspect of agriculture. Gawain found himself unable to wholly rely on his mental repository and thus turned to the expert before him. He gleaned an understanding of the anticipated yields of various crops as Norris provided answers in succession. In conclusion, the seasoned farmer added, "These yields are contingent upon the fertility of the land itself and the addition of some plant-based fertilizers. Moreover, such cultivation depletes the soil's vitality significantly. Even the most fertile land requires a fallow period of 2 to 3 years. In truth, this cannot be deemed excessively high. Gawain furrowed his brow, aware that in this world, the concept of chemical fertilizers was non-existent. Furthermore, he had yet to discern any possibility of producing organic fertilizers from local materials. The elements of the periodic table seemed utterly incompatible. Thus, he inquired, how do you generally enhance yield and sustain soil fertility? However, the southern region remained desolate, historically not recognized as a significant grain-producing area. Consequently, the principal temples of the fertility deities were predominantly located in the central region, around the Holy Spirit plains. Given the current state of our territory, attracting the attention of the clergy would indeed be a formidable challenge. At that moment, Sir Philip interjected. There exists a small shrine to the Great Mother Earth in Tanzan town. Perhaps the clergy there could be of assistance. I recall that previously. Our territory would send envoys to Tanzan every few years to invite that priest to bless the land. Gawain frowned slightly, not anticipating that the conversation would steer towards the divine. He was aware that this world was replete with numerous deities and churches, having witnessed, even during his time suspended in the heavens, more than one religious conflict. Despite the continent's tumultuous history, marked by cataclysmic events such as the Dark Tide that nearly reshuffled civilization, religion persistently entwined itself with mortal races like a creeping vine. Deities formed an integral part of this world's civilizational framework. However, as a time traveler, one who had lingered in the skies for many years, Gawain harbored an innate reverence intertwined with trepidation towards these divine entities. It was not that he steadfastly denied their existence in this fantastical realm. After all, magic was a palpable reality, and even his distant descendants could conjure fireballs with their bare hands. The clerics wielded tangible divine powers, making any denial of the divine utterly futile. His instinctive reluctance to engage with something that transcended cognition, experience, and logic stemmed from a profound wariness. During his lengthy sojourn above, he had witnessed countless individuals commit acts of violence in the name of gods. In his 35 years of life, Gawain Cecil had closely observed clerics performing divine rites, a power distinctly different from magic, requiring neither incantations nor mastery of arcane techniques. Instead, it demanded a devout heart and a strict adherence to various ascetic practices. Through such self-restraint and certain innate spiritual gifts, humanity could manifest the surreal powers granted by the divine. It was said that all divine arts and knowledge concerning deities originated from an ancient, eternal tablet, which, after the first expansion, had shattered and been lost. Today, only a few large churches, referred to as core sects, possessed scattered fragments of the tablet at their headquarters. Despite the tablet's destruction, the knowledge and power associated with the divine continued to exert influence. Yet, Gawain had never beheld the true visage of a deity. At the very least, there are none on this continent. As for the heavens, who knows what resides above? After all, having failed to master the art of backstroke in his youth, Gawain could hardly ascertain whether a venerable figure with a white beard and a spotlight truly stands in the cosmos, regardless of the divine's abode. Gawain harbors a trifling reverence and a sevenfold detachment towards such unfathomable forces that defy logical explanation. The power of magic can be studied and interpreted through calculation and reasoning. While it may be deemed supernatural, it is, in essence, a natural force that lends itself to analysis. However, divine arts necessitate unwavering faith and devotion, demanding that one align their very essence and thought processes with the divine spirit to catch even a glimpse of its nature. This implies that to study the divine, one must first become a believer, embracing infinite reverence for the gods. Yet, once ensnared in such a state, how could one continue to study the divine? Gawain shook his head, casting these ponderings aside. In this desolate land, attracting the attention of the church would indeed be a Herculean task. He turned to Hetty, continuing his inquiry regarding the enhancement of crop yields. If we cannot rely on the bountiful three goddesses, are there alternative methods to address the issue of productivity? As for the matter of yield, to speak candidly, given the state of these lands and the provisions supplied by His Majesty for the first year, we are not in want of food. Hetty frowned. The territory currently supports only a little over 800 souls, which is entirely sustainable. Yet, we cannot remain at 800 forever. In fact, I am already devising plans to significantly increase the population through the purchase of serfs and the introduction of pioneers. Gawain shook his head. Hetty evidently did not grasp the true value of people. The issue of food is fundamental, and it is one we shall inevitably confront. The alchemical potions crafted by the druids of Linwood can effectively enhance crop yields, although their potions may not match the efficacy of divine arts. they excel in preserving the land. Moreover, they typically possess knowledge of botanical spells that greatly aid in the growth of crops. Gawain's eyes brightened at this revelation. This approach appealed to him. Furthermore, the notion of druids producing alchemical potions to enrich the soil. Could these so-called potions be akin to fertilizers in this world, or substances with similar effects? Regardless of the potion's true nature, their capacity for consistent production through established methods, ease of application, and reliable enhancement of agricultural yield compelled Gawain to dub them fertilizers. Not to mention, this fertilizer intriguingly protects the land. He eagerly inquired, where might one find a druid? Norris glanced awkwardly at Hetty, who furrowed her brow slightly. That presents yet another dilemma. The number of druids within human society is quite limited, typically concentrated in the western regions near the Taimu forest. As for the southern areas, they might as well be described as rare beings. The Cecil territory has scarcely ever engaged with druids, and I have no idea where to seek them. Gawain's expression turned to one of disappointment, while Sir Philip, contemplative, remarked, however, due to the nature of their heritage, the relationship between druids and elves is quite intimate. Nearly every druidic lineage can be traced back to the elves, including both the gray elves and the silver elves. The gazes of several individuals in the room inadvertently fell upon Amber, who stood behind Gawain, causing her pointed ears to twitch in response. Gawain's countenance immediately fell. Don't jest. Can one truly consider her a disgrace among elves, as an elf? Which druid would associate with someone of her dubious nature? Before Gawain could finish his sentence, Amber interjected, speaking of which, I believe I do know a druid. Gawain. Chapter 57. Elves, Currency, and Irrigation. As soon as Amber's words fell, Gawain abruptly turned his head to gaze intently at her, causing the half-elf rogue to feel an unsettling chill. What do you mean by that look? Gawain's expression was akin to that of someone observing an extraterrestrial. How do you know a druid? Why shouldn't I know a druid? Amber replied, hands on her hips, her demeanor exuding confidence. I am, after all, part elf. All druidic factions in this world trace their roots back to the elves. Haven't you heard? Such a statement, if uttered by any other elf, might have held some weight. However, coming from this shameful specimen of elven kind, it bore little credibility. Gawain scrutinized the defiant expression of the rogue for a moment before managing to utter, is it the case that you stole from them in the past, leading to a vendetta that has you being hunted down across the realm? You are insulting my character, Amber exclaimed, her temper flaring. How could I possibly have been discovered while stealing? Gawain felt a nagging sense that her rebuttal was somehow flawed. Nevertheless, despite his skepticism, Amber's conviction suggested she genuinely knew a druid. Moreover, she introduced him as if marketing a product. Let me tell you, I know this fellow. He is not just any druid, but a scholarly type, well-versed in many subjects. His druidic faction is the esteemed Heartwood, particularly adept at dealing with flora and fauna, absolutely reliable. After listening to Amber's enthusiastic pitch, Gawain posed two inquiries. Can you still get in touch with him? If so, how long will it take to bring him here? Contacting him is feasible, Amber replied, though people say druids are reclusive and hard to find. However, I know his usual haunts are quite fixed, around the southern territories. As for how long it will take to bring him, Gawain quickly grasped her implication and, with a wave of his hand, produced several coins, placing them into her palm. Go buy yourself some new shoes. Amber stared in disbelief. You can't be serious. And you ought to give me some funds as a retainer for him, right? Even if it's through a mutual acquaintance, a hiring fee is customary. Had you mentioned that earlier, we wouldn't have had this misunderstanding, Gawain jested, finding amusement in her animated demeanor. However, once the jest was over, he adopted a serious tone, retrieving a collection of uniformly shaped gold and silver ingots from another pocket. Take these, and once you secure the arrangement, the remainder will be yours. Amber's face lit up with joy as she accepted the shimmering treasures, as the necessary preparations for coinage were yet to be established. The currency of Cecil remained merely a conceptual endeavor. Consequently, Gawain had temporarily instructed the craftsmen to forge some gold and silver from the treasury into these smaller denominations for trade with the outside world. This practice is not uncommon in this realm, where precious metals serve as direct mediums of exchange. Moreover, the commercial system remains in a rudimentary medieval state, where gold and silver, possessing a certain purity, serve as currency in their own right. Often, these precious metals are minted into coins merely for the sake of convenience in transport, verification, and accounting. However, merchants also engage in direct transactions involving gold and silver. Yet such exchanges necessitate a process of assessing quality and weighing calculations. Consequently, when purchasing goods with gold or silver, prices tend to be slightly inflated. Of course, this is contingent upon the continued trust in the currency issued by the nobility. Should there come a day when the impurities within the nobles' coins become sufficiently egregious to offend the merchants, unofficial gold and silver ingots may well surpass the royal and ducal currencies, becoming the preferred medium of trade. In fact, utilizing gold and silver coins for purchases could result in even higher costs. This is precisely why the emblem of the god of commerce is a balance scale, with one side bearing a pair of iron shears and the other an eye. Both the shears and the balance are items a merchant carries. The former is used to cut gold and silver bars, while the latter serves for weighing. The eye symbolizes the keen discernment a good merchant must possess to accurately assess the quality of gold and silver. In truth, had it not been for Gawain's somewhat obsessive desire to mint exquisite and distinctive coins, he could have opted for a more straightforward method, simply casting gold and silver into rods, slicing them into thin pieces, and stamping the Cecil emblem upon them with a steel die. In the year 536 of the Ansu era, the Duke of the Western region employed such a method to save time and labor, as well as to minimize payments to craftsmen. The resulting coins were humorously dubbed the miser's toll, as the laws of that time mandated that all merchants entering the Western region must exchange one-third of their currency for these inferior coins, which were required for transactions at any checkpoint. The currency and economy of this world are indeed fascinating. Amber left with great delight, almost floating away from the gaze of onlookers, which ignited a deep sense of concern in Hetty. Could she possibly abscond with that gold and silver? Gawain muttered to himself, pondering if that disgrace of an elf might truly resort to such treachery. Nevertheless, it was perhaps best to place a modicum of faith in her. After all, there were no other expectations to hold on to. Was there another in the camp who claimed to know the Druids? The elderly farmer, named Norris, remained quietly bowed, neither swaying like a typical peasant in such circumstances nor daring to speak, seemingly waiting for Gawain to inquire. "Are there any issues with this land?" Gawain asked, emphasizing the importance of bringing forth any potential problems as early as possible. If one were to insist, it could be noted that the terrain is elevated above the riverbank, making it challenging to direct irrigation, necessitating the excavation of channels upstream or the drilling of wells. To facilitate irrigation, the presence of a water pump or a similar lifting mechanism would be advantageous. Or perhaps employing the unique technologies of this world by enlisting a water element specialized mage to assist in irrigation. However, it is evident that the second option is an unreliable path. Once the camp is on track, Hetty will find her responsibilities multiplying, leaving her no opportunity to serve as a mere human water pump. Hiring a formal mage to tend to the fields is a luxury that even the Violet Kingdom in the north or the elves in the south cannot afford. Moreover, even if the Cecil family's wealth were to fall from the heavens, how many mages would be willing to engage in such menial labor? They would rather accept half the pay to perform pyrotechnics at the castles of kings and nobles, pleasing those pallid, drug-addled noblewomen and maidens. Thus, Gawain promptly dismissed the notion of employing a mage as a human water pump, opting instead to contemplate a mechanical solution. In accordance with the conventional wisdom of this world, nobles typically address such issues by seeking more serfs to toil. However, for Gawain, squandering human labor on such tasks is an extravagant folly. At that moment, an ancient yet effective mechanism surfaced in Gawain's mind. Have you ever heard of a contraption known as a water wheel? Hetty, Norris, and Sir Philip stared blankly, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. Gawain turned to Hetty and asked if she had paper and ink. Once he obtained them, he began sketching a simple diagram. It depicted a tall, wheel-like structure supported by spokes, with neatly arranged inclined tubes and wooden panels affixed to its outer edge. On one side of the wheel, a channel extended outward. Due to time constraints, he could only illustrate a portion of the water wheel structure, and it was merely a rough sketch. Yet, this simple and wondrous machine operates on a remarkably straightforward principle. The water wheel, when driven by the flow of river water below, is propelled into motion by the impact against the wooden panels. The wheel then lifts the water-filled tubes to a height, channeling the water into the trough above, creating a continuous cycle that elevates the water. The height to which it can raise water depends on the size of the water wheel, provided the materials can withstand the strain. He added, of course, this is just a rough sketch, and the principle is quite simple. There can be various models built upon this foundation. At this moment, Hetty was utterly captivated, her ability to speak forgotten, as she became enchanted by this simple yet astonishing invention. With a modicum of reasoning, she recognized the immense utility of this mechanism. Yet, before encountering the sketch, she had never envisioned the existence of such a device. It requires neither human labor nor any extraordinary powers. It can work tirelessly day and night, accomplishing tasks that would typically demand the labor of numerous serfs, driven solely by the forces of nature. She suddenly perceived a beauty in this simple machine, a term that seemed entirely unconnected to its rudimentary structure. However, Gawain let out a sigh. It is a pity there are no bamboo here. Otherwise, the construction would be considerably simpler. Hetty, momentarily confused, inquired, "Pardon? What did you just say?" "Oh, it is nothing." Gawain waved his hand dismissively. "Do you have any thoughts regarding this mechanism?" Hetty was about to express that it was a brilliant design when she noticed Norris, the old farmer, had picked up a pen and began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. As he drew, he remarked, "Building it directly by the Whitewater River would expose it to the river's fluctuations. During the dry season, it would be unusable. If we could divert a channel nearby." During the dry season. Noticing the sudden silence around him, Norris abruptly realized his surroundings, and in a panic, he tossed aside the pen and trembled as he retreated, exclaiming, "My lord, I merely..." However, Gawain's response was beyond his expectations. "Can you write?" Chapter 58. The tale of Norris. Gawain's sudden inquiry rendered Norris momentarily speechless, for he had braced himself for reprimand. After considerable contemplation, the old farmer resolved to confess honestly, aware that there were several who knew of his literacy. Should the Lord inquire elsewhere and uncover the truth, he would indeed find himself in violation of the law. "Indeed, my lord," Norris stammered nervously, clutching the buttons of his chest, "I have learned to read and write." Gawain raised an eyebrow, affirming his initial intuition. Although Norris had not inscribed a single character, merely sketching with his pen, the manner in which he grasped the implement revealed much. The grip of one who is literate is distinctly different. In this world, rife with illiteracy, Gawain had observed how the unlettered clumsily maneuvered a pen, in stark contrast to the farmer's evidently proper hold. Even Hetty gazed at Norris in surprise. It seemed she too had just discovered this fact. "Fear not. The ability to write is not a crime, nor is teaching others to read and write," Gawain reassured, recognizing that his abrupt questioning might have startled the honest farmer. "Who taught you to read and write?" With the Lord's promise of safety, Norris felt a measure of relief. He rubbed his hands together, offering a slightly sheepish smile. "My lord, you may find this amusing. I nearly entered the church in my youth, destined to serve as a priest of the goddess of harvest. My literacy was acquired during that time, under the tutelage of a teacher. A farmer's son, on the brink of becoming a priest?" Gawain's interest was piqued by this remarkable tale. Thus, under Gawain's persistent inquiries, the story of Farmer Norris unfolded. He indeed hailed from a lineage of free men, generations living in the Cecil fief. Though his family owned a few meager acres, like most in this era, they existed on the brink of subsistence. A priest of the goddess of harvest, journeying from the spirit plains, had once graced Norris's village. For the farmers, encounters with such a divine figure were rare and fortuitous. The villagers pooled their resources, adhering to the customs of the harvest triad, and the village elder led a few children to present offerings to the priest, hoping for blessings upon their fields. Upon seeing the 8-year-old Norris, the priest proclaimed, "This child is blessed to be with the land. He bears the grace of the goddess of harvest." Following this pronouncement, Norris's parents nearly sold all their possessions, and the village elders endeavored to gather funds. They approached the knights of the manor to obtain a pass, ultimately sending Norris to the Mother Earth Church in Tanzan as an apprentice servant. The harvest triad, albeit 3 distinct sects, shared an intertwined legacy. Yet simultaneously, there existed an exceptionally close connection. The Earth Mother, revered as the principal deity among the triad of abundance, typically housed the goddesses of harvest and spring within her temple. Furthermore, the acolytes aspiring to serve these 3 goddesses would generally undergo a similar education prior to receiving formal blessings, ultimately selecting a specific deity to devote themselves to based on their spiritual affinities after completing their studies. Consequently, in the absence of a harvest goddess congregation nearby, sending Norris to the Temple of the Earth Mother was the sole option for his parents at that time. Norris spent 5 years studying in the temple, only to receive the verdict from the higher church: the apprentice lacked the spiritual gifts associated with the pantheon of abundance. To this day, Norris recalls the jubilant atmosphere in the village upon receiving the letter bearing such news, as the villagers were blissfully illiterate. The messenger, inebriated beyond measure, failed to inform the villagers and Norris's parents of the letter's content. As Norris quietly recounted his tale, his weathered face, now adorned with wrinkles, revealed no traces of joy or sorrow, and his deeply set eyes reflected only tranquility, as if those events had indeed receded into the past, leaving no connection to him. In the subsequent years, life proved to be arduous. We had yet to repay our debts. And our home was long empty after my father did not survive the winter of that year. Yet life must go on. And the debts owed to the community had to be settled. Thus, my mother took my siblings and me to the castle of the Earl, who at that time was still Miss Rebecca's father. We bowed before the Earl, pleading that we could no longer endure our plight. The Earl, in his benevolence, forgave our land tax and lent us seeds and a half-bag of grain. We managed to survive on those seeds and grain, coupled with an exceptionally bountiful yield of wild vegetables that year. Then I dedicated myself to farming, laboring diligently and assisting others with their tasks, often taking on the workload of 2 or 3. Additionally, I had learned to read, so when merchants visited the village, I would help the villagers weigh their goods, which earned us a few loaves of bread. After a few more years, we settled our debts and repaid the Earl for the grain and seeds he had lent us. Norris slowly lifted his head, a sense of pride illuminating his face. The year my mother passed away, our family managed to have a meal of meat. The tale of the farmer, Norris, came to an end, leaving Gawain furrowing his brow, while Hetty pressed her hand against her chest, exclaiming, I had no idea such events transpired in the territory. We have always endeavored to offer charity. Charity cannot save anyone, Norris replied, for it does not address the root of the issue. Such occurrences happen daily, though they remain unseen within the castle walls. Gawain shook his head, then curiously turned to Norris. I noticed your gestures earlier. Do you still believe in the harvest goddess? Indeed, how could I not? Norris replied, the wrinkles on his face deepening. The harvest goddess blesses all the fields in the world. The quality of the harvest determines the survival of the family. Among farmers, who does not believe in the harvest goddess? Gawain gazed silently at him, even after enduring so much suffering because of this faith. Norris fell silent for a moment. Lowering his head, my lord, it is merely my unfortunate fate. How can I cast blame upon the divine? Moreover, compared to others, I have at least acquired some knowledge and learned to read, though such literacy holds little value for someone like me. Reading is certainly not without merit, Gawain replied, fixing a serious gaze upon the farmer. Norris, you must possess considerable skill in tilling the soil, am I correct? At this query, Norris's pride swelled. My lord, while I may hesitate to boast about other matters, when it comes to farming, my expertise is indeed commendable. Otherwise, how could I have endured through such arduous times? Gawain continued, given your ability to read and calculate, coupled with your education from the church, you should find it quite straightforward to comprehend the new regulations that Hetty will read to you, as well as the forms I have designed to record work output. Would you be able to fill out the forms and calculate land yields? Initially, Norris nodded, but then hesitated, asking, my lord, do you mean to appoint me as a foreman? No, it is more than merely a foreman. In fact, if you prove capable, I intend to entrust you with the management of the entire reclamation effort, and subsequently, the production of grain, Gawain clarified. Of course, I cannot bestow such significant authority upon you all at once, nor allow you to act independently. I will have Hetty assess your performance and will provide you with guidance on your responsibilities. Norris's expression shifted dramatically, my lord. I do not fully comprehend. Are you appointing me as your steward? Yet, a steward does not solely oversee grain. It is a position, though not merely that of a steward, Gawain chuckled. Let us call it agricultural supervisor for the time being. Furthermore, I must inform you that this role differs greatly from any titles traditionally held in noble estates. It is not a hereditary title to be passed down through generations. Unless your offspring possess adequate talent, it is not a lifelong appointment. Should you fail in your duties, or misuse your position to violate the laws of Cecil, you will be dismissed and face penalties. From this day forth, many positions I establish on this land will follow the same principles. Do you understand? Had Gawain not issued such a stern warning regarding the limitations, Norris might have hesitated to accept this fortuitous opportunity, as it bore a striking resemblance to the day at the age of 8, when a priest visited the village proclaiming he could bestow divine favor upon him. However, Gawain's admonition prompted him to ponder seriously, leading him to believe that this opportunity was indeed genuine. An ordinary peasant might not contemplate such matters, but Norris did, for he had received an education that, despite nearly costing him his life, had imparted upon him a sense of logic. After some reflection, the weathered farmer nodded vigorously, my lord. If you place your trust in me, I shall tend to every plot of land you entrust to me, as well as every grain that grows upon it. Chapter 59. Management Issues. Gawain was acutely aware that Norris had little comprehension of the position he referred to, nor did he grasp the new system that was about to be implemented on this land. He was merely lost in a daze. reveling in the joy of soon becoming a respectable individual. Yet, the truth is that even those dignified individuals residing in the towns led lives that this old farmer could scarcely imagine. However, it mattered not, for Gawain aimed to establish an order and situation that had never before existed in this world. Not only could Norris not fathom it, but even Hetty and Rebecca were equally incapable of such imagination. He understood that he must proceed with caution, ensuring that everything unfolded smoothly and controllably, to prevent an impulsive reaction from this era. Nevertheless, he could not ignore the warnings from the satellite monitoring station that still echoed in his ears. If the tide of magic was truly unavoidable, it was better to make some effort than to do nothing at all. Once Norris had departed, Hetty could no longer restrain her curiosity. "Ancestor, do you truly intend to let him manage your lands?" Gawain had anticipated Hetty's question. Thus displaying no surprise on his countenance, he merely smiled at her and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Although he is literate, Hetty hesitated, initially intending to mention his humble origins, but reconsidered and opted for a different phrasing, expressing concern that his experience may be inadequate and his understanding of the upper-class etiquette insufficient. "I worry that if he becomes your land steward, he might mishandle matters and ultimately face punishment." Gawain gazed at Hetty quietly, waiting until she felt a semblance of discomfort before suddenly asking, "Where, pray tell, is this upper class you speak of?" Hetty was momentarily taken aback. Gawain chuckled softly, gesturing around him. "Look around. This barren land holds no upper class, no noble customs, nor the rules of the commoners. Let us cast aside those antiquated notions into the scorched earth of the old Cecil territory. Here, everything begins anew. All rules, laws, and principles shall be entirely fresh." Hetty stared blankly at the land being cultivated and the burgeoning camp in the distance. In this place, she saw neither towering castles nor the squalid abodes of the impoverished. The camp, constructed strictly in accordance with Gawain's principles of order, cleanliness, efficiency, and reserved space for future development, bore no resemblance to the commoners' houses facing the castle, nor did it observe the separation of noble and peasant districts by streets, or the regulations preventing serfs from residing in middle or inner layers. She began to vaguely understand Gawain's intent. Gawain, in turn, observed Hetty, recognizing that she did not possess deeply entrenched notions of aristocratic tradition. As a fallen noble, her life's hardships had served as the catalyst for her active thinking. The recent generations of the Cecil family had been marginalized from the core noble circle. Thus, they increasingly resembled commoners, much like Hetty, who would even venture to the construction site to lend a hand. Thus, the flexibility of thought is undoubtedly not in question, however. The habitual nature and societal constraints stemming from her noble identity present a formidable challenge. She instinctively believes that a farmer hailing from a destitute background, regardless of his literacy and numeracy, lacks the qualifications to assist Gawain in managing the territory, particularly in addressing the critical issue of grain. Observing the shifts in her expression, Gawain discerned that she had begun to formulate an idea, yet a gentle nudge was still required. He continued, "As for whether a farmer of humble origins can serve as a steward, are you aware of the ancestral lineage of the Franklin family in the Eastern Domain, the Duke of the Western Territory?" Hetty paused, recollecting from historical texts that the ancestors of the Franklins were masters of steel, renowned generals of the expeditionary forces. Indeed, he was a blacksmith, albeit one endowed with a strength akin to that of a beast, and with sufficient talent and fortune to rise during the Northern Campaign. Gawain remarked with a smile, "Can you guess what I did in my early days?" Hetty, momentarily taken aback by the revelation regarding the first Duke of the Western Territory, hesitated to assert her thoughts with certainty. "I recall from the chronicles, it was said that you were the paragon among knights, the epitome of chivalry." "Correct. I was but a squire, struggling until I was 15 to finally grasp my first martial skill. However, my mentor, before he could pen a letter of recommendation to my lord, got drunk and drowned in a river. Thus, I had no choice but to compose a letter myself, forging his seal to seek out the Lord. Yet, midway through my journey, a magical tide erupted, resulting in the Lord's demise. It was then that I encountered Charles, who was leading a group in flight from chaos. He informed me that the South had descended into turmoil, and further south lay only death. I replied, I still need to be knighted. I have labored for years to attain this. To which Charles, before all present, imparted a profound saying. Gawain deliberately paused, and Hetty could not resist inquiring, what profound saying? Let us simply claim to be knights, for all the lords in the South have perished. Claim. Is that permissible? Hetty exclaimed. Yet, such was the reality. Gawain's mirth dissipated as he gazed into Hetty's eyes, recounting how a self-styled leader of the Northern Army accompanied by a motley crew of self-proclaimed knights, blacksmiths, carpenters, apprentices, and vagabonds, managed to traverse the desolation and establish a kingdom. Do you believe this transpired due to any inherent noble lineage we possess? Or perhaps we are favored by divine providence? Hetty responded, originally, there were no nobles on this earth. It was merely those who stood up first who grasped wealth, thus becoming the nobility. Gawain placed a reassuring hand on Hetty's shoulder. Considering her age, he refrained from the playful gestures reserved for Rebecca. Setting aside this distinction, Ansu is merely a kingdom established by a group of commoners. The land we now stand upon mirrors the conditions present at the inception of Ansu, and I am prepared to implement new regulations upon this land. Hetty furrowed her brow slightly, a vague sense of unease causing her to hesitate. Yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. I cannot fathom what the future would hold if we were to proceed with such a course. Yes, it seems I may have revealed too much too soon. Galvin nodded subtly. However, I trust you will stand by my side. Therefore, I promise you that all my actions are aimed at bringing prosperity and civilization to this land. By following my lead, both you and Rebecca will witness an unprecedentedly powerful Cecile family. Galvin spoke earnestly. Do you accept this promise? Hetty nodded vigorously. Have you prepared more positions? Hetty had already surmised Galvin's intentions from their earlier conversation. Although she no longer found this inappropriate, she questioned its necessity. Galvin scrutinized Hetty, the beautiful and elegant lady who had evidently overexerted herself in recent days. Her visage had grown quite haggard. Today, she had not even taken the time to wash her face. She bore the entire burden of the camp's internal affairs alone, yet she still radiated an ethereal aura, seemingly oblivious to the lack of a management team. Do you believe you can shoulder all the internal management by yourself? Galvin said slowly. It is indeed a bit tiring now, but this is merely the starting phase. Once the territory finds its rhythm, you will still struggle to manage it, as you possess no prior experience in management. Galvin glanced at her askance. Have you conducted demographic studies? Production statistics? Economic assessments? Have you prepared annual inventory reports and development plans for the coming year? Have you ever grasped how many gold coins flow into and out of the territory in a single year? Hetty's eyes widened in confusion. At the end of each year, we merely send someone to check the granary for remaining grain and tally how many subjects owe rent during tax collection. This hardly constitutes internal management. Galvin chuckled. I tasked you and Rebecca with compiling the names, ages, occupations, and family situations of those 800 individuals. Honestly, what do you think of those records? Hetty conceded. Indeed, it is quite convenient. I had no idea such a simple method could elucidate the variety of professions within the territory. Moreover, when arranging production, we can directly refer to the records rather than dispatching someone to inquire about various artisans' locations. In the future, when the population swells to 8,000 or even 80,000, do you and Rebecca intend to personally gather such information? Galvin continued. When the territory expands to the southern foothills of the Dark Mountains, do you plan to traverse mountains and valleys to knock on doors for family information? Hetty remained silent. If you wish to maintain such convenience, a management team is imperative. Galvin spread his hands, and to establish such an organization, we must involve the subjects. Hetty pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing. However, the majority of the inhabitants in the territory cannot even write their own names, so how could? Thus, this shall be my next endeavor, Gawain remarked with a smile, to teach them literacy. Hetty, rendered speechless by astonishment, realized that today she had experienced more moments of disbelief than she had in her entire previous life. Gawain allowed Hetty some time to contemplate and react. While he turned his gaze towards the nearby subjects reporting their work progress to the overseer. Progress cannot be achieved instantaneously. Establishing a system requires time. And building a society upon that system is even more arduous. To create a kingdom based on the latter, that may well be a venture for many years to come. Currently, the population of the territory is a mere 800, and indeed, Hetty could manage it alone. Perhaps with the occasional assistance of the half-hearted Rebecca casting a fireball for some excitement, burning some wasteland. But if one aspires for long-term development, certain foundations must be laid step by step starting from this moment. Chapter 60. Rebecca's grand undertaking. Hetty remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of her ancestor from 7 centuries past. Nor could she fathom the grand designs that seemed too distant and monumental for her comprehension. Yet, as she followed Gawain's gaze toward the lively and vibrant encampment in the distance, she felt an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm. A land reborn, a novel order, a promised future full of potential. Hetty believed she had long transcended the navet of youth, impervious to external influences. Nevertheless, in that moment, she could not suppress her anticipation for positive transformations to unfold upon this land. This was where she diverged from the traditional nobility, who remained steadfast in their resistance to change. Just remember what I tell you for now. If they cannot comprehend, they will deem you mad. If they do understand, they will consider you an enemy, Gawain cautioned. Hetty paused briefly, her intellect swiftly grasping the implications of his words. Although the outlines of this new order were still faintly visible, they had already begun to unsettle the sensitive nerves of the aristocracy. It might indeed usher in prosperity for the land. However, such prosperity might not align with the desires of the established nobility. After all, their lives were still quite comfortable, unlike those of the Cecils. I understand, but may I discuss it with Rebecca? Hetty inquired, nodding thoughtfully, only to shake her head slightly as she added. But that child may struggle to comprehend these complexities. No, you underestimate her, Gawain chuckled. In truth, Rebecca might be more astute than you presume. She simply has yet to find a fitting stage for her talents. I've noticed her recent progress. Before Gawain could complete his thought, a small figure dashed into his line of sight. Betty was racing along the furrowed path. The little maid, adorned with charming freckles, approached him breathlessly and clumsily bowed. Sir, Miss Rebecca is looking for you. What does she want with me? Gawain began, only to halt mid-sentence. Oh, you must have forgotten. This time, I did not forget. Betty straightened up, her voice bright and clear. She said she is ready to begin and wants you to come see her work. Hetty approached from behind, intrigued. What is she starting? Betty pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I forgot. Gawain and Hetty exchanged glances, an understanding dawning between them. Ah, I see what this is about. Gawain chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair affectionately. It appeared that after days of laboring over the magical array, Rebecca had finally mastered the enchantment. Yet, he had expected it would take her longer. So, Hetty, will you go see? There is nothing pressing here at the moment. Why not witness the completion of Rebecca's inaugural project? To be honest, I do harbor some concerns over what she might have concocted. After all, a mediocre mage who can only wield fireball spells is tasked with creating such a grand array, although they are merely rudimentary runes. Hetty chuckled and shook her head, then glanced towards the wooden shed. Sir Philip, my ancestors and I shall inspect the blacksmith shop. We shall leave this in your capable hands. The young knight immediately stood erect, striking his chest plate with determination. I shall not fail in my mission. Such a trivial oversight of the reclamation work had inspired him to utter a proclamation of epic proportions. Gawain couldn't help but marvel at how such a mature and serious individual had emerged among the youthful knights. He seemed to adhere to the strict codes of conduct reminiscent of classical knights. Could this truly be the power of faith? After Gawain and Hetty departed, Betty, seeing that she had no further duties, stealthily slipped into the wooden shed. It was still early before the cooking hour, and the laundry had already been completed. With nothing else to occupy her, the young maid became intrigued by the numerous papers adorned with text and illustrations left on the wooden table. Sir Philip observed the little girl's actions intently, prepared to intervene should this oblivious child disturb the important documents. Betty curiously examined a blueprint depicting a water wheel, but her interest soon shifted to a ledger containing numbers and names. Leaning closer to the table, she pointed to the paper and pencil, asking, "Can I write?" Sir Philip moved the paper and pencil slightly away, regarding her with earnest seriousness. "Can you write?" "I can't write." Betty shook her head, then added, "I can't read either." "Then you must not touch them," Philip replied somewhat sternly. The paper, pencil, and ink were purchased with the Lord's money. "They are not toys for you to play with." Betty paused, her spirits dampened, and nodded in disappointment. "Oh." Sir Philip, noticing her disheartened demeanor, frowned, realizing he may have been too harsh. Yet, safeguarding the Lord's possessions was his duty, especially in a territory where resources were scarce. Given that even a piece of paper and a pen had to be transported from Tanton town, he could not permit a small girl to squander such precious writing tools. In the end, he offered a few words of consolation to Betty, but the little girl still departed with a sense of melancholy and regret. Watching her walk away along the ridge, Philip felt a pang of nostalgia for the conversation he had overheard between Duke Gawain and Lady Hetty. Let them learn to read. Let everyone learn to read. Was it truly feasible? Could it really be accomplished? Would it actually be done? Yet, if it were realized, perhaps that little maid could indeed write. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Gawain found it transformed into a bustling construction site, with numerous industrious workers in the expansive courtyard, while a few soldiers stood guard over various supplies stacked in one corner. Rebecca stood in the center of the courtyard, gesturing animatedly with a large stack of papers as she discussed something with the old blacksmith, Hammer. His apprentices dutifully stood by, attentively listening. Ah, ancestor. From a distance, Rebecca spotted the towering figure of Gawain, nearly 2 meters tall, followed closely by Hetty and her aunt. The young girl exhibited a considerable reverence towards Hetty. I have come to observe your progress, Hetty remarked with a faint smile, although she was uncertain of Rebecca's capabilities. Yet, witnessing the orderly and impressive scene before her, she felt compelled to offer encouragement, noting Rebecca's palpable confidence. Indeed, I have dedicated several days to this endeavor, Rebecca exclaimed, hands on her hips. Despite appearing slightly ethereal from sleepless nights, her energy remained vibrant. This magical array is simply extraordinary. The calculations are. Oh, esteemed ancestor, let me tell you. Those formulas are tremendously useful, far surpassing the rigid arrangements of runes and spell models. They are adaptable in countless ways, and this array. Stop right there. We did not come here to listen to your boasts, Hetty interjected swiftly, aware of her niece's commendable skills in computation and theoretical knowledge. However, she feared that if Rebecca continued her exuberance, she might annoy their esteemed ancestor, so she urged, tell me how you plan to complete the array. At this, Rebecca nodded vigorously. Oh, I intend to bury it underground. Bury it underground. Hetty was momentarily taken aback. I noticed you dug numerous trenches, but you genuinely plan to bury it? Additionally, some auxiliary white lines were drawn around, likely as a means of guidance. Considering that almost everyone laboring here was illiterate and enumerate, these guiding lines and coordinate systems must have been devised by Rebecca herself. She first marked the ground, then instructed the workers where and how deep to dig, which constituted her workflow. Upon hearing Hetty's words, Gawain shifted his attention from the trenches to Hetty, curious. Is there anything amiss with burying the magical array? No. There are no taboos against it, Hetty responded, shaking her head. However, most magical arrays are typically exposed. Burying one requires significantly more effort. Furthermore, wizards need to control or monitor the array's operation, and concealing it underground would undoubtedly pose challenges. These were all matters of common knowledge. As a third-level mage, albeit one who could only cast Fireball, Rebecca should have been aware. Yet her decision to proceed in this manner only suggested that her whimsical mind had once again slipped from reason. Hetty felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Gawain might chastise Rebecca, which could severely undermine the confidence she had painstakingly built. However, Rebecca had faced numerous challenges throughout her life. Surely she would recover swiftly. As Hetty pondered these concerns, Gawain spoke up, setting aside your reasoning for burying the array. I wish to first understand how you managed to draw it with such precision on the ground. Rebecca paused, momentarily perplexed by her ancestor's inquiry. Gawain had posed this question with a sense of profound astonishment. Rebecca meticulously crafted a magical array, replete with various geometric figures. Upon a vast expanse measuring 100 meters in both length and width, a surface where even the naked eye would yield significant inaccuracies. In the world of Gawain, such endeavors are far from insurmountable. A myriad of surveying instruments and mathematical tools exist to facilitate such drawings. Moreover, in this realm imbued with magic, sorcerers typically employ spells such as the Eye of the Mage or Eagle Eye to survey from great heights, thus executing the design of large magical formations with relative ease. However, could Rebecca achieve this? Armed solely with a few wooden stakes and some auxiliary lines, she possessed no sophisticated tools. And this world lacked a comprehensive system of mathematics and geometry to assist her. Furthermore, beyond the Fireball spell, she was unfamiliar with any other forms of magic, even lacking the ability to wield the Eye of the Mage, a spell easily mastered by a second-tier sorcerer. How then did she accomplish such a feat? Gawain reiterated his inquiry. How did you accurately inscribe it upon the ground? Chapter 61. The Pride of the Cecils. Rebecca was puzzled as to why Gawain took an interest in this matter. Yet, at least it seemed that the ancestor was not inclined to criticize her, which brought her some relief. I simply calculate while I draw. If I treat the entire courtyard as a piece of paper, it becomes much simpler. This answer was rather vague, prompting Gawain to furrow his brow slightly. What about specifics? The edge of the courtyard is a line, and the adjacent edge is another line. Rebecca gestured animatedly with her arms, establishing these two lines as references. She envisioned the courtyard as a sheet of paper, breaking down each line of the magical array into numerous critical points. Calculating the distance of each point from the two edges of the courtyard, this could be accomplished by enlarging the numbers from her draft. After all, computation was indeed a forte of wizards. While it was true that computation was a wizard's strong suit, it was uncommon for a typical wizard to approach calculations in this manner. Gawain stared in astonishment at Rebecca's chaotic manner of speaking. Even Hetty would likely struggle to comprehend her words. However, Gawain understood. She had established a coordinate system within the courtyard and, based on that system, proportionally enlarged the magical array from her manuscript. This eliminated the necessity to stand at a height. All that was required was to determine the positions of each critical point and connect them as dictated by the manuscript. Yet, merely conceiving this idea was insufficient. Rebecca also needed to possess exceptional geometric imagination and mental calculation skills. This world lacked a comprehensive mathematical and geometrical framework, which meant Rebecca had to either rely on basic arithmetic or invent various formulas of her own. Of course, Rebecca's method was not the most optimal. Gawain was aware that numerous drawing techniques from Earth could be applied in such situations, but what did that matter? In this world, in this era, Rebecca achieving this feat was already a miracle. Did you come up with this method on your own? Gawain asked, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of discovering a rare treasure as he looked at Rebecca. She scratched her head and replied, not entirely. Part of it I saw in the notes of wild mages, and the rest is my own thinking. That makes sense, Gawain thought. He had read through the wild mage's notes from cover to cover, and indeed, there were many rudimentary concepts of geometry and mathematics contained therein. Although not organized into a cohesive system, it could almost be considered a foundational work. If Rebecca possessed a natural talent in this area, then it was not surprising that she had accomplished what she had today under such inspiration. Moreover, even if inspired by the wild mage's notes, her achievements remained extraordinary. Excellent. A splendid approach. Gawain nodded in satisfaction before asking, why did you choose to bury the magical array underground? Oh, that's because you mentioned that this magical array is intended for the blacksmith's shop. Rebecca nodded. I figured that the blacksmiths and their apprentices differ from wizards. Their tasks are not the same. While transporting materials and forging iron between these furnaces, they could easily inadvertently disrupt the structure of the array. Moreover, embedding the magic array underground does not hinder its energy replenishment, nor does it impede future constructions on the surface, provided that everything remains within the array's radiative points. Whether it involves adding new furnaces or dismantling and renovating the existing ones, the process is exceedingly convenient. Indeed, it is just that, remarkably convenient. The functional zoning, the separation of energy production and consumption, the encapsulation of critical systems, and expandability, all these concepts flitted through Gawain's mind, inspired by Rebecca's innovative ideas. Yet, the most profound realization that emerged was the understanding that this magic array was designed for ordinary individuals, such as blacksmiths, and could be utilized safely and conveniently by them. Although the mere act of burying it seems simple, this notion is profoundly astute. A mainstream mage would never consider that their magic array might be an option for mortals. But Rebecca, fortunately, as a non-mainstream mage who had only mastered the fireball spell after 5 years of study, her thinking diverged entirely from conventional logic. I had not contemplated such a notion, Hetty remarked, her expression a mixture of complexity, acknowledging that Rebecca's ideas deviated significantly from established norms. Yet, she also recognized the rationality behind these designs, even faintly grasping the significance of making it accessible to ordinary people. This seemed to resonate with the direction of their ancestors' pursuits. It was indeed impressive. However, what about surveillance? Given that the array, although constructed from basic runes, is not as intricate or fragile as higher-tier arrays. Fundamental monitoring is always necessary, and if it were to fail, how would it be repaired? I have left many of those stakes. Rebecca pointed to the wooden stakes in the courtyard, which were tied with ropes, serving as monitoring points. Eventually, I will replace them with iron rods coated in mithril, with the rods connecting to the runes of the array's most critical components. Although this method is slightly more cumbersome than traditional arrays, it at least spares the need to excavate the entire yard. As she spoke, Rebecca wore a somewhat proud smile, brandishing a stack of papers filled with densely packed symbols and lines, evidently her own designs. And this array is not so easily damaged. See, I have rearranged its rune structure. Of course, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. I merely connected the functionally stackable runes based on the designs of wild mages, layering them for expansion. By the heavens, a redundancy system. Gawain's eyelid twitched slightly as he glanced back at the stakes Rebecca had prepared as original sensors for monitoring. Once Rebecca begins to elaborate, it is challenging for her to halt, especially when showcasing her achievements. At that moment, she continued, this way, the overall efficiency of the self-replenishing array is slightly improved. Even if a portion of the runes were to become damaged, the energy supply efficiency might only decrease slightly. The energy-consuming components connected to the magic array would not be significantly affected, as the array itself was constructed with a surplus beyond the required standards. Rebecca excitedly articulated her thoughts, finally pausing as she seemed to realize she had been speaking at length, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Gawain. "Ancestor, are my ideas too far-fetched?" At that moment, Gawain's expression was one of contemplation. After a moment's thought, he gently patted the young girl's hair, saying, "No. You are a genius," Rebecca replied. "Huh? Moreover, I have a suggestion," Gawain remarked, glancing at the blueprints drawn by Rebecca. Pointing to the connections of the redundant systems, these segments could be designed to be easily severed and rejoined. Should any runes malfunction, one could simply cut the connections during repairs, and once mended, they could reconnect without needing to shut down the entire magic array. Rebecca's eyes lit up. "You're right. How did I not think of that? Ancestor, you are indeed very clever." Gawain felt a slight flutter at the corner of his eye. He understood that Rebecca was sincerely expressing her admiration, yet it made him feel unexpectedly uneasy. "My dear, you are the truly brilliant one." After a brief pause, Gawain couldn't help but turn to Hetty, asking, "Has no one ever recognized Rebecca's talent before? She has always excelled in calculations and imaginative ideas. Yet these abilities had never been utilized. The standard for evaluating a mage's worth was their spellcasting ability, in which she had consistently performed poorly. Such a waste of potential." Gawain remarked with a furrowed brow. To use spellcasting ability as the sole criterion? Why not compare strength with a gorilla? Despite his critical assessment, Gawain understood that there was a rationale and logic behind this situation. In an era where technological advancements could not catalyze a leap in civilization, it was quite natural for personal valor to become the metric for individual worth, especially in a world rife with extraordinary powers and various monstrous beasts. Exceptional individual combat prowess was a prerequisite for survival. Without the assurance of survival, how could one even entertain notions of technological innovation? Once individual strength became the standard, perpetuated through generations without significant issues, and those lacking power but possessing wisdom could not convert their intellect into strength, or rather, sufficient strength, then this evaluative standard was likely to persist indefinitely. However, this was not a valid justification for humanity to engage in perpetual contests of strength with gorillas. Gawain finally confirmed that Rebecca indeed possessed extraordinary talent. This young lady, a downtrodden viscountess scorned by all, had been ostracized from the noble circles due to her lineage as a descendant of the Cecil family. In the mage community, she was derided for her inability to even cast a basic illumination spell. She was even the subject of hushed discussions among merchants and citizens from other territories, as she was considered the most inept lord in history, having enacted a series of fantastical decrees that did nothing to enrich her domain or herself. Her talents lie in realms unseen and often misunderstood by others. In the impoverished and backward lower echelons of society, no one can comprehend her calculations. Meanwhile, in the affluent upper echelons, where individuals can afford to employ mages or are themselves adept spellcasters, there is little need for her mathematically convenient magic. Magic can indeed resolve all issues. If a problem remains unsolved, one might simply employ a more potent spell. With the availability of Eagle Eye and Mage Sight, why bother calculating coordinates on the ground? Professional mages can directly perceive and manipulate grand magical arrays. What necessity is there for sensors? Moreover, a mere mediocre mage, skilled only in casting fireball, would never have the opportunity to oversee the construction of magical facilities. Thus, when Rebecca received permission from Gawain, her joy was palpable. It marked the first occasion in her life where she was allowed to freely engage in an endeavor for which she possessed true aptitude. Ancestors. Rebecca gazed anxiously at Gawain's expression, wondering if he might think. Gawain chuckled, placing his large hand atop her head. "You are the pride of the Cecil family." Chapter 62. The Magic Network Number 1 in the smithy. As Rebecca felt a large hand gently stroking the top of her head, she was momentarily taken aback. Her first instinct was to believe she had misheard. Her second was to think that her ancestor had misspoken. And her third reaction was to interpret it as a form of consolation. Surely, it could not be sarcasm? The young viscountess, who had never accomplished much in her life, could hardly fathom that she would receive genuine praise at last. Observing Rebecca's reaction, Gawain repeated his earlier words, then chuckled. "Don't look so stunned. I'm sincerely complimenting you. You probably have no idea how extraordinary your talent truly is." "Really? Rebecca replied, her eyes wide with surprise, then, feeling a bit bashful. She blinked, but all I possess is mere cleverness. It hardly ever proves useful. To categorize such remarkable talent as mere cleverness left Gawain somewhat speechless. Rebecca had perhaps been born a bit too early, but fortunately, Gawain had arrived in time. Her talents still had an opportunity to flourish. Gawain scrutinized the structure of the magic array that Rebecca had modified. Although he was a knight, Gawain Cecil had once been something of a polymath and had conducted considerable research into magical theory. Furthermore, as the Grand Duchy was a nation exceptionally advanced in magical technology, the foundational knowledge of magic was widely disseminated. Thus, comprehending an array constructed merely from basic runes was not a challenge for him. After a careful examination, he confirmed that Rebecca's adjustments to the runes were quite reasonable. The array had evolved from a superficial conceptual product into a prototype that fully aligned with his expectations, laying the groundwork for subsequent applications. If further refinement was desired, it could only be validated through practical testing. Gawain posed one question. Have you considered expanding it further? Expand it further? Rebecca echoed, perplexed. How would I do that? Make it larger? No, Gawain clarified. I mean connecting it with other frameworks of varying scales that are self-sustaining arrays. Perhaps using certain array units as foundational structures, allowing for infinite connections and expansion. Ultimately forming a large network capable of covering a more extensive area. Gawain observed the neatly arranged runes and vaguely discerned a potential for combinatorial repetition within them. Unable to restrain himself, he proposed a rather audacious idea. What if each magical unit was no longer an independent entity, but interconnected? Do you understand? Despite her outstanding mathematical aptitude and creativity, this level of concept was still somewhat beyond Rebecca's grasp. She pondered deeply, her brow furrowing in frustration. Ancestor, do you truly believe such a thing is possible? Consider it my whimsical notion. Noticing Rebecca's distress, Gawain recognized that he must not rush the process. He decisively halted the discussion of further extensions, saying, for now, focus on establishing the magic network number 1 and getting the smithy operational. We can address the rest later. Understood. Rebecca nodded with delight, having just engaged in a discussion with Hammer regarding the blacksmith shop. Oh? Gawain raised an eyebrow, having indeed observed Rebecca conversing with Hammer. However, the surprises brought forth by the magic network number 1 nearly made him forget the conversation. What were you discussing? About the new furnace, Rebecca replied, tilting her head. I was contemplating that once the magic network number 1 is operational, we could inscribe formal magical arrays on the blacksmith's furnace, eliminating the need for those cumbersome runes. This would allow for significant modifications to the furnace, wouldn't it? Yet, as I am not proficient in blacksmithing, I sought Hammer's counsel to see what ideas he might have regarding the enhancement of the furnace and workflow. Old blacksmith Hammer stood nearby, somewhat anxious, bowing his head as he listened to the discussions between the nobleman and the duke. He felt both honored and nervous to be part of the noble discourse as a commoner. When Gawain turned his attention towards him, the old blacksmith broke into a cold sweat. He could hardly fathom what it would be like for a noble who had never even pulled a bellows to guide him in constructing a blacksmith shop. Yet, he had no choice but to comply, bracing himself for a barrage of perplexing requests from Gawain, knowing he would have to lead his apprentices to fulfill the tasks with utmost diligence. This circumstance was not unusual, for it was said that once a countess from the north whimsically attempted to direct a gardener in pruning a nursery, insisting that every golden chrysanthemum should bloom into 2 buds instead of 3. As a result, numerous gardeners faced punishment until the countess lost interest in the matter. Do not be anxious, Gawain discerned Hammer's tension and spoke in a calm tone. Share your thoughts. I have no thoughts, Hammer replied, his head bowed, speaking humbly. The young lady is indeed profoundly knowledgeable and wise. The designs she conjures are beyond the comprehension of us impoverished souls. It takes considerable effort for me to even learn to utilize them, let alone offer suggestions. Gawain regarded him, shaking his head. You may not grasp the intricacies of magic, yet you are well versed in furnaces and anvils. You are an expert in this field. And we shall all respect your opinions. Respect? A commoner's opinion? Hammer momentarily thought he had misheard, but upon observing the earnest expressions on Gawain, Hetty, and Rebecca's faces, he confirmed it was indeed true. At least the Duke had spoken so. Thus, he steeled himself. I believe that since the furnace will soon utilize genuine magic for heating, rather than merely modifying the old furnace, it would be more prudent to start anew and create an entirely new furnace. Gawain raised an eyebrow. An entirely new one? Hammer scratched his arm, striving to articulate his thoughts clearly. Given the use of true magic, the previous limitations imposed by the runes would be obsolete. Consequently, the furnace could be larger, allowing for a significantly greater quantity of steel to be smelted at once. Since the magic circle would not suffer from fracturing, there would be no need for the furnace to be extinguished or cooled repeatedly. Perhaps it could burn continuously, thereby saving the labor and time involved in reheating. However, this would necessitate constant usage. Gawain listened intently, only interjecting when he encountered a point where he felt he could offer a suggestion. In contrast, Hammerl expressed all his thoughts in one breath. Initially, he stuttered and made mistakes due to nervousness, but he soon found his rhythm. As he neared the end of his discourse, he felt a profound astonishment. He never expected Gawain, a true duke and a figure of nobility beyond the wildest dreams of common folk, would stand in such a chaotic setting, attentively listening to the opinions of a mere commoner. The questions and suggestions occasionally left Hammerl bewildered. Was this truly a nobleman unfamiliar with bellows and hammers? How could he possess such extensive knowledge regarding the intricacies of steel smelting? Although many of Hammerl's ideas seemed fantastical, they undeniably revolved around the practical realities of iron refining. Certainly not trivial musings about whether golden wood chrysanthemums should blossom into 2 buds rather than 3. When Hammerl finally concluded his thoughts, Gawain exhaled softly and fixed his gaze upon the old blacksmith's eyes. The blacksmith tensed, addressing him as my lord. "How many years have you been a blacksmith?" Gawain suddenly inquired. "A 30-year veteran, and I never anticipated you would harbor such innovative ideas." Gawain expressed his confusion, logically. Such notions were typically the realm of unrestrained youth. "How did you conceive so many?" Hammerl opened his mouth, and after a few moments, he replied, "My lord, please do not mock me. These ideas did not spring forth suddenly. They have been accumulating for many years." Gawain displayed an intrigued expression. "Pray, elaborate." "I have been a blacksmith for decades, and I am well acquainted with the furnace and steel. Indeed, I have long grown accustomed to it," Hammerl continued, his weathered face breaking into a smile. "Yet, I still remember my time as an apprentice when my father was the village blacksmith, and I learned the craft under him. One year, the Lord tasked us with smelting a batch of fine iron, and I eagerly volunteered to tend the furnace. My father, believing I had learned enough over the years, allowed me to attempt it. However, this endeavor went awry." Hammerl paused before continuing. "I was too impatient and did not wait long enough for the furnace to cool before reheating it, resulting in the runes shattering. When the rune shattered, the forge was rendered utterly useless, for it was the most valuable and crucial item in the blacksmith shop. My father, in a fit of rage, suspended me at the shop's entrance and lashed me for what felt like an eternity, nearly beating me to death. He declared that the sole reason he refrained from delivering a fatal blow was the fear that, should I perish, no one would assist with the family as labor, nor would there be anyone to inherit the forge. That year, we failed to fulfill the Lord's command, resulting in my father enduring countless lashes within the castle's walls. Clearly, this incident from my apprenticeship left an indelible mark on Hammerl's psyche, as he faced his father's wrath and beheld him receiving punishment at the castle. A multitude of thoughts regarding the forge began to germinate within him. Fortunately, 3 decades have passed, and those nascent ideas have not entirely withered within Hammerl. Perhaps they have merely languished. However, Rebecca's plan to inscribe magical circles upon the forge in place of runes has rekindled hope within the heart of the old blacksmith. The mere ability to foster hope is already a remarkable breakthrough, since this venerable craftsman is not as inflexible and resistant to new ideas as I had feared. It seems prudent to prepare for certain initiatives in advance. Chapter 63. Disturbance. The construction of Magic Network No. 1 is progressing remarkably well, largely due to Rebecca's undeniable talent in this area. Moreover, the fundamental rune arrangements employed in the magic network are quite basic, allowing that wild mage to simplify this astonishing magical array to its utmost limits through sheer computational prowess and creativity. After all, the once destitute wild mage had no choice but to streamline the magic network to such an extent, or else he could never have conceived of this intricate system. However, the smooth advancement of a project inevitably brings forth associated pressures. In Highwind's vision, the territory must first ensure a sufficient production of steel. With steel comes weaponry, equipment, tools for labor, and the foundational infrastructure for producing subsequent tier products. Merely establishing smelting facilities is but the initial step. More crucial is the completion of the eastern mining area, which must guarantee a continuous supply of ore. Yet, constructing the mines necessitates additional resources. And in the absence of heavy machinery, reliance on manual labor for excavation is imperative, thus requiring even more manpower. Concurrently, The development of the camp must accelerate. Merely replacing tents with wooden houses is a temporary solution. Truly robust and secure camps cannot be constructed solely from timber. But are there any more convenient and expedient building techniques or materials available in this era? Faced with these challenges, Gawain realized just how arduous it is to build something from nothing, even with the aid of magic and a temporarily secure financial reserve. Establishing a new home in a barren land is no simple feat at this moment. He couldn't help but eagerly anticipate the promised aid of food and textiles from Francis too. Even more crucially, the arrival of 100 craftsmen and apprentices, 100 skilled individuals. Despite many of them being unfortunate souls forced to migrate south due to exclusion, they represent a wealth of technical expertise. For the current population of merely over 800 in the Cecil territory, the significance of 100 skilled workers is monumental. It is enough to make Gawain wake up laughing in his sleep, startling the soldiers on night duty at the gate. Regrettably, that assistance will not arrive for at least another fortnight. Speaking of talent, Gawain recalled that Amber had departed 2 days ago. In the central tent of the camp, Gawain's mind was awash with myriad thoughts as he endeavored to focus on the blueprints and forms before him. Meanwhile, Betty sat nearby on a mat, her head bobbing as she fought off sleep. The blueprints before Gawain depicted a newly designed furnace, resembling the form and some structural elements of a blast furnace on Earth. Yet, its internal mechanisms are entirely distinct, requiring space for the magical array to function, while also ensuring that the magical conduits on the furnace are positioned as close as possible to the buried magic network number 1. Additionally, consideration must be given to prevent the molten iron from damaging the magical patterns on the furnace. This is a concept entirely different from both the magic network and the water wheel. Gawain must amalgamate knowledge from both worlds to realize this design. If the magic network serves as the cornerstone of the Cecil territory, then the creation of such a unique hybrid furnace will be Gawain's personal foundation. Gawain was acutely aware that only by completing this endeavor could the myriad of fantastical ideas swirling in his mind have any chance of realization, and in this regard, no one could assist him. He had successfully designed the combustion chamber and the molten iron drainage section, and had reserved space for inscribing the magical array, drawing upon the knowledge of Gawain Cecil. Subsequently, he rubbed his temples and extended his hand to the side. "Betty, please fetch me that parchment bag for the blueprints. The one with the red string." It appeared that having her accompany him in idle waiting was indeed rather tedious. Gawain shook his head in bemusement, preparing to rise and retrieve the parchment bag himself, when he noticed Betty suddenly rise with her eyes closed. She stumbled towards the corner of the tent, opened a box, retrieved the parchment bag, and then wobbled back to him. Throughout the entire process, her eyes remained shut. Gawain found it amusing as he accepted the parchment bag from her, carefully storing the blueprints while observing Betty's earnest struggle to open her eyes. "If you're sleepy, you might as well rest. I may be occupied for quite some time." At that moment, Betty finally awakened, vigorously shaking her head. "I'm not sleeping. The master isn't asleep, so I want tea sleep." She then lowered her gaze to the drafts spread out on the table, appearing quite serious. Gawain, intrigued, inquired, "Can you comprehend these?" "I can't understand them." Betty shook her head. "I can't read." "Oh, then these must seem rather dull to you." Gawain chuckled, realizing why she had dozed off moments ago. "I was tea sleeping," Betty quickly retorted. But her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the scribbled drafts. "Master, you know so many characters." Despite having been on the verge of exhaustion earlier, her fatigue seemed to dissipate as she gazed at the cluttered table, which amused Gawain, prompting him to ask, "Would you like to learn how to read?" Betty instinctively nodded, but then nervously shook her head, fiddling with a button on her maid's uniform. "Mrs. Hanson said maids shouldn't learn to read. They should just focus on their work." "That is utterly nonsensical. Anyone can learn to read," Gawain immediately countered, and then, feeling a surge of inspiration, added, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you a few things." Betty's gaze once again wandered to the papers, but before she nodded, she shook her head. "But Sir Knight Philip said that paper and ink in the territory are precious and shouldn't be wasted on me." Gawain paused momentarily, contemplating a response that there was ample paper here. However, he soon recognized that Knight Philip's assertion bore some truth, particularly in a territory that could not sustain itself. With transportation to Transcendent town reliant solely on messenger riders, resources were indeed limited. Practicing riding with Betty would be somewhat extravagant. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the girl would genuinely grasp the lessons or merely treat it as a frivolous pastime. Yet, observing the girl's earnest demeanor, Gawain couldn't help but smile. "You wait here for a moment." He then trimmed one end of a piece of parchment with a small knife and handed it to Betty. Practice on the ground first. We'll discuss it further once you've made progress. Betty stood bewildered as she accepted the branch, observing as Gawain turned to his desk and swiftly began to write on a piece of paper. Before long, he had created a faded, coarse sheet adorned with the basic alphabet in bold strokes, accompanied by a grand word beneath it. Gawain presented the paper to Betty, explaining that the top displayed the alphabet while the bottom revealed her name, encouraging her to practice and to inquire about any uncertainties. Betty, realizing the treasure she held, eagerly accepted it, nearly bubbling over with delight. The tent remained a simple earthen structure, albeit compacted for stability. Gawain delineated a section beside his desk for Betty to practice her calligraphy, which appeared quite respectable. A fleeting memory of a lesson from a previous life crossed Gawain's mind, prompting a light chuckle as he shook his head. This small interlude significantly eased his spirit, revitalizing his thoughts, leading him to extract another draft to address a different issue. However, the tranquility was short-lived. Soon, Gawain heard a commotion outside the tent. He reassured Betty to continue her practice undisturbed, then hastened outside. Sir Byron was approaching, his expression tinged with urgency, signaling that an unexpected event had unfolded. "Sir, we received a report from the soldiers guarding the treasure in the mountain," he began. They reported strange noises emanating from the vault, resembling the sound of rocks scraping or some objects colliding. However, the vault door is sealed, and they cannot enter to ascertain the situation, so they have relayed the message to us. A sense of dread washed over Gawain at the thought of trouble within the relics. He recognized the gravity of the situation. The vault must remain untouched. It was, after all, the very essence of their reserves. Yet, he quickly composed himself. Had this news reached him a few days earlier, he would have been in a greater state of panic. Fortunately, he had been systematically arranging for the transfer of essential supplies from the vault to the camp over the past days. Though not everything had been moved, at least a third had been successfully relocated. Even if the vault were to face calamity, it would not spell utter disaster. After a brief moment of self-reassurance, Gawain regained his composure, aware that the twilight had fallen, and Byron likely had not noticed the cold sweat that had beaded on his brow. The image of the esteemed ancestor remained intact. Gawain weighed the decision of whether to investigate immediately or wait until dawn. Quickly arriving at the conclusion, sleep was out of the question. With such pressing matters weighing on his mind, who could possibly rest easy? Surely, even Rebecca would be on edge. He entrusted the camp's defense to Sir Philip, instructing him to gather a few capable soldiers to accompany him into the mountains. He also called for Hetty, knowing her support spells would prove invaluable. Chapter 64. Deep within the ruins, in truth, Gawain had intended to summon Rebecca as well. Yet she had been preoccupied with the construction of Magic Network No. 1 and had not enjoyed a proper rest for several days. Today, she had finally managed to retire early, so Gawain chose not to disturb her. After all, bringing her along would merely add another fireball launcher to their ranks, which seemed of little significance compared to Gawain's own prowess with a blade. Hetty had not yet taken her leave. She was engrossed in studying the regulations and plans pinned by Gawain within her tent. Upon hearing that there were issues at the ancient ruins in the mountains, she quickly donned her outer garments and hastened to his side. Noticing her slight unease, Gawain reassured her, "Do not fret. It is merely some unusual sounds. If the ruins were truly on the verge of collapse, the commotion would be far more pronounced." Hetty nodded, her brow furrowed with concern. Sir Byron soon selected a cadre of capable soldiers. Under Gawain's guidance, they traversed the mountain path and arrived at the entrance of the ancient edifice. A temporary outpost made of wooden planks had been established here, typically manned by 5 soldiers guarding the gate. Torches illuminated the area around the entrance, revealing the situation clearly. Aside from a few anxious soldiers standing by, everything appeared normal. "Sir," one soldier approached, immediately saluting upon seeing Gawain. "There were 2 more noises from inside just now." "Very well, I shall investigate personally," Gawain replied as he advanced towards the entrance of the ruins. "You lot remain outside. No one is to enter without my command." Upon reaching the grand door of the ruins, Gawain activated the ancient gun door magic rune with a platinum disc. As the heavy purple steel doors emitted a familiar magical glow, he felt a measure of relief. At least the magical conduit here remained intact, suggesting that nothing too catastrophic was occurring within. Hetty instinctively tightened her grip on her staff, initially conjuring the model for an ice arrow spell. However, in the next moment, she dispersed the energy and opted for a supportive spell, as a missed shot could lead to an awkward situation. The purple steel doors creaked open under the influence of magic, and the magic crystal stones within the hall began to glow brightly. With his hand resting on the hilt of the Sword of Pioneers, Gawain stepped inside, heightened senses alert. The hall seemed devoid of abnormalities. The metal ingots and weapons still lay undisturbed in their places, gleaming under the steady radiance of the magic crystals. There were no signs of collapse or disturbance, and everything appeared as it should. Yet, upon surveying the area, Gawain quickly noticed a change. Several doors at the far end of the hall were ajar. The ancient ruins extended beyond this singular hall. Deep within the mountain, there lay a far more extensive structure, a fact discernible from the scale of its entrance and the occasional architectural features visible on the mountainside. Thus far, however, Gawain and his companions had only utilized this hall at the entry point, not for lack of desire to delve deeper, but because the doors leading to the depths had been sealed. When the Northern Expeditionary Force discovered these ruins 7 centuries ago, the access to the lower chambers was already locked, secured by a magical seal entirely distinct from that of the surface entrance. The pioneering team of yesteryear deciphered the magical key to the first layer of entrance, yet they found themselves powerless against the imposing doors deep within the hall. Hetty had devoted an entire day studying the treasury hall, but she was unable to unravel the seals on several doors. Those seals were crafted with the pinnacle of Gundor's magical technology, far beyond the capabilities of a mere third-tier mage like Hetty. Originally, Gawain intended to set those doors aside, planning to address them once the situation stabilized. However, to his astonishment, those very doors swung open today. Hetty also noticed the unusual state of the doors and tugged at Gawain's sleeve with a hint of trepidation. "Ancestor, those doors. I see them." "Heaven knows how they opened," Gawain replied, furrowing his brow. His mind involuntarily wandered back to the recent outbreak of crimson spots and the surge of magic. Could it be that the magical surge had extended to this ruin, loosening the seals within? Furthermore, he had frequently summoned Hetty or Rebecca to bring the platinum disc here for opening doors and moving items. Could the repeated activation of the first layer of seals have inadvertently triggered the doors inside? Based on Gawain's understanding of the ancient Gondorian magical technology, this seemed quite plausible. He approached the trio of doors with several soldiers, contemplating the situation. If one were to follow the typical narrative, venturing into such a suddenly opened ruin in the dead of night would be akin to courting disaster. However, the genre would dictate the outcome. Were this a Western series, it would likely end in the swift demise of all involved. Conversely, if it were a Japanese drama, there was a strong possibility of encountering a female ghost before meeting their end. Yet, in the context of a domestic drama, he might find himself in a romantic entanglement with a ghost. Gawain surveyed the armored figures around him. Their demeanor and equipment suggested a decidedly Western narrative. Not entering would surely lead to death, and he would likely not even glimpse a ghost before that fate befell him. Just as he resolved to order the temporary closure of the doors, biding his time for a more opportune moment to explore, he heard Hetty murmur suddenly, "It seems there's a magical response from deep within." Gawain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A magical response? Deep within? Hetty pointed to the middle door, explaining, "Previously, the door obstructed the flow of magic, and I was unable to sense it. But now that it is open, I can faintly perceive something inside. Perhaps an operational magical array. However, the response is exceedingly weak and continues to diminish. It may vanish entirely at any moment." Gawain felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave, but he stifled it, sighing inwardly. Humanity, it seemed, was an inherently reckless species, regardless of what lay within. It appeared they must take a glance before departing. Grasping the sword of the pioneers, Gawain silently invoked several layers of protection upon himself using his knightly skills and boldly stepped forward. A true mage would cast illumination spells, gazing down the increasingly profound corridor. Flanked by expansive and lofty spaces, Sir Byron could not help but express his astonishment. Truly, this is a testament to the grandeur of the once mighty Gondor Empire. How vast must this place be? Heaven knows, the entrance to the ruins follows the design of a large fortress from the age of the Starfire. And such a fortress could potentially hollow out an entire mountain. Gawain smirked slightly, pondering whether Amber had genuinely absconded with funds. If only she were here. Such a highly specialized ancient ruin would surely confound even the most adept of stealthy individuals. Hetty cast a puzzled glance at Gawain. Typically, unraveling the mysteries of such places falls within the realm of wizards. No, if Amber were present, she could be dispatched to scout ahead, alleviating my mental burden. Hetty stared in disbelief. How should the younger generation respond to such uncharacteristic remarks from the ancestor? Gawain regarded her with a smile. My jest primarily stemmed from Amber's unique ability to traverse shadows, in a place replete with shadows. She could discover more concealed paths than we could. Only then did Hetty breathe a sigh of relief, while Sir Byron nodded in agreement. I knew it. You are the epitome of chivalry, and would never act inappropriately towards a lady. Gawain's lips quivered slightly. Amber? If it weren't for her conspicuous attributes, who would associate her with a lady? Moreover, to be frank, her attributes are hardly aligned with those of a lady. The inscriptions found here are the ancient common script of Gondor, from which the contemporary common tongues of the four great kingdoms have evolved. However, due to the millennium that separates the two eras, the evolution of the script has inevitably led to some changes, compounded by the fact that the Age of the Starfire was itself a period of significant transformation for the Gondor Empire. Thus, only Gawain could decipher the ancient writings within these ruins, while Hetty struggled to grasp their meaning. The scale of the ruins within this mountain is indeed immense, to the point of surprising Gawain. As the central corridor stretched onward, the group encountered numerous forks, winding paths, and stairways, with the passage overall trending deeper and descending into the mountain. Throughout this journey, Hetty conducted several assessments of the airflow, confirming that there must be well-constructed ventilation shafts in the unseen recesses, a testament to the advanced architectural prowess of the ancient Gondor Empire. During their exploration, they also stumbled upon several rooms and other halls. These spaces, constructed of a material reminiscent of stone, upon Hetty's inspection, were revealed to be not stone at all, but rather a more durable synthetic substance. Each room and hall lay empty, save for a few decaying shelves and some corroded metal tools, rendering the likelihood of discovering any valuable relics exceedingly low. Evidently, the imperial inhabitants of this facility had evacuated in an orderly manner during a time of considerable ease. This aligns with Gawain's understanding of the Age of the Starfire. Yet this left Hetty with a sense of regret. She had hoped to unearth some antiquities or treasures within, even if they were no longer functional. However, the mere mention of the words from the Age of the Starfire of the Gondor Empire was sufficient to transform a piece of worthless scrap into an object of immense value. The group lacked the luxury of time to explore every path and chamber along their route. Thus, Gawain commanded that markings be left at the junctions that could not be explored at present, to be revisited when time and manpower permitted. Meanwhile, the party, guided by Hetty's intuitive senses, proceeded resolutely toward the source of the magical resonance. Chapter 65. Ancient facilities. Another hour had elapsed as the expedition continued its progress through the ever-elongating corridors and passageways. The scale of this millennia-old structure surpassed Gawain's imagination. Even during the zenith of Gondor's glory, the Empire rarely constructed facilities of such magnitude. Even those that served dual purposes as military strongholds and research centers did not approach this size, which far exceeded Gawain's expectations. It appeared as though an entire mountain had been hollowed out for its construction. As the descent became increasingly steep with more slopes and steps, Gawain began to suspect that not merely one mountain had been excavated. The magical resonance continued to emanate steadily, albeit faintly, as they encountered numerous forks and corridors. Hetty's guidance became less reliable. She could only discern a general direction and relied on divination spells, such as spirit summoning, to determine which path to take at each junction. Despite her efforts, the group found themselves traversing several detours and encountering numerous dead ends. Although Sir Byron had consistently marked their path and Hetty employed magical means to delineate signs, the prolonged journey within such an ancient ruin inevitably instilled a sense of unease among the soldiers. Noticing this discomfort, Sir Byron approached Gawain, expressing concern. My lord, continuing deeper may lead us to become lost. Everyone's sense of direction has become thoroughly disoriented. However, articulating such sentiments was difficult, and even if expressed, it would not necessarily comfort everyone. After all, this place was overwhelmingly vast. If only Amber were here, Gawain mused, at least she could scout ahead. Her ability to traverse the Shadow Realm and her expertise in lockpicking would prevent her from becoming ensnared in the ruins as an ordinary person might. She had proven this during her time in the Cecil family tomb. Gawain was now seriously contemplating this matter. Furrowing his brow, he approached a hemispherical device, running his iron-gloved hand over its surface. The black grime and oxidation were scraped away, revealing the silvery metal beneath. What is this? Hetty inquired, her curiosity piqued as she drew closer. The fixtures in this chamber were evidently fixed installations that had not been removed, a rarity within this ruin. The obsidian and metallic connections sparked within her a peculiar intuition linked to magic. The mana-focusing array, though I would prefer to call it a magical capacitor, Gawain began, recounting knowledge now forgotten to the ages, interspersed with inscrutable terminology. These obsidian components connected to the mana wells within the facility. While this hemisphere could concentrate immense energy, generating a flow of energy that, though brief, possessed extraordinary intensity, which would then be channeled through a principal conduit. Gawain gestured towards a thick pipe extending from the hemispherical device, ultimately embedded within the wall, facilitating the distribution of energy to where it was needed. Hetty's eyes widened slightly. As a mage, the sight of such an ancient magical apparatus from a millennium past ignited her excitement. Concentrating such formidable energy? So is this a weapon? No. This serves as a supplementary energy source for research facilities, typically employed to provide instantaneous ignition for energy-intensive devices, such as prismatic lenses. Gawain shrugged. During the Gundor era, magic was not solely utilized for combat. Although that is indeed one of its significant roles, magic could accomplish a multitude of tasks. In fact, it is my belief that mages ought to dedicate their knowledge and sorcery to such research endeavors. Research? Hetty mumbled incredulously. She was no stranger to the term. As mages have always been synonymous with scholarly pursuits, delving into the mysteries of magic and deciphering the intricacies of runes, this was their proudest vocation. However, regardless of the type of research, its ultimate objective invariably distills down to enhancing one's magical prowess. A mage unable to elevate their own casting ability would be regarded as a mediocre scholar. Hetty instinctively sensed that the research Gawain spoke of diverged significantly from the familiar pursuits she had known. This ancestor seemed inclined to regard matters from an exceedingly broad and distant perspective. He frequently mentioned accessibility and mass production. In stark contrast to the mage's tendency to focus on specialization, often deliberately isolating their own studies. Hetty shook her head, dismissing those irrelevant thoughts. As she heard Sir Byron inquiring, "Madam, is the magical response emanating from this location?" Hetty concentrated for a moment and shook her head. "No, but it is quite close. Make a note of this place." Gawain interjected. "This ancient apparatus is utterly beyond repair. There is no need to consider restoration. However, it can yield at least half a ton of mithril and 7 or 8 tons of obsidian, along with a considerable quantity of exquisite gold and purple copper." "Wait a moment," Hetty exclaimed, her eyes widening as she stared at Gawain. "Ancestor, do you intend to dismantle this invaluable ancient magical device?" "What else?" Gawain glanced at her. "This contraption requires extraordinarily pure magical energy to ignite, a capability long lost alongside the corresponding magic purification techniques. Moreover, even if we had a power source, this device has been here for a millennium. Its structure has deteriorated beyond repair. Restoring it would be no easier than constructing a new one." Hetty paused, her expression peculiar. "You may not feel it coming from 7 centuries ago, but this is an antique." Gawain's expression twitched. "This object was also an antique before my demise, yet we must consider its practical value. It holds no worth here. Only through melting it down can it be reborn." Upon hearing Gawain's reasoning, Hetty recognized that further argument would be futile and reluctantly nodded, her face betraying her dismay. It is often said that one does not grieve the sale of their father's land. Yet the father himself appears rather untroubled when selling his own land. The discovery of a magical focusing apparatus signifies that they are near the deeper research facilities. And coupled with Hetty's earlier sensing of magical responses, it is highly probable that the target is a still operational research device. Gawain silently activated his nightly sense of danger, ready to guard against potential magical traps or ancient radiation that might lurk in this place. As they continued on their path, he casually inquired of Hetty, "By the way, I heard them refer to you as Madam instead of Miss or Lady. Have you married? What of your husband?" This question had piqued his curiosity for quite some time. Yet he had never found the opportunity to ask. According to noble law, a mature woman who renounces her inheritance through a conversion of faith is regarded as married, dedicating herself to her belief. I could have retained my noble title and become a non-hereditary baroness. However, during that challenging year, I sold the title to a merchant, she confessed. Gawain nodded, acknowledging her words, while the image of the goddess of magic, Myrmina, surfaced in his mind. Myrmina, known as the goddess of all magic and the lady of mysteries, is believed to wield dominion over the forces of magic. She is also recognized as the mentor of the world's first dragon and the first elf. Thus, the legendary dragon language magic and the existing elven magic were both her creations. Unlike other deities, Myrmina is not a god of strong belief, but rather a symbolic figure. She lacks a formal religious or belief system, with nearly all spellcasters being her nominal followers. Yet, less than 1% of wizards formally convert to her worship, likely due to the tendency of spellcasters to seek mysteries and their general lack of reverence for the divine. Among that 1% of followers, many, like Hetty, converted merely to demonstrate their renunciation of inheritance or for similar purposes. The Princess Veronica of the Ansu royal family converted to the god of holy light under similar circumstances. However, unlike the descendants of the Cecil family, who had fallen into such dire straits that they had to sell their noble identities, she could still be referred to as a princess or her corresponding clerical title, especially considering the second matter. If Gawain were to turn around and casually ask why she was still unmarried, when she planned to wed, or how she felt about those relentless inquiries about marriage, it would be a far greater pressure than any parental urging. The thought even made Hetty less concerned about the potential repercussions of selling her noble title. Ultimately, however, Gawain's question was merely a passing one, and he moved on without further elaboration. Hetty's musings did not linger for long, as she finally sensed a magical response just ahead. Chapter 66. The sphere. Hetty finally sensed the magical response ahead. Perhaps only one final intersection remained. After a rough assessment of the proximity of their party and the terrain of the dark mountains in this area, Gawain concluded that they had reached the very heart of the mountain. What could possibly warrant the construction of such a monstrous facility for research or guardianship? Regardless of what lay within, they ultimately decided to abandon this place. Hetty replenished the energy of her illumination spell, and the once dimming orb of light once again illuminated a vast area around them. Gawain beheld a neat corridor paved with grayish-white stone slabs, flanked by walls adorned with obsolete magical crystal lamps and several tightly shut doors. At the end of the corridor stood a bronze door, intricately engraved with eyes and triangular symbols. The door was not fully closed. A wide gap remained ajar. Gawain activated his sense of danger, finding no traps or toxic gases lurking behind the door. However, caution was still warranted. Before pushing the door open, Hetty summoned a softly glowing rune resembling an eye, which drifted languidly through the crack, her own eyes shimmering with a faint light in unison. Inside was a circular, spacious room, filled with numerous broken long tables and shelves. Various pipes were visible along the walls, and in the center of the room was a sunken pit. At its bottom lay a peculiar spherical object, with several iron chains and tools hanging from the ceiling center. Hetty frowned as she described what she saw, but suddenly gasped softly, disrupting her magic. Rubbing her eyes, she awkwardly admitted, "I bumped into the wall." Gawain inquired, did you see anything that appeared dangerous or trap-like?" Hetty shook her head. "No. It seems merely to be a laboratory, albeit one far larger than any I am familiar with, replete with many incomprehensible devices. Additionally, I confirmed that the magical response emanates from the spherical object in the center of the room, but it is a form of energy I have never encountered before." With the confirmation that there were no traps or rogue ancient magical constructs within, Gawain felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for the peculiar energy form Hetty mentioned, they could only study it more closely once they entered. Two robust soldiers approached, and together with Sir Byron, they exerted effort to push open the ancient, dust-laden bronze door. The rusted hinges creaked ominously under their force, and in the stillness of the enclosed space, the sound of the door's pivoting was unsettlingly loud, echoing far down the corridor. The door swung open, and Gawain stepped inside, quickly glimpsing the very scene Hetty had described: a circular hall, scattered with damaged long tables and storage racks, magical conduits along the walls, the sunken central floor, and a large object resembling a stone sphere lying in the pit. Gawain approached the spherical object, roughly estimating its diameter to be about 1.5 meters. Its shape was remarkably regular. If not for the rough and uneven surface, it could almost be considered a standard sphere. The material resembled stone, yet under the glow of the illumination spell, it emanated a metallic sheen. It bore a resemblance to a natural stone sphere, albeit excessively round. And while it might suggest some form of artificial magical device, it starkly contrasted with the craftsmanship of the Gondor Empire. Moreover, its surface bore neither runes nor metallic joints, making it seem far removed from ancient magical apparatuses. The magical resonance indeed originated from within. Hetty frowned, finding it peculiar. It felt less like magical energy and more akin to a distinctly different energy fluctuation. Ancestors. Could this be a creation of the ancient Gondor Empire? No, it seemed unlikely. Gawain furrowed his brow and tapped on the stone sphere, finding its texture comparable to genuine stone, hard and unyielding. Judging by the surroundings, this sphere was less an artifact of their making and more an object of their study. Was this entire facility constructed solely for the research of this sphere? Sir Byron found it hard to believe. Did the Gondor Empire truly expend such effort to study a mere sphere? Gawain pondered that even in the era of abundant magical energy, the Gondorians would not be so frivolous. No. When this facility was dismantled, its inhabitants had orderly removed nearly everything transportable. They would not have left behind the most crucial item. This sphere was undoubtedly a subject of their research. Yet, it was likely just one of many items, and one deemed unimportant enough to abandon. Perhaps they had studied it for a while, found little progress. And when the order to evacuate arrived, they carelessly left it behind. Thus, after all this time, we have discovered such an object. Sir Byron stroked his chin and inquired, "My lord, how shall we handle it?" Gawain, too, felt troubled. How could they possibly transport this stone sphere? He pushed against its surface, muttering, "It takes up space and is heavy. No wonder the Gondorians of old." Wait? To his astonishment, the sphere shifted with his push. Gawain felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was not heavy. The weight of this stone sphere was astonishingly light. Initially, Gawain had assumed it weighed at least a ton, yet it had moved with merely a gentle nudge. Testing further, he estimated the sphere's weight to be only around a dozen kilograms, light enough for even Hetty to push with ease. This could only imply that it was not stone at all. Perhaps it was hollow. Suppressing the impulse to crack it open and inspect its interior, Gawain, based on the scale of the research facility and the remnants surrounding the sphere, concluded that this stone sphere should be classified as a first-class anomalous object, namely, harmless yet possessing peculiar properties. Wait, placing it directly in the camp is unwise. For safety's sake, let's first set it down on the newly leveled ground beside the camp, with 2 soldiers assigned to guard it. Tomorrow, we shall erect a tent specifically for it. After all, the Gondorian Empire and this current era are separated by several technological advancements. What was once deemed safe and harmless in the past may not hold the same status today. Thus, it is prudent to exercise caution. Moreover, we have assembled 4 sages as companions to embark on the ambitious quest of vanquishing the Dark Lord, only to discover that the Dark Lord resembles a starfish. The Gondorians of yore were indeed overindulgent, idly engaging in frivolous research. Outside, the soldiers had been waiting for quite some time, growing increasingly restless. The footsteps and commands echoing from deep within the central gate offered them a momentary reprieve. Yet the accompanying noises left them exchanging puzzled glances. It sounded as if something were rolling on the ground. The sight of 2 soldiers pushing the sphere came into view. Though one person could easily manage it, the second was merely there to maintain balance. The soldiers exchanged glances. The following day, everyone near the edge of the camp beheld the peculiar orb. It had been placed on a patch of open ground outside the camp, guarded by several fully armed warriors. A circle of wooden stakes had been driven into the ground around it, connected by ropes to create a barrier. The situation appeared utterly absurd, and the soldiers on duty, clearly the ones who had lost at cards, engaged in hushed discussions. Rebecca awoke to this news and hurried to witness the spectacle, finding her ancestor and Aunt Hetty present. She squeezed through the crowd. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed upon the orb. "Dear ancestor, is this the object you brought from the ruins last night? You also retrieved some metal samples. There must be plenty of treasures to unearth in those ruins." Gawain nodded, acknowledging the inquiry, yet remarked that this particular item remained a mystery. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Do not hurl fireballs at it. Anything else is permissible." Although the stone orb was surprisingly light, it was indeed remarkably sturdy. He had already tested it and found that without the use of extraordinary powers, ordinary swords and knives caused negligible damage to its surface. So striking it lightly should pose no issue. However, using a fireball might be another matter, especially considering Rebecca's impetuous nature. It was conceivable that she might unleash a fireball the size of a bathtub. Curious, Rebecca pressed her ear against the surface of the orb, using her iron staff to tap it twice. She turned to Gawain, exclaiming, "It's not hollow." "Indeed," he replied, "it is solid, yet astonishingly light." Gawain shrugged, recounting how Aunt Hetty had scraped a bit of debris from it, revealing a substance with a high metal content. If the entire orb is composed of this material, it could potentially be deadly. Perhaps only the outer layer serves as a shell, with the interior constructed from an exceptionally light substance. Rebecca's scholarly interest was ignited, and she pondered, should we cut it open to investigate? Gawain chuckled, "That was my intention as well. However, for now, we must explore it through various non-destructive methods. Should we find ourselves at an impasse in our research, we might consider the option of incision. After all, the Gondorians of yore employed a myriad of tools in their quest for knowledge, Yet they ultimately refrained from compromising the integrity of its exterior for a reason. Rebecca appeared somewhat disheartened. Oh. Gawain cast a playful glance her way. In lieu of studying this sphere, there is a matter I would like you to attend to, should you find yourself unoccupied. Rebecca's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I am indeed free. At the moment. I need not personally intervene at the magic network number 1, as the artisans and apprentices are diligently excavating quartz sand. What would you have me do? Burn the stones.